long-lasting painful erection?
Wait. Oh yeah, no, I've heard of that.
A priapism,
Oh,
not a priaplism.
Rags knows his erection. Facts.
I was in like search and rescue stuff. I know the word he's talking about. It's just funny that he called it a priaplism.
I guess I've only ever seen that word written.
There's not even an L.
Oh, I guess I'm just dumb then.
Nah, it's not something that comes up in conversation often.
I like the
One
idea
does not normally talk about it. A medically
It does come up when you get bitten by a spider.
an ailment where you have a constant painful erection that won't go away.
I like the idea that he was like, oh, it's just like maybe an accent difference, pronunciation difference. You're like, no, you invented a letter. you changed it.
To be fair, aluminium.
Aluminum. I mean,
Aluminum.
Aluminium.
Aluminium.
yeah, it's aluminium.
Nope.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say something wild here. Maybe they're both okay.
No.
Aluminum.
How can we live in a world where you can pronounce things in two ways, Jay? Everything, cats and dogs living with each other.
That happens already. That's
Oh,
fine.
no.
That's cute.
Actually very.
Good cat and a good doggo being friends. That's cute.
Just trying to distract us from the subject that spiders are creepy,
What cat?
even though they can tell the future. What do you think they used as villainous creatures in lots of media, like Lord of the Rings?
Because they're misunderstood. Just want to sit on their webs eating flies.
Do you reckon Shelob fucked up seeing the future, and that's why what happens in Return of the King happens?
Yes.
Thing to think about. Not that you would know, Jay. You still haven't finished Lord of the Rings, right?
No, but I know anyway.
That's
Have you like
interesting how you
forgotten
still haven't-
Fellowship at this point?
I've not forgotten it.
Do you understand how much people are upset by you not having seen it?
My guess is that some of the people at this point telling me to see it haven't seen it themselves and are just memeing.
And you know what? I doubt it. Most people just have seen Lord of the
He's
Rings.
projecting.
Trying to wheeze out of it. Disgusting.
He's trying to place his ignorance of the Lord of the Rings and the lack of watching it onto other people.
Lord of the Ignorance, more like.
Lord of the Ignorings.
Oof.
But yeah, hello, welcome to EFAP 54, the one where we finally have a brand new, fresh, wonderful guest. We keep bringing him back, the old people, because, you know, we're one of those podcasts that just never moves on. But today, we have the wonderful Aydin Paladin. Welcome, how'd you do?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, thanks for having me on.
No problemo. We need to, we gotta expand, Get done, But yeah, I saw. I'll be honest, I haven't seen like a lot of things from your channel, but I did watch the Quinton one popped up in my recommended. How about that? I was like,
Well, sometimes, just every once in a while, once in a blue moon, YouTube's recommended algorithm works.
Yeah. There's a constant discussion of like, some people are like, oh, to get the channel work, you need to hit the algorithm. It's like how? It's like I have no idea, but you gotta do it. It's a combination of a whole bunch of things that no one's figured out yet. We have a scientist team on it. How's that going, Jay?
Yeah.
That's going great.
Yeah, Jay's our scientist team that's on it.
I am the team. I'm all.
The only thing he can't study is the Lord of the Rings.
That's against his religion.
To be fair, there are people who do study Lord of the Rings academically. I actually had a lecture from some guy he came into class and he just unrolled this giant roll and it went like 30 feet long, this scroll, and it's like, here is a truncated history of Middle Earth. He was literally a professor of Tolkien studies. So you can scientifically study that apparently.
What was
he must be drowning in pussy.
What was his overall point? Like, was it a lesson about Lord of the Rings? Something we draw out of it?
He was a guest. He was a guest lecturer, so I don't even remember what he was talking about specifically. But I think he was just. He was there for one lecture. But I always remember his scroll.
Did he not want to put it in a traditional like folder? He had to have a scroll.
I'm sure there was some pretentious affectation, as there is with almost all academics, of no, it has to be a scroll, so then I can roll it out like that and impress people. I can't just put it on a PowerPoint presentation like everybody else.
Oh, yeah, you never know. I mean, EFAP for us has been a big lesson of you never know what's on YouTube. You never know what people are going to do. I suppose you do a bit of study on that. And into what people conclude from different things in their daily lives and how fascinating that can be.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
Yeah, a couple of things to cover before we get into anything. Oh, I guess I should say, hello Jay and Rags as well. I guess.
I disagree with that.
Rags doesn't have anything to say about that. All right, good. I'm glad we moved
Well,
on.
I was expecting you to say, hi Rags, and then I'd say hi, and then we carry on.
Hello,
all right.
Rag is.
No, no.
I did a different one. So I can't remember if I mentioned this on EFAP or not, but I definitely mentioned it somewhere. YouTube have been changing thumbnails. Does anyone know about this?
Yes. This
What?
happened to me. I saw this on one of my videos.
Nothing as significantly bad as actually changing a thumbnail to have different things on it. They've been changing like brightness and contrast, which is really odd. Someone on Twitter.
YouTube knows better than you.
Well, that's pretty much their argument. A friend of mine noticed, and he was like, "My thumbnails look ugly as hell." When other people, when you look at your own, you don't see it. But when people look at yours that are like not in your profile, they see it. And he got sent it by a friend, and then he checked with someone else, and yeah, they've been changing them. And he like complained, and then they responded like, "Yep, we've been experimenting with improving thumbnails. No worries." Like,
It's amazing because there are people that this is perfectly symbolic of what YouTube does. Is like, oh, that thumbnail that you made. Well, we know that we can make it better, and we're not going to ask you about it. Whatever you did, we're YouTube. When we do it, it'll just be better. We'll just change what you did to make it better. Don't worry.
I have a question. Do you know if what changed was it color saturation in particular?
I don't know what exactly. the layman's version I have is it just looked like they improved brightness or accentuated it, and lots of thumbnails are looking overexposed. And I noticed it with some of the EFAP thumbnails, but I thought I was seeing shit on my second monitor. I was just like, oh, it must be some weird thing that's going on my monitor or something.
That might be a thing because, and there's tons of research on this, that people are drawn to bright colors, and YouTubers absolutely use that all the time, of giant text, red font, or red font color,
oh yeah,
that kind of stuff. That might be an attempt of them to, there's some towns in the United States, for example, where McDonald's can't have the big yellow arches. They have to be green because it's a more neutral color. Certain towns and areas will pass mandates like that. So that might be YouTube trying to cover their ass on clickbait, but you're correct though, Rex, in that they just kind of do shit.
I was gonna say some of their decisions just come across as like, what is the reason for this? Like I can't even see it.
They seem YouTube is run by a bunch of kleptomaniacs who just want to own everything you do, and it must be mine. And I can change it however I want because it belongs to me.
It's
I like to pretend that they have some scientific reason for doing it, but yeah, it's probably just the egomaniacal craziness.
Quick,
they clearly don't care. They clearly don't care if they make any money because they never have.
And yeah, apparently,
just hoping one day they'll make money.
Like I've heard that some thumbnails have actually seen improvements, as in some creators like, oh yeah, that does kind of look better. But I'm just like,
that's coincidental.
I feel like that's just going to be an accident as a result of destroying 99 other thumbnails per one,
Yeah, if you apply the same effect to 1 million thumbnails, yeah, some people will be like, "Oh, why didn't I think of that? That turned out okay."
I mean,
and that's how scam emails happen.
And it's just funny that this happened like right after the verification thing. Like they don't care. They just roll in random things out. They're just like, "Oh, this is happening now." You're like, "What?" No.
Oh, they just hope people won't notice. They just hope people won't notice, and the only reason they walked back the verification is because so many people made a stink about it, and then they use that good karma or whatever it is to just sneak in something else stupid.
I really hate it. How are you finding the Creator Studio versus the old?
It's absolutely abysmal. It's always been abysmal. I hate it, and I hate the fact that I can't not use it without jumping through hoops. It's so incredibly freaking frustrating. And I despise it. It used to be so much easier, and I don't know who it's designed for. I really don't. They always say, "Oh, we spoke to creators and viewers alike." Yeah, well, show me some data on that.
Show me one person who said, like, and just this like really awkward person who's clearly paid. They're like, "I love it. It is really good."
Brown Table really likes it.
Probably Brown. Yeah, I could see him being like, "Hey." I saw this video by this JXy guy who was like, hey, it does some things better. And I was like, wow, this guy's wrong.
They did just radically improve it. Like the specific thing that I complained about in that video has now been like hugely improved, which is like the searching for comments. They've like it's really in depth now, and you've got loads of options.
If you say so.
Oh, really?
I'll trust you.
Yeah, they've added loads of new filters that you can add to like looking through your comments, so you can like filter comments from users with certain amounts of subscribers or whatever. I don't know. There's loads of different ones. That's the one I remember.
Well, something that people...
since we're actually talking about YouTube doing stupid things, yesterday I noticed something. I almost posted it to you guys, but I was randomly recommended a segment from Ralph Bakshi's Wizards, and I watched it. It was really good. It's the part where the evil soldiers go into the temple and they meet the Jewish priests. And right after that section in Wizards, again, a Ralph Bakshi animated film, the recommended next video to autoplay was like a legit kids nursery rhyme cartoon animation. And I'm like, these two shouldn't be together.
You never really know what they're doing, and they seem to perpetually get worse.
And it made me think about how all the kids who really do go through the autoplay whatevers, and they're watching nursery rhymes and, you know, Johnny things and all that stuff. And then, boom, they get a Fritz the Cat clip or something like that. And they're like, oh, that's a bit of a tonal shift.
Remember that whole controversy with the videos of kids and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
That was creepy.
Some are weird, but some of these channels that play the kid cartoon stuff, billions with a B of views.
Oh, yeah.
It's insane.
Because what parents do so often is they have the tablet, they turn it on kids mode, and they just give it to the kid, and just play his autoplay all day. And, and Rags, I don't know if you were there for the episode of Tales that actually got put in the children's section, and like recommended for children because it said something about clowns or something in the title. I don't remember. If you guys don't know, Rags and I have been playing Pathfinder together for like almost a year now, every week. So mostly every week. But one of our very not safe for work, not safe for children episodes of Pathfinder got put on in the children's tab. So imagine, watching Johnny Yes Papa and then hearing Naka Livia's drunken Scottish voice. Just dropping N-bombs.
Yeah, YouTube's not great.
No, not great.
Not great.
I think we talked about this before, but it's just like, imagine having a good employer like this in real life. Like, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but you just come into work, you never know what they're going to do or say. You could just be randomly fired. They could invent some random new rules. And then I just picture this clown person that comes out of their office like, hello, how you doing? You're like, hi. What's happening today? And they're just like, I'm going to take your computer and I'm going to replace it with this pen.
I filled your desk chair with beans.
It's like, thanks.
There are 4 spiders in this office. Like,
It's the kind of thing where it's just fucking, I don't know what to expect. So something that people want us to address, only briefly. I'm sure it doesn't matter that much. Spooderman is back in the MCU. Not like the huge. I mean, Jay, you took it quite well, right? You see this as a very good plus. What would be your reasons for why this is a good plus?
I imagine they'll now get to conclude the arc that they were already doing with him in the way that they initially planned. I want to see that story play out. You know, I don't want the future movies to not be able to mention anything that's really happened to him in the last couple. Because you know everything was shaped by Iron Man and like, Nick Fury and all that. As
far as I can tell, the counter would be Spider-Man is less free with Marvel.
That's not true though.
Well, I don't, and this is the thing. I'm not someone who advocates for that. They're like, Sony would have been able to take him to a better direction. Put him in with Marvel means he might be fucked over with Captain Marvel and stuff like that.
The only thing that makes me sad about it is I feel it means we're less likely to get like the live-action Spider-Verse movie with like Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, and Tobey Maguire.
We all would have liked that. It would have been neat.
That would have been awesome.
But it wouldn't have been like the comic books.
Well, this is the thing. My position is, I really hope they bank on what I think they're banking on this whole time, which was origin. They dropped a seed in for like the beginning of a superhero all the way up to when he's an adult, and it's like watching, because you know, like Iron Man, Thor, Cap, and Hulk. They all took one film to basically be the person we know them as, and their journey wasn't like Cap probably had the most origin-like story out of all of them. But this one is like gonna have, you know, 3 movies to slot into what we see Spider-Man as, at least I think, and then maybe 3 movies as a Spider-Man. Like the Raimi movies are coming once they've done their origin set, and I just really hope we get a really long set of movies, a really long story, and it could build up to be one of the best hero characters ever. And I know plenty of people hate him, but
They're wrong.
to that, it's just that I'm not too concerned, because you know the adaptation argument, right? That I like this version myself. I'm on board with it. I get that people don't like that he's not quite like the one they want, but maybe they'll get the one they want soon. Maybe in this next film, he somehow gets cut off from like the Stark help, so he has like really low amount of money and nobody's helping him, and maybe he's a bit more down on his luck, that sort of thing. So it feels like that's one of the main things people really want back, is that he's 100% himself as opposed to has any help whatsoever. So maybe we'll get that. Who knows?
That seems like a really easy thing to write into the plot. It's been done in Spider-Man comics many times before. And that's the thing about it's like not the version that I want. Well, there's like 100 different versions of Spider-Man or Peter Parker at different points in his life throughout the history of the comic books. There were times where, yeah, he was the head of his own business. He's married to a supermodel. Things are going pretty good for Petey. And then there's other times where it's, you know, the more origin story kind of stuff where he's a teenager and he's down on his luck and he's broke. But I think it depends on your individual preference, because there are different aspects of that character. And then, of course, we see him go through the entire cycle of coming from a teenage boy into the adult Spider-Man, and of course it has to end in one more day, just as it did in the comics when people got tired of seeing Spider-Man become an adult.
Oh, you mean like too many of the stories are about him becoming an adult?
Well, no, there were in the late 90s, a lot of the people who were running Marvel Comics at that point in time were people who grew up in the 70s and the 60s. And they got kind of upset, both at Marvel and DC. And DC was a lot of Dan Didio, and Marvel was a lot of Joe Quesada and some other people who wanted to take it back to the way things were when they were kids. So what people often consider to be the worst Spider-Man comic ever written was a way of undoing all of the character development that had happened over the last 30 years. So, you know, graduating high school, graduating college, you know, becoming a researcher, marrying Mary Jane, all of this stuff that had happened. The heads at Marvel decided, well, time to start over again, as they do in films all the time, and wrote the absolute worst Spider-Man comic ever, where Aunt May is dying, and Pete has to find some way to save her. Now, she says, by the way, Pete, I'm like 100, I'm ready to die. And he says, no. Will I go ask my friend, Mr. Fantastic, who is a super genius, to help save Aunt May? I won't do that. Will I ask my friend, Elixir, the Omega-level mutant who can heal things at an atomic level? Nope. I'm going to make a deal with the Marvel Devil to save Aunt May. It is widely regarded as the and all it did was just erased all of his character development. As hated as that comic is, I guarantee they will do something similar, because you can't actually have characters develop in this shit. They always have to be able to reset it.
Clarification, are you big into Spider-Man comics?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm a big comic book fan in general.
Oh. What's your take on MCU Spider-Man?
Yeah. It's fine. The Homecoming was a Blue Beetle movie, which is exactly what I said about it when I first saw it, which is that this is pretty cool, but it would be better if it was called Blue Beetle and about Jaime Reyes, who's a DC character. But my opinion is that Garfield's Spider-Man was really good for only one reason, which is the reason when the scene where he hands the kid the mask while he's holding up the car, he says, put this on, it'll make you strong. That's a true Spider-Man moment of who Spider-Man is to Peter Parker. Tobey Maguire was a great Peter Parker, at least a young Peter Parker, in terms of being a doofy, goofy guy. And Holland is kind of in the middle, so I'm all right with him.
Fair enough. I mean, what do you think of the direction they're taking him in the MCU as a whole?
his Spider-Man's place in the MCU in particular, or just the MCU in general?
Sure. The fact that he's almost a protege of Iron Man, and that he's probably the least experienced and most struggling of the set of heroes.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Again, to me, it felt like a Blue Beetle movie, and if you don't know anything about Blue Beetle, it makes it's what the movie essentially was. That's that character's storyline that was just usurped, more or less. Jaime Reyes Blue Beetle specifically. I don't hate it. I do think that by having Tony come in and providing all the technology and all of the funding, as you mentioned earlier, it takes away some of Peter's agency by basically saying, well, he wouldn't. I mean, he was doing some stuff on his own, but he wouldn't have had this same level. Now, I would bring up that the comic books, particularly, I can't remember which one it is. I think it's in Astonishing X-Men on Joss Whedon's run, actually. There's a scene where everybody thinks they're saving the Earth from this giant bullet that's going to hit it. And it's a giant space bullet. And everyone is being mind controlled into thinking that they're going to be able to stop the bullet. So Storm, creates a giant whirlwind and blows it back into space, and Thor hits it with a hammer. And Spider-Man builds a giant web across the buildings in New York City. And then while he's doing it, he goes, wait a minute, that's retarded, and wakes up out of the hallucination. So I already think Spider-Man recognizes that he's not like on the same level as Thor and Hulk. That's common in the comics as well. So him having a little bit of a advantage, I guess, makes some sense when you're talking about the inherent power disparity between a lot of the characters.
Sure. Firing Writer takes issue with me describing as most struggling. You've all seen a lot of the MCU movies. Who do you think beats out Spider-Man for person who's struggled, especially considering Far From Home and Homecoming? And I mean, he did die in a game. Well, Infinity War. I don't know. I think it's pretty close if you look at all of them. I don't think any of them have you have a
Marvel.
Sucks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's like far and away that it's Spider-Man, but that kid's been brought low several times, as far as I'm concerned. Just not in the way that I think people wanted him to be. Conversation, I suppose. I guess I should. Oh, of course, I don't know how I forgot this. What I have to ask the Star Wars question to our brand new guest.
Oh no, the Star Wars question.
So, episode 9, considering we're all very sure it's going to be hideously poorly written, what do you think in terms of, like, the characters? Who do you think is going to be the most inconsistently written?
Well, I think to be inconsistently written, they would have to have been consistently written before. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's part of why there's like qualifiers for this in terms of like we were like, okay, you can't pick Kylo because there's nothing consistent about him in the first place. You can't pick Palpatine because we did not know he was going to be in it when we wrote this, so it's not fair because everybody would probably pick him. You have to keep him out. And Lando, we didn't consider him either, but everybody else you can pretty much choose whoever you want. We've got loads of different votes for loads of different people, loads of different arguments, but I think it is fair to recognize that it's probably just going to be everybody, but, you know.
Well, it probably will be everybody, but my couple of thoughts about what's going to happen based on just the stuff that I've seen, the preview stuff, is that the Rey being evil thing is bullshit. That's going to be a dream or a vision or something. That's definitely not actually happening because Rey has to be perfect in every way. Although I saw that toy with the metal arm or with the robot arm, and I'm just like, oh no, are they really doing this? I'm not sure has that been confirmed.
All I know is World Class Bullshit has said that toy was bullshit.
Okay.
So I don't know anything more than that. It might be real, but I don't think it is.
Okay, good, because that would be terrible. But right now it's mostly rumors and well, considering they even reused stills, they're not trying to. It's very odd that they are not advertising this movie at all.
Nerdrotic just said it was a fake. He's in chat. Apparently, it's fake. Okay.
All right, thank God then. Well, because that would have been. You know what? It's so bad. I could see them doing that. It's such a train wreck that in order to course correct their like dual drifting train that's going down 2 tracks at the same time, just killing everybody in its path. I can't imagine what they're going to do. imagine though that it's going to be just erasing everything about the last film and pretending it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so in terms of character consistency, I guess Finn is going to be the most inconsistent, because he's been all over the place too. Like every time he seems to have a character arc, it gets messed up, and I think here they're gonna... I wonder if they're gonna... I'm not really sure. Rey's gonna be consistent in that she's always going to be a Mary Sue, so she could say, I will say, would be the most consistent. Finn and Poe are probably gonna be the ones that are gonna get messed up if they're even in it as that much.
Finn and Poe are the most voted for so far, outside of Luke is catching up with Poe. Yeah, Finn is the top vote. Most people have voted for him. I don't know, I think it's just everyone thinks that Finn is gonna be someone or do something that's just, again, gonna leave us confused. Also, yeah, there was a quote from J.J. Abrams along the lines of mentioning the word fixing. Not saying that, like, he's never come into a project with the intention of fixing anything. Like, he doesn't say he's fixing episode 9.
Or the requirement of fixing something.
Well, yeah. He goes on to say something like it's, you know, you respect the work that came before you, and that he's done plenty of projects where he starts them and then other people take them over, and that he's going to be taking over someone else's work, and so you have to honor that. Basically telling people that he won't be changing anything from episode 8, and it's like, you will. It's already in the trailer.
Two things changed in the trailer, yeah. Like, he rebuilds everything that, like, Ryan physically broke.
It's gonna be great, and there's
are stronger and bigger and more massive than ever.
Massive.
No!
I just get the feeling that this repair job's being done with duct tape kind of level of repairing, you know?
I just, like, it's amazing that there's an excitement level again, but it's all for the wrong reasons. Everyone's, like, kind of excited to see what things are gonna happen. I'm sure there's gonna be some reveals in this film that are gonna make us go like, oh my god, they did that? Like, I feel like they wouldn't give everything away, so... Excited, to say the least, at how they would have destroyed even more, because that's all Star Wars is these days.
I guess my biggest question in general, and I guess I'd have to ask myself this too, is what's the dumbest thing that they will probably do? You know what I mean? Like, what's the absolute stupidest thing?
I would bet time travel from Red Letter Media is
time travel. I agree with them on that. If it's time travel,
please do it.
Yeah. Just kill me already. Like, you know, if you're... They just kind of been... I mean, it's dead. The franchise is definitely dead. But they need to really, you know, drop, like, a proper grenade on it just to blow it up and make sure there's nothing left. And a time travel plot line would certainly do that.
I'd be so up for some really blatantly poor lines of they do the time travel and then they're like, wow, it's like none of that ever happened. None of it. None of it happened. To the camera, they're like, okay, get it.
And Luke woke up on Endor, addled by Ewok booze. Yeah, I had a terrible dream, everybody. I'm so glad you're all okay.
It's all just a dream the night after the party. It's just Luke had way too much Ewok booze.
And like the de-aging effects are really bad. They're like, Luke, you look really old. He's like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. Like, yeah, this is all episode 6. Everything's great. Look, Han and Leia over there, and they're facing away. He's like, yep, they're fine. Everyone's fine, and it's great. Roll credits. He's like,
to be honest, I would almost prefer that.
Yeah, I'd laugh. Yeah. But I'd be like, thank goodness. Thank goodness this is canon now. None of that ever happened.
Then they try again.
Rags, did you see Rambo yet?
No.
Alright, well, I won't spoil anything, but people were, like, concerned that I said it was better than John Wick 3. Metal Command is currently working.
Difficult.
I know. Metal Command is working on a script to talk about John Wick 3. I'm helping him out with it, as well as giving him pointers, so you'll eventually see a video that expresses my grievances with John Wick 3. It's not going to happen on my channel, and obviously if I was to try and argue why I think John Wick 2 and 3 are awful, it would take some time, and I would need to, because it's both very respected and loved films. We're not talking about like like an episode 9 here. I wouldn't need to go over a lot. So for people who are like very concerned with hearing why I have issues with those, it'll come. It's just that if I was to do it seriously, I'd need to actually like prepare a debate style thing probably. But but you'll get your reasons eventually, because I know people. I take pot shots at them all the time. It's just that I don't necessarily explain much. What I will tell you guys is that Fringy always references it as a thing that we disagree on, but Fringy is now in the team of John Wick 2 sucks as well, or at least I think he's pretty much on that team. And you already thought that John Wick 3 sucked, so we're getting there.
Yeah, we watched a few days ago. We watched a bunch of clips of like John Wick 2 and John Wick 3, and like when you actually go back and look at a lot of these, especially action scenes, they're actually really not good at all. The first ones were great, but man, the second and third.
Yeah, to clarify, I love John Wick 1 still. John
Yeah,
Wick 2
I love
and
John
3.
Wick 1.
I hate John Wick 2, and then John Wick 3 is just funny to me. It's like a clown film, because I've already lost my investment at that point. But I know that people are desperate for explanations, and to give you like an actual fair one, just wait a little bit longer, and you'll get one from Metal. Though, if you catch me like on his stream, I could probably ramble off some opinions quickly, but I would rather do it, in a clean and good way, rather than giving you something that's crappy and rambly, like I said. And yeah, Rambo. Just the quick version is like, I think it's worth seeing, especially for Rambo fans. And there are a couple of things I wanted to say, but I'll keep it maybe next EFAP or something once Rags has seen it. I don't want to be spoiling it, especially if you're gonna which takes us to The Wall. Everybody's been very obsessed with me and Rags covering Nostalgia Critics' The Wall video. Now, before I say anything else, that's not even a video we could really cover, because there's loads of music in it, and there's a good chance we'd be striked to hell. As well as
struck,
striked. Is that not
stricken?
Stricken.
Yeah, stricken has
stroke
already. Yeah,
strunk, strunk. We'd be strunk.
We'd be strunk to hell. Yeah, no, I mean, if Nostalgia Critic has got copyright stuff on his music, because it's his music in the video, I guess.
Oh.
The Jar podcast covered it. Did you guys already do it, or are you debating it?
Well, I was just gonna say. So me and Rags went on an adventure. We watched.
It was an event. It was an adventure.
We heard about all this, and we were like, everyone was like, "What is on EFAP?" And we were like, "All right, let's see what this is." So we watched Nostalgia Critics video, then we watched portions of I Hate Everything's video.
Yeah.
Ralph's video, Needle Drop's video, some other guy's video. Then we watched The Wall, and we had a discussion with Fenna, the animation artist from the video, and I hosted what you could call a debate between CJ, Cynical Reviews Man, and Fenna, and listened to them. That was like 2 hours. And my conclusion after all of this is kind of just meh. Which is
I watched it. I thought it was incredibly. I also hate to use the word cringe, but then again, that's been my general opinion of the Nostalgia Critic for years.
Yeah.
So
I think that's kind of fair.
I kind of thought that like people took it out of proportion only because of what he was, because of the subject matter, I think in part, and because it's very near and dear to many people, and two because what is it exactly? I don't actually know what he was trying to do with it.
So what we did was we watched the Nostalgia Critic video, and then we decided to, because we were kind of shell-shocked afterwards, we had a bit to say during it, but there were a lot of stretches where we just were quiet and we just watched the review. And after that was done and we kind of reconnected with reality, we went and we watched like 4 or so responses to the Nostalgia Critics, and they were all terrible. Like we watched I
have to say, Ralph took the cake with that one.
Yeah, we watched the Jar podcast, and they were just fucking flat out wrong. We only watched.
You checked out like 2 minutes of that, right? Or was it 5?
Yeah. Then we
listened to the whole thing. So
yeah. Then we checked out because pretty much near the beginning, right off the bat, they're like, "There's no criticism in it," and I'm like, "Okay, you didn't fucking watch the video, so this podcast is worthless."
Well, they started out by saying they were big fans, and I think that they had a lot of bias going in. So,
they were very upset. Very clear.
Then we watched Ralph's video, which was absolute garbage tier.
Yeah,
like,
Ralph just
holy shit. Ralph's video was
says it's bad.
Awful.
Ralph Movie Maker?
Yeah.
I didn't even see it.
He made a video on his
his
second channel.
response to his reaction, I guess you could call it, to the review was it really was garbage to your crap. Definitely the worst one we saw that night. Definitely the worst video we saw that night.
Yeah,
Then we moved on.
I was just going to say, to back it up, like, because people are going to be annoyed at this, but it's just like, the thing is with Ralph's one is that, I think he thinks that it's unequivocally obvious that the thing is bad for obvious reasons, and so all he did was play clips and laugh. There's a couple of times where I think he says a couple of things, but I'd say the most offending part of the video is where he shows a bunch of the animation from Fenner and then just says, "This is bad. This is bad."
This sucks. This is bad.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
He misses
That's
he plays clips and he misses he doesn't listen to what the clips are saying. Doesn't even address the points of the clip. Just it's bad because I went in thinking it would be bad and everyone says it's bad and it's going to be bad. So yeah,
did
they're
find that
very
It got
lost
so
a
much
lot of respect for Ralph.
that this in particular AVGN video, or not AVGN, excuse me.
No, you're thinking of Rolf, were you?
Oh God!
Oh
That
no.
That's terrible because I love AVGN, but this particular Nostalgia Critic video got so much weird hate. When again, to me, the only thing I saw in it mostly was it's cringy, but
Yeah,
it's always been cringy like this.
It's weird and cringy sort of in a lot of places, but while Mahler and I were watching it, I think I had to just stop it like 3 or 4 times and say, "Holy shit, the amount of time and effort and production that went into this is actually kind of mind-boggling." Like with all the locations they use and the costumes they make and the editing,
all the
like
different
this is an insane thing to witness on YouTube. This is incredible.
Yeah, which isn't exactly unheard of for Nostalgia Critic. A lot of his skits are of that degree. I just, you know, I hate to say it, but it's like you put a lot of effort into something where I'm just like, all right, that was the thing you did. But lots of
Kind of nuts.
Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. I guess you could move on. We went to the Needle Drop, who we agreed was pretty funny, but he says he's only addressing the album, I think, but he still only says it's bad, and then he says something like I don't want to think about it for longer than I already have. It's bad.
Yeah, we didn't really pull much from it because we didn't learn anything from it. We didn't get anything out of it, you know, as a review of a review, I guess, or a response to a review. And because our fourth, which was the best of the 4, I still didn't like it, but the best of the 4th was like a small channel, had like 400 subs or so. I forget the name.
Yeah, but he went into a bit more depth. Also, I wanted to make sure I mentioned, just because we said that he had high production in like a lot of elements, doesn't mean they weren't low production in elements too. Like he had some.
Oh yeah, it was.
Green screening and cutting out of like images in different places that were really awkward, like with weird outlines and.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
It's the best worst video that you could probably think of. Like it's both the spectrums of amazing and absolutely terrible, all meshed together into one weird creation. It's a really odd video. I mean, I don't dislike it or like it's just a weird floaty thing. It's really really odd. I think it gets a lot of unnecessary hate though. In fact,
yeah. So that I guess that brings us to, because like that last video we watched addressed a little bit more of like Nostalgia Critic's missing a lot of what inspired the wall, or the wall addresses from the key characters' experiences in life and stuff. And so I think a lot of people watched his video and assumed that he was almost making fun of / missed a lot of the more meaningful details, and it definitely upset people. And I think it makes sense, because this is an older piece of content that is very much in the hearts of a lot of people. And it's not even limited to British people. There's those of Americans that absolutely adore Pink Floyd, right? Well, I say that across the world there is, and so
sure.
Him doing this, like, it's like stepping on people's toes hardcore if they think that you've ignored the part of the song that they connect to deeply, and so everyone's really pissed. And I was like, okay, I get that, I really do. And so I started going through the script of Nostalgia Critic's video while I was in a call with Rags, and I was just I was reading out some of the things that were being said in terms of criticism of the wall, if you could call it that, or appraisals to a certain degree. I think there's compliments, criticism, as well as parody / tribute. It's a whole big bag. And so
Yeah, it's really a mix. Like there's someone in chat who already said Reg's defending a 40-minute Doug Walker vanity project. So like, see, you just proven my point. You just proven my point. Like, so none of these responses talk about what's actually said in the review. Like the fourth one does just a teeny tiny little bit in a couple places, but for the most part, the entire thing is thrown away and discounted. Like there isn't an actual whole set of script and words and criticism that's interlaced in the whole video. People just forget it. It's kind of baffling. People just act like he doesn't say anything for 40 minutes.
I think it's because the tone is inconsistent is what makes people also upset, because they can't figure out what it's supposed to be. Because normally with media, our brains can only like really comprehend so many things at the same time, right? So, and that's just from a biological standpoint, in terms of our cognitive energy. So I think if you put too many things, it's parody and it's criticism and it's review and it's satire and it's praise all at the same time, and particularly because it's broken up into more like sort of song format and little skit format, it makes it seem disconnected from its individual
it is.
parts.
sure, yeah.
I don't think anyone who watched, I don't think any of these people watched it a second time. That's what I get. They just like watched it and went off first impressions or off of memory. And there was so much shit going on in that review that there's no way you can listen to it just one time and walk away with you will walk away with like, oh yeah, I know exactly what he was saying. And I don't even still know everything that was said, but there were parts where we stopped and we talked about what Doug was saying. And there's stuff to pull from it. There's stuff to pull from the review and what was said in the review. And it seems like none of the people discussed any of that at all. It's like it didn't exist.
Give you an example. This is something we were talking about once we'd read through the script, but it was like, so this is the same sort of comparison I gave, but the difference between like a book and a film for a lot of people is that books are automatically ruined because a film will lock in visuals while a book describes them, and the viewer can generate it in their heads as to what exactly the place looks like. It can be much more, let's say, beautiful to them at the very least. And so when you have a film, even like Lord of the Rings, this applies to, or Game of Thrones, whatever else, but people are looking at this world like, oh, this is what that looked like? Oh, okay. And then especially if you have production limits, it can actually be very sour compared. But then some other people might argue they find it more immersive to see a living, breathing, flesh and blood stone thing that they can actually place
there's
as
so much research on this. I'm sorry. Like,
I'm sure you probably have way more insight about this than I do. I'm just saying, like, as a basic sort of thing for the audience, that they get the difference, right? So criticism in Nostalgia Critic's video is that when you convert music into a film form, you lock down these ideas and these almost more abstract stuff into actual visuals, into static ideas, and maybe not static. I don't know if that's too offensive. Like, I'm not trying to criticize it myself. I'm trying to explain the idea. So you see it, and you're like, oh, that is what that is, one-to-one. But then the music can be freer, let's say. And so one of them is saying, one of the characters is saying that if you translate it to film, you should take advantage and provide more detail and more, let's say, layers to it if you're going to be more locking in, I guess, or something like that. Like, I'd have to read out the parts of the script. I just found it interesting to read through. I was like, oh yeah, that I guess, because like me and Rags watched The Wall afterward, and I would go as far as saying some of it could use a bit more flesh myself. I could use a bit more detail as to what all of it is trying to say, maybe. So there's a conversation to be had, is the point. I could easily have someone else come in here and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's nonsense because blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, oh, okay. But a lot of the critics of Nostalgia Critic's video don't mention any of the conversation. It's just that it's bad. It's just bad.
It's bad. It's just bad. It's just a bad video. And they don't explain why or go into really any of the reasons why.
And in fairness, I Hate Everything did talk about more stuff. I watched that one fully. Rags didn't see all of it. It's just that there's a lot of nonsense in I Hate Everything's one as well. Like, he just said, like, they throw off the whole animated section as like deviant art. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's the most substantive, densely packed part of the review that you should probably spend the most time talking about. But just like with Ralph, He just sees it playing and he just leans back. Ah, ha, ha, this is This is shit. And he just moves on like it wasn't even there. And even in the review of the guy who said it was the best part, he didn't talk about anything that actually was said in that section. It's weird. People just don't even. They just went in wanting to hate it, or they see something weird, and they don't want to actually discuss what's going on in there. And it's kind of frustrating to see that, especially when, if anything, on YouTube, with all of the lazy ass reviewers that we have who talk in these broad, ambiguous, subjective, nonsensical couple-minute videos they pump out that take no effort whatsoever. Oh, I saw the movie. Here's what it is. I'm going to spend 5 minutes on it. Give it to my Patreon. And I'm not going to tell you really anything about it. Oh, it had bad pacing, or oh, the tone, or oh, I felt this. This stuff that doesn't really help you at all. And then you have Doug Walker, for all of his faults, is actually putting in an insane amount of effort for this stuff. And there is stuff in there script-wise that's interesting to talk about. And there are discussions to be had that he brings up, and people just pass right over it and just laugh.
For the record, I don't know about you, Rags, but I wouldn't call Nostalgia Critics The Wall video good. I also...
No, it's not good. It's not good. It's weird. It's very strange. It is a very strange one. It's not good, though.
We recognized, even before we looked into reviews of it, we've said this before, but the part where he shows the idea of Pink Floyd's issues outweigh everyone else's, and that's a almost pretentious, unfair part to the original The Wall, and Nostalgia Critics saying, like, you shouldn't, almost criticizing them for saying your problems are more important than everyone else's, huh? And it's just like, I don't think that's what Pink Floyd were going for at all, but...
Yeah, he definitely got parts of he definitely misinterpreted, or he pulled away some things that I just think are inaccurate to what Pink Floyd was saying, especially when we watched the review the first time, we were able to say, I understand what Doug's saying, but I don't know if it's accurate or not. I understand the point that he's bringing up, but since we haven't seen The Wall at that time, we didn't know if it was accurate. And then we watched The Wall and we were like, yeah, Doug was just wrong about this stuff. But all in all, I feel like this video it's kind of like Youngblood all over again, where if like Rags dares to say it's not as terrible as everyone just claims it is without ever backing it up, then Rags is wrong and he shouldn't be defending it. Which is not the kind of thing I would hope that after all the EFAP that we've done, we would have grown out of this infantile mindset. But I suppose we haven't quite done that yet.
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've apparently had terrible, controversial takes that we're trying our best to explain, like, and we're confused as to how we're reaching different conclusions exactly. Because, like I said, I did my homework for this. I went through like a whole bunch of videos as well as the source. I held a debate between two people with different mindsets that were like polar opposite, and here I am on what is essentially the fence, confused basically. I don't see what people are drawing out, and when I see a lot of it's just bad, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's not an argument.
Though, like I said,
it's not an argument. It's a vanity project, not an argument.
I did bring up the times where people definitely think that Nostalgia Critics either pissing all over Pink Floyd's point or not understanding it, and I do recognize that exists too.
Yes, and he does that. He does that, and those things are bad.
Yes.
But it's not like that's the thing. Whenever you go on YouTube and you say this thing that people hate, it's not actually as god awful and terrible as everyone just claims that it is. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're being an apologist for. Oh, you're defending it. Oh, why are you doing that?" Well, because I'm being consistent with this, like I am for everything else. In YouTube, people smell blood in the water and they pounce, and they don't know why. They don't know why, and they can't articulate why. But it just is. It's just bad. It's just bad. That's what they'll say.
Basic group psychology, man. It's basic group psychology. Like I said, we're cognitive misers. Our brain only has so much energy that it can expend on having to think about stuff. So it's much easier to get the headline, to get the quick and dirty of something rather than actually have to think about it. And that is, we are designed that way from an evolutionary standpoint. So, of course, when you have a nuanced opinion, to you it seems consistent. To somebody else, it seems like, well, that's not what group thinks. And if it's against group, then it's if it's against your group and your group is a salient part of your active social identity, then when someone disagrees with you, it's actually sometimes perceived as an affront or an assault upon the person or their sense of self. That's why people get upset.
Is this about the wall then?
So
I'm
Well,
sensing that this is about
I'll
the wall
introduce
review.
you.
No,
So-
it's just bad. We don't have to explain why. It's just bad and terrible.
I'd
And if
like-
you
I
don't think
wanna-
it's
I
bad
don't
and
have a
terrible,
problem-
you're being
I don't have-
inconsistent.
Hang on,
I don't have any
let
problem.
me introduce you so people actually know what the hell's going on. I was going to say we are streaming to a whole bunch of people, and this is a hot topic, so I want to make sure we do this right. But this is Fenner. This is the one that did the animation with his girlfriend, I believe, for 17 days. You say you spent in total doing?
We had 17 days to produce about 8 minutes of footage, so we did
And-
our best.
Oh, wow.
And you wrote the portion of the video that was filled with your animation.
The trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like I said, I gave it my best shot, and I don't disagree with a lot of people's points, and I don't mind people hating it. That's part of the game. But
yeah, and so I figured that this is a good chance to sort of. There's definitely an atmosphere of hating the wall, which is fine. I'm just looking to see if there's anything we can address quickly while you're here, just briefly. So, as someone who's more tied to the project, what do you think of the video overall? Good, bad, or middling?
I think as a review, it's not very good. As a critical analysis of the wall, there were a lot of points that were missed by Doug.
I
So as a
agree.
review, it doesn't really work. However, as a parody, I think it's pretty harmless. You know, they obviously put a bit of effort into it. Obviously, my bit was done in with good intentions. I never meant to. Like I said, you might have noticed that my characters were sort of advocating a bit more than they were in the rest of the review, because the wall does mean quite a bit to me personally. Especially having my dad work on the instrumentals for the trial, it was a very personal sort of slice for us. But as a whole video, I'd say it works in a lot of places, doesn't work in a lot of places, and if people don't like it, that's absolutely fine. If people like it, then that's absolutely fine too. You know, the only issue I take is that if you're going to criticize something, you've got to criticize it, rather saying it's bad doesn't really give me much to work on, because it's like, okay, well, do you have 9 inches of rope then? Because that seems to be the only, so you know, it's like I don't know what to take. Say the Jar podcast, when they say, oh, it was bad. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just bad. It's just bad.
And for the record, if it was bad, then that would just give the old set of points with it too. Not to say that I Hate Everything didn't make any points at all. I do think that he did. I would need to watch the video again to reference them more effectively. The one, like I said, that I think did the worst was probably Ralph. I
couldn't really identify any of them as names, because I've never really tuned into their stuff before. But what they were saying was a lot of it were pretty good points, to be honest. Like I didn't find myself disagreeing, but it's just when they got to my bit, it just felt a bit heavy-handed, a bit, I don't know, a bit harsh. I don't mean to,
and
feelings,
Aiden
but,
mentioned it earlier. It is definitely confusing for the audience if someone was to say, "Hey, you're supposed to look at it as a tribute / parody, not review." Well, kind of a review too. Well, sort of a criticism.
Yeah, it was mismarketed. It's kind of like I said to you last time with
Yeah.
audience expectation. If you say if this is the scariest film ever, and it's actually the funniest film ever, even if it is hilarious,
Confused.
you're still going to
Yeah.
be confused and disappointed. So it was mismarketed.
It.
Oh my.
But I think the fact that it was called
call
a
just
review
completely broke
and it
down
was
there.
sort of a parody is what threw a lot of people off. Understandably so, because you labeled it as a thing that it wasn't really as much.
Yeah, and I guess all the reason I brought you in was just to give a perspective, and I'm keeping an eye on chat. I'm looking for like bigger criticisms, but I think you would even concede that there are certain portions of what you would call Doug's takes / the writing and the songs that he made that were pissing people off directly.
Well, what you gotta. The thing is, I think English boys really get the wall because, like I said, that they grew up with their parents and grandparents and great grandparents telling them stories about the institutionalized abuse of boarding schools, and the war was very different from the British perspective than the American perspective. So if you're gonna have a jab at Roger Waters for writing a song about something that happened in his lifetime and comparing it to modern American schools, that does not work as a criticism. Equally, his take on the thing with the war, because Roger Waters actually lost a loved one to such an event, and I think it's pretty unfair to sort of say, "Oh, grow a pair of balls." It's like, I mean, even Roger Waters has come out and said, yeah, some of this is a bit egocentric, but whatever. And there's nothing wrong with being egocentric now and again. But yeah, I think some of the points were a bit missed. It's just when it comes to my section, it's like it's kind of like when you just kind of like when the whole ship's sinking, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah, and him saying Oscar bait song. I remember I was like, what the fuck, Oscar bait? I'm guessing he's referring to trying to come across as deep. Is that what Oscar bait means essentially?
I think a lot of people
putting in loads of the check mark, the diversity checklist and that kind of thing. It's the story of a gay disabled man dealing with autism in the Second World War. Like, that's Oscar bait.
It's a white downer movie. It's designed to make white people feel bad, so they vote for it.
But I find that really weird to refer to anything in the wall as that. I'd just be like, huh? And again, some of these things could be whole subjects. They could be whole discussions, and I think that's another flaw of the videos. A lot of people said it was too long, especially when he says he makes fun of the wall for being too long, and people are like, don't you see how your video is too long? I was like, oh, I think it could have stood to be longer with more so...
I think the wall was too long.
Oh, well, I meant Nostalgia Critic's video, just more explaining detail as to... I don't know, I guess people just wanted more substance from Nostalgia Critic.
It was a passion project, and working on it and talking to Doug, in calls and I know that it's a passion project, and he wanted to make it because he wanted to make it. And he said to me, look, a lot of people are probably going to hate this, but it's something that I've always wanted to make. And again, it's that marketing thing. People were expecting a review, and it just wasn't that, Yeah. Not only because it didn't really review, but also the parts that it did review weren't apt.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I just it's getting referred to as the worst video on YouTube, and I was just like, I don't really see that myself.
I mean,
the rewind
let's temper our expectations.
The YouTube rewind exists. Good point. It seemed a bit much for me, and so I was curious as to looking into all of it and then understanding the issues. And like I said, I think there absolutely are issues there, 100%. It's just that seemed a little hyperbolic. That's all.
People they were extremely quick to just write it all off, as like there was nothing there. And
that's my problem with it.
I can't just do that. I can't just do that. It would not be consistent of me or what we do on EFAP or any of that stuff if I said, oh yeah, it's just all shit, and laughed at it, even though there's stuff being said and there's criticism being made and there's concepts that are being discussed. I'm not just going to pretend or act like those things aren't in the review because there's a weird visual or a bad joke or a strange visual effect going on, or it looks amateurish or any of that stuff. Like, they all exist together, and you can't just negate one part of it and say, yeah, the whole thing's just shit.
Yeah, that's like I said, a child's concept of criticism. If you're going to be a critic, the key word is to criticize and sort of base your points on something of substance, and that means looking at the good and the bad. And if you're just looking at the bad, then you're doing half the job. And you're a pretty shit critic if you just look at everything that's shit about something.
And I'm trying to be consistent here, like Liam Kennedy said. More, that's hypocritical. You often say this is a thing that happens, and that's your critique as a full. The times I think I've done that, I did it a couple times in the Predator review, But when I explain that in the final battle between the Predator and the heroes, that a random alien dog walks up to them and vomits out a grenade that saves the day, when I say that, I assume you can understand the issue. If not, I still go over it in like the summary portion. But my videos are typically like an hour long, and so it's not just me saying what happens. I'll never just do that. It'll usually be a stake. So it's like, there you go, you know that now. And then later on, I'll usually explain how it falls into a category of bad. Like, it's extremely convenient that that happened, especially in the end of the film. While with like Ralph's video, and it looks to be like a reaction video, so you could argue, what's wrong with him just laughing? I'd be like, oh, I just think as criticism goes, it's worthless.
Yeah. I mean, it's all in good fun, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm more invested in the discussion than mostly everything else, so I just more curious as to talk about it. And you know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, this will destroy Nostalgia Critic's career," and I was like, "I think he's already fine. His next video is doing great."
Not. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, people say, "Oh, he's taking the wall too seriously." Fuck me. People are taking this like he's just murdered 15 people with a fucking, you know. They're talking like he's just shot some girl down in a turnip field. You know, it's a review of a film that maybe a lot of people don't like or even hate, but Jesus.
And to the top position, I imagine on the opposite end would be that the wall meant a lot to somebody, and then they have this guy who gets hundreds of thousands of views talking about how it's Oscar bait, it's too long, it's boring, and it's self-obsessed or something. They could be very fucking upset, and I wouldn't actually blame them. I'd just be more interested in seeing those videos that explain it in that way, instead of going, oh my god, it's so bad. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I just, as someone who worked on the video, I would if someone says to me, oh yeah, your character, you know, your characters are over-designed, it's like, but they've only got like 2, maybe 3 colors. And it's like, can I get a bit? No, just don't like, okay. So it's like, from one of the people working on the video, it's kind of frustrating to have people say, oh, this is bad. Why is it bad? It just is. Okay. What, can't take criticism? Fucking, it's like, right. It's just a sort of confusing process. There's got to be some form of exchange here, surely. If I'm going to produce content and you're going to critique it, surely there must be some form of effort in the sort of, you know, exchanging of content. If I'm, you know, tell me what you didn't like, please. And if you make a good point, I'll agree with it.
And that's pretty much it. I just wanted to bring you on to hear that. Maybe there'll be something going forward. I don't know. Like more videos to come out, more debates to happen about this thing. But that's pretty much what you could call EFAP's take on it. We're pretty middle of the road about it all.
Yeah, I don't care about the wall really. I don't care.
That could be what people would reference as the problem. They'd be like, "You're not invested enough in the wall, so that's why it didn't bother you." And it's like, okay.
Oh, like good. That means I could try to be as objective as possible about it.
I was gonna say, Fenna, you really like the wall, so right?
I do like the wall, yeah. But yeah, it's not like Yellow Submarine where it's sort of like they took music and adapted it into its own little thing. It is sort of like a really long music video, but I'm not gonna deny that what's there is great. The music, the visuals, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know.
Yeah, that's why I don't think we could do like a review of the wall. It's so conceptual in that kind of way that it doesn't have the same kind of a structure or scripting that a typical film would have. And I don't know how I would really take on the wall itself.
I think you could review it the way that you review and this is actually a really interesting point that got brought up a while ago, which is that you would have to probably look at it as a performance of a piece, as like if it's Jesus Christ Superstar or Cats or whatever, you would have to be looking at the film representation as the performance of this piece. So then you can say like there are these flaws in this performance, this specific adaptation, not necessarily with the music itself or with the play itself. But it would have to be because people do that all the time, reviewers do, say this specific performance of Cats, which will certainly be very interesting soon, but is good or bad for these reasons, and you can do that on a very objective, you know, guidelines, versus what I think happened is because there was the integration of it being a parody, of it being an homage, of it being a review and critical all at the same time, it made it too confusing to understand what was going on. It would have been probably more concise to just make it a review of this performance.
Yeah,
I know that
mean,
certainly when we watched The Wall, we were able to take the things that were in Doug's video. You're like, oh, okay, that's what he was doing there. Okay, Doug was wrong here, and Doug was wrong here about this, and this is where he gets this idea from. And there was a part where in Doug's video, he has the whole section of the guy sitting in front of the TV, falling asleep and being bored. And I think both Muller and I were like, oh, yeah, that's why he had that in, because we're both kind of like, okay, we're kind of getting bored here. It's like there's connections to be made. And it certainly recontextualized a lot of stuff when we watched The Wall, but ultimately, I thought Doug's video was more entertaining. So there.
You'll be crucified.
So there.
Wow.
Crucify me. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Now, at least
was
I
more
don't need to
entertained.
worry about being the subject of the attention now.
I thought Doug's video was more entertaining than The Wall. There you go. There's your hot take. And I'll
See, it's
stand by
interest-
that. Oh, and that's subjective, so there ain't a damn thing you can do about it.
They can still judge.
Let them judge.
See, it's interesting because as someone who worked on the review, I would actually disagree with that. But see, that's the sort of thing that happens, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's
I know. I can see why people like The Wall a lot. I definitely see it. There were parts that I really liked. I thought The Wall. I liked it more towards the beginning. I like the kid losing his father and the mother stuff. I was like, I like that. I like that part. The animations were really good. I don't know the names of the songs, so forgive me if I don't know the names of the songs. But they had the representation of the Black Eagle as the Luftwaffe picking up cities and things like that. Like I really like that. I thought that was really cool, really creative.
Now, would you agree with me? In my section of the review, I had Lucy say, "Oh, they should have used it far more often in reference to the fact that the animated sequences were the strongest parts of the film." Now, would you agree with me?
Yes, yeah, I would.
Right now, right, good.
When Muller and I were watching it, we both pretty much felt like there was a lot of sections where they were live action sections for the most part that just dragged on. I feel for a lot longer than was needed. And it's already an hour and a half. So we were saying, man, if they cut down and condensed a lot of that part that just seemed really fillery and repetitive, and instead gave more time to the animated sections that were really well done and well directed and had really good, metaphorical stuff happening,
See, now,
I think it
in
would be
my
better
lyrics-
overall.
In my lyrics, when that big creature says, "We're bored of Alice, we want the Hatter," that's what I was referring to. The animated sections are the
Nah, it's
strongest
all
part
shit.
of the film. Oh, well, okay.
It's all shit because it's animated and it's weird and it's therefore any of the lyrics that you have, we're just gonna ignore them. Don't talk about them.
Yeah, fair enough. So a lot of people say to me, "But what did this have to do with the Wall?" And I'm like, "But what does any critic have to do with anything they're reviewing? The point is to sort of, I mean, what do you mean? What does this have to do with the Wall? It's clearly a musical parody of the sequence." That sort of confuses me, but. I don't know.
I was going to say,
I find it.
I definitely, while exploring all of this, I understand from different sources. I found more insight in threads and the comment section than I did in the video reviews. But I get the issues. I do. I understand it.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me. I just think the worst video on YouTube was a bit hyperbolic. That's all. And we often try and
maybe save that for the actual worst videos on YouTube. Maybe.
What are the worst videos on YouTube?
I know. Yeah, I'm fucking curious now as well.
that
I've gotta say.
JXy guy makes some pretty bad ones.
Yeah.
If we had to make a list of the worst videos, that's tough. I would say, well, it depends on how you want to come up with worst. Do you mean it to be like nonsensical or just let's put it this way. Is Jared's review of The Last Jedi or The Force Awakens worse than the Wall review?
Oh yeah, and for clarification, me and Rags. Well, I don't think Rags had spoken to him just yet, but I spoke to CJ for like.
Haven't talked to him yet. Yeah.
I spoke to him for like 3 hours, and he's someone who hated the Wall video. Sorry, the Nostalgia Critic video, and he said that it was the problem. I think he said it is the worst video review on YouTube, and so all I did was look for insight. I was just asking him all kinds of questions about what was fucked up about the video, and this is where I'm at after it. And I think I think his mind changed after I was like talking about the script with him and just talking about different parts. Obviously, he's not here to speak for himself, so I don't want to say too much. But
he was ranting at the when was this before last night? Because
it
he
was before
started,
your
like,
stream. Yeah.
I spoke to him last night where he was ranting about how bad the video is. I'm not sure if he said it's the worst on YouTube, but he was still like really really angry about it.
Oh yeah, he definitely still thinks it's bad, and that's the thing. I don't have a problem with that.
Well,
actually,
not angry, but like really, I guess, you know.
all I'm trying to say is that I got to speak to him, and he's someone who loves the wall, hates the video. So it's not like I've not heard what's wrong with it.
Was that the guy I spoke to?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he was alright. Him.
Yeah, it was just that's the kind of stuff I was looking for. Just you know, I think that a video with like Doug and you versus him and maybe even I Hate Everything, that could be more insightful than any of the reviews, just because there's a lot of misunderstanding. But and I'm not trying to say that. I mean misunderstanding on both ends of people who like and dislike. I think a lot of people who liked Nostalgia Critics video might not even be able to say why, because I think a lot of people are lost on a lot of the lyrics.
Yeah,
Well, people just like
There's a
him,
lot going
too,
on, so it will definitely be difficult to process. I know we miss stuff because there's so much happening at once. That's why, I mean, we got the script and Mahler read out parts of the script and we talked about the things that were said in the script. It's like, oh, there's stuff here. Shame that seems that a lot of people are just ignoring it. Like there's not even words being spoken here.
Yeah, that's about it. I didn't want to go any further with it, really. So thanks for popping on. And like I said, we'll definitely have you for an EFAP at some point. I just wanted to let people know that you're aware of the criticisms as well. That you're around. That there's discussion happening, and it's just
Yeah, it's like whatever. I'm gonna go and commit Sudoku now because obviously.
Oh,
God,
Oh,
right. Me.
oh, and by the way, if I say people say this and you're not one of those people, guess what? I'm not fucking talking about you now, am I?
All right. Well, I'll see you around. Take it easy. All right.
yeah, man. I'll catch you. Raj.
Goodbye.
Thanks for popping in.
Goodbye.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Like I said, I found it all very interesting, and I'd love to talk to I Hate Everything about it. I don't know if he'd be up for that though. He hasn't spoken to me for a long time, but I'll try
Is he
regardless.
one of the people who thinks you're a big bad?
I don't know if he thinks I'm a big bad currently. He might do. And obviously we'll probably address more of this in the intro of the next EFAP, because I have a feeling we've just this goes further than Spooderman or Godzilla rags. This is probably one of them big. We did a bad, but we'll be able to address whatever arguments come up.
We did a bad because because we didn't declare outright that it was the most terrible thing, and we actually tried to learn about what was being said. Yeah, fuck us.
Well, I saw someone already said in my Discord that we're not bringing up any of the cogent arguments that were brought by people who don't like it. I thought I did already.
We literally have, though. Like, we literally have. We admit multiple times in this stream that Doug is just flat out wrong about some stuff in the wall. Like, he was just flat out wrong about some stuff.
This is why I'm not comfortable in saying, like, I'm not sure what I would rate his video as a whole. It's kind of tough to say.
Yeah, that's why we've been saying it's a huge mix of good and bad. Like the section in his review where he's got the cloud that says my problems and it destroys everyone else's problems. Like the whole point of the wall was about how Pink's problems are the only problems that matter and no one else has issues. Like, no, Doug, that's entirely inaccurate. There's no way that the wall is actually saying that. You just got this one wrong.
In Nostalgia Critics video, he says like you're comparing wall with like school and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, you can do that. A lot of comparisons a child could make from their perspective about the hardships of different things and how the war connects to and influences the life of children in Britain at that age, that time. I mean,
Chat's pressing Q for Quentin.
Okay, fine, right. So anyway,
so there you go.
We're still not quite done with what you could call the intro, but don't worry, chat, you'll like this next bit. So here is an invite to the watch together, everybody. If you just jump in. If you remember, some EFAPs ago, we covered a wonderful man named The Closer Look, and I found this compilation that I thought was really funny that you guys will enjoy. Is anybody not in the watch together?
Hey, 1 second, I have to just load it up.
Problemo.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, you know, I was here for the promise of memes.
Oh,
and
this is
I've
kind of
been
a
in for a
meme.
while. on something that, you know, like I have no insight on whatsoever, and I'm just like,
That
yeah,
wasn't necessarily
this all
intended.
sounds
It's just,
reasonable.
what am I supposed to do, Jay?
Kick me.
Kick you? I can't do that. We're about to do memes. Actually, well, now I can't do memes because chat's going to be upset at me if I do memes before Quinton. So I guess, how long are you free for, Jay?
I'm free for a while.
All right then. Anyway, if everyone's here, all right, chat. So this, like I said, Mr. Closer Look was often describing things with certain words, and I guess someone made a compilation. Bless their heart.
Epic,
and,
epic.
Hey, stop. I guess I'll show you guys. So here we go.
Epic, 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 truly epic, 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 bone shit, hope, dread, hope, dread, hope, dread, even more dread, gush of hope, another gush of hope, yet another gush of hope. This is another great gush of hope. Really epic, 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 unquestionably epic. I mean, I'm a 22-year-old with limited writing experience living in my mum's house. I am no expert. If you ask me, this film really would have benefited from the Russos spending more time learning about creative writing. Anyway, thanks for watching.
no.
I'm a Celestial Apex Massive.
I'm a Celestial Apex Massive.
Well played, person who made that video. Which leaves us, yeah. So I guess I don't know if I should leave this up to chat or not. We have, I guess for the sake of Aydin, we should probably jump into a video instead of memes.
You can do whatever, man.
Memes could take a while, and you have a lot of non-context for them, so I wouldn't want to ruin your time, especially with. I hope you don't feel like you were a little bit lost on that wall discussion. It's just that everyone wanted us to.
No, I mean, I listened to the jar review. I watched the.
Yeah.
But I just don't have strong opinion because, again, to me, my only takeaway from it was this seems like an average Doug Walker video to me.
Yes, actually, I felt kind of the same
yeah,
way.
it is kind of.
Because I've never really
This
been a
one's about the
fan.
wall.
Always skits and I'm not even a huge fan of his voice, as weird as that sounds. It always seems a little high up and too excited. And I was like, oof, he's like Bugs Bunny to me.
Epic.
But hey, not like impossible to listen to him. I find it fine sometimes. I guess you could say hit and miss.
I guess I never miss.
Sorry, I was distracted by Jay's post there. Why have you got that?
We
there?
have a couple memes in the sea of
that's
cues,
gonna
though.
that's gonna feature in a video of mine soon. I refuse to give context.
All right.
But
Well,
this
you
is
know
just
what?
I made it a while ago for a video, and it's been sitting on my desk ever since.
I can do some picture memes real quick. How about that? Let's do some quick.
If you picture
Do whatever makes you happy.
We got so many people requesting memes. I can't look at that. It's tearing me up. What am I supposed to do? Got history book and principles of massives. I don't think it's real personally, but I'd like to.
I don't think so either.
Excellent.
I feel like we're being bamboozled.
Yeah, got the good rats. They've been found again. Aydin, I wonder how much you're going to be lost on this. But
This is a 40K thing.
no, actually, it's a brown table thing. As much sense as that makes. I was actually gonna. He at the beginning of a new video, Jay made me aware of this. Brown table says, "Why am I talking about this video? Joker is coming out," and Jay's convinced that's an EFAP reference.
It is an EFAP. It's absolutely an EFAP reference.
It is for
He
us,
knows.
but for him, that could actually be him
Is
referencing
that a
himself.
motherfucking EFAP reference?
I don't know. I'd like to believe. Also, so someone was watching my Game of Thrones videos, and an ad for the Game of Thrones game was on it. That's because Jay's done a video on how bad that game
is. Really good.
It's not, Jay.
It's a really great game.
Don't lie to the
it's a great
people.
game.
I'm really irritated that it's installed on your phone and you can't uninstall it. At least
What
on
is?
mine. The
That
Game of
game?
Thrones game
It's installed on
it
your phone.
comes pre-installed on Android phones, and you
What?
cannot uninstall it. Yes.
I
That's
guess
so dumb.
that's terrible.
If you go
Oh,
through AT&T,
no.
if you go through AT&T at least, you have to literally drop AT&T as a service and go to another service to get rid of it.
It's like it's the worst game. Like I had to uninstall it 5 times from my computer, and like the 5th time I had to get help because every time I like uninstalled it and like deleted all the files attached to it I could find, the next time I booted up my PC, it would be back.
Yeah, that I'm
Like,
aware of.
no.
They're like a little parasite.
It is. It's a parasite. It's.
Do you remember when you input this into
So-
your calculator, Rags? I guess someone managed to find a photo of it.
Yeah, I have a analysis calculator, and I just type in what I need to get whatever I want to have. It's great.
This was, I can't remember which EFAP it was, but I think it was you, Rags, that said celestial harassment.
Celestial harassment is never okay.
Every female in the galaxy. I don't know who it would be orchestrated by. I guess celestial could be like Marvel, where celestials are actual beings. Still very cool.
Jesus.
This is a stick-like weapon.
Yeah, by his definition, why not?
Well, it's got a,
Got a
nice
stick on the
stick
front.
there.
Yeah, there's a stick-like thing on the front.
A long
It's basically
shaft.
a stick, yeah.
Me and the boys, when we track down the informant who knows what makes good rat. It's the never-ending journey to find good rat.
Man, good rat. That meme is that one's sticking around.
I don't know how, it just is. This is a highly underrated meme. Pizza time.
Pizza time.
Oh, very nice.
Because he likes pizza.
He does. A nice little piece of history for you guys. The leader of the evil men who ask why you like things.
Or even worse, you ask people why they don't like things.
Equally
Oh
as evil.
no.
I'm just
Ah.
imagining like that's actually what Hitler did now. He's just like, so why do you like this?
Why
And
do you
that's-
like the
that's
juice?
atrocity.
Fine muesli. I guess they're trying to say that with RTX on, J-Stream improves to the point of being the Goliath Chronicles.
That was a pretty great stream.
The memorable one. It came out of nowhere.
That was a stream for
I was
the
playing
ages.
Jurassic World Evolution while we were in that stream. It was fun. I remember it.
That's not allowed.
So the
You
trouble
can't be doing
began.
other things.
Damn smile. Do you know what that's a reference to? What film? Because I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, it's Captain Marvel. That's the Don character in Captain Marvel.
What about the other three?
I don't know.
I
some
can't
bitch.
remember the name of the movie. I do know it, but oh god,
They're
it's
bad.
escaping me. It's not a
Downfall.
good movie if I remember correctly.
It makes me
The
assume
Downfall, yeah.
it's one of those like.
People are
teen
saying
movies.
13 Reasons Why in
Oh,
the chat.
You know what?
Is
I
it
feel like we've
13
been.
Reasons Why?
Yeah, it could be. We've probably been told that before.
We used it for the Rags handsome face, and it was very funny.
I
I think
I'm
that
probably
is it. 'Cause
yeah.
I've
Oh no. Is this Borderlands 3?
I don't know. It could be any of them, to be honest with you,
Looks
because I
like it.
can't remember.
oh
exactly.
they do kind of look the same too, which is a good
How
thing,
does the
I
game
suppose.
look? It looks terrible.
It's
That's
they try to
alright.
do the they're doing that
Stylized for sure.
shading style.
No.
It's a
It
Telltale
looks
thing.
it looks bad. Maybe it's on console or something.
Maybe I don't. I think I may have shown this one before, but it's still a classic. I have.
And Olive is a weird grape.
I like that the old memes are still getting their reasonable amount of attention.
Oh yeah. The Dawn being possibly one of the strongest memes we've had.
He is possibly one of the strongest memes we've ever had.
Possibly.
By the way, yes, chat. I know you can get it on PC on the Epic Games Store, but it looks so bad that I just assumed it was on console running there. So
I like that I have the Dawn in around my neck. It's suitable. It's wonderful. And more renditions of me in alternate universes, I suppose. Or this one depends on what I get to at my own time.
Bing bong, your opinion is wrong. What's that guy in the back? There's a guy in the back right.
That Markiplier?
Who is that? I gotta zoom in.
Yeah, it's
It
Markiplier.
looks like Markiplier.
Not 100% sure why. I like
Why
those in
is,
18.
why is Markiplier there?
You got I fucking hate Trub. Quinton reviews 4 out of 10. I guess Quinton reviews watched this film. He wasn't happy with it.
He's
Did he not like
dangerous.
Mahler Cop? He gave it a 4 out of 10.
Never-ending sandwich.
Film censors were rated PG, but also 18.
I want to see this movie. Alan. It's all middle. Look, there's no ends. This is a pretty clever meme. Oh, why doesn't the Resistance use Y-wings? I don't even know what those are.
That is crazy, though. What a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
It's like it's not even that. It's not even like the. Let's assume that like a lot of people didn't know what Y-wings are, right? His argument is literally just, no, it's not a problem because some people are ignorant. Cool. Thanks, man. Good argument.
People don't know what established things are, so we'll add new things that make less sense.
That'll help.
All right.
Trying to work out how the fuck do you do an Emmy? Hey man, it doesn't have to make sense, okay? We should put less stock in Emmys and Oscars. That's probably the way out of that.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah, they're
imagine
jokes.
already having an Emmy and then you see that and you're like, oh, this is worthless.
Yeah. Now I know that my Emmy is equal to D&D Game of Thrones season 8. Just throw it in the trash, melt it down, make a toilet seat out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, melt it down.
The toilet seat's
Probably
pretty
worth
good.
more just in raw materials.
Is this a letter? I think there's more than one of these actually.
That was funny.
This is a deep meme. I'm not Mexican Martha in real life. Rags, you'll know this. Big. From the
Oh no.
the t-shirt stream.
That was a great stream.
The
Mexican
Mexican
Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, Mexican Halloween was great.
If you want to know the reference to this meme, it's the extended universe part 2. As deep as the lore goes now. Another movie with us in this.
Yeah, that's the that's like the Disney Channel or whatever play movie quick play act bars. I am beautiful.
A closer look. We should take Avengers Endgame and put it into Helm's Deep.
Helm's Deep's great.
It is great. I've been having to rewatch it while I've been editing. The rendition of Goliath. I think See Goliath.
Oh my goodness. See Goliath. That is terrifying.
I can't believe there are people out there that have spent more than 1.2 we're excited. Billion.
This is really good. He put eyes and a mouth on everyone. He made you squint. Oh, you're all bloody now.
Well, I was bloody
There's
before.
bloody in all of them.
Were you?
Oh yeah, I got blood on
Look
me.
at the other panels.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know that you had blood over you.
Oh well, I don't tell you about my day to day.
What?
I
Where's
get
that
up-
blood
Your butcher.
from?
I get up.
You
to
know,
lots of-
don't tell me. I'd rather not know. But this is a really good meme. I really like this meme.
Wait, what just happened? Back memes.
And also, yes, chat. That the movie is called Rags.
Rag is. One of them long women I've heard about. I see a lot of them. I guess.
Well, it's like wait, is there always blood on that profile picture? Because it's always cut off at the neck. So I
well,
never.
that vision does. The vision I'm currently using doesn't have blood on it.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that other vision. I'm not as familiar with that one. This one picture. Dunkwaman.
That's just a funny sounding word.
Here's another shad one.
That's good. That was funny when he said that.
Yeah. The ending of the Odyssey is not epic enough because the premise is only about Odysseus' marriage. I said that. I think we really have to take it seriously.
Dunkwaman.
I mean, if
The
the
reading of the
Greek
Odyssey is not
philosophers,
epic enough.
Yeah, Bigidius. Have you ever studied anything from Bigidius?
Bigidius. Yeah, you know what? I'm more in the psychology fields than philosophy, but I have heard of
Bigidius.
Bigidius.
Yeah,
I know that he's well
very
known among
influential.
the greats.
The fact that we just say Bigidius so naturally.
Speaking,
All because that the text font.
you'll love this one. Fans of Bigidius. The Freudian and pupil Bigidius are the first in history to engage in debate
Oh.
on the trap question.
Oh yeah, chat's asking us to tell Aydin about if she knows about Freudian.
Oh yeah, so you know that when someone says a Freudian slip, they're referring to the guy Freudian, right? Not Freud, because that would be fucked up mistake. His name is Freudian.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
We may or may not have had.
Who even? I've never heard of this man Freud. I mean, everyone knows Freudian.
We may or may not have had a guest who was convinced it was Freudian, and we let them run with it for a few seconds before.
Oh no! Really?
so now we have Freudian and Bigidius. They are two very galaxy-brained individuals.
And I believe
I
think it's
really
supposed to be
feel like
Plato
a
and
mortal among
Aristotle
gods here with this kind of advanced intellectualism. I'm not sure how I can compete.
Should we read this out? I'll do the gray and you do the blue.
Are you gonna be Freudian and I'll be
okay? I'll do Freudian.
Alright, you can be Freudian. I'll be Bigidius.
Dearest pupil, I beseech thee to abandon these explorations unto massivity. The gods erected boy kind to please girl kind, not thine tireless phallus.
Consider this, honored mentor. If it were a lad of most effete beauty, and the room were dark, would it truly be queenly to mount him in ignorance? Imagine, if you will, the shadow of a youth cast on a wall in silhouette, their groin as yet obscured.
As stimulating as I find such theoreticals, the ancient wisdom remains unchanged. If the balls do not come in contact, has a man partaken in the big gay?
But my master, are you not an ineffable champion of the subjective naturity of existence? If all about us is but a mirage of our senses, then surely the big gay too is up to interpretation.
The world of our senses is surely subjective. Never doubt that, fair Bigidius. But within the framework of what our eyes and peens do tell us, your summertime fling had a manhood beneath her stola. You ought to confess to your wife, O pupil.
Leave Big Titius out of this, if you will.
Big Titius.
Big Titius.
So,
now, I will say, shouldn't Freudian and Bigidius be swapped? Because Freud is on Plato. Wait, I forget which one of those is Plato. And which one of those? No, Aristotle's on the left, right?
I don't know this picture.
And Plato's on the right here.
That's Freudian.
It's the Academy.
I think. I forget which is on the left. Plato left, Aristotle right. Okay, all right.
Rags needed his meme, and then we go from that to this meme, which is just a wonderful.
Oh yeah, that's great.
I'm saving it.
That's literally what it is, though. He's killing it.
Such a stupid meme, but I love it. Like the film. Yeah. This one's good for if you'd like to read out the top bit, Rags. This is the process that he went through when making the video, I guess.
Okay, my fellow female workers and other girls liked TLJ and experiences awful treatment and hate on the internet from so many nerdy guys. They are attacking the film. They are calling people who liked it names. I've heard some tran even deleted their Instagram. It reminds me times when I liked the prequels when I was little boy, and so many people called me stupid and hated me for liking spaceships and lightsabers. Okay, I'm gonna make a video and address it, and ask people to be nicer and do not ruin other people's enjoyment.
Men are ruining Star Wars. That's the conclusion he makes from that.
Gonna press X to doubt on the backstory, but
good old
that. Yeah, he didn't do a good job.
So someone find the Don's Deli. I can't imagine the pleasure it is to going to eat.
Orphans eat for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a reference to when was it Wolf who wanted to Infinity Snap half of people, all the people he said were stupid. I can't remember, but either way,
sounds like a Wolf quote.
I like that I've got my little wolf badge as well.
I like that I'm horny.
Important. Don't forget this as well. I guess this is just deleted scene from Empire.
Like shitty movies, you must. That's my best Yoda. That's all I got.
It's okay.
That was a good Yoda.
That was pretty good, I think.
It's funny because I could see that being in the room as a quote. That's a real quote, by the way, Aiden. I don't know if you knew that.
Just because it's bad doesn't mean it's bad.
Wait. It was the Bat from Anastasia who gave this review?
Oh my god. Oh, what's his name? Don't tell me. Oh, the Bat from Anastasia. His name was Bartok.
Bartok! Yeah.
Bartok.
Oh god.
What a great movie. What a great
I mean, that's
Bat.
just-
What makes good Bat? Bartok.
I mean, that's just words of wisdom right there. You know, wisdom spelled with an E at the end. Just because it's bad doesn't mean it's bad. Jesus fuck.
I can't believe someone said that. He wrote it out and then he said it and he kept it. And I
The Empire one might be a reference to the racist Empire, by the way. Someone said in chat. That might be true.
Oh yeah.
We've had a lot of memes to catalog, you know. Very realistic. I feel like they might be like this could be like Hello Greedo even like with that stream raid. Rhino
Yeah.
Milk, praise the dog.
People were sending Hello Greedo the EFAP memes in the chat and he was completely unaware of their context.
You saying I'm Jamaican?
It was funny. Huh?
He thinks massive means you're Jamaican.
Like he looked up massive on Urban Dictionary, and the first thing it was like, it's Jamaican slang for da da da, and he's like, "You're saying I'm Jamaican?" That's like my favorite quote from that whole thing.
Good old.
That's weird because massive people group collective Jamaican origin. All the massive dim love reggae music.
I mean, I wasn't aware of that, but sure, he's Jamaican now.
Hey.
I love the idea that Hello Greedo can be under the impression that someone might think he is Jamaican.
Yeah, it would make sense. Stormtroopers were
He's got
typically
the
Mexican.
pale
Jamaican.
hands. I like how he uses a webcam while he's streaming, but he wears the helmet.
Yeah, it's like oh, I need a webcam so people can see my face, but I don't want people seeing my
People can
face, so
see
I'll hide
my
it.
helmet.
They can see his room.
See?
That's good enough.
This is what I look like, just like the videos.
I got these pink lights so that people could see how nice my room is.
Like the
So people can observe how the light bounces off my mask.
I like that everyone has rhino milk badges, even the ATST type thing. I don't know what fiction this is, but you know,
Warhammer.
there you go.
This is the Imperial Guards fighting off the Tyranids.
Mm-hmm.
Not fighting what we hate. I feel like this was made like unironically by someone who really liked the film. I don't know.
It does look unironic.
That does look like it could be a Tumblr post.
And yet it works like a meme for us.
I don't want to see the Rule 34 though.
Oof.
Why would
You
you,
know it
inject that
exists.
morbid curiosity into my brain, Rex?
Yeah.
You know it exists. You know it's out there. It's definitely real.
Rags is proud of himself. Is like, I know Warhammer, sort of.
I'm getting a punishment from chat for not knowing. Feels bad, man. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of people, if they don't see a Space Marine in it, they're like, oh, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Tide does remove shit out of your clothes. It's a very good informative ad.
Imagine if Tide actually ran this ad.
They did it all right. The way they did
The
it.
way they did it. Billy Bob Bangleton.
This is one of those pictures that if you show someone with no context of EFAP would be like, what in the world could all of this mean? None of this means anything.
Definitely massive. It's like, I don't understand.
1.2
I
billion
genuinely think
percent.
this would do all right in surreal memes.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna post this to surreal memes right now.
It is the most meme. It's nonsensical.
Oh yeah, so when we were looking at these, I can't remember if it was Rags or Shad or whoever else suggested I should have a long weapon, so we changed it to a well, I don't actually. What is the name of something a weapon like this?
That is a Naginata.
There you go. I call it a staff knife.
Or a sword staff, or whatever you want to call it. Just call it Carl. Fuck it.
Shad
like-
has a video about those kinds of weapons, does he not?
Yep.
I get. Haven't seen all.
Yes.
This was like a strange 3D rendition of me in some kind of software. I have no idea, but I thought it was
Oh
funny.
my goodness. I can imagine it aggressively T-posing at you.
That's horrifying.
I thought this was pretty funny.
The shadow makes it really creepy.
Yeah. We had this meme for Movie Bob having killed all of the different guests and hosts. Me and Rags still haven't been murdered by Movie Bob yet, but now it's me killing loads of different pieces of content. How very friendly.
Because Movie Bob's like a supernatural force. He's not even human.
No. Say that he would.
He's one of like the
Wrong.
fundamental forces of the universe. Like
Torture. I had
like
tons of fun.
electromagnetism, gravity, and Movie Bob.
Could be a glaive,
Beautiful.
yeah. Depends what you want to call it. It's probably name a lot of things.
Yeah, I feel like that supercut may or may not happen. Just the whole him saying it was tons of fun, mixed in with all of the most horrible bits of Star Wars,
Yeah.
including Han Solo screaming in pain.
He set himself up poorly for that one.
I like this drawing. I've got like a
Objection.
Nice.
trench coat suit.
That is a long trench coat.
And it was. I think there's a Rags vision. We'll find it.
Oh god, yeah. The 4-panel one. Oh, it's amazing.
What?
He tried to make that hideous creature not hideous.
Yeah, it's like an attempt at the cutest possible vision of the creepy fart balloon monster. So yeah, no, I like
The
it.
creepy fart balloon monster. It has a real name in the wiki, but it's just a creepy fucking fart monster.
This is I think I mentioned on one of the podcasts how it probably would have been better if Ray was like had to struggle like crazy to save everybody from the fallen rocks in and the guy said he drew this as a sort of vision of it, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Why is she bruised in her head? That's my like. I understand why it would be a nosebleed, right?
Did
that's
she
a good
have
way to do
a
it, like-
wound in her head? Was there originally? I can't remember. It was like
No, that would
explosion
be a
stuff.
flaw.
Oh shit! Sorry. Yeah.
How could you forget?
Obviously, it would be tough if you had this moment in the film as it stands. It might be strange because the whole film doesn't necessarily match it. But obviously, I'd be advocating for changing pretty much everything. You know,
But
like,
the Force has never been shown to work like that, though. It's never been like. I mean, that's
people
like the
definitely
dark side. You have to
struggled
really, like,
to use the
strain and-
Force. You could
Yeah,
totally
but not
add
so
that
much
in.
that like, you get a nosebleed, though. Like,
Yeah, you could
no
totally add it in.
physical repercussions of it before.
Add
You
it in.
can add
Why not?
nothing.
Add it in.
I would like to point out
the
that
fuck?
I am the most massive.
It's true.
So
Me and Jay
I
have
would
been
like to-
outmassive. I like the Pipeman is there as
all
well.
the naysayers.
I'm about to lose this game of Vigario.
Oh no.
let it be said that I'm the most massive.
Well, isn't Pipeman is pretty massive there? He's just like
He is pretty
obscured by the
massive.
rest
I'm
of us.
assuming that's the Pipeman's massiveness. Yeah. He's still
Why do I
outmassive
have
by
a
rank.
star on me?
Because you tried.
So this is more from the guy who made that 3D one, I think. And this is like a 3D rendition of the whole. So you're watching. And I think I got an image for that.
What are those?
Honestly, I don't know what the program is exactly.
Are
I just
those
thought it was-
hands? Oh, they're hands. Yeah.
It's the little cartoon character. Suddenly you're a Nazi.
All of a sudden, you're a Nazi.
I
You're a
like
massive
the-
Nazi.
I'm watching TV in this like wasteland. It's like that's my thing. That's what I do. I like my little shoes as well.
Just me and my TV. It's like the wall. It's just you and your little TV.
Oh, yes. A rendition of what makes good rat. I like to think that pizza apparently
rat.
can take you away from the standings, but isn't it worth it for pizza?
That's a
Wonderfully-
fat rat.
Goodness, if you feed a rat loads of pizza, it's probably gonna get pretty big.
Probably.
Well, the one up there seems very stylish. Wonderful. This is like a sketch that was drawn, then it was like finalized. I just thought it was kind of the final vision.
See the Glock. It's a
It's a
sword-like
sword-shaped
weapon. Oh god, the color.
Almost becomes partially surreal toward the end there. Oh yeah, this was the Rags one. I should have put them side by
Pointing
side.
at my soul. Bark.
Very stylish there, Ranks. Ready for the court.
Now you know how
Raise
a
your
dog wears a suit.
Yeah, that's the answer. So this was made, I think, right after EFAP 42. Was it got taken down by thingy? Like this sad moment where I realized that it's available. But it did come back. It rose from the dead. Yeah.
No EFAP's ever really gone.
You have celestial, cute little as droids. It's a closer look did definitely add a lot to the lore.
It's important to understand the kabonger, as wielded by El Kabong, was not a sword-like weapon.
Happen.
May not believe things we learn about old weapons on Shadiversity now.
Chad needs to update his sword-like weapon, Alice. Apparently this one's for Jay. I don't know if you've seen this before, Jay.
Top 10 sword-like weapons.
Oh, I'm
The
excited.
sword is like number 7.
Oh, I do get that. That's a good meme. Well done.
Want to explain it to us?
That's a character from Steven Universe that can tell the future, and they've drawn her as a spider.
Ah. Wonderfully clean, I like it. And there's only a couple more left. They cause toxic brooding. It brings a smile to every orphan's face. I feel like we've helped push that forward with the milk carton in the Game of Thrones review. Wonderfully drawn by Cynic Snacks. It was. Might even say it was good rat. Episode of EFAP is brought to you by the letter 6 and the number P. I like all the different versions of me.
I love it.
I like to believe I can be in every medium, no matter how massive.
I think you suit a big pink hoodie in that picture.
What about this one?
That's a scary
wow.
one.
I like that, but it's
Pretty
like
awesome.
an actual mask. And
Yeah, I
with
know.
the straps on it. I like that. It's creepy, though.
It is
Well,
kind
that's
of
the
creepy.
mask that you take off to reveal your other mask.
Or would this one be under the current one? I don't know. You need a double mask. I think everyone can agree with that.
This is the middle mask.
I might
Also,
keep
someone
cutting.
just sent me this meme, so... There you go.
Try and see if I can get that up on here. They call me the Dawn. So Dawn was under the Spider-Man mask the whole time? I was never made aware. I like
That spider suit makes him look
Explains
really,
so much.
very slimming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't even remember whether I got this wrong, but it's wonderful. Look at
Oh yeah, sad,
Oh.
sad rags. Yeah, that makes me sad just looking at it.
guessing something happened to the Dawn. That's the only thing I can picture for this.
It's me sad that people are not being consistent about the war.
Another rendition of myself in a different style once again. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, that's long.
Very long.
Oh yeah, that's the long drawing.
Like my
And
jug
there's a
of
little
rhino milk.
NPC face at the top.
Oh yeah. I've upset somebody. And then I think I might have shown these ones last time. I really can't remember, but they're still cool, so I'm okay with
Oh, that's good.
got that one, and then he changed it up with a fiery vision.
That's really nifty.
It is very nifty, yes. But oh, I still have. Oh yeah, this is Omega Ridley, who actually did the thumbnails for the Moolah channel. He's got the long van, and just over here, you wanna see that TFA Part 3 and beyond? Don't trust the long van. Never know what it's gonna do. But yes, so that's a whole bunch of memes. There's a couple of videos, but I think we'll try and save them for a little later, as they say. Actually, which means in typical EFAP fashion, that was what you could call a 1 hour 50-minute intro. That makes sense.
Is that how long it's been on hour 50 intro?
Yeah.
There's EFAP for you. Now everyone wants everyone's saying it's Quentin time, I guess.
It's Quentin time.
It's Quentin time, as in not to be confused with Quentin time. No.
Yeah, very different thing.
Very different.
Oh yeah.
It's
Very
like it's
different.
brain
Pretty much the
quitting
opposite.
time because it's Quentin
Oh,
time.
yeah.
So, oh, let me pause that. So, yeah, the
What was that
context here
noise?
is that me, Rags, I want to say Fringy and Wolf, covered this more than a year ago. It's been so long, and it was never covered on EFAP, even though we sometimes reference some of the things in it. I've mostly forgotten it, so it's gonna be fun. We got that tied to the fact that we have a wonderful guest who is probably gonna be more than interested in some commentary on Quentin. Everyone's like excited that it's Quentin time. I don't know what to say about this.
It's
like,
Quentin
It's just
time.
because a train wreck is fun. You know?
yay.
Quentin Tim Marantino.
It was fun to watch, not to be in.
Exactly.
I wouldn't want to be in Quentin.
You can't
No.
fire me. I quit.
Quint.
Phrasing.
Why is it's off center? EFAP, what are you doing to me? Why is this happening?
Have you fucked it up?
How? Everything is normal.
You've
There's
destroyed
nothing.
EFAP. You've destroyed art.
Well, is it really my fault if I don't know how it happened? Explain to me. Jay.
Yes. Well, no, that's irrelevant. It may or may not be your fault, regardless of whether or not you know how it happened.
Well then, I guess I'll have to fix it while delaying us playing the videos. So I'm just going to talk about nothing for a little bit and hope that you help with that.
Oh my god, you're ruining the magic.
Keep going.
You're
I'm
the
nearly
manager.
done.
It's all your fault.
Oh,
Magic. It's going.
is the magic restored? I feel like the magic is restored.
No, now that we've seen how it's done, the magic can never truly be
I'm
restored.
so sorry. The magic has been stalled and then restored and then ruined. All right. Is everybody ready to watch this miracle? Graced you.
Nope, I need to use the loo. I'll be back in just a minute.
He couldn't have gone to the loo while I was stalling, could he? Now we're gonna have to stall again. Jay, how was your day?
Good. Someone just asked me if I've seen the season 6 trailer for BoJack Horseman, and I haven't.
Oh.
So there's that.
Did you? I feel
I'm
like I asked
excited
this
though, I'll
before.
watch it.
Quinton made a video on the latest season of Doctor Who, right? Did you ever watch that? What was that like?
I did. I started that video. I think I got so far as him disavowing people who would like just disliking it based on the fact that it had minorities in it, and then I couldn't be bothered to watch it.
Yeah, I think that's about where I got in it as well, but it's been months. And it's funny because he doesn't review anything anymore.
You have a video
I did do a video about him, yeah, but I have a video about not the most recent season of Doctor Who, but a couple of seasons ago, just when I realized like they just didn't care anymore. And that was why I started watching Quentin's channel, by the way, is because I'm a big fan of Doctor Who, and
Oh, he has
back.
he has a load of good Doctor Who reviews.
exactly, and then it became obviously a different direction in the channel, which is bizarre to me, but I find that interesting from a people watching social science psychology standpoint more than anything. Of whoa, what happened here?
Yeah, he's changed a lot from. I used to watch him when he just did Doctor Who stuff. I thought it was
Same.
fun.
You both fans of Doctor Who?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You both love the
Just
newest season?
Why? Yeah, it's
Oh, I
really
love
really
it.
great.
You know, I should have brought it up while he was here, but Fenner was talking to me about Doctor Who a little bit, and he said that as much as there's some things that are a little bit silly in the newest one, you have to admit that when the Dalek fought the army, it was fucking badass.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Like define
extra down on that
badass. Like,
one.
That's the thing.
Maybe
I was
well
like, oh, you should
choreographed,
talk
I
to Jay.
guess?
That could be fun.
Hang on. You've seen that. You've seen
I
that
have
scene
seen that.
with the fucking slow motion missile
Mhm.
deflecting off a tank bullet,
Yep.
and then it like
Let's-
does swooshy camera movements, and then the Dalek flies away from an explosion.
Hey man.
I would just say let's also just talk about like what kind of level do you have to move all of the goalposts when you're saying the best thing about Doctor Who is a battle and special effects.
Yeah.
Oh
Like-
yeah.
Whoa, is that a 180 from everything that show has ever been or been about?
I'll set that up
Like a
sometime
show that's
when
famous
Fenner
for
Fenner guests.
non-violence.
I'll bring you on, Jay.
Right?
Fight him.
A show that's famous for both non-violence and special and having like famously bad special effects. It was just
Seems a bit odd.
well known for the merits of its writing.
Yes,
Ah.
the writing's what makes Doctor Who good, and it's why you can tolerate and find actually charming the flaws in the production. But if someone's telling me that, oh man, you got to see the new episode of Doctor Who because the special effects are great, I think I'll pass. if that's your high point.
I'd just rather they went and like touched up old episodes with like the new effects that they have. That would be so much like such a better use of that money than like making Chris Chibnall's episodes happen. Like he only, to be fair, he's only destroyed 2 characters, but he only tried to bring back 2 characters so far.
So that's how it's all just.
Well, I mean, there you go.
Perfectly
He's got a
balanced.
perfect record. Perfect record. Yep.
How long until you make that video?
Rags,
Jay?
if people say Rags is slow
it's
peer,
coming.
like, no, I've been back.
My target is to finish it before season 12 comes out. Other than that, like I don't know. I want to get it done so that there's not more to talk about when I release it.
I'm gonna say, I can make EFAP be mad at you for not getting their dose of us watching thingy until you allow it to be released. Blame you. I'll
We
blame you for
rewatched
literally.
it yesterday, and it was hilarious.
I showed Rags.
I'm not gonna lie, I think it's one of my finest.
I was gonna say, Jay, the link I would have given you is older now, unless you had downloaded it already. But YouTube actually said, "Hey, copyright," and I had to re-upload again.
Oh, fun! I think I've downloaded it though.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say I can just give you the new link anyway. New link actually has the new version of EFAP movies, where Rags logically suggested to reduce the opacity of the cover, so you can still kind of see the episode / thing we're covering.
Yeah,
Oh,
even
that
when
does
the
make
logo
sense.
pops up, you can see the stuff. It works really, really well.
Yes.
I get a pat myself for that one. That's that idea works really well. It looks great, and I think it worked the first time you tried it, right?
Yeah, I was really surprised actually. I just figured that the system wouldn't let you do that. I was like, of course.
People are telling us to get to Quentin.
Yeah, chat. EFAP is not known to be punctual. I mean, well, we are punctual technically, but not,
We're sort of punctual.
not speedy when it comes to. We don't want to get through things
middle?
quickly. We want to cover everything in the way that it.
I'm gonna savor the middle. That's all people want is just a bunch of middle, and that's what this is.
Speaking of which, someone's alerted me on Twitter. They want you to see this, Jay.
Oh, that's crazy good.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Go on
You
my
got a
Twitter
big
and
nose.
look at the.
I look
They
really
sent it to
unhappy, but I like it.
Well,
It's-
you
I
watch
see
Doctor Who.
That could be it.
That's me watching Doctor Who.
This is me watching Doctor Who.
I'm just gonna wipe out these extra episode related memes.
That's
so
really good, though. That's really
pile
good.
up too fast.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
That's fucking awesome.
There's a lot going on in this meme. Hate women like me. No thought, only feeling. Get out of your echo chamber and face me with. What am I holding there? It looks like is that Fringy? It's because of the nose. I'm thinking
think-
Toss them out the window.
that. I think I've said that
Where
at some
is
point.
Fringy?
It's
Oh,
that,
just
that,
the-
that reminds me of the plasma gun from Doom.
Yes, the BFG one from the film, I guess. Also, I told.
Yeah, the
More of
film.
like a
the film,
BFD,
just so
though,
I'm
to be
clear for
honest.
everyone. The film. The amazing film.
Yeah, they will see our coverage of that event.
Doom was more entertaining than The Wall.
Well, that's not fair. The Room is more entertaining than loads of things.
I know.
So many aggressive people in chat right now. Like, cover Quentin, goddammit. It's like, we're getting there, I swear. Okay. Look at this. This exists.
How to be massive, funny, affectionate, and very, very sharp. This book is, well, massive.
How to be
Let me
massive.
actually Google that. How to be massive.
We should buy it. It's a podcast. It should be the podcast book. So this is toxic NPC brood. I mean, it's not like Nostalgia Critic wasn't. There was fair criticism aimed at him, but I'm just showcasing me. I mean, a lot of people liked his video. It had 50-50, right? It wasn't like the extra credits video where it was like 95% hated it.
That was like 50-50.
Yeah.
The video's kind of 50-50, so
And there you go. Perfect one to end on. It's Quentin time.
it's Quentin time.
All right,
Oh,
chat.
that's
Here
the
we
old Seth
go.
Iova pick.
Here we go. Look at
Here we
that.
go.
Hans Hansen. Nola, you said it would be a few meme. Sorry.
Don't touch me.
Sorry, there's too many memes. Alright, is everyone ready?
I already used the bathroom, so I think we're good.
Alright. Jay, you locked in? Is this you engaged?
Yeah, be
Alright.
sure to deflate your shoes and make sure you're buckled in for this shit, I'm sure.
Deflate your shoes?
Yeah.
You never heard that expression? What are you,
Yeah,
Jay?
pumped up kicks. You deflate your shoes and you know.
Oh.
Jay is uncultured, it's okay. Alright, let's do it.
You. When gone am I? The last Jedi will you
That's not
be?
He
fun.
said Luke.
You just said, he said Last Jedi.
He did.
What you have learned.
Spoiler alert for those of you who haven't
that
seen
green?
The Last Jedi. Although it's been almost
Why
two-
is it so
What is he
green?
drinking?
Why does he own a Kylo Ren mask mug?
Because he loves Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren's the best character
He's
in
such a
Star Wars.
compelling character, yeah.
I mean, yes. To be fair, Kylo's the best character for like none of the reasons they want him to be.
What do you mean? Because he's like the only one that has something going on?
What'll he beat a barrel? I don't
I
know.
think Poe is better written than Kylo.
I liked Kylo at first as being a ridiculous, horrible fanboy, which is exactly what Quentin is, which is why this is funny to me that he's drinking out of a Kylo mask. So, Kylo's worshipping Vader's mask, and here we have, Quentin already drinking his
I think it used to be milk.
green. Is
Oh,
it?
it's
Is
green
it? Oh, is
milk.
it ectoplasm?
Mhm.
Oh, that's what it's
Oh.
supposed to be, isn't it?
Ectocolor?
It's supposed to be the alien titty milk. That's why it's green.
No, but
No, the
titty
alien
milk's like a
titty milk
teal.
was... What color was
blue.
it?
Yeah, it was
It's
like a
blue.
blue teal.
It was blue.
I think it's green. It's blue in the originals. It's green in for Luke in ST. It's different milk. That's the point. There's a lot of people who were like, "It's not the same color. It's bad." And then they were like, "It's not the same cow that he's milking." So it's fine that it's.
It's bluish. It's like a very
like-
pale light blue.
I like the idea that
wouldn't
that's
be.
people's problem with TLJ. The titty milk is the wrong color.
It's just the titty milk is the wrong color. It's either that or it's Ecto Cooler, because I know he was also apparently a fan of the Ghostbusters remake. wasn't he?
Really, really though.
I
What?
think so.
I say that I've not seen it, but I'm still surprised.
It's really.
Why
bad.
would you be surprised? I mean, I'm just saying, like his opinions are pretty consistent. If other people know must be good. Like it's pretty much that.
He does like to stand against the crowd.
Do we know if he liked Doctor Who season 11?
He's liked he's stood up for all of the new recent seasons of Who that I've seen him do.
Oh no!
Like on Twitter, has he made videos?
Wait, hang on. When did you turn off it? When did it get bad for you?
When did I stop watching actively? What was her name? Billy?
Oh, Bill.
Bill? Yeah, I liked a couple episodes with her, but the writing got so bad around then, and I felt I could
That season
feel
is a weird
Peter
one, yeah.
Capaldi. I could feel Peter Capaldi being angry at the lack of material he was being given, because he's a fantastic actor, so it felt frustrating to me to watch an actor try to do backflips over garbage material, and I just kind of got bored with it. So that's about the last time I really watched it. I watched a little bit in between, but that was last time I really could tolerate anything about
I
Doctor
do
Who.
really like that season, but I totally understand why people don't like. Yeah, it has its things.
There's some episodes that are good, and some that are so bad. It's very mixed season, and I just kind
It
of got
peaks
bored
right
with
at
it,
the
really.
end. Like the ending is
That's what
great.
I've heard. But I have to have the mental capacity to get through it, and I don't know if I do. I'd rather just rewatch the first 9-10 seasons.
Yeah, that's fair.
Watch David Tennant's again.
Oh no, it's all about Christopher Eccleston.
Well, I mean, he was only the one
It's
season.
one
I like him
series.
too, but
I know, if it is one series, is my favorite.
Do you think that at one time Quentin's nightstand, his bedside table, was just four Star Wars related things arranged in
I was
a
about to say,
diamond shape?
look
This-
how
at this
awkwardly
time that we're
placed
seeing
that
currently.
little Vader doll is. He's like just sits.
No,
in
doll,
his-
it's an
sad
action
that he's
figure.
too big to fit
Yeah.
in his TIE fighter.
Oh,
Kylo is so. There's a lot of
Yeah.
thematic elements here. Kylo being so much more important than Vader, you see, and Vader's sad. He's like a little boy, like,
Oh, that's supposed to be Vader?
well,
I think so.
what else would it be?
Or wait, is
so.
it supposed to be Kylo?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just assumed it was like one of those like dark.
It's a little
stormtroopers.
blurry. guessing it's
Yeah,
Vader.
it's supposed to be Vader.
Doesn't have a-
It's not because of the camera, it's
Well,
because it's a really low quality action
He
figure,
did-
so it's
He
just
did this also
just
in the video
blurry.
that I was criticizing him over his weird love poem to ContraPoints that he's deleted.
No, he
Oh,
deleted
unlisted
or
it.
unlisted.
Well,
He
he unlisted it.
Yeah, but he put
Yeah.
it back up. It's
Is
back
that
up now.
public again?
Did he put it back
Yeah.
up?
Yep.
Oh shit! Okay, very interesting.
He
But
in his
what-
own words,
talk
he
about
thought
the-
it was a bad video, and he put it down. And then he heard that people were canceling her, and so he was like, "Nope, I'm putting it back up. I don't want people to."
Oh wait,
So
no,
he thought it was
you got
bad?
you got the timeline wrong in that, my dude.
I did.
Uh huh.
You sure?
Because I was watching it. I know because he blocked me on Twitter as it was happening.
Oh,
Oh,
He
tell us more.
Okay, unless I'm completely wrong on this, and it's possible I am, but I remember I would just happen to see him posting it on Twitter because I did follow him, I guess. I don't anymore because he blocked me. But he was like, I'm looking for opinions to respond to the ContraPoints this stuff. This was after she got canceled or whatever. He didn't delete the video until after he blocked me on Twitter and all this other stuff. Because he was like asking people for their opinions of how he should respond to the controversy. By the way, he deleted all of those tweets. He deleted all of those tweets. He says, I always do this. I always ask for help and then delete all of my tweets about it. Okay, I don't know. I don't follow you that closely, my dude, so I don't know.
okay,
But-
person.
Basically, yeah, I just said, wow, that was fast. That all of a sudden, right after she got canceled, was when he was asking for help to help him write a new video about it. And it wasn't until like the next day that he even, or maybe a couple hours later, that he deleted or that he privated that video. So
I thought
no,
she
no,
was
no.
your new god. What happened, man?
Oh, yes, but the queen, she slayed his heart. I'm just saying, you know.
I was gonna say, I
They
could have
had a
sworn I
internet.
read one of his tweets saying that what I said was how it happened. That's why I said this is what I read, but that makes a lot more sense. What you just said, like
Oh,
to me.
I'm sure if it's how he's portraying it, and I could be wrong.
Are you saying
but
that
I
he may
remember
not
the
be
timeline.
trustworthy? Rags, can you believe this?
I can't believe that anyone would even imply that he is a dishonest piece of shit.
All right, yeah, we're watching one of his
Just
videos.
saying.
But
Right.
yeah, it's been a funny epic with ContraPoints and him. He just wants to be noticed. That's all it was.
Did you just say epic?
It was
Very
it was
epic.
epic.
That was pretty epic.
Months at this point, and it seems like people really didn't care about spoilers this time around.
That's so out of
Incidentally, I had
focus.
this idea for an opening skit where a prominent person in my life could tell me that
They
novelty coffee mugs are stupid, and then I would get mad and smash this into the side of an elevator somewhere. But, I kinda like it now. Elevators. Believe it
You
or
don't?
not, I saw
Say about that.
You really don't know any play in the town. Look, I live in North Little Rock. Not a very big town. I'm next to Little Rock, which is sort of bigger. But man, what's your excuse for not knowing a place that doesn't have an elevator
He's
in it?
Quentin Reviews. He doesn't know what an elevator
okay.
is.
He probably
I
uses
just
the
wanna
elevator a
question-
lot. He doesn't seem like a take the stairs kind of guy.
I just want to
Ooh.
question the mentality of, oh, he smashed the mug into the wall. If only this was happening in an elevator, I'd understand this reference.
Yeah, like we wouldn't need an elevator.
Yeah,
He just smashed it into a wall. Surely he knows places that have walls, right? He could smash it into the
Mm.
wall.
No, maybe not. I'm not.
He-
Now
he
I'm
fucking
a little bit
hates
confused. He
walls.
might not. He might. Yeah, he probably fucking hates walls, dude.
And here we are. We're back
Although
to
if
walls.
he did fucking hate, well, definitely. Actually, you know what? He definitely hates walls. So yeah, I guess that's why he chooses to live outside of the wall. Why do we keep going back to walls every time?
Because he hates Trump.
We're talking about
Wall-E is
the
a good
wall
film.
and nostalgia critics. The wall.
There's a
The
common.
wall.
That's the theme here. It's Trump. I knew it. Trump's ruining everything.
It's all. Oh, you know what? Trump colluded with
Nostalgia
Doug
critic?
Walker.
The wall.
Trump colluded with Nostalgia Critic.
To create the parody video. I knew it.
It will tear our country in two.
Don't do it, please. It's too late. He was corrupted.
Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi, opening night. And I've waited this long to talk about it because I could immediately tell that it was going to be a contentious topic. Star Wars
Yeah,
films
shit,
come
isn't it?
Does that explain why you would take long to talk about it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's gonna be contentious, so I'd better wait.
You want to see all the takes first, and I guess
He wants
I don't
to
know.
make sure
I
his
can
opinion
understand
lines
waiting
up
on that.
Approved list of people.
I mean,
That's
get
what
it.
he
it
means.
makes
That's
sense
what he
because,
means.
well, okay, that's what he means, yeah. But I do understand the point because sometimes you want to see. I think it's important to like after you go see a movie or something like that to write down your initial impressions, and then like wait a week if you want to be more objective about it. See what other people are saying, hear different opinions, try to see every perspective, and then rethink about it, watch it again, maybe, and then you can probably have a better opinion on it. It does take a while because
I think that's fair. I just got the impression immediately that he was like, I don't want to speak until I know it's safe to.
oh,
Yeah,
that's
he
definitely what he
definitely
means. I mean,
was-
that's him,
Yeah, with
but-
his obsession about being in certain groups, he's like, if I put out my take on this and it's the wrong take according to the group I want to be with, then they might ostracize me.
Often be exciting in the moment, but they also quickly build up a sort of cultivation of hatred. So when you walk out of that theater,
They build
there's
up
this
a
pressure.
cultivation of hate.
About Star Wars movies in general?
Well, I mean, yeah, because
So
the
went back and
last
listened to
three
the
were
thing?
bad.
Well, even in Force Awakens, I guess he's right to a degree. A lot of criticism that is levied against the prequels and Force Awakens more so than
The last
Yeah.
3 were bad. That's a,
Last
hang on.
4. Well, the last 4, if he, because he referring to movies, so
Do you
I'm
mean
curious if he was
numbered ones or
thinking about.
any
I'm
of
sure.
them?
I'm thinking he was maybe referring to the prequels.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
wait,
no,
right.
is that
You're
what he said?
referring to.
Well, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's referring to the prequels
What are you referring to?
because they're kind of
I mean,
universally
yeah.
considered not good. But because this was released in what 2016, this video.
But
No.
I
Last
think
Jedi
that-
was 2017.
and I think that he's a fan of the prequels too.
Of course he is.
I mean, he's in conflicted company at that point. So a lot of people who like the prequels hate the sequels. At least that seems to be what I've
A
gathered.
lot of people just hate the sequels.
That is true. That is true. But yeah, this is
I
probably a 2000.
hate the sequels and I love the prequels, but for not great reasons.
I was gonna say this probably came out in 2018. I could check the date, but I'm just saying that it's because he said it was after the release, and the release was late December 2017. So
Well, it says that this video came out in February 3rd, 2018.
go.
Topic. Star Wars films can often be exciting in the moment, but they also quickly build up a sort of cultivation of hatred. So when you walk out of that
When
theater,
people think
there's
about
this
them, yeah.
pressure to choose a side. And the
Choose a side.
Choose a side. Well, I can see why he views it as choosing sides.
Oh, come
That's
on.
not how
like
the
a-
rest
that-
of
that
us
is a
think,
big-
but
No, that is
yeah.
such a big thing of choosing sides. Whenever I tried to release a video talking about like things that were tangentially related to the film itself, so I like just remain neutral on the film for the purposes of that.
choose a
and, like,
side, Jay.
there were people and they're
About
trying to like,
side.
figure out like it's like when you're talking about something unpolitical and people are trying to figure out your politics so they can like discredit you.
Yes.
Well,
It was like that, but with how I felt about the movie. Like I've never seen more of like a if you don't like the movie, that just means that I don't have to listen to you. Or if you like the movie, that doesn't mean that means I don't have to listen to you.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like-
they're desperate to label so they can dismiss.
it's a thing
Exactly.
called self-categorization, and it's a function of social identity theory, which is pretty much that, as I've said before, people are cognitive monsters. They don't have a lot of time to spend thinking about things. It's just easier to put you into a group and say yes or no, rather than understand that there's a spectrum or that ideas can be complicated or middle of the road. Because, for example, when we conduct research, right, and I'm asking you have you ever taken those little tests where it's like, answer this question between strongly agree and strongly disagree?
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
the problem is that when you put 5, when you have any kind of odd number of questions, whenever there's an odd number, it means that people will try to choose the number towards the center because they just don't want to be confrontational. So there's also a perception that when you take a middle ground or a more nuanced approach, that you're just being a pussy. There's just a public perception of that. And interestingly, it's related to lower intelligence. So people don't like taking the middle ground.
Committing.
No,
Well,
Well, you
I'm
can
not
commit to the
saying
middle
the
ground.
middle can be
is.
correct. Like
It can, and my point is that these are perceptions; these aren't realities. This is just
Okay.
how the human mind perceives this stuff, and it's why people will tend to have an adverse response when you give them a more complicated answer that requires more intellectual thought, rather than a quick and dirty one. And it's not because people are stupid; it's because they have a limited amount of resources to spend on this stuff, cognitive and energy wise resources.
Sure, like they want to be like, do you love it or hate it? Hate it? Okay, good, moving on.
No,
That
so
is
as you don't have the time or the mental energy to find a nuanced view on everything. Like, you know, you don't have time to become an expert in like every field, but you
Sure.
want to have opinions on most of the things that you encounter. So
Yes, precisely.
when you hear something like, oh, you just hear like the most reasonable sounding take without really thinking about it and latch onto that one.
Or the most common one.
I suppose, yeah.
Well, if you hear something frequently enough, it can come to be perceived of as, more normative. And that's the thing, like the nostalgia critic thing, not to go back to it too much, because obviously people don't want to hear any more about it, but it's the same thing where if everybody's saying it's terrible, it's awful, it's the worst video on YouTube, then that, or I'll look at Pro Jared, how about that? Pro Jared, did these bad things, and they just say it over and over and over again, and then whatever the truth is, and we still don't know about that kind of stuff, and about how cringy, how bad is nostalgia critic's video is somewhat subjective, but that's none of the nuance there matters. It's just what got repeated the most and first. It's something called the primacy effect.
I think that makes sense.
Sorry, I don't mean to go off on social science.
It's interesting because we may say similar or different things to you, but with much more layman terms. We'll be like, when a person says stuff a lot, some people think it true. There you go, nailed it. But yeah, because like with TLJ, most people just agree now that it's rather than saying it's a good film or bad film, if you want to be quick, you'll be like, it's a divisive film. Divisive. No one really disagrees with that. It's a divisive film. That's the truth.
Well, yeah, that is a fact.
Well, that's what I mean, though.
Yeah,
for all we know, you could take a sampling of like 10,000 viewers randomly from the Earth, and they all found it good. And you'd be like, okay, but it is still divisive from the reference of critical assessment. I think we could probably say.
I know you guys. You have to have seen it. The quote unquote study that came out like maybe 4 month quote unquote study about studying. Basically, it found that people who were progressive and nice and wonderful and lovely feminists who are good to everybody loved The Last Jedi, and only nasty racists didn't like it. Now, did you happen to read that?
Well, we're nasty racists, and we didn't like it, so that does seem to.
It's happened with
It's coded.
It wasn't a real study.
It's coded in a certain like. The Last Jedi is coded in a certain direction, so I can see that there would be a correlation there, but like no, I'll
have to see if I can find the study, man. If you didn't see it, I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. As soon as I read the research, I immediately emailed the quote unquote researcher and asked him for his raw data. Guess who not only never got back to me, but immediately shut that shit down. I wasn't the only one who called him out. I'm not saying I'm responsible, but he certainly never sent me his raw data. So
there wasn't proof that you're racist if you don't like TLJ. Damn.
Really, really blew my mind. Well, there might have been, but I never got access to it. So unfortunately, I can't just
it's not the only film,
my preconceived notions without any evidence are correct.
You got the whole Ghostbusters one where they were like, sexists hate it. And it's like, I don't know, it just seems like
but
well, yeah, no, that's true.
Sure,
actually,
yeah, I'm sure rapists hate it too because it's just a shitty movie.
Like this, like anything where it's like.
Well, that's the kind of who else drank water?
Hitler.
And oxygen. Hitler.
Didn't Hitler have a dog?
He did, and he was a vegetarian.
So he didn't eat his dog.
See, that's why Quentin recommends dehumanizing these people, because then they can stop being associated. You'd be like, yeah, he wasn't human. So the comparison's pointless.
Did you literally see that he said that about Ben Shapiro?
Ben Shapiro, yeah.
Ben Shapiro isn't human?
What?
Yeah, he said...
It's bad to humanize Ben Shapiro. Basically.
Yes, he said that by PewDiePie having Ben Shapiro on Meme Review, it humanized him, which was a bad thing.
Wait, was Ben Shapiro on Meme Review?
He was.
Yes, he hosted Meme Review.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
This is the thing.
Meme Review, you didn't see it?
We would have Ben Shapiro on here for the memes. That would be hilarious.
Ben Shapiro is like the most. He's just a conservative. So it's not like he's crazy or anything.
He's not
I
human,
don't
right?
agree with a lot of his takes, but I think I fucking love that man. He's hilarious. I love him.
Yeah.
Like I will watch so much stuff that he's in.
Again, we would. Unironically, one of our most wanted guests would be Alex Jones. And people would be like, "Wow, you're humanizing Alex." And be like, "I don't. He is a human." That's part of why it's so funny. So yeah,
Like,
it's a
people
weird.
think that humanizing, like, humanizing isn't that great. Like, there are lots of bad humans.
Absolutely,
You know,
I think that's part of the point that we're missing. Is like, no, don't dehumanize. It's important to recognize that humanity can reach this point. Humanity can get these places. We need to figure out how to prevent it.
It's like when someone's a bad human,
we need to figure out how to
they're a
stop
bad
people from becoming
human.
Alex Jones.
Don't become Alex Jones. I don't know. I want Alex Jones to make a movie.
I would love Alex Jones to make a movie.
Give him the writing and directing credits for the new Star Wars film. Let him go. Let him do it.
If you guys haven't seen the Count Dankula, the Count Dankula Alex Jones chat, oh my god, it is insane.
Anyway,
The Last Jedi has certain moments that I think are bad, and there is this certain temptation to be seduced and consumed by the dark side of the commentary about the film. But here's what's really important to me. When you take away nitpicks about the story, thoughts about the characters, and if it fits into canon, which is
we lost Aydin.
Bands.
That quote.
yeah, I was about to say we're dealing with one of the greatest quotes from Twitter reviews. It's so unfortunate that she fell out. We'll rewind for her when she gets back. I guess in the meantime, this is actually something that we've referenced on EFAP. This one quote, and it's never been played on EFAP. So I guess I'll just play it in full while we're waiting for her to come back, so that everyone can hear it first. Let's just make sure.
Last Jedi has certain moments that I think are bad, and there is this certain temptation to be seduced.
Hello.
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 Hey, sorry about that. My internet cut out for no reason.
That's
I
cool.
Oh
Alright.
no.
Fun.
You want to jump back in? We're about to reach his best moment.
Let me get rid.
Your internet was cut off because YouTube heard that you would not.
Winton's
humanizing
DDoSing you.
You're not allowed
Benjamin wanted
do
to know my location, and it just overloaded the internet. Yeah.
I'm just
like there are hot Ben Shapiros in your area. Yes.
I mean, have you?
I
seen
would have
this-
win a free iPad with Ben Shapiro.
Can someone pay to run that ad, please?
There are hot Ben Shapiros
So
in your area.
I want like someone pay to run that ad on like Pornhub. Just I want people to be on Pornhub and just see that and be like,
This
what
will
the
be
fuck?
This will be a very quick aside, but it's somewhat related. In that one time in my neighborhood where I'm staying right now, I was walking around it and I found that people had stapled onto like telephone poles just dozens of flyers, and all they said, it was just a picture of Bob Saget, and all it said was Bob Saget. That's the kind of personal ad I'm looking for, okay? That kind of shit. Alright, that was it.
You're back in. Alright, I'll draw it.
Yeah, I should be back in.
Just shuffle it around.
We're
hopefully
at the right place now.
Dark side of the commentary about the film. But here's what's really important to me. When you take away nitpicks about the story, thoughts about the characters, and if it fits into canon, which is all basically just fan stuff, there is very
Fan stuff?
That is
what even else is there? Like, what's left after you take all that out?
Well, if you
World
take the
building,
audio
story, characters,
and
a
video,
plot,
then
consistency, logical consistency. That's just fan shit.
Well, it's like if he means like by fan, he means people who care about it. Then I guess people who don't care about it aren't going to care about that stuff. Why would you make a film for people who don't care about it?
It's just a baffling comment.
That is wild. That is out there.
And I can't remember.
It's just saying all the
just
things that matter.
Just consume product and get excited about next product. Everything else is just fan stuff.
Why would you even be watching it if you weren't a fan?
Does he not consider himself a fan?
I'm pretty sure he does.
That's
Well, this is the
why
thing.
he's
Objective.
He made a tweet saying that he's the only person who thinks it's a bad idea to resurrect Palpatine because it'll kind of undo all of what they achieved in Episode 6. And I was just looking at that like,
that's just fan stuff.
Fan stuff. Why do you care?
Hang on, that's the point where he's like, hang on. To be
like,
fair,
oh,
that is the point. That is the
Was-
point that like woke a load of people up to it, and you're like, yeah, that's what I've been saying for quite a long time.
I wonder what he's going to move on to say then, because obviously if that's fan stuff, then what should we be addressing?
canon, which is all basically just fan
themes.
stuff. There is very little that I have to say about how this movie was
family,
actually
you know?
bad. Visually,
Oh, the
film-
visuals and the score.
Well, so he said if you remove all that stuff, there's very little for him to say about what's actually bad, and it's like removed all of it.
All of it.
You took
Like,
away
He said,
80%.
okay, he said nitpicks about the story. So if we assume that he
Oh.
doesn't think there are any significant problems with the story, which isn't true, but let's just assume that, then I guess he's saying the story holds up.
I think that he's saying that any criticism of the story is a nitpick.
Pretty much, probably.
Yeah.
It's just
I
fans.
think he probably thinks that any criticism that he's seen, which he fucking knows what that is, he considers a nitpick, even if it's not.
Yeah, this is early 2018. Maybe he hadn't heard much, but I still don't believe that he
That's true.
thinks TLJ is that bad at all. I think he'd probably say they're nitpicks. If you remember, me and Rags have had this several times. The one that comes to mind the most is like, I think we were talking to Billy the Fridge on Drunken Peasants, and we were talking about the fuel fiasco creating the entire plot, how much it doesn't make any sense at all, and there's so many different things they have to forget about in order for it to run. And he was like, okay, but that's like really nitpicky. We were
Well,
like,
what we
why?
asked him was why didn't they just hyperdrive a ship in front of the Radis?
and you know, there's more than just that though. There's like the fact that the small ships are faster than big ships. It's like, so just send out an army of TIE fighters then. There's
Because we know that TIE fighters can catch up to them because they did.
there's the
And
whole
we see
they
that
could
they have like thousands of TIE fighters.
they can have the Millennium Falcon and the transport ship hyperspace in and out of the whole thing. So it's like, so when you ferry your 400 remaining people out, you could probably, like, a fair guess, you could probably fit, I want to say 100 people on the Millennium Falcon? What do you guys reckon?
But
you
guys,
smush
it's
them
a
in, probably.
children's movie about space wizards.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be good to make sense.
Why
So
do you care about this nerd
Yeah.
stuff?
Well, that's the thing, you explain all that and they're like, that's just nitpicks. And I'm like, so what's the serious stuff then? What's the plot breaking stuff to you? And it's just like,
The themes.
Nothing in
Which
a
I think
movie
are broken.
is serious
I
except
think-
the underlying meta narrative.
I think the fucking
The
themes
only
are broken
serious
too,
parts
though.
of the movie are the good parts.
I mean, I will say this. I will say this. You know, George Lucas, to some degree, knew and worked with Joseph Campbell, the man who wrote The Hero with 1,000
Oh, the
Faces.
soup guy.
Kill me. But he was the writer of The Hero of 1,000 Faces, The Hero's Journey kind of stuff. He's the one who basically popularized that concept. And Lucas knew him. So when people try to truncate Star Wars down into it just being a sci-fi version of the hero's journey, they're not completely wrong in that it is where that comes out of. In that Lucas, I don't know exactly how much it was his role and his understanding of Campbell and how much other people saved the original films. Obviously, nobody really does. But it was based on a very simple hero's journey cycle. That doesn't mean that's all that was there.
That doesn't even mean it's bad.
Because, well, no, it's not bad.
Just 'cause
It's
it's bad
core
doesn't
Yeah,
mean
humanity.
that's what I'm saying.
It's
It's simple.
core
It can be
humanity.
totally good. In fact, I
Yes.
think all the time Mahler and I are like, yeah, maybe just have a simple story that makes sense instead of a complicated one that's just shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Joseph Campbell's talking about. Is he's saying that humans basically, he was a comparative mythologist. He said that humans only have so many numbers of stories that we can tell, and simple is better for that reason. And ultimately, no matter how original Dessa you try to be, your story is going to be copying someone else's to some degree. We know this happens all the time. My point through all of this is that I just it was not every young adult children's book that doesn't sell more than a couple thousand copies tells the hero's journey. What made Star Wars interesting is not the most basic themes. It's the universe that was built around it and the intrigue and the characters and all that stuff. If it was just the most basic theme, the hero myth, then it would be no more powerful than any other hero myth story.
It's like the paint.
Yeah, but they say the devil's in the details, and all those details add up.
Yeah, like, well, it's we talked about this before, but like, what creates stakes? It's our understanding of the rules, and if you break those rules, the stakes obliterate. Like, they're just gone. How am I supposed to care about a space chase when you guys don't even care about the fact that you've already highlighted several ways to destroy them and you don't seem to notice? I'm just sitting here like, okay, so they're in danger right now. They should be dead, but why should I care?
Whatever.
Yeah, and so you have to often discuss with people to try and break down what exactly is the significant and the insignificant. And you do find a lot of people say plot, characters, small little inconsistencies are irrelevant compared to the overall message that failure can be the greatest, very emotionally appealing, but it can still be broken down mechanically.
Especially if you're a failure.
Well, I mean, a lot of people reference the movie as like, look how much it failed, and yet we can learn from it.
Wow, that's like that. What level of meta are you on, my dude?
I just want Ryan to reveal that's why he said there's nothing wrong with this film, because he's like, yeah, that was all the point of it. I designed
I'm trying to
these mistakes.
teach myself a lesson about filmmaking that failure is the greatest teacher.
Gorgeous and wonderful, really.
Just fan stuff. There is very little that I have to say about how this movie was actually bad. Visually, the film is stunning. The score leaves you breathless, and the actors consistently give the performances of a lifetime.
Yeah, so the actors, the music.
But
visuals.
I mean,
All of those things were good in TLJ.
oh well.
Well, some of the actors.
I'm not a fan of Daisy's acting for the most part.
I agree with that.
I find it.
I feel like she's competent. Like
she's competent, but you know what? I don't actually think it's her problem. I think it's the writing.
I can agree
She's
with that
only
too,
given
yeah.
like two. She only has like two emotions to express, like being upset, kind of, or being
mild
excited.
concern with mouth open. Yeah.
how
mild-
do you bring that character
mild
to life? She
excite-
hasn't got a character.
Mild excitement with mouth ajar, or mild concern with mouth ajar. There's really nothing else.
It's just jars. Just jars.
Mark Hamill was great. I liked him throughout. Played the depressing, wanting to kill himself Luke Skywalker brilliantly, which is a shame.
That
The one we all know and love.
Rianne really wanted him to be. Yep.
Then we got Kylo, or I've forgotten his real name. Damn, brain's melting. What is Kylo's real name? Adam Driver. That's it.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Ben Shapiro.
He's very emotive.
He is. He's not. I don't think he's a bad actor, as far as I've seen.
And then guess
He's great in a lot of stuff. I
got
say a lot of stuff. I've only
Poe.
seen him in Black Klansman, but he's good in that.
Poe's alright. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's almost like I think we always gonna try and come back to like it's the material though. It's like the actors can
Well,
only.
Right.
Yeah, TLJ
'cause
is like, man, is it the actor or is it just a shitty script and Ryan Johnson telling him you have to do it like this?
And then as for like the
I mean,
music, oh, go ahead.
you can't. You know what I mean? If you give actors nothing to work with, it doesn't matter which actor you give it to if there's nothing there. It's like the Doctor Who thing. If you don't give them anything to work with, it doesn't matter how good of an actor they are.
Yeah, they're supposed to do what the director sees in his head, basically. And if the director is just terrible, then he's going to say that, oh, that take that you did, that was excellent. That's the part that we're keeping, even if it was poo-poo.
A lot of what people say is the problem with the prequels is that a lot of the acting is wooden.
Hello there.
Like the
I don't think that's wooden.
The level of acting talent that you've got in those films shows the importance of a good director. Because what were like those fucking Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, who else is in that? Samuel L. Jackson, all playing blocks of wood.
Right.
Liam Neeson as well.
Negro?
I think it suits Liam Neeson more than it did Samuel L. Jackson. We wanted to.
Yeah, Liam Neeson does well.
But yeah. Then as for the music, I've said this before, but some of the best tracks are all just from the older movies. So I don't know how much it counts.
Yeah. It's the same leitmotifs. You can't count it as new scores.
Leitmotif.
And then visuals, you're like, oh, well, I mean, Prometheus is pretty awesome looking too.
Oh yeah, Prometheus looks great.
I really hate the way that TLJ looks. I even like when I first saw it and didn't think it was that bad. I still like the fit. I just didn't like how it looked. Like it was technically competent, but I was like, yeah, it's ugly. I don't know why.
It's Hollywood D.
How dare you,
It
Jay?
is.
Explain your position.
And I promise Hollywoody isn't a trans slur or anything.
It feels like it's just trying so hard to be like, whoa, look how good this looks. It's got like the red being kicked up from under the salt, and I'm like, wow, they're really trying to make an iconic shot here, aren't they?
I guess
Like,
I could agree.
Ryan
with
filmed this
that.
going, oh, people are gonna remember this for years.
Yes, they will.
Do you know what
You might
people
say instead of they'll
things?
remember it
means
for
to-
years, they'll never
It
be
looks
able
like
to.
the
Yes.
ground is bleeding as the battle breaks out. War
The-
hurts the world. That's what it means.
This is
The
sort
thing
of a battle,
That's
right?
so fucking interesting about that is that why do people remember the scenes that are iconic that The Force Awakens completely stole? Why do they remember all those scenes? You know, the two sons. And why was it? Was it because
Why would they
were?
remember that?
Would it be because they were special effects that really blew people's minds, or was it because there was an emotional attachment to the story and the characters? I don't know. Geez, it really makes me think.
Well, I mean, you know, it worked for a lot of people. It clearly worked for Quentin. He's referencing it literally as why the film is strong at the expense of all of the writing. Like, except probably the theme. I'm pretty sure he's going to say the theme was great.
I'm sure.
So why is it commonly considered to be a terrible movie? Well, for some odd reason, it's become a meme that the movie is bad.
What an odd reason.
A
Oh,
meme?
odd reason?
what are these maymays that you speak of?
Does he think that people
Oh, showing
hate it
tripods now.
because to hate it is a fun meme?
Because we would rather hate Star Wars than love it.
It's because we're on the dark side.
Very confused
We're
by
on the
this.
dark side of internet commentary.
So
In
I
the
just
same
did some. Oh, sorry. Really quickly, I just did a bunch of research on this, on specifically why consumer love becomes consumer hate, and it turns out every single time, based on like decades of research, the people who will come to hate the thing the most are the people who previously loved it the most, because you give your time, your money, and your emotional support towards a brand, whatever it be. And as a result, when you feel betrayed, you're way more betrayed than someone who didn't really give a shit.
Yeah, we've
To
highlighted
me,
that today.
Yeah, I mean,
with
who?
The
If
Wall.
you're, yeah, absolutely, you had an investment.
Yeah, so
Yes.
one of
How
my
can you- how
hated
can you
memes.
really hate something if you're not invested in it?
Exactly. I was gonna move on to say like the thing people say in videos usually when defending the newer movies, they'll be like, ah, nobody hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans, and then the chat or the comment section are like, oh, that's actually really clever. Yeah, it seems like fans hate it the most, which is so ironic. And it's like, no, that makes complete sense.
No, it's the opposite of
That's it,
irony.
yeah, exactly.
It-
And so,
why-
like, just his whole thing of this is, oh, it's just for the meme. It's just for they don't. It's all just a joke. No, it's an actual emotional response to the shit that make people mad about it.
Oh.
That's just.
I mean, I could tell
stupid
you,
of him to-
the reason it pissed me off rather than I could just ignore it was the Luke portion of it. I was actually like, it's like, I like this guy. I'm very invested in this guy. What did you do to this guy? Like that, it feels like a direct hit to the heart sort of thing. And it's the same with, you know, a lot of content. And then there's a lot of content that you might, like Jay showing me that Doctor Who episode. I'm just sitting there like, like, I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see, and I had to show you that because I couldn't watch it on my own because it was genuinely making me so unhappy
Yeah.
What a pussy.
to sit through. And like, I'm like, I fucking need help to see this. Like, I need to see it through. But
That's how I
can't do
feel
it
Mahler
alone.
was with Game of Thrones.
Oh,
He's like, Rex, I
people-
need you to understand my hatred. I need you to understand this with me.
No, okay. Well, this will be my last note on this. I loved the last season of Game of Thrones, and it's only because I love the books, and I've loved the books for a very long time, and I have been suffering for years through this TV show that was not going in the way that I knew it should have been going, and then everyone else got to feel sad like me. So that was a cool thing.
Ah.
That's kind of fucked up, but all right.
People noticed in my video, they were
No,
like, I don't think he's
join
been
me
this
in my
angry
suffering.
before. Episode 3, I was so pissed. Nobody hates Game of Thrones like Game of Thrones fans.
Can you believe people who don't even know it exists don't give a shit?
Oh,
Yeah, I like the
Imagine
idea that
having
someone's
no
like, I
investment
fucking
in something,
hate.
then just going straight to hate it.
Yeah, someone's like, I
Yeah.
hate that new season of Game of Thrones. It's like, oh yeah, why? It's like, well, I've never seen TV before, even, but that got to me, that season.
Well,
Also,
it's like,
only
did
reason
you
to
did
be-
you ever hear about this this Hitler fellow? I was like, no. I was like, he killed 6 million Jews. Like, holy shit! I kind of hate this guy.
you're a
The
fan of
only
Hitler?
reason to hate something that you're not previously invested in is if it encroaches on something you are invested in.
Yeah.
So like,
Like Jews.
so you could really hate them. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that makes sense.
So like say a movie has a message that you fundamentally disagree with and find repugnant. Like even if you weren't invested in that series before, you would hate that film.
Absolutely.
It would. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends on how it's bad.
Well, yeah, like I
Like,
hated,
just
I
being
hated
low
Interstellar,
quality isn't enough.
and
Yeah.
Interstellar's its
In-
own thing.
if-
Like I got pissed off separately to some kind of franchise or anything.
If TLJ was just its own standalone movie without a series backing it up, I don't think many people would really care about it. But I don't think you'd get that.
Nah.
I don't think people would think it was good, but you wouldn't get that same emotional response negatively to it.
Yeah, it would just be it would
It'd
be like
just
a
be-
one and done summer sci-fi movie that everyone forgets about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
it's like-
Mortal Engines was bad, but no one gives a shit about Mortal Engines, so they don't
Mortal
really...
Engines you should give a shit about only because I think it's the biggest financial failure of any film ever at this point.
Oh, dude, it lost an insane amount of money.
That's just a good, like, you know, if you were trying to write a book on how not to make a movie, it should just be
Mortal
It
Engines.
had
Mortal
like
Engines.
no marketing though. That's why any film that's marketed, people will go see. I find.
Will it work for EFAP movies, Ranks?
It might. That's the thing. It's not all terrible. Like, there's a really good movie buried deep in there somewhere, yearning to break free. But man, that movie is a mess. And the thing is, it looks expensive. Like, you see that movie, and you're like, this
Well, let's
ain't no
find out
cheap
how much
production.
it cost.
A good billion
excited.
dollars.
I want to highlight, by the way, somebody said this in chat a little bit further back, but
It cost $100 million.
100 million.
No way.
It's not as much as I thought it would be.
No
Still,
way.
like, it's still a decent amount of money.
No, of course, but like, I don't know. I expected more. Anyway, but Quentin says he's like, people hate this for some reason, while also highlighting seconds ago there are several problems with. Even if he says it's just fan stuff, it's like, so you've highlighted why the fans would be angry. Then?
Oh, okay. So this is why fans would hate it. Okay, gotcha.
Kind of weird, but you know, whatever. Quentin, keep going.
Okay.
Movie. Well, for some odd reason, it's become a meme that the movie is bad.
He sounds
In the
so angry
same way
about
that it's a meme.
He
that
doesn't like
Tide
memes.
But like, you
Well,
could
it
probably
sounds
find a
just like
lot of
salty
things
that
on
people
Know
don't
Your
like it.
Meme. I feel like you could find a lot of movies on there. Like that wouldn't make it a meme to hate it.
It's not.
It's
It's
very
not that people hate it
strange.
because it's a meme.
I really hate to use this because I've even made a video like debunking it as a concept, but he is the NPC meme. You know what I mean? Like, he really just is. This is a thing that it's you're supposed to like now because you're a contrarian, and this is the orange man who is bad. It's very scripted style shit. So that's why, like, he's like memes because memes are bad. And that's just it's following a script, a weird psychological script. But
I believe it.
nonetheless.
I'd love to see a video from him explaining why memes are bad. I'm kidding. I would never like to see that.
taste good, and the internet making fun of the movie has led to people looking for reasons to hate it, in the same way that people joking that Tide Pods taste good.
Really?
How about
Does
Yeah,
he
but
honestly,
Tide Pods are bad for you.
does he
Like,
honestly believe
oh.
that people would just like, I don't like this thing, I need to go find reasons to hate it? Or worse, there's memes about disliking it, I need to go dislike it before I can join in on the memes.
Or
This is
people are like,
very
why are people saying
interesting.
that? And then they see why, and they're like, oh.
What, does correlation
stories were
equal
true.
causation, Quentin? That's the big question,
Answer to that
right?
is yes. 100% all
Oh,
of
so
the
they're
time.
correlated. So I know the direction in which things happen. Wouldn't it make more sense, as you guys said, wouldn't it make more sense that the movie's shit so people went online to make fun of it, rather than people thought the movie was great and then went online and saw memes and changed their fucking opinion? Which one is more logical?
I'll tell you this.
Well, I
it,
can tell you about human psyche.
it
One of them doesn't
rained.
make a lot of sense.
It rained the day that this movie came out, so as long as Rian Johnson releases a film, we can cause rain. That's pretty scientific, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
That's, yeah.
I mean, it makes
Can't fight
sense.
that
He
one.
depresses the universe when he releases
Rain
like,
Depresses the universe.
the world
He is
cries.
the black hole of critics.
You made the sky cry? Why would you do this?
The gods shed
Good.
their tears of displeasure.
It's led to people poisoning themselves out of irony. Once again, I think that The Last
that what
Jedi
irony
has
is?
potential.
Yeah.
They poison themselves out of irony. As in, I'm trying to. Does that make sense?
I
I'm trying to
don't-
think about.
Wait, hang on. Are we out of sync at the moment? Where are you guys?
We're talking about irony.
Let's listen
That's
to his
ironic.
sentence again.
I'm in North Little Rock.
Fun of the
Hang on,
movie
what-
has led to people looking for reasons to hate it, in the same way that people joking that Tide Pods taste good has led to people poisoning themselves out of irony.
Well, the point he's making
Out of
is just that-
irony.
So like
point- the
they
point he's
said, I'm gonna
making-
eat this
No.
even though it's supposed to kill me, and then it
no,
did.
no,
That's ironic.
those people didn't know that it was. I mean, the people who actually ate the Tide Pods were troglodytes. Okay, I'm just saying, like, maybe they deserved the Win the Darwin Award. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying, throwing it out there as an option. But the people who actually ate Tide Pods didn't do it ironically, Quentin. They did it because they were so stupid that they didn't know it was
No,
gonna kill
stupidity
them.
is irony.
Oh,
I don't think he would disagree with that. I don't think he'd disagree that it's not stupid to eat the Tide Pods. I think they were just like doing it as a joke.
Do we have an
But then
issue
they
with
just
what the
realized
word
it was
irony
dumb.
means and how people
Because that's
constantly misuse
because
it?
irony means that you would have to be aware
It wa-
Well, no,
of being like,
you,
of being like,
you have to be aware that it's not
gonna
a
kill
smart thing
myself,
to do.
fam.
But I don't think you have to be aware that, like, you can do it ironically on the level of, oh, this isn't a food, but I'm going to eat it anyway.
Yeah, what if it's just curiosity where like it's bad, but you're curious about what, is it actually
to
how detrimental
ironically
is
eat
it?
it.
Like Rule
It would-
34.
To
Yeah.
ironically eat it would not be the kind of stuff that resulted in people going, "Oh God, I'm dying." To ironically eat it would be like, "Haha, gonna eat some Tide Pods, fam," and then eat it and record yourself dying on stream, while like fucking throwing up OK signs and T-posing. I mean, that would be ironic. That would
Hey,
be
hey,
ironic.
hey, I
That sounds
T-pose. I T-pose. There's nothing wrong with T-pose.
I don't.
But I think that the most people who actually did it were just too
I was gonna say, I
stupid
thought
to realize you
the
shouldn't
people
eat
who
Tide
did it
Pods.
were just unaware of what Tide Pods really did. They were just like,
Yeah.
lol, yeah, I'll eat one because everyone's talking about
Well,
eating
remember
them.
all the people who
Why-
microphoned their
you can't have
iPhones
just
thinking it would
one.
charge it up?
Right.
Exactly. People are stupid. It always
People
comes
are
back to this.
stupid.
It always comes back to this cognitive miser thing. Like, people aren't actually stupid, but we only have always comes back to the cognitive miser shit. Our brains take up a whole lot of energy. We want to try to reduce that energy so our bodies can do all the other stuff they're supposed to do. This means that sometimes we won't think and we'll put our iPhones in the microwave. Okay? That's just the outcome.
Yeah, just to clarify then, the person who does not know it will kill you is eating it because they find it a part of a funny meme, and then they go, "Oh God, it's killing me." I don't think that would be irony, or they wouldn't have taken it
That
ironically there.
That's not irony, because to be ironic, the person doing it has to be aware that it's ironic. Aware of why it's funny. I think that if you killed yourself by eating a Tide Pod out of stupidity, that's not ironic. That's just sad.
You're just a dumbass. We have this meme going where like you say something happened and then you just say it's ironic at the end because Just Right did it with loads of things. We're just like someone fucking shoots
Yeah,
themselves in
he
the
has
head.
like a
Ironic.
20% success rate on identifying irony, so it's not very good.
And I think a lot of people, and I'm not saying that I haven't done this, but you might point out something that seems funny and then you just go, huh, ironic. Then you'd be like, wait, that's not ironic at all. It's just funny.
They're like, no, that's the opposite of irony. Like, that makes sense.
Once again, I think that The Last Jedi has potential flaws, and I'm going to discuss them. But I see
Potential
those flaws
flaws.
as tangential in
Just
nature.
potential.
And while I find it amazingly easy to script out numerous pages of constructive criticism about the nature
I'm sure
of the
you
plot,
had numerous pages.
I'm sure his
Numerous
criticism is
pages.
constructive. He's just implying everyone else's as being mean or something.
But here's the thing. Also, his is so good, he had to write it out because it was that other part was not important enough.
It's like I just went ahead and wrote it all out, but I'm not gonna. It's not even. No, I
wanna
wouldn't
see
even
that
write it
video.
out.
I
Really,
wanna
I just
see
went ahead and
him
wrote it out for
I'd
funsies.
like,
Say the
let's
things
see
he
the
thinks the
constructive
problems.
criticism.
I would too.
That'd be an important thing to include in a review, I would think.
Yeah, the flaws. Like, don't worry about it. They're just all the problems are just tangential. The plot, the story, the characters.
I mean, this makes me sad. The amount of people who are involved in making this successful.
Oh, it is sad. That is the saddest thing about all of this.
This has no bearing on my enjoyment of the product in question. This is still a really good movie, and rewatching it has
Wow.
only made me feel more strong.
And to clarify, because he thinks the objective thing is bullshit, what he means when he says that is, I still think I really like it. But, you can't say that in a review because it doesn't sound very good, does it? Like, I've seen
No.
all this and I still like it. It sounds like you're making concessions, but if you say it's still good, people think like, oh, so you think it does actually reach a standard while also failing in certain places. But
The thing is, it's fine, and I think everyone would be okay with it if people just came out and said, "I like it. I
Yeah.
don't care why." Because there's tons of things that most of us like that we don't
need to
like
know
for
why.
lots of reasons.
Alien
You
versus
know?
Predator.
I love
Oh,
that
God.
movie. EFAP movies.
Oh yeah, that's an EFAP movies right there. I'll make a note. We should do that soon.
It is not a good movie, but it is
It is
brilliant.
so
But
wonderfully
everybody
terrible.
has everybody has stuff like that. Just don't pretend like you're being objective. If you claim to be objective, then you're going to be held to a different standard than if you're claiming
He's
that
not
you're
claiming
like,
to be
I like the
objective, though.
thing. I think he
He's
calls
claiming
himself
to be on the
Quentin
right side of
Reviews.
history.
Quentin,
and he's
Quentin
he
rambles.
is-
It should be.
okay. So the name of this video, right, is the Last Jedi That Bad? Quentin Reviews. That kind of implies it's a review.
Well,
Which-
his
It's
have
not
you
just-
have you heard what his definition of a review is?
Oh no,
Oh,
what is it?
Rags,
my
go ahead.
Oh
goodness.
no.
Oh my.
A
have I
review
missed
is
this?
just a description of your experience.
Sucks because at that point, like a review could be that is broad. Not that review isn't broad anyway, but wow.
Well, as someone who's done peer reviews of academic literature, let's
No,
just
just
say
what did
no.
you feel about the research?
What did you feel?
You know what?
What did the
I
research
was
make you
sitting there,
feel?
I was bored because I've been reading shit all night, and I felt bored. Honestly, it wasn't that interesting. No good. I didn't have enough to drink that night. What
Looks
the
like a
hell
review
kind
to
of
me.
shit is this? What?
Oh,
That's a very interesting definition of review, is all
Yeah.
I'll say. Interesting definition.
Strongly about this. The movie starts out with a huge space battle between the rebellion and the New Order. And
Huge.
I'm gonna say it's one of the smaller ones, isn't it?
Absolutely huge.
In all the
There's, like,
Star Wars
one
battles, it's like
fatty ship.
yeah, it's one big ship and several smaller ships. It's probably one of the smaller scale ones in all of Star Wars. I guess it's because even the one with the Millennium Falcon in the Empire is probably bigger in terms of those several Star Destroyers flying around, TIE fighters, and the Millennium. I'm being a little bit petty here, but I just find it. He's being flowery, is my point. It's like it's a huge battle between blah. And it's like, yeah, all right, calm down.
God, space battles in Star Wars are insanely boring to me.
Oh,
You can obviously tell
okay.
that the choreography in Star Wars is heavily inspired by the battles of the First and Second World Wars.
Well,
Except
they
that
are
the
now.
warships-
Apparently, they are now. I don't know. Did they
I heard
used
they
to be
were
as well?
originally. I
I
heard
don't-
they were. I don't know how accurate that is, but I've definitely.
Well,
Yeah, I certainly don't
They
get
were
that
always
vibe from them.
inspired. It's
that.
just the degree of inspiration, I suppose. Because
Maybe that's the issue.
the whole dropping
They don't
bombs
seem
on a
that way.
target is obviously very like, oh, it's like Earth battles now in World War II. You're like, yeah, kind of. While I'd say in the earlier, well, the OT, like the designs had inspiration. Perhaps the tactics, I'd have to look into it more deeply. But I got a full sense of when the bombs were being drawn out in the payload thing in TLJ. I was like, wow, they've gone really far this time. They even have like the gunners that look almost like the ones from stuff
Yeah,
I've
the
seen.
little ball turrets.
Before it would have been inspired by it, but they would have known which parts to include and which parts not to include because of putting something in a
Space.
different context. It's not always going to work as a one-to-one translation.
Can you just imagine a floating aircraft carrier in space? It's inspired by World War II.
Yeah, and that's not, we don't accept that as like an
just a
excuse
biplane.
because you get a lot
Yeah,
of that.
biplanes.
You-
It's inspired by World War One, guys.
You can point out a problem or whatever, and they'll be like, "Don't you get it? It's based on blah blah." And it's like, okay, that doesn't address what I said at all. Like,
Right, so that's
Anytime
why
you
it's
have
shit.
to go. Anytime you would have to go outside of a piece of media to understand why it's outside of like general cultural knowledge, and this excludes comedy, I would say, because comedy is extremely culturally linked. But if a piece of media is so specific that it can't be enjoyed, then that is going to be a detriment to the enjoyment, because if it requires cultural knowledge.
I mean, especially
So,
if you,
I
it's
don't-
not even to make you understand; it's to make you ignore how it doesn't function in this new format or this new environment. Because all they're saying
Right.
is, "But it's from this." You're like, "Yeah."
But who
Okay.
would
Yeah.
know that, and how many people would actually be able to get that reference or understand it? That's not going to be, that information or meaning will not be relayed to the general public.
Like imagine two fat guys in a Star Wars universe. They have a fight on like the plane of a spaceship out in space with no suits. They're just fighting, and you go, it's a reference to sumo wrestlers. And you're like, yeah, but this is space.
Was it like, I wonder like how far away from the actual from like, okay, because so clearly there's like some degree of like difference between a space battle and then a World War II like dogfight. I wonder to what degree you have to remove like the thing that you're basing it on before these people realize, okay, yeah, it doesn't actually work. Like, oh no, the ship has to be like that because it's based
depends
on
on
a guy
the
taking a shit
themes.
in a toilet. So that's why it's like that.
Like
You
an
wouldn't hear
anus
anyone
appears on the
unironically
Star
defending
Destroyer
it
and
like
just
that.
takes a space shit.
Yeah, like you see, it's good because it mirrors this thing in real life.
You know how you
there's
poop
just
in real
water
life? Wow.
that they're sailing through it with these ships in space. You're like, why is this big pile of water in space? It's like the World War II when they fought in the war.
Galaxy is a massive toilet
Not
bowl.
even just that. Not even just that. It's like the sea. You know how there's a sea in real life? It's like that.
Remember the
Are
sea?
there like whales, like space whales, just
Yeah.
kind of floating around in the floating
I like this idea.
mass
we should
out of
patent it.
gravity?
Space whales in the space sea. In
Space ocean.
Float and the biplanes have weird wings. And while this gimmick surely was well
No, it
executed at
wasn't.
first, I think after the 9th Star Wars film, you'd think
Oh, I
they could
thought
be
you
a little
meant
more
the-
creative about it. There's this scene at the start of the movie where we're introduced to the concept of spaceships that drop bombs. You know, like World War II bomber planes, except in space. Now I know that technically the ships of the Star Wars universe obviously have their own artificial gravity, meaning that if you were to drop an object within the ship and then allow it to float into space, that the item would continue to plummet. But my point is that there's this certain lack of creativity that has to come from trying to think of what a battle in space would be.
Well,
Those are
hang
planes,
on.
Quentin.
But also, what reason are we not given to believe that as rockets are and bombs are in modern fighter jets, that there's a propulsion system in them? I see no evidence that that's not the case in Star Wars. That they're being dropped physically by gravity, which seems to be what he's implying.
Yeah, which we
I
actually.
guess he's trying to make it work,
well, the other
sort of, but
the
it
most
doesn't
common
work, and
defense.
he's saying it doesn't work.
The most common defense is the whole magnets thing, right? That they're propelled out by magnetisms.
Well, that's from a book somewhere that says things, right?
Right. But
Most
even.
books.
But even so, okay. This is not okay. Is this nerd shit? Me saying that, you know, fires, as much as we've seen explosions and shit in Star Wars, like fire can't actually exist in outer space. If you want to see like a fire rocket trail behind it, that actually wouldn't make sense.
Unless it's like ejecting some kind of like leaking some kind of fuel behind it or something.
Yeah. So actually, I just never had a problem believing that it was that because okay.
Because it doesn't affect the plot, first off.
No, it doesn't affect the plot, and it has no. Well, I guess you could say in the first film, but it's made to be clear that at the end of the film that Luke uses the Force to be able to do this, and it's this one small thing, like a tiny little bit of moving or redirecting the rocket, you know, instead of a gigantic.
Well, it's the trail itself that doesn't impact anything.
Right.
If it was just a little light, essentially, of the internals of the rocket propelling itself, then it would have done the exact same thing.
I just don't think that I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think there's any real indication that it's supposed to be like dropping it via gravity. If he's trying to make a logical point here about
Well, people are just confused
how this doesn't
anyway.
make sense.
It's like, why drop bombs that way when it puts you in such a vulnerable position instead of firing
Just
them like we've
project them,
always
yeah.
done?
Shoot them from
Right.
a distance, like missiles that
You might be
exist.
like, well, they could shoot them down,
like-
they could put TIE fighters in the way, and it's like, yeah, or you could just
Right.
blow up with your stupid other plan. They do.
It's like imagining a World War II movie where they have hand grenades and they've like got a new battle tactic of they pull the pin on the grenade, then walk up to the enemy they want to blow up with it, like tape it to them, and then walk away. And that's the new system of delivering grenades.
It's just like the Taliban.
I would just recommend them do what we learned at the end of the film, which is just, you know, have a ship that's just piled with explosives and hyperdrive it into the big ship. Done.
Don't even need the explosives.
There you
Fuck it.
Use a droid, put it on autopilot if you have to, whatever. Done.
You
Don't worry about
C-3PO.
Yes, use C-3PO.
He's had his time.
Time to be a hero you're always meant to be.
and putting it in
Play a bus
space.
theme.
Given that most of the battles in Star Wars are very much traditional in a 20th century fashion, then the invention of the Death Star in Episode 4 itself is a clear allegory for the invention of weapons of mass destruction. This is the turning point in human conflict, something that totally changed the face of enemy forces in an
This
instant.
isn't about the Last Jedi.
Not so far. I guess he's getting there.
not
Oh,
linked
you
it
just
yet.
now notice?
He's getting there, I'm sure of it.
Possible. 30 years after the invention of the atomic bomb, the dictionary definition of a war had been rewritten from the ground up. But 30 years later in the Star Wars universe, it's all kind of the same. In between episodes 6 and 7, the rebellion has been in total power for 3 decades. But you wouldn't be able to guess that. All since the original.
I don't disagree.
Well,
Yeah,
No,
let's
it
ask a
the
question
X-Wings
about
have
that.
slightly different shaped vents on them. It has.
Let's ask some questions
Sorry.
about that.
It's evolved. It's gotten
Excuse-
worse.
Excuse me, he even calls them the rebellion. The rebellion has been in power for 30 years.
Rebellion against.
Maybe they
Now,
like
there's a
being the
very
underdogs.
interesting
Like,
we're still the
contradictory
underdogs.
sentence. How are you in power if you're the rebellion?
The fundamental Force
More
Awakens
like
question.
This is the eternal communist question, I guess.
The trilogy. You can't shake the feeling that the rebellion must have done nothing for 30 years for them to be overtaken this easily by some rogue terrorist group. The fact that every other Star Wars movie seems to be about them trying to stop the bad guys from inventing nukes easily signals that no one really seems to have a lot of big ideas about how to talk
Bigidius?
about war but in space. And I'm bringing all of that up because despite the fact that it annoys me, it doesn't ruin the fun.
That's
It's
fine.
great film then.
That's fine for
So,
him. That doesn't ruin his fun.
It's bad
tons of fun.
writing. It's bad writing, but I had fun.
It doesn't make
therefore
sense,
good.
but
All right then.
all right.
Remember in my last review when I said that the prequels are bad because the characters constantly lose the respect of the audience, while the universe seems to stay relatively consistent? Well, in the case of the sequel trilogy, it's the
Except
exact
the characters
opposite.
aren't consistent either.
I think he likes them.
No.
Sorry.
The
That doesn't
He
universe
make
likes
is
him.
no
It doesn't
sense.
bother him. It doesn't ruin the fun, Jay.
Sorry, he likes it.
contrived.
Like you
Yeah,
and
we're
your
having fun.
thoughts do.
My thoughts.
Oh,
Your thoughts.
Jay's army of thoughts.
Begone.
consistent? Well, in the case of the sequel trilogy, it's the exact opposite. The universe is now contrived, without consistency, scale, or even the ability to not feel like a broken record. But none of this really matters when you're watching the film, because what you've actually
yes,
come
it
to
does.
see is the characters
Because you can
on the
turn your brain off.
Doesn't it matter how the
it's-
characters get to places and are able to make decisions or experience events?
No,
No,
it's fine.
because
He's literally just talking about his
explosion.
own experience. He's like, it didn't matter to me, but he's like
Like,
saying it as if it's
my
universally
question-
true.
The question to Quentin would then be, it's like, okay, so after the scene where he blows up here, Leia, Kylo goes into the ship and then he sees Han, and Han is like, how could you? And they have like a whole drama about how he's essentially killed his mother and what that means for the family. And then if Quentin was like, Han's dead, I'd be like, dude, you don't understand, like, that's enormous fan stuff. Like, this is important drama that's happening here. This stuff matters much more about the characters.
Besides, I'm having fun.
Yeah, I'm having fun watching this. I mean, yeah, okay, Han died, but does that really matter? Ask yourself. It's fan stuff. It's just world rules that apparently when you die, you
Just
stay dead.
fan stuff. Mm.
the screen. Characters like Rey, Poe, and Finn, who managed to carry The Force
That wasn't
Awakens
the
just
Finn
by
film.
making the audience
Uh-huh.
invested in their dynamic and what was going to happen.
Oh
to
yeah,
them.
race
And so the
dynamic.
cri-
Yeah, I'm
With,
gonna have to ask for a
with,
reference for that one.
You know, with stuff.
With, and
Remember how she fell in love with
still
Kylo
alive.
after she hated him for killing her father figure that she developed over one day?
That was a great arc.
Yeah,
That
I've
was
known
a
some
really
daddies
good
over a day
And
that I
then they
had.
touched fingers.
they did touch fingers. Forget that.
To be fair, that did happen in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock.
They touched fingers?
It's a very sensual. Yeah, it was a very sensual moment.
Oh.
So maybe
Who
they
touched
were.
fingers in that?
Saavik and Spock.
Didn't
Oh.
wasn't it through a
It's how
wall,
they
or was
fuck.
it actually, did they directly touch their finger?
No, they directly touched fingers. It was
Alright.
very
Did they
Yeah.
wear
weird.
gloves or was this all natural?
I was gonna
was
say that
all
sounds more
natural.
effective than Star Wars because they did this through a Force stream, so it doesn't really count.
Right. But again, I'm just saying, of course, always ripping off Star Trek, as always, as usual.
creators of Episode 8 had the task of not only continuing the literal story of the battle between the Rebellion
Literal
and the First
story.
Order,
No, No, it didn't, because that story had ended. The rebels had won. You didn't
Yeah,
have that job at
well,
all.
It was only ongoing if you chose to make it ongoing.
Yeah, it's like they arbitrarily decided that nope, this story's we're just gonna keep on trucking. Fuck it.
You may have
They could have
destroyed
told
their
any
enormous
story
weapon,
in this, like,
but they have
they
a
could have
shit
told
ton
any
of stuff
story
left.
in this universe that we've all come to know, and like we understand how this universe works. They could have told any story within it, from that starts from the good guys being in power, and they're like,
Nope.
no.
No, Star Wars can't start out with the good guys are in power. That's silly.
Yeah, that would.
Could
that
you
would ruin
imagine if they
everything.
had like a
Yeah.
series of tense stories about the good guys trying to keep, like, some villains have some like
It just
really
wouldn't.
clever
It
plans
wouldn't
to take
work,
it from
Jay.
them?
It wouldn't work.
It can't
I
work.
guess
Jay,
you're right.
Stop. Do it the JJ way.
The JJ
And so the
way.
creators of Episode 8 had the task of not only continuing the literal story of the battle between the Rebellion and the First Order, but also of using all of the significant characters from Episode 7 in such a way that they could find a satisfying end in Episode 9. Most of the major plot points in Episode 8...
How do you know that
It's
they've
interesting
done
how
that?
they
So they
didn't-
resolved Finn's like only arc.
If you can call it that.
His own
They-
sort
they
of arc
resolved-
thing.
Yeah, they got rid of every question, supposedly, although they're going to walk this back, but Rey's heritage, Snoke's dunzo.
Yep.
This is not setting up for a next movie.
I'm curious. Yeah,
I
I feel
don't
like Ryan.
See how you could get that.
Ryan wanted to
Ryan
tell
was
his
just
own-
like, "Fuck this shit,
Yeah.
I'm out."
Ryan was like, I'm telling my own story in amongst this trilogy, as you call it, but I don't really care. It's mine. One movie belongs to me. I'm done and done. I'm out. And it's like, dude, there's another movie to come. And he's like, oh, cool.
At the end, they were like, "Good job with your part of the trilogy, Ryan." And he's like, "The Trilla what?"
Like, what have we got as setups? Like, 20 people are on a Millennium Falcon. Could go anywhere. They could go anywhere.
Yeah, big galaxy. They
Great
could
setup.
go to
Even though it makes no sense
Corellia.
because of the hyperspace tracker, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Forget about that. Forgetting about things is a very good strategy I hear from.
That's
are
big
designed
brain
to
directing.
specifically analyze and move forwards the leading cast, that being Rey, Finn, Poe, and Kylo Ren. What this means is that the story often takes more of an interest in having these characters appear and grow than it does having all of those plot points be connected in any sort of satisfying
Could you imagine
way.
doing both?
Oh,
Having the plot points be
I
connected
mean-
in any satisfying way.
Rey.
I like that he agrees, like with the case that none of it adds up, none of it makes any sense. It's just
what's
to
the
make
name
things
of the
happen.
casino planet? I always forget.
Canto
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 Bite.
Bite.
Canto Bite. So yeah, okay. So the fact that the Canto
Because I
Bite
Canto Bite that this is a real.
Can-
Nah, fuck.
entire thing has nothing to do with the plot. That's okay. Storylines don't have to come together. We could just waste your time for fucking 35 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yeah, the
however
wall.
long.
See, if what he was saying like was true, that the characters are great in spite of the plot not making so much sense. I mean, what you would essentially have there is Endgame, which is great. So the characters aren't good either. Like,
No,
that's the thing he's missing.
I mean, he propels the idea that they're actually awesome and they've grown and stuff. I'm like, make that video. Why? What's this?
Yeah, illustrated.
Well, I assume he's going to elaborate on that, right?
We'll see.
So much of the secondary plot,
okay,
featuring
okay.
such
Would you
characters
rather
as
have,
Poe and Finn,
the plot makes sense, or the characters treated well?
If I could only have one treated well, it'd be the characters.
Characters.
Yeah.
If you have good characters, they can carry a shit plot. So yeah.
The thing is, and this is just like a sort of, if your characters are perfect, let's just say that for lack of a better term right now, or consistent, then your plot should typically be pretty consistent too, because it's driven by these characters. But
Well, no.
you could, yeah. So that's what a
Do
plot
you mean
is
like
made
the
from.
world instead of like the world building, or?
Because, for
Well,
example,
okay, so
yeah,
let's say
like
that Hux
Fuel.
wasn't a character, and you just didn't see that. Like the First Order was making loads of baffling decisions, but you didn't see that happening. Then there wouldn't be a character to blame for that. That would just be a weird plot.
All right. Yeah, I got.
Well, it's a weird criticism when you say the First Order are retarded. You can also say Hux is retarded. Like, so it's a character problem for him, but it's a world building problem for how in the world did they come to this kind of power when they make these kinds of decisions all the time. So like what I'm trying to get at is characters are usually at their best when they're fully, clearly motivated, and so their motivation pushes them to do X, Y, and Z. And so then we're really running into, if the plot is damaged, it's often in a category of a world rule being broken, or a character doing something or saying something that's not possible.
Well, it's a bit hard to fully separate characters from world, right?
I'd say from plot.
Pretty much. I mean,
Okay,
characters
yeah,
are generally
plot.
products of the world they're in.
I mean, you could have great characters and a really stupid story, but still like the characters in it. Or you could have a really you could have a really amazing story, but kind of boring characters.
Well,
and both can be
Hitchhiker's Guide to the
enjoyable.
Galaxy.
In which direction? Actually, I'd ask.
Oh, fuck it, I don't know.
Hitchhikers
Okay.
has
I was
great
curious
characters
what
and
he was
great
going to say for
stories.
that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in my opinion.
Well,
But,
yeah. Well, I mean, like in terms of like it's kind of nonsense, but it's
Like,
cheeky.
it's
but-
consistent nonsense.
Right. It's consistent when it's self-consistency is what matters. You can have the craziest, weirdest. A Discworld, is a great example as well. Everything about Discworld is absurdist on its face, but because it's consistent within itself, it's fine. I think though that as long as the characters, you can't have characters devoid of a story and setting and narrative, and you can't have a narrative without characters, or you can, but it's difficult. So they're reliant upon one another to a degree, I would say.
Yeah, and they're all.
Oh yeah.
It all comes under writing, right? But like you can try and split them into these portions to make it easier for almost for conversation or analysis when you like go world plot character. But they all definitely intertwine in particular moments, and so the idea that you have this absolutely dreadful plot but perfect characters, I would be curious to see the work. So I'd be like, surely it's the plot could have damaged the characters in that characters are making decisions that don't make much sense. That's often a criticism, but it might not be. I think it's theoretically possible to have a terrible plot with characters that aren't affected badly by it at all. I mean, typically you'll find that there are some characters that don't even, like, they're reactive to a plot that's moving without them. Like a Jack Sparrow type thing, where they're wandering the world and things keep happening because of other people, and so they're reacting to it, so the plot can't necessarily, by breaking, affect those kinds of characters to a degree. It's all very interesting. But let's see where he's going with this.
Secondary plot featuring such characters as Poe.
Also, yeah, just think it's going to come up. Not to say that Jack Sparrow doesn't affect the plot at all. My hands are going up. It's okay. Saying when he arrives at the film, he's just doing his thing, and then he gets captured and helps Will turn it, all that stuff.
And Finn ends up feeling disconnected from the rest of the movie because the only purpose of that part of the film is to give them something to do. Which is why it turns out that the bad guys can now track people through light speed, which is one of those sci-fi reveals that the writers think we care about, but it's actually just really boring.
Kind of important.
Kind of ruins
It's
everything.
kind of super important that they think we care about. This is okay. So this is inoculation stuff. He does this all the time, where he's basically reframing the argument as like, well, if you care about this, then you're a stupid nerd. And that reframes the argument from, hey, a real question that people would have about them suddenly being able to track this stuff. That's just nerd shit, And it makes, if you happen to have those feelings, his intent by framing things this way is to make you feel ashamed for having those feelings. Which are reasonable concerns, not nerd shit.
Yeah, and I'm also
like if it's never been
relatively
introduced
certain
before.
that when it comes down to like certain media, he probably finds it a lot more bothering, and then just is like, but it doesn't matter when it comes to Star Wars. The one that people often give is Star Wars has always been nonsensical. Always like
I love that one.
frustrating.
Is one of those sci-fi reveals that the writers think we care about, but it's actually just really boring. It's like when Rogue One talked about the Kyber crystals. Or hell, even the intro.
What was wrong with that? I don't remember there being a
It
problem
was
with them doing that.
boring.
Oh,
Allman.
okay.
There weren't explosions and lightsaber duels, so it's boring and lame.
Oh no.
Introduction of the Metachlorians in the prequels. Like, you think we care? But
Oh,
we don't?
people gave a
cared.
shit about
People
that.
Yeah,
cared.
People
really
definitely cared
cared.
about that.
Could he have found a worse example? Maybe Jar Jar Binks.
Maybe the
Like-
Senate would have made it a good example. A lot of people found it boring. That was something
Oh
people
yes,
said.
that's a perfect one. Everyone hated the politics, so just say like nobody cared about the Senate stuff. People really cared about the midichlorian thing. People like rioted over that.
I never
Is
heard
he
the
not,
end of
like-
the midichlorian thing.
Does he not understand that like the reason that that people care about this stuff isn't because it exists, it's because of the impact it has on the story and the world? Like, if there was like just a passing line in the movie that was irrelevant to the plot, where they're like, "Oh, we can track people through hyperspace now," then yeah, you wouldn't give a shit. But the fact that you can track people through hyperspace means that the enemies can actually like track the heroes, and that the heroes have no way of escaping. That's the
Right.
part of it you care about. It's
Something
like,
which had
oh,
been
the
established
heroes are in
beforehand,
danger.
and something had been established beforehand that they couldn't do. So
It's like-
you're
So good.
that's it. It's just you already established that they couldn't track them through hyperspace, and now it's just stupid nerd shit if you care about why they suddenly can, or it's boring.
I'll tell you what,
Terrible.
like,
Terrible.
we can keep, because you can keep doing it forever. Like, if I made a Star Wars movie and I have this moment where Darth Evil is about to kill Jedi Goodman, and he's just about to swing, and then another Jedi turns off the Sith lightsaber from a distance with the Force, and then the Sith guy's like, "What the fuck?" Turns it back on, and then that guy puts it back down, on, down. And it's like, haha, you can't kill them now. Everyone will be like, "You can do that? That's
Exactly.
what?" And I'd be like, "Well, yeah, it makes kind of some sense to me that you could." He's like, "No, stop! You're ruining it. Stop it. Stop inventing these weird new things." Like, and you get the argument. It's like, "Oh, so Star Wars is never allowed to grow," and it's like, you can grow without contradicting. That's all we need.
Yeah, we have things called growing pains.
Sad face.
Nice.
Yes. And besides, yeah, if you're gonna pick, like, the idea here, like, take like an audience member, like, I don't know, my dad. He's watching this, and I go, "So what do you think about midichlorians?" He'd probably be like, I don't know, I don't get it. Really, I don't understand what it. Like, maybe he's appealing to, like,
Key demographic.
yeah, like larger movie audiences that don't necessarily care about this, but I feel like that's, you're gonna have to pick and choose your audiences for each of these arguments.
Exactly, because the whales, which you know that they do call these big fans, the whales will be your biggest purchasers, but also your biggest detractors. So they have to figure out what they want, and I don't think they know what they want exactly. I think they're trying to go for a mainstream audience, while completely missing what made the mainstream audience like Star Wars in the first place.
Dev On said, "Mola, the ship with the tracker got destroyed. That's why they were able to escape at the end. If you remember," and this is, I haven't seen TLJ now in over a year, I feel like, or maybe less than a year, I can't remember, but they say that they can't just destroy the ship with the tracker because the other ships have trackers and they just turn them on.
Wait, is that what they said?
Yeah, it's really bad writing because it's so many levels of stupid.
Now you're
The
fucked.
the maneuver destroys all of the ships, though.
No, there's like one left or something, right? It's not all of them, is it?
I thought that's the
They have
concern,
to
like,
they have to
there's all of them
launch
get-
they have to
Yeah, they have
launch
to lock
ground
their stuff
troops.
down to crate. They're still a functional.
yeah.
They're still functional ships. Yeah,
I'm gonna look
and
at
the
this.
supremacy
weird.
isn't destroyed. It's fucked up.
Right, yeah. If they had a throwaway line to say, "Our hyperspace tracker is fucked," or something, like, maybe I'd give it
Oh
to
no!
you. But
It flew straight into the tracker room.
how
Oh
unfortunate!
no! A random piece of space debris hit the tracker wires, and it's
In
the only
every
one in
single ship.
existence.
I'm trying to look for a shot of, like, that moment. I'm gonna try and see if I can find if it shows any Star Destroyers that made it. That's, give me one sec.
The tracker has a special vulnerability to explosions.
But yeah, just to
No,
remind you,
bullets.
right?
It's my only weakness.
The basically Poe, they tell Poe that the tracker is on the big ship, and he goes, "So we destroy that." And then, like, "I like what you're thinking, but no, that'll only delay them because they'll just use it to another one." And I was like, "You can just casually destroy the stupid Star Destroyer? You just, okay." he's just,
What if we just destroy it? It's like, yeah. What if we just did that?
I didn't think that was possible.
Jeez,
But,
Poe.
you know, you might
What
be,
if we just killed all of the bad guys?
yeah, in the shot, Jay, I will send it to you. Just, I could remember there was certain ones that were unscathed. If you look at that, it shows like 3 Star Destroyers at least that have survived, I guess. Oh, there's a whole side to them, actually. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I want to say 6 at least.
I like how they're all clustered up at the part exactly where the explosion happens.
They're all just right there, like they're expecting to fucking.
Also, I love how, like, the shot suddenly becomes not well lit after the thing hits.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say that that there's more to it. There's no reason for them to be able to escape that. Also, that people did care about midichlorians dramatically. And you know what? I referenced the Senate. People really cared about that too. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people out there who love the Senate scenes. I'm not gonna say that people didn't. It's just that I found
How
them
does this
being
universe work? Oh,
yeah, I found them being referenced as boring by a lot of reviewers, if you will.
Boach.
This person has a video essay called this person has a video essay called Star Wars Battlefront 2: How Droidic Has Changed the Game.
They kind of do.
They did. They changed the game.
I admit, when I'm doing Galactic Conquest and I finally unlock them, I'm like, oh yeah, here we go.
I fucking hate seeing footage of the EA Star Wars Battlefront games because I'm like, oh, that looks so cool, and then I remember what it is.
Oh, it's evil, and I don't want to touch it.
Were they referring to the new one in that video?
There is footage of the new one.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing a droidica move and I'm like, holy shit, it looks so awesome. I want those graphics on the original games.
At Mauler and Rags, Poe is right though. They could sneak onto the ship and sneak a bomb on it, and that would kill Hux, Snoke, and Kylo.
What bomb is large enough to destroy?
I'm trying to think of like maybe if they went
they have
to like
access
some kind of control engine thing, but like the idea that that's considered so easy to me is pretty baffling.
Like, let's just do it.
Wow.
Like, whoa.
You'd probably just do that anyway. That thing is a really big ship. just go for it. Just get rid of it. Anyway.
And then you remember that in canon, there's 2.25 million people on board. And you're like, oh god, that's a lot
Or
of
hell, even the
stormtroopers.
introduction of the midichlorians in the prequels. Like, you think we care, but we don't. So Finn, alongside a new character named Rose, go off
The
to...
reason people care about that isn't because they exist and that's it. It's because it has an impact on the story, the messages,
people cared dramatically. That's one of the things I'd probably highlight in the column of what things people cared about in the prequels.
I'm imagining like someone pulls out a knife on Quentin and he's like, why am I supposed to care that a knife exists? I'm like, no, the important part is
It's
you're being
important
threatened
to
with
the
it.
plot. It's important to the plot, at least your plot.
try and find
Namely, the
someone
one you're
who
going to be
can help
planted in.
them temporarily disable the First Order's tracking system. Rose is the fresh blood addition to the cast, and I honestly found her to be interesting enough, but I did find her constant
Interesting
exposition to be
enough.
I like this.
I found her interesting enough.
What else do you
That's
need,
such, like,
Rags?
that's
What else
so-
do you need?
Hey
That's
guys.
damning by faint praise.
Well, I mean, do you want to play the the Plinkett game on how do you describe Rose Tico without
I got
saying her
interesting
job
enough.
or what she looks like?
All right. Well, I think you can. So I'd say arrogant,
Yeah.
selfish to a degree. She's certainly naive. Idiotic, especially when she hit Finn with the ship. That was
Dumb,
really
stupid.
Naive is
idiotic.
probably naive is and idiotic are both good ones.
Yeah. No, I haven't got any what you would associate as positive traits. She
But actually, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, that might be better than a lot of the other characters in the sequels. I mean,
they played it off
what
as
describes Rey? At least Rose is a flawed character in terms
Rey's
of being
tough.
insufferable. But like Rey is one attribute
altruistic
that doesn't
to a degree. But we don't know why. She just is.
But we don't know why, so it doesn't make sense. So yes, I guess you know what I would say objectively, Rose Tico is a better character than Rey.
I might agree with you on
At
that
least
though,
she
like because I think
she has
Rey
more
is awful.
descriptors.
Rey is such a blank slate. She's like what you start with when you're making a character. You're like, right, so this is a person. They look like a person, sort of. So that's a good place. Now let's start writing what they
Sort
are.
of.
I mean, what do you want me to say, Jay? What do you want me to say? He is a person. That would be offensive.
Yeah, no.
I mean, women aren't
I wouldn't
people,
wanna listen
am
to
I
that.
right?
somewhat grating at times. People have started to call her the modern Jar Jar, which is a little far. I think she's just a potentially fun character who doesn't have a lot of room in the movie. I would like to commend the filmmakers for casting an Asian actress in the role.
Okay.
I know that pointing it out like that only
thank you.
Oh, yeah,
give
we
them a
we know
little
the
pat
Asians
on
really
the
need a leg up.
back.
They're doing really terribly.
I
Oh,
love
thank
how
you
he
so
has
much for
to-
helping out the Asians.
Do you think that the casting director saw this video and went, "Oh my god,
He noticed.
thank you, Quentin.
Thank
I've been
you for
waiting to be
noticing,
respected
I'm
for
sorry.
my choice."
If you were Kelly Marie Tran and they told you, we hired you for your Asianness, not your acting ability.
Oh my god!
Oof.
They're like, you're not a good actor, but hey, you're Asian.
But you got the right
There are
skin
two
color.
potential
Asian.
things. There
You
are two
got them
potential things that
squinty
he's
eyes.
congratulating them for here.
God
Either
damn
he
it.
thinks they only hired her because she's Asian, and he's commending them for that, which like that's not the right approach to cast people, right?
No.
I
right?
wouldn't say so.
Or he's commending them for casting. He's commending them for not having a just for not being racist. Like, you know, he's commending them for going.
Which,
You
of
picked
course,
someone who wasn't white. That means that you don't hate everyone who wasn't white, which means you're not racist. Good job, guys.
Because
Well,
to people
what a
like
bizarre-
Quentin, you
yeah.
have to prove that you're not racist, and
Is it-
even then, you still are, just subconsciously.
does it prove
Well,
you're not
it's not even
racist if you
subcon-
hire an Asian, even though if your goal was to look like you don't hate Asians?
Well, okay.
In their
here's-
bizarre
here's-
world
here's
logic,
here's
probably.
the double standard
Yeah.
and the conundrum of all this, right? Really quick. Here's the conundrum of all of this: is that if you care, because they care so much about representation and race, but then at the same time you can't recognize race. So you guys saw the posters that went up that said Islam is right about women?
Yeah,
Now, do you understand why this made people lose their minds? It's because
yeah, because
the
it's
people-
it's just it's like
It's
it's okay to be
two
white.
competing ideas. So, is it good to hire Asians because we need more representation of POC, or is it racist to discriminate against people and separate them via their race for one reason or another? And they can't they have these two opinions at the same time, but can't recognize how they are incompatible. So they have to have like a bunch of cognitive dissonance and work around it psychologically. That's what this is. It's a big
and-
psychological exercise.
As to what Jay said, I think that's probably what Quentin would say. He's like, no, I'm just looking at the full cast and I'm seeing that they're not specifically hiring only white people, and that's cool. You'd be like,
It's like-
uh-huh.
What a fucking damp thing to be like, commended for.
I know.
Well done on not being a terrible person.
A lot of room in the movie. I would like to commend the filmmakers for casting an Asian
what?
actress in
You
the
know what? I'm pretty sure I don't have like a completely reputable source for this, but I've heard that Ryan Johnson has never stabbed anybody, and I'd like to commend him for that.
He didn't.
Good
He's
job.
not a
Really?
murderer.
Thank you,
Wait.
Ryan. That's
Probably not even a
that is
rapist.
commendable.
Even though
You
they
know
believe
what?
in things.
I bet he's not.
I mean, then again, have you ever seen Ryan Johnson and a rapist in the same room before at the same time? I don't
Hmm.
know. I'm just saying. Welcome to E EFAP.
the role. I know that pointing it out like that only makes it feel less normal, but the strange stigma that Hollywood has against casting Asian
Really?
actors
Lucy
really
Liu?
disgusts
Is
me.
there?
Strange
Jackie
stigma
Chan?
against hiring Asians.
Maybe there is. Is that a?
I
guess
don't.
if
I
that's a
need to
thing,
see
then-
references. I don't know that myself.
If that's a thing, then I guess it is commendable to go against the trend.
If that's a
I
thing.
don't
Is
know.
that a thing where Asians are just not hired?
Well,
Let's
I
look
mean,
at some statistics.
typecast often, yeah.
Sure.
But Lucy Liu was a major Hollywood
Star?
leading lady for years, and nobody gave a fuck. So I don't understand where that comes from.
But like that, like just coming up with one example though doesn't demonstrate a trend.
But it doesn't.
No, that's
Like,
you're
you need
correct. You're
statistics
correct.
for this kind of thing.
Yeah,
Not like
and
he
that's my
has
favorite
them.
thing.
So
Well, no,
What
she-
what should
no,
we Google
you're
for
correct.
the statistics on this?
So the Asian American population in the US is about 5.6%. Well, no, that wouldn't even be a way to do it because you would have to take the percentage of people who apply for roles who are Asian and see if they're representative of
No, but then if Asian people are underrepresented like in acting roles, then you know that there's a bias somewhere, but you don't know where it is.
not necessarily. They might just
yeah.
You can do all this through a regression analysis. What you would really want to do, though, just to be able to see if there is a particular overwhelming bias, is just to look up how many big roles, like say within blockbuster movies, have starred Asian American or Asian men and women, and then you would compare that to the US population, which I actually said was 5%, and then you could come up to see whether or not it was representative. I would be surprised if it was not.
Yeah, but a lack of representation doesn't mean discrimination.
It does not.
It depends on where the
Yeah,
like,
we need very
representation comes
specific information.
I mean, it's like saying the NBA discriminates against short white Jewish people.
in. It
It
demonstrates
does,
a
but
bias.
it does, but not
somewhere.
for like the reasons they're trying to highlight.
Yeah, so
Although I would ask the opposite question.
Causation.
I would ask the opposite question, though, right? So let's just to be clear, let's place this into perspective. Does anyone ask for the Japanese or Hong Kong or Korean film market to have more white people in their movies? Because those.
Is there a white population in those countries though?
There's got to be.
Yes.
Like if
But-
there was
but
like, a
if the
5%
population-
white population in those countries,
I think that's why Rags brought up the applying thing as well. Like, how many people in China who are like white American are applying for acting jobs there? I wonder. I don't know.
And
if it was 5%,
but
then
like,
probably a
I
fair
think
few.
that we probably have about 5% representation. I could be wrong. That's just my base guesstimate. And but I don't think that there is like some dearth of Asian people in television and film. Or I think most groups are represented. And you know, the really cool thing is about that is that there's something called the parasocial contact hypothesis, which is a Shepard-Reagan-Hughes 1995. And what they posited is that when people would not 1995, excuse me, 2001. Wow, got my numbers all wrong there. What they found though is that people watching just a few episodes of Will and Grace, people who had no previous exposure to gay people, ended up becoming much more tolerant of gay people and gay marriage after they watched a few episodes.
Disgusting.
So I'm just saying, scene representation, we've seen in research, scene representation of other groups that you don't have any personal experience with, that's positive, can increase positive perceptions. And so I understand the reasons why people want representation, but one-to-one representation is a kind of silly goal to aim for, because then I would say, well, there's 1% population in China that's white, so I better see which they probably have, or that's black, and you don't see any of that coming out of Hong Kong films, that's for sure. You know, I'm just saying that put things in
Well,
context.
it's like the problem is that you
I
have
thought
to
the
do this for
statistics
literally every group, like every disability, every skin color, every race, every religion, and it becomes an impossible task.
Sexuality. There's loads of categories that technically be gone over.
Because
Well,
categories are by their very nature.
and it becomes
so easy to swap.
impossible. Yeah.
thing is, if you're saying it for like each individual piece of media, it's ridiculous. Like no individual piece of media can accurately represent like a whole population. But if you're talking about like all like, you know, like just an entire industry of media, then anywhere that there's like a disconnect between the population and like the percentage that populate like
This actually
that they're represented is
I
going to
still
demonstrate a societal bias
find
of
it-
some kind.
Yeah, but not
I
all
still just
biases
find it-
are bad. Not all discrimination is bad.
No, I didn't say that, but
Yeah.
I still just also find it generally offensive for me, even that he's like, I'd like to congratulate them on hiring an Asian woman, because to me that's what really betrays it. It's not about anything other than just representation. And
Well, you say it with the same tone that you'd say, "I am so glad the football team let the retard play."
right, it's condescending, right? I'm glad
Absolutely.
It is condescending.
I'm
Well, he highlighted.
I'm glad they put. I sure like a good chink in my armor. You know what I'm saying?
He
I
he
like-
highlighted
I
the
like
issue
to
himself.
imagine-
He said seconds later that I know highlighting this makes it seem less normal, and it's like, so stop. You need to stop.
I like the idea of him saying this
Hmm.
next to Kelly Marie Tran, and like looking over to her like, "Did I do good?" And her just being like, "Dude, can you please just like shut up?"
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I found the stats by the way.
Oh, come on.
According to the USC, Asian characters made up only 4.8% of speaking characters in Hollywood films last year, despite being 5.7% of the US population.
Pretty
Okay.
fucking close.
Now-
Like there's
That's pretty fucking
a
close.
slight bias, but like not huge.
That's pretty fucking close.
That's pretty damn close.
I was gonna say, I'm
pretty
amazed
damn
that it's that
close.
close, considering we're talking about so many decisions made by so many people across so many movies, you know? So looking
And
pretty.
again,
That's-
is it an
that's-
issue of the
and it-
population or of the people who apply?
We are
Well-
0.9% racist.
Oh, all right.
For instance,
Well,
like
it's not quite how the
25%
works.
of Congress or like politics basically is women, but women generally don't apply at or run for these offices nearly as much as men. And then when you take that into consideration, voters don't care what your rate or what your gender is. So
No.
there's a lot more that goes
Man.
into it.
Yeah.
Talk to me all day
So-
about that statistics. I know everything about that
There's,
stuff. It's great.
there's a small bias somewhere, but we don't know where it is. It could be in. The kind of.
You've made a judgment before the data are clear, because I don't know the data on this either, but you say a bias, but that doesn't actually mean, because bias implies an intent, right? Or
guess.
even if it's not an active intent, it's a subconscious intent, whereas the bias, such as it is, may be internal, meaning that maybe Asian people are less likely to seek out acting parts in America and would rather go and work.
Well, let's
Kinda
think.
like
it's
women are
safer,
less
isn't
likely
it?
to run for
can't- no,
office.
the fact of the matter is that there are a million variables, and while we cannot use correlations to make causal inferences, because a causal inference requires regression analysis, and you can't do that by having just
Yeah,
two variables.
And let's
in
say
tandem.
an Asian woman showed us an email from the director she contacted an indie film saying, "Can I be in it?" And he said, "No, you're Asian. And I hate Asians." We'd be like, "Oh, well, that's just straight up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fucked up."
Then, dude, the whole world would go insane.
Yeah, what I'm highlighting is like that's confirmed right there. But these statistics, they can go many ways until we get loads more details.
We can't hire a white
It's like it's a circle of like, okay, so if say all of the films being made
Circle
in
of
Hollywood at the
life.
moment, like just the biggest, most popular thing was like, I don't know, movies about fucking what's the place where fucking everyone is white?
I don't know.
Like a
Sweden?
historical period in which like literally like it was a very white place, and for that reason, for the historical
Historically
accuracy, it
very
was
white-
basically all
Iceland.
white people. Sure. So there's like
yeah.
really popular about like loads of like Iceland movies about Iceland is like the biggest Hollywood trend at the moment. For that reason, both there's like essentially Asian actors won't be getting hired as much, and then because of that, fewer Asian people would see themselves getting into acting. So then, when the trend of like Icelandic films died down, you would still have fewer Asian actors represented in other movies that wouldn't necessarily have any reason for that bias.
Yeah, I feel like this is the thing. We could go on for a while. I remember highlighting like, what would you guys say if a female director was making a film about a sorority of women who are locked in a house because one of those women is trying to kill the rest of them or something, and someone was like, "You don't have men in this film; they're not being represented. That's fucked up." Like, or would you just be like, "Well, no, wouldn't be in this if it's a female sorority." You know what I mean? Like the context of each of these, and then you'll have
Exactly.
some people will be like, "Yeah, that's fine," and then you go, "Okay, so now let's expand it," and you're like, "Whoa, what do you mean?" Well, a historical period where there were no black people or something. You're like, and it's just you wonder where the rules are clearly set. Because I think the world would be just fine with that sorority film, but if certain ones
Sure.
in reverse, maybe not so much. I don't know.
I mean, in
Well, the
Star
film-
Wars,
go on.
it's a sci-fi series, right? So I think we can all agree that like that kind of stuff doesn't matter in
Sure.
Star Wars with aliens, and so who cares if somebody looks more Asian or more brown or more white or whatever? Nobody gives a shit. It's all fantasy. My only issue with that statement is just with Quentin's way of phrasing it, which it makes it sound like a congratulations on being Asian, which is
Yeah.
so reductive and so racist, I would say. But that's just my opinion on it. That's
Well,
my
it's
only.
as-
And that I don't think that we need to have a one-to-one, completely accurate representation of the populace in film and media to illustrate that this is somehow that we somehow live in a racist or sexist or oppressive society.
See, do you ever watch Community?
Mm-hmm.
When that episode, I think it's season 2, but when they're trying to work out what their mascot can be without being racist in any way, and Jeff,
Oh, the human being.
yeah, Jeff concludes, he's like, "I see, being racist is the new not being racist." Like, they've managed to flip it all the way around now. That desperate to be not racist is becoming racist.
but yeah, I love Community. Community is actually, as much as I dislike Dan Harmon as a person, he had some very good ideas.
I love that show.
I'm kind
Anyway.
of curious what's wrong with Dan Harmon at this
That
point.
Hollywood has a
Oh my.
He said some
Oh, my
some
sweet summer
tismy
child.
things.
Oh,
It's
Look,
more than a
go
bit
look into it,
tismy.
Jay. I wonder if
is this a
chat's
recent
gonna hate
thing
him.
that he's done, or
Actually, I can give you an inside scoop on a thing that the internet has forgotten about,
Go for it.
which is the time that he completely lost his fucking mind on like a 14-year-old English as a second language speaking person on Twitter who was like, "Oh, hello, Dan Harmon. I really am liking of the Rick and the Morty," and Harmon just flipped out and screamed at this kid for, I'm not joking, like 6 hours on Twitter.
Why?
Told him to kill himself just because he was in a mood. That's what he used to do. He was in a mood. And he does that kind of shit all the time. I used to listen to his podcast every week. And he would just, also the podcast, where he said that half the country are Nazis and, went into the whole Orange Man bad shit that of course he does. But he's a nutter. And he's been a real jerk. Also, he abused his ex-wife, but you can watch the documentary that used to be on Netflix for more on that one.
I was gonna say I probably know
Rick
less
and
about
Morty's
it.
good
As well.
time.
Rick and Morty is funny, and I think a lot of people like to say that it's also very much due to I've forgotten the second guy's name.
Justin Roiland.
That's the one.
Ryland, yeah.
But I think Dan Harmon's capable of making some awesome shit because of Community and Rick and Morty.
Oh,
It's just that he seems
is.
to be a bit unhinged.
He's unstable. He needs help, and I don't know. Smart, talented guy,
Mhm.
but he just needs someone to get his crap under control.
He needs someone to help him filter.
He
Yes,
needs somebody
yes.
to lean on.
We all need someone to
against casting
lean
Asian
on.
actors really disgusts me. And the fact that there are actually people
This is
on the
getting
internet
gay.
who see an Asian actress on the screen and think to themselves, "Ugh, these social justice warriors and their propaganda," really
thinks
disgusts
that?
me.
Who thinks that? Who has ever
I'm
seen an
sure
Asian
those
and you're like,
people
yeah.
are-
Oh, I'm sure
exist.
they're out there, but Jesus Christ is like, yep, that's what they're yep, that's them. All them, yeah, all those anti-SJW
And
people.
then I have to highlight the
majority
fact
and
there's like, thank you, Quentin, for letting me know that people who hate Asian people are just not people you like. Because I wouldn't have known otherwise.
for-
It's not like hating Asian people is a rational position that you disagree with or
Hello,
something.
I am signaling to you my virtue. I am good progressive man.
I'm glad.
I was just gonna assume that people
On the
aren't
internet.
super evil, subconscious racists, and yeah, okay.
Who see
I'd
an
just like
Asian
to
actor
make it clear for everyone watching EFAP, I don't hate Asian people.
Neither do I. Don't. I put my hand up.
I will
don't.
now accept your super chats dedicating several hundreds of pounds to me.
As
I mean,
long
I
as-
do, but JK.
This video is clearly about you.
actress on the screen and think to themselves, "Ugh, these social justice warriors and their propaganda," really disgusts me. Honestly, if you're one of
What
those people
about
who
the actual
immediately sees a
propaganda?
character on the screen that doesn't look like you and you just think, "Oh, this character could have been white," then honestly, you
Why
can
are
just
you giving
fuck
these
off.
people attention?
Whoa. That is not what anyone has ever said about Rose Tico as a character fault. I mean, maybe somebody on poll on 4chan, I'm sure. But it has nothing to do with her being Asian. It has to do with her being insufferable and pointless.
This character ate a white. Like, what the hell?
Who said this? Source,
He
please?
found some tweet on the internet from somebody no one knows about.
At
This
least
would be
show
fine if he
the
was
tweet.
showing someone saying it.
It would help.
if
Well,
you
then we did
really
the roundtable
saw-
thing where he found the most insane tweet out there.
Yeah, or a YouTube
And
comment
it's
with
like
no
this.
upvotes that's a troll. It's like, oh, these characters aren't white, bad. Come on.
He can't even find a shitty YouTube comment or a tweet, or can't even make his own bot tweet. Because let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. But
Why didn't he pull an Anita Sarkeesian? Is what you're at?
That's the thing.
oh,
If
just
he's-
make up your own tweet, make your own private account, call yourself, I don't know, Cat Wrangler 97,
It's just-
and just
look,
be like, oh my god.
It's good
I-
that he disapproves of such things. Because if I didn't know that, I would have distrusted this review. I'd have been like, does Does he approve of Asian hate?
Does he hate Asians though?
Yeah, that's the thing that I always need to know.
If
Honestly,
it's common as he's implying it is, he should have plenty of examples.
Yeah.
He's also
one of
kind
those
of making
people-
it seem like it's an exotic thing. Like, oh, you put one of the yellow
One of
ones in,
them.
I see.
Yeah, it's-
like, oh, thank you very much. It's so weird and creepy.
I could imagine Quentin having like being one of those weird people who fetishizes Asians. Like maybe
Oh,
not so
for
much
sure.
anymore, but in his early
for
days, I
sure.
could see that.
If only Quentin ContraPoints was Asian. Perfect package. For Quentin,
Yes.
of course.
Are these social justice warriors and their propaganda?
Really disgusts me. Honestly, if you're one of
You
those
get to
people
look
who
at
immediately
Asians.
sees a character on the screen that doesn't look like you and you just think, oh, this character could have been white, then honestly, you can just fuck
This
off.
character could have been white. I mean, do you deny that the character
It's
could have
possible.
been white? I mean,
I
yeah.
really like actually the freeze frame there too is
Kinda,
quite
yeah.
good.
I want to say it like in reference to Rose in Gedeld 3. I would be like, you know, she was a great character, but she could have been white, and they chose not to, which is very disappointing. Like,
Because that's kind of what it sounds like he's saying. Like, she was really good as an Asian. I mean, she could have been white, but
She was a pretty good actor considering she's Asian.
oh, we're just waiting for these hot takes from Quentin.
Sincerely, who the fuck else even thought about that?
This is why it frustrates me when I'm called like a racist and stuff. When I just don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
oh, you must be the racist.
What?
Yeah,
I would be frustrated
Are
being
we
called
sa-
a racist regardless of this, but
Well, dude,
I don't know.
welcome to the
Sometimes,
club.
I mean, I
You're
say
gonna-
I'm frustrated. It really just makes me laugh because I'm like, oh,
Well, Rags, you and I exist kind of in the same area of the internet, which means
Pretty
I don't
much.
know how much you get this, Muller, but people will just call you a racist for no reason, and they don't really have to have evidence. They'll just be like, "Well, this proves it."
they'll never
Doesn't
tell
really
you
matter.
why. Fuck no.
oh yeah, after
No,
my,
they'll never. Oh
my Black
man, they'll
Panther
never tell you
video,
why.
I got a whole bunch. It was
It-
I was a racist for a long time.
but that's
You
the
just have to
black
stop-
film. Not liking that
You
film
have-
means
you-
that
you
you don't
must-
like the black people.
You don't like the blacks.
Exactly.
And then I'm like, I like Blade, and then they're like, well, doesn't count.
Yeah, but he's a vampire. He's not really fully black.
And
You
to
know
be
what
honest, with you, I
vampires
tell them
are?
as well.
They're
I
white.
like Black Panther in Civil War because he was awesome. And they're like, yeah, well,
He was really awesome.
Yeah,
in
he was.
Civil
I
War.
he was.
He
really
had an
cool
arc in
War.
Civil War.
Exactly.
Black Panther had an arc in Civil
Exactly.
War.
Right. We actually got to see a character. I mean, instead of oh man, what was the name of the villain in Black Panther? It was the only
Killmonger?
character.
Zemo.
Killmonger. Yeah. I mean, he was
Oh,
really the
yeah,
only
so-
freaking character I would say in the whole movie. But whatever. That's a totally different discussion. It's frustrating. People are going to call you racist no matter what you do. But to me, it seems weird. Unless you're adapting something where characters have specific races, you know, in which case I would find it sounds weird when they make choices that change it, when they seem unnecessary or when there's no good reason for it, as in the actor isn't necessarily the best choice.
Well, like
Why would
if-
anyone care in Star Wars? It's
Oh, yeah.
it's a fictional universe. Nobody cares. At least
which
to
is
me,
like,
I don't know
if
why
like
anyone
every
would care.
character in Star Wars was white at this point, like it would start getting kind of
It
weird.
would be
like, are you guys
odd.
doing
Yeah,
this
it'd be
on purpose?
really weird.
But every character in Star Wars has not always been white. They've been.
But yeah, exactly. So it's not a big deal. It's.
But it's like if every character was black, then would you say I wonder what Quentin would say if literally every character was Asian.
well,
I
that's
think he'd be fine with
diversity.
it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's diversity because there's so many all-white films. Is probably what he would say.
And he wouldn't be wrong necessarily. on
Then
that,
watch
but-
Hong Kong's. Then watch Asian cinema. Then go watch Wakkaliwood.
My favorite
know,
movie
There's
is
no,
all
there's
Asian.
no problem
And
with
Bollywood.
that just happening. You know, it's like, I thought all of the best candidates were these people, and they're all just they're Asian.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Yeah.
My only point is nobody. It's weird to be pointing so much attention towards it because nobody else on the planet cares outside of people who are weirdly obsessed with maintaining representation. But my point is that if you don't like seeing white people in movies that come from a predominantly white country or white countries like the US and the UK, then watch Bollywood movies. Then watch
They're
movies from
amazing.
Hong Kong.
Honestly, Quentin
Bollywood
Bollywood
movies are
movie.
amazing, by the way.
They
Bollywood
are
movies are fantastic
crazy
and
good.
wonderful, and there are other options. I'm not saying it's going to be on the same level necessarily, but I've been to a Goodwill before and picked up like 20 Nigerian films for $1 in a DVD set, and I have done that, and they're terribly filmed. But if you know those languages, I bet it's more interesting. If the only thing you care about is representation. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, why bring up the race of the actors at all?
It's just an awkward,
It should matter.
ongoing debate that's never going to die, apparently, about exactly what the correct thing to do is, and then it always seems like whenever a step is taken that there's going to be like a, wait a minute, what you just said is backwardly racist, and then they're like, what? Oh, well, but it's the greater
I
good.
just don't see why it matters. It doesn't matter to me if the actor is good. I think John Boyega is a good actor. I just don't
Yeah, agree with that.
care
great
about his
in-
character.
He's great in Attack the Block.
Your opinion. I agree with.
No, it's not. It's objective.
Yeah, well, in fairness, all he did was let people know that racism bad, so...
On the screen that
Like,
doesn't
guys,
look
I'm
like
not
you
one of
and you
those
just think,
racists.
"Oh,
You
this
can trust
character's
my
Exactly.
movie
white."
reviews.
Then honestly, you can just fuck off. Speaking of which, one of the more jarring characters in the movie is that of
I
Admiral
just like the idea
Holdo,
of people
or
watching
as
that
I like
part where
to
he's like,
call-
if you're racist, you could just fuck off. Like,
Yep.
Like, oh
picture
wait,
people
I'm
going,
racist.
"Yes,
I better stop
yes,
watching
yes."
the
How
Quentin video.
How many racists, like, unironically identify as being racist rather than being right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm sure like there are racist groups. There's still a couple Nazis
they
running
consider
around. I'm sure
themselves
they'd
racist?
identify as being
Somewhere.
racist.
Sure, if we
people who
keep
call
looking,
themselves
we'll
like
find
race
them.
realists, and then
Well, it depends on how you want to frame race realists or how you want to define racism.
What I'm trying to
Because
say
I think
is,
there's
do the-
biological
Oh no, are we
differences
coming?
between
Are
the
we going
races.
into this argument?
okay, hang on. Let me find something.
Oof.
This just sort of tangentially related. I don't need it though. I have a picture of that I took a couple of years ago of the window across the road from me, where the guy who lived there apparently decided that the best way to decorate his flat was to hang up across one of the walls a huge swastika.
Wow, what a cool
Uh,
dude.
And I live like right next door to that.
That's actually
uh,
funny
So
because that's what I think about racism. I think
I wonder if he unironically identified as a racist. I'm assuming
That's what I mean.
you know.
I don't know if I've ever
She-
seen it happen where they say like, "I am racist and proud." You'd be like, "Okay."
That's the thing, they wouldn't
it's-
use the word racist. They'd be like,
That's- yeah,
I'm
that's
proud
what
of the fact
my
that
point-
I think black people are worse than white people.
Yeah, my point is that when
I'll
Quentin
tell you-
says, "If you're racist, get the fuck out," they probably sit there like, "Well, I'm not," but black people are.
well,
worse.
that's why I
He
said it
didn't
was
phrase it
important
like
how
that.
you define racism because some people would say if you just think there's a difference between races, you are a racist.
Right.
Some people don't
I'll-
even take the whole superiority thing into it.
Yeah. Oh no, don't we get into that. But I had many times I had a conversation with a good friend of mine who some people may remember, Edgy Sphinx, aka Bravey and Ruin, and
Yeah.
we mostly
I remember.
we had a talk. Yeah, Edgy was.
He was an edgy sphinx.
He's still around, but just not public. But we talked a lot about this, and we basically, I think, between the two of us, agreed on, which is that right-wing people will tell you if they're racist. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I hate them dang darkies." Like they'll tell you straight up. They will be outwardly racist. They'll tell you they don't like people. They'll be public about it. But people like Quentin have the exact same thoughts about the lesser nature of non-white people. And they just express their racism subconsciously and covertly rather than aggressively and overtly. And I think that's the major difference between
bigotry of
left and
low
right wing racism.
expectations.
Anyone can be racist, but the left and the right express that racism differently.
That's why it's so easy to be like, yeah, Nazis are bad, Nazis are bad. And everyone's like, yeah, of course, Nazis are bad because they're so overt about it. It's so open and obvious. But when you have, the left especially, who the
It's like,
racism is a lot more soft and subtle.
I love these poor stupid Asians. Give them more roles. Like it's so weirdly condescending.
Oh yeah,
but-
absolutely.
and just-
And I do want a genuine reaction from Kelly Marie Tran about stuff like that, and framed in the way of, don't you think it's kind of fucked up that people are like, it's good that they cast the Asian? Don't you think that's fucked up? Like they need.
It is fucked up.
And maybe even Quentin would be like, I didn't frame it like that though. You're making it seem much worse than it is. It's like, yeah, but there's not a lot of difference. That's the problem. And then also I just said the whole racist proud statement. That's going to be memes. It was such an easy thing to clip, so I'll happily see that in future. I wonder if anybody will take the bait on it though. Like someone's like, Mola confirmed, proud of being racist. Fucked up is that? I doubt.
Well, aren't we all?
I hate dogs. I mean cats. Sorry, Rex. But yes, anyway, I think we're nearly out of the racist section. We're going into the sexist section now.
You almost said the second.
Oh, good.
There's the
Let's-
sexist section as well.
He's
gonna
bringing
get
up Holdo.
Oh,
Of course he's going to say this is something to do with sexism with this.
Call her Diane from Twin Peaks. She has a direct confrontation with Poe because he doesn't think that she's fit to command. Poe takes over command of the ship because he thinks that her plans are going to kill them all.
'Cause
But
they
later it
would've.
turns out that her plans just made sense, and Poe's cowboy heroism has put them all in danger.
No.
No.
That's
No.
the exact opposite.
What movie did you watch?
Not this one, apparently.
Not ever accepting that narrative. That's nonsense. Everybody should have done what Poe did. It's the most rational thing to do, what Poe did.
Yes.
Yeah, if your leader just tells you, we're just gonna die, then what are you supposed to do? Just be like, well, that is my commanding officer. I
she's
guess
the
we'll
boss.
just die.
This is
He's
thing
the
I always
boss.
try and tell people who write this film's scenes that don't exist. I'm like, it actually would have been much more forgivable if Holdo had said, Poe, we have a plan. It's being enacted. I'm not telling you it because I don't trust you. If she said that to him blatantly, I'd be like, whoa. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
And he's told to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up because she just thinks that he messes things up, and that if she tells him what the plan is, he's going to do something crazy and stupid, and that he needs to trust it. If everything had played out differently, it'd be much more forgivable.
Yeah, a stringent, harsh leader, like a more actual type of general type. I've been rewatching the X-Files, so like acting like Assistant Director Skinner, of being kind of on their side, but being like, you messed up, I don't trust you, here's the ground rules, get it done, then that would be fine. But that's not the way it went down.
Yeah, she just tells him he sucks, and that's it. It's like, okay. Oh, it's
You
bizarre.
suck, now die. Like, oh.
And they come away from the movie having watched scenes that don't exist, and you're like, what happened?
Her plans are going to kill them all, but later it turns out that her plans just made sense, and Poe's cowboy heroism has put them all in danger. The main complaint of the character tends to be
Except
that
it
the failure of
didn't.
her command comes not just
Yeah.
from Poe's overeager attitude, but also from her failing to tell anyone any of her plans.
Overeager
Honestly,
is
that's-
an interesting way to describe what Poe does. Like,
Poe-
I guess if you
Everything
don't
he
want
does
to
is
die,
rational.
you're overeager.
Yeah, everything he does is
Without-
rational.
Yes, it's ridiculous. I mean, okay, so what if Poe doesn't do what he does? Then what's the
He's
outcome?
dead. He's a dead man.
Yeah, exactly. It's what a.
Well, I guess
Not-
it'd be
and
more
not
accurate to
just
say
him,
he
his
has
whole-
every reason and can
Everyone.
justify
The
that
entire
he believes
faction.
he'll be a dead man and everyone.
Yeah.
die.
So you have to, if this is going to be your criticism, you would have to put up an alternative hypothesis, right?
It would be
What would happen instead?
It would be worse if he had done nothing, because I'd be like, wow, Poe actually was comfortable with everybody dying. Like, that's weird. And you can say that about the rest of the crew. Remember you have that shot where the girl who, Billy Lord, she looks at Holdo at one point in the film like, what the fuck are you doing? She just says, steady on. Because they watch a film get they watch a frigate, the medical frigate get
You watch
destroyed.
your film get destroyed.
Like,
And,
don't worry, that definitely won't be us
well,
next.
Yeah, the guy, I keep fucking my words up. The guy dies screaming. He's like, "Ah, it was good to serve you," and blows up. And then she's like, "What do we do now?" She's like, "Steady on."
Serving you doing whatever it is our organization does.
So
Whatever
yeah,
that was, it was great.
I don't know, man. Like, it's a disaster, and I'm glad the film had at least more than just Poe disagreeing with it. Like, the mutiny had a couple of people there. It's like, oh, thank Christ, somebody else noticed.
Right.
But most people didn't. And this is the other crazy thing at that point in the film. It's like, they're all packing. They all know they're going to leave, and, like, why don't you ask one of the pilots where they're heading? Like, you guys just gonna drive off into the sunset, or your actual goal? They'll be like, oh, we're heading to Crate. And then Poe will be like, wait, what's that? What's Crate? Why do you just tell him at that point? Why would you just tell him? I hate this film.
It's a minor annoyance that doesn't really undermine the point of that part of the film, but I've seen a lot of people say that it's
undermines
quote,
the point of the film.
Feminist.
What?
Feminist
Okay,
propaganda.
Couple
I
things.
don't know about feminist propaganda. I think the weird hair and the odd dress is something that definitely is odd. I don't know if I go.
Yeah,
It's unusual. It raises a brow.
Honest. Let's be honest. I certainly saw videos that did kind of frame it that way.
Oh yeah, I can
They will
believe that.
use
Yeah.
well, because he was very specific there. He was talking about the process of not sharing the plan, and then he was like, they're describing all this as feminist. Probably it's like, whoa, now I think people saw her as like an icon of Tumblr.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
idea of not telling the plan to
She's
people is
not
like, no, that's just
black
poor
anymore.
writing. It has nothing to do with feminism. At least I didn't
Right,
think so.
right. No, that in particular, I think that he's probably conflating the two things. Like, people are saying that she as a character was representative of an issue, but this
Yeah,
not relating it to his specific
they
point.
wanted this character to have those specific aesthetic by design, and what it's associated with. In
I
the
don't know if I
modern
can say that with definitive certainty, but it certainly looks that way.
I think with what Ryan has said and JJ and Disney and their whole spiel about the Force is female and stuff, I think it's a pretty safe assumption.
I found the picture of the swastika, by the way.
There's
also a katana in that window.
Remember how I showed you guys a spider earlier? There's a bigger spider that's closer to me now. There's a different one.
Oh my god.
Oh, make them fight.
No, they can both tell the future.
Then
Also,
you'll
I
then
know
make
which one's
the,
gonna
then
win.
get them to fight, and the one who doesn't want to fight would have been the one to lose.
No,
Maybe I
whoever's
don't know,
going to
maybe
lose
it was
that
a
fight would have
principled
been able to
position,
tell
huh?
that from the future.
Yeah, I know that. Then they wouldn't want to fight.
Then I'll never be able to make them fight. How do I make them fight?
No, you just make them want to fight.
You have to put them in a tiny little cage, like a little sticks, little to bug each other with.
I'm gonna send the
Little
picture
Can
to
they
you
change the
guys.
future, or is it like a rival?
Is it what?
Is it can they change the future, or is it like a rival?
Oh, I guess, yeah, it's all just set in stone anyway, so they know they're gonna fight if they do. There's big
Oh,
old
that-
legs.
That doesn't look bigger than the other one from
Well-
like the photos.
It is bigger than the other one, because I can see them both still. 100%.
Oh my fucking god.
Why do I have two spiders in my room? Am I really that... Do they need to warn me about something? Like,
They're both pretty big spiders as well. Like,
which means they're
Those
mature.
are our spiders.
Again, just put them together and let them fight each other.
They're
We're
probably
down the
friends.
What if they're like male and female and they make even
Then
more
let them
spiders?
become friends. That's
What if they're
even better.
coordinating an attack?
I don't
Wait,
think
he's
so.
gonna-
Right
Spiders
now,
are
right now they're
friends.
both like, do you
Involved
think
in
he's
their voices.
noticed? He keeps looking.
No, spiders are bros.
he's taking a picture of each of us, so maybe.
Spiders.
He's logged us in his... Anyway, feminist propaganda, back on topic.
Propaganda? What? I guess people are just triggered by Tumblr hair?
Even he acknowledges that's the point of the hair.
Good, like, I feel... So when people are like, wow, why'd you even mention the hair? I'm like, I don't know, it's distracting, is it not?
It's really weird. This is supposed to be a military organization.
It's unusual. And then they say, it's not unusual for Star Wars. I'm like, I don't think I've seen this in Star Wars before, but I could understand you saying that Star Wars doesn't have any set rules for hair, so... Strange.
I
It
do
doesn't have
get
set
that.
rules, but-
I guess that it's a little bit odd because we have never seen a human in Star Wars with weird hair color before.
It's certainly not front and
So
center, too,
it-
so it hits people
Not
in
like
a way.
a general
Oh,
supposed to be
wow.
like on a bridge commanding troops. I see
it's
this
like-
person and I think crazy weird
We're not
person that I
even.
stay
We
away
shouldn't
from.
even really be clear about what humans are in the Star Wars universe versus other. Like
I see that hair and I
kind of
think,
stuff
like-
is. That kind of stuff is all mostly even only discussed at all in the expanded universe. So I can get the excuse, but it is distracting.
It's coded. It's like, you know, there are clear cultural associations with that kind of like there's I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows if it was intentional, right?
Well, she didn't just
Uh,
accidentally put on the dress and the hair.
No, as
You're
in,
saying we
like,
can't know
if they
for
were trying
sure.
if they were trying to if they did this to like evoke certain connotations from the real world, or
Yeah, I
if
guess
it
we
was
can't
just
know
like,
for
"Hey,
sure
I think
unless we had a
this
comment
We
looks
can't
from-
know for certain, but I think it's pretty.
A lot of people come away
To-
with
to
that
me-
interpretation. Let's say that.
I just look at her and think like she looks like she's having a midlife crisis with that.
Because she's a
Always
woman,
something you want to
Jay.
make sure that your troops understand that you are
Jay,
going through.
Are you
when it
saying
comes-
that if
I
a
saw a
man
man
wore a
with that
ball
hair
gown,
and
a
hair
hair,
colour.
she's wearing a halo as well. That's always something I forgot to mention.
Well, yeah, then
Idiot.
it would
be
just
fair,
be the same thing.
if
It's
I
just a man.
If I
Oh.
saw like a dude wearing that exact outfit, I'd assume just like that was
Fine.
like his deal, like he'd always done that.
Because you're a dirty sexist.
Here's a really weird thing that I've noticed in the last couple of years. Whenever I've gone out in public, I've noticed that there's this trend of young girls who are, I don't know, late teens, wearing not halos but crowns, which I find
Crowns?
very like little tiny fake plastic crowns. And I have no idea what this is about, but I'm sure it's in the same vein. And I mean that spelled in both ways.
Because all women are queens, even the shit ones.
I hope this doesn't a thing that kicks crowns, but alright.
women are queens.
The women are the bosses. The women are the heroes. They're all lesbians.
Alex, come on, EFAP.
I don't feel
Alex,
like her being
please.
a woman is that important to what she does in the movie. I just can't stop thinking that if this character was a guy, there wouldn't have been.
Oh,
There it
but
is.
this is in contradiction
would.
with Pop Culture Detective, who says her womanness is a very important part about what the film is trying to say.
Well, they don't agree with each other, even though they probably say they do publicly. But I like the idea that he's like, if this was a guy, we'd be okay with this. Like a guy wearing a ball gown, a halo, and pig flowing hair. I don't know. I think I'd find it
Or
distracting.
just making absolutely pants on head military decisions. How about that?
Yeah. It didn't matter though. It could have been Hold On, and he was this big buff guy. I would have still had a problem with it.
Have you seen the concept art for Holdo? Because she looks fucking awesome. I don't know what went wrong.
Oh no.
Send it to
Really?
us. I'll put it on the screen.
There's some really I can't find. Hang on. There's some really early ones where it shows like her in military gear, and it's like, oh, that's some cool looking character right there. I can't find them right now. I'll let you know if I do.
Have a look.
That important to what she does in the movie. I just can't stop thinking that if this character was a guy, there wouldn't have been nearly as much backlash as there is. And that makes me think that backlash really doesn't matter
What
at
makes you
all.
think that?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
The
You have
backlash
to
only ever
provide some
matters depending
evidence.
on their arguments. Like, it can't just be blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, that doesn't matter because it's just always about the argument. It's never like, oh, this girl's a
Provide your
woman.
source.
Sorry?
Always provide your sources. I mean, look,
Yeah.
here's the thing. I have had purple hair. I don't really care about, like, nobody gives a shit about that kind of stuff. It's because of what a freaking magnetic, just nightmare of a character this one is in every way.
If she was
Of
perfect
just
and she
terrible
only had
traits all over the place.
actually,
It wouldn't matter what her gender was. It wouldn't matter what what color the hair was. It's just because everything else this character does is so stupid.
if we could find a video saying that Holdo is a terrible character because she has purple hair and that's it, no other arguments, nothing, no to qualify as well, I'd just be like, yeah, Quentin, that's terrible as an argument.
That is a very bad argument, but that's not what anyone's ever saying.
Yeah, I haven't heard it myself. Also, hi Shad, how you doing? We're 4
Hello,
hours
Shad,
in.
We're talking about how much
Hello,
we hate
Shad.
women.
Yeah, we've just learned that it's bad if you're racist. It's also bad if you're sexist. I don't know if you knew this. Don't be those.
We think that
If you are those
backlash
things, you're
really
gonna have to
doesn't
change,
matter
man.
at all. I really feel like there are a lot of good character ideas here, but they're just really quickly forced into these scenes kind of awkwardly, so they just come across as a bit comedic. There's this scene where Rose tells Finn about the slave trade in this city, and it makes Finn instantly hate the city, and
That should be fine.
That should be
What?
fine.
What are you
Reminds me
even saying in this point?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to. Can I hear that again? That
Yeah, I don't know what he's
just
trying to
really
even
quickly
say with this
forced into
tangent.
these scenes kind of awkwardly, so they just come across as a bit comedic. There's this scene where Rose tells Finn about the slave trade on this city, and it makes Finn instantly hate the city, and it that should be fine. But the way
No.
Is it not? What?
Let's explain why this might actually affect Finn, Quentin.
To say,
He was essentially a slave.
yeah.
He was a slave. Here's a reason why Finn might actually be affected by this. I can't why would you make a review of a movie that you clearly don't understand on even a most basic level?
I don't know what he means by this should be fine. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
Well, I guess we haven't heard the rest of it yet.
Yeah, it's just
Okay, sorry.
odd.
Cuted, it reminds me of this scene from Sharknado.
They took my
Oh, he's comparing it to Sharknado, okay.
I really hate sharks.
Why would he do that to Sharknado? Compare it to The Last Jedi.
Now I really hate sharks too.
Overall, I feel.
Whoa!
That's dumb because. Okay, so like the society in which Tico is critiquing is completely contingent upon and encouraging the use of slaves to function, while sharks are a broad animal that it would make no sense to just hate a shark because it ate someone's friend. I don't know, you still could, but sharks as a whole. How are these comparable? I don't understand.
Not in any way. So a shark ate your dad. I'm really sorry. A shark is an animal, right?
Fuck.
In the case of Finn, I was a slave. Here is a city of slavers.
Why would you have any connection to this?
He was a slave like 2 days ago.
I really
It's
think
true.
why he might be a little bit upset. I'm scratching my head and I'm trying to think of a reason. I can't. It's too
Can we-
difficult.
we also,
He's probably still going like, holy shit, I can wake up whenever I want.
I want to highlight as well as we always do the irony of like, this is bad. We need to beat this. Like you guys are the ones who were in control when this happened. What do you mean? The Republic are the reason this is going on. What is it gonna?
Yeah.
Like the Republic took over. Were taken over like 2 days ago. Canto Bite's been
You
running
had
for
30
years.
years to get rid of slavery on an obviously very well-established, well-off, and well-to-do planet, and you haven't?
It's just like the idea that Finn's like, first thing we do now that we've won is abolish slavery. And there's a whole bunch of like people in the Senate who are like, I don't know about that. I don't know. Well, it's not all bad. Some of the slaves want to be there, okay, buddy? Like we have whole
Look, they're
cultures
singing
built
out in the fields. They love it.
It's just dumb. I like that Kylo. We find out the main motivation behind Snoke was to abolish slavery. That was his whole thing. Like that's what he's motivated fully by.
I was born a slave.
He's like, people like the Jedi enforce slavery, and then they're like, we have to defeat you. And he's like, you guys are evil. This is this whole other
We
film.
invented Jedi ham.
But you think a Jedi could just choose not to be a Jedi and there would be no repercussions?
Man, we're inventing a more interesting film with
We
joking
actually,
about
This
it.
is definitely becoming
accidentally
much more
every time we
interesting
talk about
than it.
that.
There's no way it will be anywhere near as interesting as this description.
Imagine that. Imagine Snoke was a disgruntled Jedi. We should stop because it's going to be too much fun to talk about how that could work.
Well, we should stop because that would be too much fun.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
We're not allowed to
It'll
have fun.
the concept will be fun, and then we'll have to come back to reality where we're dealing with fucking Episode 9, this stupid fleet of Star Destroyer, Death Star, stupid.
Wait, but it's gonna be really cool explosions, and it will be super cool to look at.
It'll look so cool, guys.
It'll look really neat. As
Okay,
long as
so
you
hang
just
on.
be sure to unplug your brain and turn it into off mode, and then you'll have a great time.
I'm starting to think, like, because I've been looking for a while now, I can't find any of that concept art of like Holdo where she was actually military clothes. Does anyone in the chat know what I'm talking about? Because I'm starting to think I've just made it up in my like. I swear.
We keep inventing better films.
But does anyone in the chat know what I'm referring to? Because I really want it to exist at this point. Because that would mean I'm not crazy.
Well, let's see. Admiral Holdo concept art.
That's what I've been doing for a while. I've been trying different terms to find what I was looking for.
Try Fash Wave.
Oh, I think I found it. Well, I don't know. This is a Tumblr picture. Never mind.
Just type Admiral Holdo, but not horrible. if that
Wait, Rags, what did you search to find what you thought was it? Because I want to see if maybe that's what I saw.
Concept art.
I only found like stuff of a hover and a ball gown from that.
This is what I originally thought I saw. Let me screenshot it real quick. It's that right there. This is what I thought at first it was. Then I was like, oh no, that's just Tumblr person.
Oh yeah, no, that one looks cool, but it's not what I was thinking of. That one is awesome though. If she looked like that, it would have been great.
Neat.
Pretty good.
Guys, stop having fun. We have to go back to Quentin.
Oh no.
Oh wait, go ahead though. What were you saying?
I was done.
Oh, okay.
Other than just saying, other than just saying like, oh, this shit's fucking. I know I've lost my even train of thought. Other than this just being stupid as hell.
I'm sure he'll provide. He'll be the vehicle for which you.
Now I've gotten completely moved off of track, and I can't remember what even my original gripe was.
He's gonna springboard you into something. I swear. Give it 10 seconds at most.
I feel like this whole part about them trying to hack
Some
the
people, people are
hyperspace-
saying that they think I know which one. They know which one I mean. Please tell me how to find it.
Tweet at him with it. Keep an eye on your
Yes.
Twitter, Jay.
If anyone has it, tweet at me.
Tweet Admiral Holdo Rule
Now I really
34
hate you.
alternate outfits.
Overall, I feel like this whole part about them trying to hack the hyperspace thing, it just feels like an episode of Rebels. Half the stuff feels added
Is that
just
good
for the
or
sake of
bad, or-
Wikipedia.
Yeah,
The only
what does
reason
that
that you
mean?
understand how the characters feel about each other is that they keep saying how they feel about each other out loud. And the
Well, it's not like they're not provoked by the events of the plot that they do. Like the slaves thing is obviously going to provoke Tico into talking about her history, and then it should provoke Finn into talking about his history as a slave. It just doesn't really.
Yeah.
You know, the idea that they went on a pointless filler mission, but then discussed their feelings as they went along. I don't even. I'm defending TLJ here, and I hate it.
Feelings. It's Well, I guess yeah. I mean, what else do you expect them to do? If you want them to have this private time, what else are they supposed to do exactly right now?
If anything, he's almost being critical of something. I'm like, oh, at least they did say something to each other of interest, rather than just we must find Code Breakor. Let's find Code Breakor.
I am not Code Breakor. I am other Code Breakor.
They have to.
How
put
fortunate that this has occurred. Let us return our comrade.
You have to break up the MacGuffin a little bit.
And they could have done so much better, even with the restrictions of Canto Bight, because we could have, what we kind of already accidentally discussed there, like, Finn could have this really awful reaction to the slavery, and then, you know, Rose is like, what's going on? And then he could finally talk about what it was like to be indoctrinated into the First Order, but no. God forbid.
Which is what literally everyone has been wanting since the first film, is to want to know what it would be like to be a stormtrooper. I know. How terrible.
The only point of most of these scenes is just to set up stuff that is set after this. Except
the only point of these scenes is to set up stuff that comes later.
Hang on.
Isn't that every scene ever?
Not payoffs.
Wow. Jeez. Okay. I have a lot of questions. Isn't that not basically the premise of what a story is, Quentin?
The idea being that whatever you have at the end is led to by the stuff before it, and go on. You know, every scene leads to the next. Ooh.
I didn't know that was trite. I thought that was called storytelling. Oh well.
That's just fan stuff, Aiden. Stop it.
That's fan stuff. Whoops, my bad.
Except that this is the last chronological movie in the Star Wars universe right now, so we don't even know what that is.
I mean, it's the most.
And with that out of the way,
okay.
This isn't the video where he says sequels are interpreted to be them, are they? I wish this was.
Oh,
how they feel about each other.
Yeah, just for reference, Quentin believes that a sequel is only a sequel if you interpret it as a sequel. I'm waiting for Aiden to react to that.
You know what? My brain has shut down and is now trying to restart like a shitty Dell computer. It's what?
And then when you think about the fact that commentary this stupid, like a lot of people watch it and think it's good, and you're like, damn, what happened to like the species?
The species. Humans, you gotta do better.
I legitimately don't even know what he's talking about by that. Holy fuck.
The best interpretation I guess I could have is you can enjoy a movie as its own thing and ignore everything that came before it, which I'd be like, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, you can.
Doesn't make it not a sequel. It's still a sequel.
Exactly. Okay. I suppose what he's asking is that he wants to be able to take things as independent works of art. And that's a fine thing, and we should do that to some extent. But when a piece of media is a part of a series, we must inherent also take in context the medium in which it currently exists within. It's impossible to separate the media from the medium and from its context universally. It's just impossible.
Yeah. And as much as it may benefit your analysis to be like, if you ignore all of space travel before TLJ space travel seems like it kind of works. You'd be like, okay, but nothing else about TLJ works without the stuff before it. How does Rey work without... How does Luke work without the stuff before it? Like, it's pretty confusing.
A great example
Actually, I think
in
Luke
my
works better without context.
Sorry what?
Oh, he's saying that Luke works better in TLJ without context. I think I could agree with that, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say a good example though is I'm more of a Trekkie than I am a Star Wars fan actually, and in Star Trek 4, they go back around the sun really really fast to go back in time. This had been kind of established in an earlier Star Trek episode, but it's bullshit. It's stupid and it's made up and it's fake. But because it's within the contextual stuff that they've already set up, then it makes sense and you can do stupid stuff with it. And the audience will be more accepting of it. But
Sure.
You have to have set it up. And even if it hasn't been previously established, you have to give the audience a good reason to believe why it might be the case. That's all. And then people will go along. But if you don't provide any rationale, people will question it. And you can't just say that's nerd stuff, you know?
You're underestimating his power.
Oh, no.
Also, you've been sent something on Twitter, Jay, that I'm now looking at. I don't know if this is what you were aiming for with...
Is it her in a shirt?
Well, I don't think I'd call it that, but I'll just send it to you. Is that close to what you're looking at?
That is not, I don't think. No, I'm beginning to think that what I'm thinking of just does... Christ. Okay. I clicked another link. Someone sent me a Rule 34.
Oh, sorry.
No. I'm starting to think that what I'm thinking of just doesn't exist and I have a false memory.
Okay.
Oh,
They're
no.
out loud, and the only point of most of these scenes is just to set up stuff that is set after this.
I want to highlight, by the way, I'm totally going to nitpick his video.
Each
Look at the
other
quality
out.
of that fucking JPEG while he's been using images from the actual, like, video from the movie. Why couldn't you just screenshot this from the movie?
I don't know. What's beneath You have like PNG and then JPEG. What's beneath JPEG?
I mean, a lot of people's...
BMP?
This is like a deep-fried meme, almost.
Yeah, deep fried.
Kind of, yeah.
Out loud, and the only point of most of these scenes is just to set up stuff that is set after this. Except that this is the last chronological movie in the Star Wars universe right now, so we don't even know what that is. And with that out of the way, it's time to talk about...
I don't think this movie sets up anything. Like,
It
Yeah, I'd
does
agree with
not.
the idea that, like, it's up to JJ to figure out what this movie set up, because there's no leading the audience to anything, really. It's just open. And some might say that's good. I wouldn't. Personally, I feel like it's almost a you may as well, because this is the end of the duology, the sequel duology. The next film feels like it'll have to begin a new set of stories. Which it probably will. I guarantee JJ will end episode 9 with a whole bunch of like, ooh, where does that go? There might be like a scene where something happens between some people, and it doesn't go anywhere in the film. We're like, I wonder what that's gonna do. At the end of the film, like, Rey's probably not gonna die. And she'll be like, it's up to me to blah blah blah. And they'll be like, ooh, I wonder if there'll be another trilogy with Rey, or we'll just hear about Rey's exploits. You know, like a whole bunch, really open-ended, but with goals. People have goals. They have things they're gonna do. Unlike TLJ, which is just, let's restart the Resistance. You're like, okay, there's like 20 of us, but alright. We can do it, I'm sure. Everyone abandoned us on Crate, but I'm sure of it. I can't remember whose theory it was, but someone said in this year gap we've got, there'll be, they would have made a deal with some planet to get some resources, and that's going to be their army. I reckon that they'll say that it's Luke's story that inspired a bunch of systems to join them or something. No, I don't think that makes sense.
Unironically wouldn't be that surprised if they have an end credit scene.
Oh my!
There probably will be. There probably freaking will be.
Yeah, I'll have to stay. I'll have to stay for that.
What the things that happen in The Last Jedi that people actually care about. The bit that has The Last Jedi. I love this film's take on Luke Skywalker.
Oh god, you're so terrible. I love it.
Just the worst take. Ugh.
You're just a worthless, terrible commentator, aren't you?
I feel like Quentin...
No, he's a contrarian. He wants to take the worst take.
I mean, it does line up, yeah. I've always appreciated Rich Evans' take on Luke Skywalker being that he loves the idea of Luke being disenfranchised with the Force and the Jedi. Execution, though, that's a whole other thing. And I'm in the same boat. I'm like, yeah, I could have seen a story where Luke becomes disenfranchised, but you gotta write it. You can't just skip. Can't do that.
Exactly.
I love it.
He can and he
it's
will.
An epic story of passion and redemption.
Passion?
I guess there's emotions.
Luke is... Yeah, when I see Luke Skywalker, I'm like, yeah, there's a guy who's fucking passionate.
I came to this island to die.
I'm passionate about dying.
He didn't even do it, Rags. It took him like 30 years to not die. He
Yeah.
How do you fuck up dying?
For 30 years.
He's like, I'm sure this milk will poison me
Takes
eventually.
like 30 seconds, ding dong.
I'll get calcium poisoning.
And then, redemption? Yeah, because I guess he created Kylo Ren, and Kylo Ren is evil. He's redeeming himself for that. Oh, so much to do in terms of... But, you know... Now he's going to go into much more detail than that for that bit. Let's see where else he goes.
Who decided that the universe was better off without him, turning his back on his own legacy out of hatred for his own failures. Luke has always been one of the most interesting characters in the entire Star Wars.
But not really.
I don't really see him as his failures that clearly sometimes. It's just like... We need more context. Was he a really bad teacher? That could have been cool to see if that was true.
That would have been neat, yeah.
Like, he doesn't have the patience of
why
Obi-Wan.
Kylo Ren? Yeah, or why Kylo?
He's a bad teacher, so like when a student's like, "Can I go to the bathroom?" He's like, "I don't know, can you?"
I think that's a fun teacher. I like a teacher that does that. That's the entire motivation for Kylo. He's like, he didn't let me pee when I wanted. I don't know. It's
I'm imagining those being the flashbacks now, and like there's 3 different takes on. The first flashback is like Kylo demanding to go to the bathroom, and Luke is like, "You need to ask more politely." Then the second take is Luke's version, where the second take is Kylo's version, where Kylo's like, "I asked politely," and Luke just took out his lightsaber and swung it at me, like, "How dare you ask to go to the bathroom?" And then the real take is just Kylo asking to go to the bathroom, and he was like, "No."
Late Creation said he kept jumping off the cliff, but the Force kept saving him. Now I've just pictured like this dark thing where he keeps trying to kill himself, but Yoda keeps showing up and stopping him with the Force, and he's laughing while doing it. Like, Luke jumps off the cliff, he picks up and goes, "Try you might, but you will not kill yourself." He's like, and Luke's like crying, and he's trying to cut his wrists, and Yoda keeps pulling the blade away, like, "No!" The whole audience are just like, mouth agape, like, what am I watching? This is so fucked up.
I would pay-per-view that. Holy shit.
And they have like happy music in the background, like do 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 do. Luke's just crying.
I would pay-per-view the shit out of this. I would really like to watch this.
Like I said, so dark, but I feel like it would be more fun than TLJ.
The most interesting characters in the entire Star Wars universe. And that's partially because, just like his father, the person that he eventually becomes is totally different from the kid we meet on Tatooine.
Yeah, but at least we know how Anakin turned from Anakin to Darth Vader. Prequels...
Almost like they spent 3 movies explaining
got some movies to establish that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I get the events. Yeah, with Luke, it was all this stuff that we get in throwaway lines. It's like, wow, don't you think that the movie should be about that? That sounds like the most important thing. But nah.
Almost.
People often complain that Luke is too whiny in Episode 4, But honestly, it's that
Do they?
childlike glamour and do-good nature that makes his transformation in episodes 5 and 6 even more compelling. And I honestly believe that Luke's journey in episode 8 is the perfect bookend to that story. Luke starts off
Oh
on
my
his home-
god.
over.
The perfect bookend to his journey. Oh my
bookend-
god.
This is the bookend to Luke Skywalker.
Oh
No,
my
thank
goodness,
you.
that sounds terrible.
Oh my god, how much do you hate Luke Skywalker, Quentin?
Why do you hate this person?
Why do you
Do you
wish
just
him
see a white
so
male and think, yeah, we can't have that be successful?
Imagine they cast
What
Luke
if
as
it's like to wake
Jet
up-
Li, and he was like, "I'm so glad that they cast an Asian actor for Luke Skywalker." We'd be like, "What the hell?"
I have to ask a question. How hard do you think it is to wake up as Quentin and you get up in the morning, you have your orange juice, you eat your bacon, your eggs, then you go into the bathroom, you brush your teeth, and you look in the mirror and you see fucking a white male.
No.
How
Yeah.
do you think you respond to that?
Do you
I
think
mean,
he'd
it's got
go in blackface and be like, "I'm not racist anymore"? And he'd be like, "No, Quentin, no, you're doing it, no." All that backwards non-racism that turns into racism. It's like,
I think he wants to be Asian more than he wants to be black. I think.
what about a Blasian?
You're like,
Shout out to myself for identifying as Asian.
Shout out to myself. That's some of Quentin reviews.
does he bow to himself in the mirror?
he starts making memes about how he's Asian.
Oh yeah, because he fucking posts memes about himself being cool. Did you see that, Aiden? That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
No one does that.
Good hearty chuckle. Oh my. That's how you know when it's time to kind of stop on YouTube, or at least to have a course correction.
You'd have a word with
It's like,
yourself.
I think pretty highly of myself, if you haven't noticed, and I wouldn't do that.
I've never noticed that, Rags. Not almost
I'm great.
I've
I'm just
never
great.
Rags,
noticed
you
It's all right.
self-deprecate all the time, Rags. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, because I'm sure there's an example.
home planet as a poor farmer boy who is taught to know and trust the ways of the Jedi, and he spends the next several years coming to grips not only with the teachings of the Jedi, but also with who he is as a person and his shocking lineage. And he succeeds in destroying the Sith and the Empire, only to see new evil rise from the ashes. The galaxy chronicles Luke as a hero and a...
But it's because of him that they rise to a degree, from what we understand. He just lets it
Exactly.
happen. Like, he almost implied with that little
He
plot
left.
summary that it's like, no matter his attempts to stop them, they still come. It's like, yeah, well, again, I'd rather see that. I'd rather see it be like, there's a new Sith rising, and Luke has this realization, like, we defeated them. It's like, can't defeat evil.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, isn't it? Now let's
Almost
have
like
story.
nobody gave a
explaining
shit.
this.
Well, in fairness, the Emperor's not dead, so,
Oh god. Oh,
no.
the Emperor's not dead.
protector of all that is good. And in buying into that vision of himself, he allows his own fear to push
But he
his
did those
closest
things. He was the
students-
protector of all that was good.
Like, you're making this up now, because it's like, he believed in his own legend and that's why he failed. It's like, we didn't see any of that. He just woke up Kylo in the middle of the night and was like, hey, with his lightsaber.
Hey, I had a dream that you were gonna be a bad dude, so I'm gonna kill you, kid. Okay, that's very
Yeah,
rational.
by the way, people have argued this, like, he didn't try to kill him. And it's like, why did he pull out the lightsaber? It's like, it's just looking at the
had a
lightsaber.
It's a nightlight. It's a nightlight.
He was just like,
It's
man, my
like,
lightsaber's
oh,
cool.
oh,
This is a
oh,
distracting
yeah, you
thing
know.
to
He
look
thought he might have
at.
been cold. He was warming up Kylo.
Good point, Jay. If lightsabers are infinite, could they power something? Are they a source of infinite energy?
Well, no, they have energy sources inside them. Kyber
No,
crystals.
we never see one run out of batteries, therefore they can't.
Well, but not everyone can activate it because you need to have access to the Force to be
Because
able
you
to.
can't
True.
turn a knob, even though... Well, no, because...
What about Han
Finn
Solo?
Finn does it.
Han Solo.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah, but he's black.
Okay, I guess it depends on your
Han Solo is black?
but
Han Solo is black.
technically, yeah, anybody can turn it on, I guess, but you should.
Anyone
be more
can be black.
sensitive.
That's
Anybody
true.
can be black.
I suppose
Except the
you
whites.
could argue that
But
Han
it's the
Solo
same
and
thing
Finn
where
are
it's like
force
Han Solo.
sensitive in a limited
They
degree.
are force sensitive. They are. Well, Han Solo definitely is, and I think we could probably argue that with Finn as well.
So who couldn't? Like Watto, he wouldn't be able to. Jabba, probably not.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not a.
Wait, hang
again,
on.
I'm a.
Hang on, Grievous
Tell me,
can,
I'm a
and
tra-
he's not force sensitive because he can't use the force at all, right?
Oh no. Grievous. Okay, so Grievous is
Grievous
really
is black.
particular because
Well, when he dies, he's
Stop
black.
saying
no,
that.
Grievous is particular because his spirit is basically being run through the machinery. So he can it's still his force, his midichlorians or whatever is still being run through the robot body.
I mean,
From
fair enough.
my
I don't know enough
understanding of how
about
that
it.
works. From my understanding of how that works, and I could be completely wrong on that, so people probably call me an idiot, but
My understanding of the science behind it.
that's just how I understand that Grievous works.
We need that Star Wars girl. She'd probably know. Which one day it'll
which
happen?
Star Wars girl?
That Star Wars girl?
Which one?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
Aydin Paladin is that Star Wars girl.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm a Trekkie. I can tell you
That
you want
Star
some
Trek
stuff
girl.
in-
So who can wield
Yes.
a phaser? Explain that.
Anybody.
Hey, I made a joke that not even Rags. Wait, Rags, do you get it?
Who can shoot a phaser?
No, wield one.
Anybody
Wield a phaser?
can build a phaser.
Because phasers are in Star Trek.
I'm gonna move on now. It's ruining the joke by explaining.
The arms of his enemies. Logically, at this point, Luke finally comes to understand that the rise of evil in the galaxy has been caused not only by the strength of figures like the Sith, but also by the hubris and blind conceit of the Jedi.
No, that's dumb though.
Well, both in the prequel sense and in the idea that the Jedi are the reason that Palpatine rose or something, I just feel like that's so unfair. I really wanted to debate Luke in TLJ when he says shit like that. I'm like, let's have a sit down a second, all right? Because you're all over the place. The idea that the Jedi are the people that allowed or almost facilitated Palpatine's rise to power. Like, do you really think that?
That's insane. They literally tried to kill him to stop him.
Yeah, like, this is what I mean. I'm just like, this is bullshit. You're stupid. The Senate are way more the reason. The Jedi are, like, separated from the Senate, and they're the ones that were much more in favor of getting rid of Palpatine. They're the ones that are trying to police that event happening, while the Senate were like, yeah, he's a good guy. Not to say, I'm not even saying he's stupid. I'm actually advocating that he's just got a very biased view of history. Like, you gotta consider the actual events. And I don't like it.
Are you saying that events just happen?
If
yeah,
only,
but if Luke's feelings.
only he could talk to Yoda about these events. If only. Just that Yoda's not around.
That would be really convenient, wouldn't it?
Fucking Yoda watching him for 30 years just crumple up into a shriveled acorn like, I hate everything. And he's like, why do you hate the Jedi? We did everything we could, man. We really did. I mean, you could argue they could have done more or could have been smarter or Yoda shouldn't have ran off to the swamp and stuff, but...
It might have made sense if they had actually done... Okay, first of all, these movies were a bad idea in the first place. But if they wanted to do spin-off movies, they should have done Old Republic stuff to show the actual faults in the Jedi Order and their flaws.
Careful what you wish for.
No, I don't really... I don't want this.
Well,
I'm
the
saying...
idea of a Jedi Civil War is an interesting one.
It is, but it's also an interesting idea that the Force is not this omnipotently good thing in the way that it's often portrayed or understood by many people. And I think that would have been a thing they could have done to make that make more sense. Because otherwise, it just looks like Luke decided out of nowhere that the Jedi teachings were bad and that it was all, horse crap. It has no context otherwise.
Yeah, the idea that the Force is just the Force and it doesn't care about morality. It's just it's an essence, it's a thing, it's something that's ill-defined but understood partially, and you could mess with it and stuff, but it doesn't really care what you do. I mean, it's like science. It's a completely amoral thing. What you do with it is up to you.
No, we established earlier the science has morals because when Rian Johnson releases a movie, the sky cries.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And the thing is,
they're not tears of joy.
Up till now, though, the viewers have not had, and this is totally ignoring because people always bring this up, which is very frustrating. Oh, the expanded universe. Yes. We accept that. But outside people who have read the expanded universe stuff, the average viewer has no idea about the complexities of the Force.
And decanonized.
Good versus evil, which is how it was more, generally speaking, in the original trilogy, is very good versus evil. but people don't understand how there are potentially nuances to that, which are still used in The Last Jedi, but not elaborated upon, so it makes them meaningless outside of context.
Yeah. Also, someone said he wasn't on the island for 30 years. Of course, he was probably on it for like 15 or 10, I don't know how long, but anything longer than like a week.
He was there for years.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
The point is that Yoda could have talked to him. That's a big issue I have. And Yoda only turns up at like right before everything's dead.
Doesn't the first line of Force Awakens say Luke Skywalker has vanished, implying that it's recent, so it's been there for 2 days?
I don't think he's been there for 2 days. They've been searching for him.
Well, that's how long
No.
it's been, isn't it?
Didn't he?
Oh, yeah, no, they
Wait,
haven't
hang on.
searched for him.
I thought the whole point was that he disappeared the second Kylo left the student area.
Yes, that was years
Yeah,
ago.
we don't know how long ago that was, do we?
Do we have a reference for
It
that?
would have had to have been at least a few years, though. There's no way it was more than 5, I would say.
It's a fair question. I don't know if they have definitive units of time to tell us exactly how long any
Right.
of that specifically happened, but even if an hour, like that's how ridiculous I'm getting here. Like Yoda should have done something. Yoda should have done something back in the student area. He should have been there.
Well,
Should have been like, hey guys.
exactly. That point, if Yoda can show up at any point that he wants to communicate, why did he not show up and say, Luke, don't fucking kill the kid. Kill the kid, you shouldn't. You know, like...
Luke's walking towards.
You should not.
Luke's walking towards like Kylo's hut, and Yoda appears with his hands in front of himself, like, "Don't. I know what you're thinking. Don't. Like, I know what you're gonna do. Just don't." And he's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're gonna stand over him. You're gonna open up the lightsaber. Don't."
Does not go well, my man.
Also, that doesn't explain the whole myth thing, does it? If Luke only disappeared for like a few days, I thought he was a myth. Like, what?
Nothing explains the myth shit.
No.
I thought
One
that
thing that
Luke
explains that is
Skywalker
Ray
was a
being
myth.
stupid.
Ray being
I was
stupid.
like 5 years old when all this shit came crashing down right in front of my face.
That doesn't even.
I thought it was...
The Revolutionary War is just a myth.
I was gonna say, Jay, that doesn't even make sense
True,
that
to be
she
honest.
treats him as a myth and yet knows Han Solo really well.
Isn't that odd, right?
You do know
You'd think
they
that
were
their
like a
stories
team?
would overlap to some degree.
To some degree. Also, and Pax has corrected us as well. It's unrealistic. Force ghosts only appear to burn books. That is. Kylo destroying
Yeah,
the
like
temple
ghosts.
was 6 years ago, according to Shuster.
What is Shuster?
What is Shuster? Oh, it's a person, I think. But
Oh.
I don't know
A
where the
Schuster?
reference for that is exactly. Well, in
Simon
chat,
and
by the way.
Schuster?
I didn't get that from a website. It's from a chat. Anyway, carry on, Quentin. I hate to interrupt you.
Mistakes that they were making. And so Luke, appointed by Yoda himself as the Last Jedi, would cut himself off from the Force and the galaxy to die the death that he would seem to deserve.
Which would make much more sense if the world wasn't currently at the whims of a fucking Sith Lord. You know what I mean?
Is this a lewd?
Just a little bit.
I think
my.
I think you could have chosen a better time to do this, Luke. That's my take. My opinion. Like, you don't like the Jedi and you want the Force to stop and you want people to stop using it, you'd be like, I'm gonna cut myself off. It's like, yeah, but dude, the whole universe is getting ripped apart right now. And he's like, What could they possibly have? You go, I don't know, a base that can destroy 5 planets at once. And he's like,
Talk to me when we get to 8 or 9.
It's implied by the film after the destruction of the temple that Luke went back to Leia and told her what happened, except that he started it all, then sometime afterward left to Ahch-To. He's such an asshole. He left without telling any of them as well. Like, they're all panicking.
I know I'm the savior of the galaxy. Just don't worry about it if,
I
stuff.
really, like, I
No,
know...
that sounds so in line with Luke's character, doesn't it?
Like, I'm gonna take a hot take.
Abandon his friends.
I don't like Luke in the sequel trilogy myself. I'm saying it. I'm putting it out there. Brave, I know.
Racist.
It is
Oh,
great.
no.
Yeah.
You just don't
Some
like
have
that he was
criticized the
Asian.
decision to make Luke the figure that pushed Kylo to the dark side of the Force, since in Episode 6 he sees good in his father and helps him find a way to redemption. By the logic of these fans, Luke would never turn his lightsaber on to someone he holds compassion for, and certainly
What?
not...
No.
Okay,
Not
also,
while they're sleeping, no.
let's all
Yeah.
can I point out something that
Murdering
I'm
in the
sure you
sleep.
guys have seen. Is it not interesting that anytime anybody wants to defend one of the new films, they have to attack the old ones.
Yeah.
They can't go after the problems of these movies. As Quentin said in the beginning, I'm not going to go over my own problems with the film. Instead, it's let's look at the issues with the old movies that I can pick apart. That's not a criticism of the film.
To give
that's
you,
that's a distraction and deflection.
Before we
That is a
counter-argue
deflection.
where he's obviously going, if someone said, I've watched a lot of EFAP, Mauler would never pull a gun on Rags. I would be like, no, I think there's a time where I could. And you're like, what if Rags threatened my whole family? I'd be like, probably would be considered as like, Rags literally has a machine gun trained on all of my family. I'd be like, yeah, I'd pull a gun on him. I think I'd be like,
do.
and so
Right now?
you'd be like, so what? You're saying Luke would pull a lightsaber on a family member or friend? I'd be like, is that family member threatening to kill his other loved members of his family? Then yeah. Be like, oh well, that's kind of happening in Return of the Jedi, I guess. It's kind of happening. But it's really the same as walking into your nephew's bedroom while he's asleep and pulling a lightsaber on him, isn't it? No, it's not the same.
Yeah, it's the same. It's opposite. The same.
Not fucking
thing.
same. Stop it.
I find it very funny though. I find it very amusing though. That
Don't you understand? Sorry.
Oh no, it's just that it's seriously like one rule for this one film, and then so this movie can get away with all this stuff, whatever it wants to do. That's fine. We can't address those issues. Instead, we have to go back to the other previous existing films and criticize them for the exact same flaws, while not addressing that the film that's actually being critiqued has those flaws. I find that to
Yeah,
be
why does every The Last Jedi review turn into a
backwards
review of
thing.
Empire Strikes Back?
Why? I don't get it.
Yeah. And
Well, I do get it, but it's frustrating.
I just hate the broad conflations. We had it with Endgame and Helm's Deep. You just like, what is the connecting tissue? It's like, well, what connects the scene where Luke challenges Vader and the scene in which Luke drinks milk in TLJ? You go, well, both have Luke in it. So it makes sense that Luke would drink the milk from that creature in that film while wanting to kill himself because he's in it and he was in this film. You're like, that's just, you got to do better than
It's
that.
like pottery. It rhymes.
And then you have people being like, well, he pulled a lightsaber on Vader. He pulled a lightsaber on Kylo. That's good enough. It's like, what about context? No. He did the action.
Nope.
Not for a member of his own family. And to that, all I have to say is,
Oh,
You know that point where he was
You-
emotionally manipulated to the
Yes.
highest extent that you can do to a person by like threatening everything they possibly care about?
And what did Vader say
Yeah.
before he did that? Vader was like, sister, your thoughts betray you. He's like, he's gonna fucking go
You
after
didn't
it.
kiss her, did you?
Yes.
Because that would be super weird.
I hate the
But
removal of context.
The context is so completely different, and also, oh, this makes me so angry too. Where it's like, yeah, this idea that I'm sorry, I'm fucking frustrated with this.
It's a little hard to follow, kind of, because it's almost so nonsensical.
Yeah, I was gonna say the structure of this video is horrific.
Okay, plus right.
The idea is supposed to be
Isn't-
like this emotional outbreak is bad in some way.
Isn't like the lesson that he learns in this scene not to do this shit? Like, isn't
Exactly.
Yes.
would he like having had this experience? I would be willing to bet that he would not do it again. That you know, the
Because this
next
is
time
how-
someone baiting him to fight, that he's going to go no.
The film, I think
no,
the film's
I'm-
arguing this is the entry level to Darkseid. The door flew open and Luke was like, whoa, shit, I nearly just walked right through that.
No, that's exactly what it's showing. Is that this is that Luke is going to the dark side. We see that extremely explicitly, clearly. So I'm not sure why this is supposed to be. I mean, the scene is supposed to be negative, and it's supposed to show the audience that this is our hero, you know, falling to the dark side. I don't get what else it's supposed to mean.
It
He
means
thinks
that Luke
he thinks
pull
it's-
out a lightsaber on his nephew.
He thinks it's facts and logic, and beat the fuck out all of us because he said that Luke wouldn't pull a lightsaber on a loved one. That's what he thinks we said.
But that's not the context is completely removed from this particular scene.
And the idea that they're like, well, okay, fine, let's delve a little deeper, but let's stay nice and vague. Vader was threatening his family members, while Kylo, he had a dream where Kylo... Oh, sorry, not a dream. He looked into Kylo's head and saw Kylo killing people. So it's really the same if you think about it. It's like, no, it's not.
Okay, well, let's talk about Anakin. Anakin is given a dream to believe that Padme is going to be killed. That's why he does everything that he does.
To stop it.
Right. So then you cannot say there's any difference between any of these characters in that sense, at least. So I'm not sure
You'd think
what exactly the argument is.
See, it could have been so good. Because what if Luke kept looking into Kylo's mind and seeing that exact same future, no matter what he did to try and alter it? He just kept seeing it. Like, that would be more interesting. But it's one time. That's all we've got. It's like, I looked into his heart and I saw darkness. It's like
that one time?
Vader was like the epitome of darkness. You still saved him. Like, what the hell?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, like, people really do struggle with this one who believe Luke was completely in character. And I sometimes am just like, do you just want to see this emotional payoff without getting there in a pathway, and so you're willing to ignore the pathway? I want to see Luke fuck up more. I like a flawed character. I'm like, yeah, no, true.
Exactly.
But we had to get there. We can't just jump.
You have to see him screw up, because otherwise the gravitas of him recognizing his own faults has none. It's meaningless and it's pointless. Not only does the audience have to recognize that what the character did was wrong, the character themselves have to recognize and come out stronger through the other side. That's the character arc.
Remember good stories?
Yes, a long ass fucking time ago.
A town called Kickapoo. I'm not the only person who knows that reference.
I don't know it.
God damn it! Chat will know it. I trust chat. Chat know all references. I'm gonna wait now. I'm not gonna hit play until I see someone in chat recognize my reference. Pour myself a drink while I'm doing it.
Someone spamming "Wasn't World War II a myth" into the chat.
Actually, I might do that too. It's like...
I've found a Quentin video is improved by alcohol.
I already finished one off. It's tough.
Oh, look at that. Chat knew it instantly. Good job, guys. I always trusted you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink as well.
Everyone in chat, go grab a drink. Simultaneously, 4,000 people just get up to their fridge and grab a... Well, actually, no. Go for something alcoholic. Okay? Tenacious D movie, man. It's good shit. Alright, I'm ready to play, but I shall wait for the return of the people. How's everyone doing tonight? We're nearly 5 hours in. We've still got less than half the video to go, and super chats to read out as well. It's gonna be another long one. I mean, the first ever long one. We usually don't go over 2 hours on each app. That's our usual. That wall discussion, you know, it just took some time.
You had up our time, yeah.
People have been asking for timestamps here and there, and I'm like, I'm not against timestamps or anything, but I will say that the EFAP website, of which I will 110 million% endorse, if you go to the episode, like, guides, if you will, all the timestamps are actually on there, so instead of me copying them down and placing them into every description of every EFAP that exists, I would just say you can use it as a guide for anybody who's, like, big into EFAP and wants to see certain parts, I guess.
And when you scroll along the little bar at the bottom of the video, you can see the EFAP logo change into what we're responding to.
Yeah, like if you wanted to see us only respond to Quentin, just all you need to do is scroll until you see his video start to be played, and then just go to the beginning of it. That's what I do with podcasts where I know that they've covered something
That's
specific.
what I do.
Yeah.
What I'm super interested in is do you know about this, Rags? Like the seasons of EFAP have arcs in them. Do you know about this?
No, I've heard of it.
So in season 1, it's the Quentin arc, because I think there's it ends with the finale. Episodes 8, 9, and 10 are all about Quentin. And season 2 is the Eric Taxon and Jack Saint arc, because the finale is with them as well. Then you got season 3, part 1 is the Captain Marvel arc, because there's 3 episodes that end that season with or end that half season with Captain Marvel. It's the I am that Robbie Brown Table, and Legal Eagle all in a row. Then Season 3 Part 2 is the Spider-Man arc and the race to 50. I thought these were kind of clever. It's like, oh, they do kind of match. So I wonder what the arc for 51 plus will be.
EFAP.me.
Yes, the website that everyone should check out. There's a link in the description. It's got all your EFAP needs in it.
The Quentin redemption arc.
Maybe one day. It's funny if, like, I know it sounds like a bait, but I'd be like, Quentin, if you just guessed it on EFAP once and you behaved like a normal human, you'd probably like gain a whole bunch
Honestly,
of respect.
No, you're completely right. If Quentin would just be willing to like talk to anybody, I think he could really fix some things. But if you've seen the way he's talked about it, it's clear that he looks down so much on other people that he would never do that.
Do you remember the whole once he said fuck Trump and people were like, can you not keep politics out, please? Like, it's really distracting. And then he's like, look, if you hate trans people, I don't want you watching my videos.
I mean, I don't know how much you watched his Twitter, because I watch it just out of like morbid curiosity. And it was because I don't really pay attention to Twitter, but I would very often see the stuff because I don't know if he has a block bot, but I know he has a lot of people blocked. He didn't block me until I outright pointed out the fact that his ContraPoints thing. I was like, that's some very funny shit that 3 weeks ago you were sucking her off, and now you're like, I need to write a new video about how I was wrong about ContraPoints. Who can help me write it? And that happened very quickly. And as soon as I point it out, he blocks me.
Mm.
But the shit that I've always seen him post has always been very, very I think he just goes along with whatever he thinks is the right thing to say. And I don't know if he has real opinions or not.
Well, he's trying to get in with a certain crowd. He wants to get close to this crowd.
The
and
self-professed
they take really well to, certain opinions. They're a very tolerant bunch.
Well, apparently, I didn't even know about this because I wasn't around back then. But he tried to get into the skeptic crowd, right?
Oh, right, he's got that picture with them, right? Or he had a picture of them.
Okay, well, Maddox is in that picture, too. Does that make Maddox a skeptic? I don't know. My point is, I had never heard of him as being one of the skeptics. I mean...
No, I'd never heard
of that. Rags, you know me, like, I know almost everybody in the quote-unquote skeptic community to some degree. Like,
to some degree. There's some that I've, like, never interacted with.
And it's hard to know who's in and who's out, right?
I guess.
No, but I mean, like,
it depends. Whatever you even mean by skeptic, it's such a ill-defined...
No, but I mean, like, I've hung out in real life with, like, Sargon and the Quartering and Dank and stuff like that, and not just this year, but for years now. In terms of, like, the skeptic community, it can be a bunch of stuff, but they're all just normal people. But I think that I think that when I watched his video about the ContraPoints stuff, and he talked about how he met her at the Cheesecake Factory, and all of a sudden he felt welcomed. He's always looking for something to jump onto in terms of a bandwagon. And if that bandwagon is being a contrarian, then that's the bandwagon he wants to jump on. If originally he thought he could jump onto the skeptic bandwagon, I guess, and then realized that well was dry because, let's be honest, it's very, very cringy. But in some ways. And then that didn't work out. So he said, well, okay, I'll jump onto a new bandwagon.
And this is a bandwagon that even H-Bomber Guy said that between his videos he discovered what BreadTube was, and it's already falling apart, and he has no idea, like, he hasn't even recognized it or has any idea about it. Like, the idea being that even people in the quote-unquote skeptic community might be like, I'm not a skeptic, I never wanted that label.
Well, yeah, what does that even mean?
I've
Who's
been
a part of
labeled
it?
that. You've been labeled that. I mean, do you consider yourself a skeptic, right?
I mean, a skeptical person, sure.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but I
don't consider myself part of the skeptic community.
Did you end up? Did you ever end up on the research lists?
I didn't. I looked for myself though. I was really hoping that I would be on it, but I wasn't.
So
I was very disappointed.
I was labeled as alt-light, so
of course.
Ooh, Todd the Tolerable said that he at one point wanted to be in Channel Awesome. So there you go. That's the third one.
I would say Channel Awesome's a little different than a whole... Well, who does Channel Awesome comprise, I guess?
Well, it's not political at all, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
I get why you'd say like going from skeptics to bread tubers. There's a political angle with that. But if we're talking,
That's not actually even why that's not why I brought it up. It was because one is like a channel, a small. It's like saying.
Oh well,
wait.
Channel Awesome wasn't just a channel. Back in the day,
that's what I was.
It was like a huge collective of. I want to say like 50, like at its what you could call peak, or maybe not peak, but
it was a network.
Yeah.
Sort of before there were real networks.
You'd have
for content creators.
It was like a brand you could attach.
So how many like channel? How big was Channel Awesome?
Probably about 50 people.
I was gonna say
in terms of just
that's crazy.
Right before it crashed, like the website, I feel like it went up to like 100. They started accepting all kinds of people, and then it crashed. Well,
because basically the thing is that you could create any kind of thing you wanted for their, business, as long as they approved you. And originally there was a higher sort of standard for acceptance, and then that went down over time as they needed more people. But there was other stuff that went on. And obviously, there's a lot of stuff with the Channel Awesome drama that's confusing that even I don't understand, since I was never a fan, honestly.
It's like, is Louis Rossman part of the skeptic community? Who knows?
No, Louis Rossman's just a computer repair guy who's kind of a libertarian.
This is what I was going to get at, though. Like, it almost seems like
that's what it takes for a lot of people. If you're a libertarian, if you're an anti SJW type, then
yeah.
Or hell, even if you're apolitical, you could be a skeptic.
BreadTube wasn't something that BreadTubers created. It was a label thrust upon them, and they weren't even on board with it. And it seems that way with let's call half of skeptics.
From what I've seen,
like half of people who are considered skeptics were probably like, "I'm not. What is that? I don't. Tell me what the label means."
Libertarianism is cringe.
I'll tell you, man. Like,
it comes because they called themselves skeptics at first, though, right?
Well, Armored Skeptic called himself Armored Skeptic. How did it evolve?
Because he did like religious, he is atheist channel. So he was a skeptic. I mean, it's like the Amazing Atheist and Logic. Is Dark Matter and Potholer, are they the skeptic community?
Like Undoomed.
I don't really know. It's hard
weird.
to say. So
it's
here's
so
an
amorphously defined.
Here's a very interesting thing: is that groups are perceived of, and therefore the entity of a group is manifest in two different ways: via the way that it's perceived of by outside observers, and the way by which the boundaries are defined by the internal group members. Shit.
There was a couple people say, "You're being deliberately obtuse, Rags. You know who the skeptics are." It's like, no, not really. I know people who are called skeptics.
I just gave you a bunch of words to say. I just gave you a bunch of words to say the complexity of it in a really cool, scientific way that says that basically people define themselves and other people define other people the way that they want to define them.
You have
I've been called a skeptic, but I don't call myself a skeptic. Yeah. So who's right?
You have all four categories: people who are called it and consider themselves it; people who are called it and don't consider themselves it; people who are called it and but you know where I'm going with that. Like the
people who aren't called it. And...
It's complicated. And which one is the more valid statement? The ones that are considered it, or the ones that identify as it?
Because you have, for instance, Thunderfoot and Sargon are politically different, but they're both skeptics.
I mean, to a degree, we're supposed to all be skeptics, right? To a degree.
Well, okay. This is what I find so funny. So in science, right? Here's how science works, and I don't mean like I fucking love science. I'm gonna look at some pictures of some cells that have dye added to them. They look really fucking neat while I smoke my joint. No problem with the last bit, by the way. Fully on board with that. The problem is you don't fucking love science. I'll give you a little bit of shit on fucking science. People react to things in a pretty consistent way because we're just animals, right? Okay. Anyone who thinks that we're anything other than animals is deluding themselves.
We're Jesus' children!
I'm so sorry. But the fact of the matter is that everybody fucking reacts to shit the exact same way. What this means is that people tend to have groups that they prefer and groups that they prefer less. That's all that it is. That's all that all of this is just tribalism. It's very simplistic.
I don't disagree. But, yeah, labeling, you'll find that me and Rags aren't too happy with labels in general. Like, any. Like, if you go, oh, are you X? You're like, well, what does X mean to you? Because if I agree, and then it turns out your definition of X is all this stuff that I don't agree with, then that was a pointless thing for me to agree with. You know, like, it's better to actually get a little bit more into the details, but, why am I saying that in a world that we have right now where whether or not people will listen to my reviews begins with, wait, what are Muller's politics, though? Is he A and then label? And it's like, I think people find it easier. But in a way, we were addressing earlier how once you discover those things, it does sort of save you time. Like, should I listen to this person? Well, I need to know a few basic things, and then I'll give them a shot, because I don't want to waste my time, that sort of thing. There's some pragmatic element to it, but it's also very destructive to conversation. Classifications are helpful if they're universally agreed upon, but all too often they are not. Yes, Theo.
Words only have one definition.
No, nothing is universally agreed upon.
Wait, Aydin, do you know about this? We had a guest once who said words only have one definition.
I need a moment.
What is Muller's tax policy?
Words only have one definition.
Words only have
Who gets
one
to
definition.
determine that which definition it is?
Clearly,
Google.
Big idiots.
The right one, of course.
Google
Right.
gets to decide it, 'cause, like, when you
It's
Google,
Bigidius.
when you Google,
You know what?
Word,
I do trust Bigidius to have the right call there. So
Don't insult
I want to know what
Big
Big
Idiots.
Idiot's tax policy is, yeah.
what's that guy's name? The
What do
Amazing
you think about
Republican.
immigration?
Oh, the remarkable Republican. That's it.
Remarkable
That's the one.
Republican.
He gets to
Remarkable
decide.
Republican is a person.
Yes, he believes
to be
that Tywin
exposed to
Lannister
this.
is the apex homosexual.
He believes that we need to establish a strictly enforced Christian theology on Mars. He's insane.
Well, you know what?
On the planet
I don't
named after a fucking Roman god.
What do you think? What do you think the Christians have been doing for 2,000 years, Rags?
I don't know.
I don't ask you questions like that. He's just a doggo. He don't know. Oh, by the way, do you remember we were watching a Quentin video? I don't know if any of you guys remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Whoops.
So let's talking about how ruining Luke was great.
Say is, I think you guys
Context
are
is
selectively
important.
Remembering this movie, I've heard at least one person say
No,
that Luke's
you're just a
anxiety-
fucking idiot. You
Aw.
don't put things into context, which is
I
what
really
you
like-
need to do to make this work.
I don't really know what he has exactly pulled up here, but I really like the fact that it looks like a high school submission
I like that it
for like
just
a literature class.
you're trying to figure out where this person stands in terms of this like little essay, and you read the part where it says, "I had a really intense personal reaction to Luke Skywalker, depressed asshole. I thought I should explain."
I'm just saying.
I can't believe they did this. You and me too, buddy. We're still talking about it, and it's been what now? We're coming up to 2 years.
Well,
Jesus. Can you believe that, guys?
uh,
We're nearly up to 2 years. 2 months away. 3 months away.
What? Sorry.
Since DLJ.
I believe when people say Rian Johnson made an unforgettable Star Wars movie, they were right.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I
think
believe-
it can be forgotten.
I believe.
I'd
I
like
don't.
to
I
forget.
honestly don't think so.
I would like for it to be. Well, I don't know. It's a perfect example of a terrible movie.
That too.
It's like a case study.
But here's the thing: what makes it a perfect example, right? Is because, in terms of the quality of the film, in terms of just the production values, right? Super high quality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So it shows people who are, I would say that it's a great film to study. To show people who are studying film that it's not just about big flashy visuals. It's not, I mean, in the US market, maybe it is in China. We have some evidence for that. But you can't just
Racism.
show up.
China's a
Asianism.
nationality.
Right, yeah, that's
Yeah,
a nationality.
Yeah.
They just,
Jay, just say
they-
bigotry.
Are you
Racism.
implying that all Chinese are Asian?
Jay,
you
just say
racist?
bigotry. Just say bigotry. It's the easy way out.
You know, this
Wow.
reminds me of something that Richard Nixon once said, which is that
You mean American
I believe
Hitler?
Yeah, but at least I'm gonna quote Richard Nixon correctly. And by this, I mean quoting him out of a parody quote from Saturday Night Live. Is that not all chinks are gooks, but all gooks are chinks. That's important. You got to keep your stuff.
I don't know what that second word
correct.
means.
Wow, really? You don't?
It's Jay.
I don't.
Wow.
Rags.
All right.
You want to teach him?
No.
You want to teach some
No.
No, I don't.
Well, Jay, once again, Google will have to be your parent for the day.
You'll be fine.
I don't know what my point was.
A large fictional lizard that stands on two legs.
A large fictional lizard.
Is that what you got for gook?
Why would it be a real lizard that stands on two legs that's really large?
It's
Why?
not one of those real lizards that walks around on his hind legs.
Maybe there are.
Stands
I don't
about
know.
8 feet tall and as smart as a human. They're also stronger and faster than most humans.
smarter than-
They
we know
prefer
that
to hang
they're
out
smart-
in warm
smarter than
climates
normal.
such as Jamaica, Australia, and eat coconuts.
They eat coconuts, oh shit.
Oh, I'm glad they eat coconuts.
Well, that
Think about what
sounds
they do to a
racist.
human
Yeah,
skull,
imagine if
though.
they ate
Ugh.
people.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Anyway, go ahead.
The
what were you
point is,
saying?
people are fucking racist, and it's stupid, and who gives a
And
fuck?
here's
But
the picture that comes up. I'm sorry.
wait a minute. Oh god. That's just that's Grimace.
It's the purple monster from McDonald's.
It's Grimace. Why is Grimace a fictional lizard?
Oh, my.
Fucking Grimace.
Why does Grimace have... What is that? A tail? Is that a tail?
That's
No,
his
it's his
dick.
dainty ballerina. Oh wait. Oh no. No, it has that is a tail. He's got a lightning tail at the end, and I think that the udders are those his legs.
I think he's wearing a crown,
I
too.
hope so. I hope those aren't teeth.
That's his feet, right?
The teeth.
No, those are the teeth.
It's-
Theo said the absolute hair on this man.
Johnny Bravo, purple, Grimace monster.
So anyway, back to good old Quentin. Let's do it.
oh yeah.
Please don't steal my Grimace OC.
Grimace.
I think you guys are selectively
No, don't steal it.
remembering
It's
this movie.
fucking.
I've heard at least one person say that Luke's anxiety and self-hatred in this film serves as an important representation of these real-world feelings. He is so caught up in the 1 second of regret that he made in training Kylo that he blames himself for all of the destruction caused by his fallen apprentice. Anakin
Yes.
Skywalker fell because he grew to seclude himself
That
from the
makes
past,
something
to
better.
hate everything that he once represented, and he was then redeemed and resurrected because of a figure who represented
He wasn't
his
resurrected. He died.
He means
He was
metaphorically.
symbolically
right?
I guess I
resurrected.
mean Force Ghost. Like he became a Force Ghost. Like
Yeah, he was also
But
resurrected.
that's not
as a
real
ghost.
resurrection. Could you say? Oh, but I guess because he came out of the dark side, so you could say that yes, he's brought out of
Metaphorical
the.
no, if you come
back
back
into
as
the
a
fold.
ghost, that doesn't count as resurrection.
No, but it means he's brought back into the fold of the good side.
Like I said, metaphorical resurrection. I'll allow it.
I will as well. I'd say that that's yeah.
I don't allow it.
I don't either.
future. Luke Skywalker, meanwhile, was so afraid of what the future would hold and how he might fail. that
Why would
too
he
felt
ever be though as a character? What have we ever seen about Luke Skywalker at the end of the trilogy?
This is the
that
thing,
would
right?
give you that kind of impression.
If you
He's
told
spooker.
me we were making a trilogy about the fall of Luke Skywalker, I'd be like, oof, alright, how are we going to do this? And then you say, he's going to be poor in terms of a trainer. He's going to train a family member to become a Jedi who is going to become someone who falls to the dark side, but not because of themselves intrinsically. It's going to be hugely tied to how Luke trains them. I'd be like, this is going to be tough. We're going to have to really... Because Luke is very much... Almost like he's very much a hero, so we're gonna have to figure out how to do this. We have to tie it to stuff we've learned about him. All this other stuff. Like, what I'm trying to say is we have to do all this legwork in this one trilogy focused on this one story, and I'm still worried about how we're going to be able to translate it to audiences. They did it in a flashback that lasted like 10 seconds. Like, to me, that's
We had to have
beyond
Cano
insulting.
Bite though.
Yeah, but... Fuck you. This is again, I know I've said this before, but if I was told to take up for JJ and make episode 8 and you have to make Luke motivated by all the stuff he does, I'd be like, Jesus Christ, we've got so much flashbacks to do. Like, we this movie is gonna be tough. We'll do as much as we can in terms of exposition from other characters, but we got some flashbacks. We have no choice. And if they were like, oh, you mean one 10-second flashback that's repeated 3 times? Like, no.
Not
No,
really.
that's not what I'm gunning
Was
for.
it 10
That
seconds?
seems like the opposite.
Oh,
of what
it's
we
in
should do.
slow
like it was
motion,
less.
and it's like a half minute. Come on, Jay, you're splitting hairs.
Mhm.
I feel like it was 5 seconds.
Oh, I thought you would go the other way with that. I was like, not much happened.
From Grace, and it was only apt reminders of the past that could teach him to understand his mistakes without shutting himself off.
Yeah, because Luke needed to be reminded of the thing that actually created his journey in the first place, the people he cares about. I really hate that idea.
Because he conveniently forgot them for the last 30 years
Yeah,
now, didn't he?
He forgot Leia, because, you know, Luke would forget Leia. It's not the thing that motivated him
obviously.
to destroy Vader or anything.
Yeah, just, forget that.
Stop it, Quentin, you're making me angry.
Anger is a path to fear, which is a path to
Yoda.
treachery, which
Criticism.
is a path
Path to
Path to
dark
criticism.
side.
Path to a YouTube channel. You're like, oh no.
It was only apt reminders of the past that could teach him to understand his mistakes without shutting himself off.
Yeah, okay.
And what's so interesting
Oh, I haven't thought about Leia in all these years.
It's like, do
But
you
now
remember
when I see a
Why in 30 years would you ever think about your twin sister?
For Luke, it's probably because he's having a wank.
Oof.
That's
No,
probably
he
why
would definitely be thinking about
Yeah.
her then.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
stop.
doesn't make sense, Jay. He'll be thinking about her at that point.
Have you seen the original trilogy? He's definitely thinking about her.
Oh, yes.
to be redeemed not from turning evil or destroying something beloved, but simply from failing once. It might seem like a big mistake to make from the point
Because he never failed in the OT. That's a new experience for him. He never fucked anything up or got hurt.
Yeah.
He's never had to be saved by people. No. Quentin, you have 5 minutes. Help me get through this.
But they actually bring this up all the time. Of like, Luke never failed ever. Luke was a Gary Stu. Citation, please.
Ain't no fucking Gary Stu here.
We need the opposite of, like, we need a counter citation because we'll bring the citations of failures. I got a whole bucket full. Like, at him. I'd rather the reverse of, well, just how does Rey fail? It's like she was captured that one time by Kylo, and you're like, oh yeah, she was. How did that work again?
And then
she broke out literally 2 minutes afterwards. Haha.
And then destroyed the Death Star planet thing. Yeah, good job. You did it. Ooh, we have another picture of what Jay was talking about. Apparently, it's consistent. This one's a Shrek grimace, I guess.
Oh my god.
I think it's probably the same artist.
Purple. Oh yes, I recognize the technique. Yeah.
They have names. No, they have different names under them. One of them's by Jennifer H, and this one is by Jonathan
This
B.
one's by Billy. This one's by Bobby. This one's by Jackie.
How did we get to these grimacing?
EFAP, you never know where we're gonna go.
I just don't know how it got here.
Is that important? Quentin said that
Beloved.
having things
Not
that lead to
anymore.
other things just doesn't matter. It's fan stuff. We don't need fan stuff.
But simply from
Fan stuff.
failing once. It might seem
Because
like
we're
a big
fans.
mistake to make from the point of view of an audience, but to then imagine a lifestyle where simply making one mistake and giving into fear for a single moment could lead to the death of millions suddenly makes a life of seclusion seem so much more approachable.
Or where
And
one
Ray's
bad
role-
tweet from 10 years ago can lead to...
Whoa, hang on.
So
The only reason it led to the deaths of millions is because you didn't finish the job.
yeah, he's mixed up the timeline there. He said your one mistake has led to the death of millions. It's like the death of millions came after he went into seclusion. That blowing up of 5 planets, that was when Luke was already on Ahch-To, so he was already upset about it. Maybe Quentin's arguing that he saw the future and he was like, I caused this by going into seclusion. I mean, I'm gonna go into seclusion
spider.
because I caused this.
That's just confusing. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
The reality is that the fact that Luke couldn't kill Kylo is what's if you want to put responsibility on anyone for any one thing, that's as much responsible for the deaths of all those millions as Kylo pushing the fucking buttons himself, you know? Metaphorically speaking, actually. But that's ridiculous. Luke did nothing to stop the deaths of anybody through these actions.
Oh,
Rex, I like your idea that it wasn't because of what he did to Kylo. It was like because of some old tweets of his resurfaced.
Well, yeah, that's why he went
I mean,
into
that's definitely
seclusion.
what happened.
Some
Found that they
journalists
found an
found
old
some
tweet,
some
yeah.
of Luke's homophobic tweets from like 2013. So
Yeah,
he went to
Luke
live on
is
an island.
Luke Skywalker says no to gay marriage.
he just put out a tweet
Luke
being
was
like,
like gays.
he put out a tweet saying like, the wife will not
Not in
stop
our galaxy.
going on about how I'm coming home late from work, but she still can't make a meal taste good. Just like, oh, Luke, what the fuck? And he's like, I was angry. I'm sorry.
He said too many things about the, explosion marks being a little bit too accurate for sand people.
Mm.
Get a little bit too spicy there.
His blast marks, but too accurate for some people.
And giving into fear for a single moment could lead to the death of millions suddenly makes a life of seclusion seem so much more approachable.
Oh.
And Rey's role in
Well,
the film
except
is
that
as
doesn't make
someone who
sense.
has no possible understanding of either Luke's choice to shut himself off, or the ability of
weird,
any person trying to be a hero to make disastrous mistakes in their short-sighted attitude. And it's her journey in the film to try and act on the very intuition that Luke has rejected. And in doing so, she makes the exact same mistakes.
Not
Look
motivated
these
at all.
two. He looks like Beetlejuice.
He's trying to argue like
Yeah.
her naive optimism, blah blah blah. It's like, you do get that she was like, right? Kylo killed Snoke. He just had a different, like, we imply that there's these two options, good or evil. Kylo's going for this weird middle ground, and then he goes for evil. So it allows him to kill Snoke, but it also doesn't allow him to join Rey and be a Goodman, even though that wouldn't have made sense anyway. Like, the idea that Kylo's motivation is so powerful and so intrinsic to his family life and his corruption, and it's all given up because he fucking has a crush on Rey. And you're like, oh, that's not very effective.
It's so juvenile. This whole romance stuff is
Not to mention
very-
confusing. Most people who
Yes.
love the movie would have different takes on why the story is so well written. They'd be like, it's so well written
Just
because
like
blah, blah, blah.
Arrival.
Yeah,
It's
I could
great
agree
for
with that.
reasons that we can't agree on.
And
I just find it extremely juvenile, the relationship stuff.
absolutely,
It's-
these two should hate each other forever now. There should be nothing that brings them
Yeah.
together. But they're almost, people like ship them, which is really fucked up
Yes,
because
they
he
do.
killed her
They
dad.
aggressively ship
Yeah.
them, which is insane. Because, okay, I can't say the dad figure thing with Rey
He
is
touched
not
her.
really
It's
complete
dumb,
because she knew
but
him for
it's true.
10 minutes.
As in,
But
this
I-
is what the films
I
are telling
guess-
us. She sees him as a dad. Because he even says it to her.
Right.
He looks in her head and says, "You see Han
Heartwarming.
Solo as your father?" And it's like, okay, I guess that's just true then. Like, he read it from her head. You can't really get more truth than that.
Right, but what I find odd then is not just her attraction to the guy who killed her father, but
be fair, that is
the
pretty
attraction
hot.
of him to her
That is kind of
for
hot.
no apparent reason other than force stuff.
Pound me, daddy. Also, kill my daddy.
Kill my daddy.
It's kill me, kill my daddy.
Kill me, daddy.
It's so bad. It honestly makes Twilight look like a decent romance.
I can agree with that. Because people... This is the thing, right? I'm naive. When I saw these movies, the two in the sequel trilogy, I was just like, what a terrible relationship these two have. And then some people were like, it's very romantic. I remember Major Lee told me in Rags that he can't wait to see these two develop into a romantic relationship. And we were like, what? When was that happening? And he's like, they touch fingers.
Yeah.
I want them to kill each other.
I was like, I didn't realize that was what's happening. It's like, no, that's totally happening. It's like, apparently, according to the trailers
First
for the
comes
new one, it's
hate,
not
then
happening.
comes the murder of one's parents, and then comes we're in a romantic relationship together.
The fight at the climax of episode 9 turns into like intense
Hate
hate
fucking.
fuck.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm down with it. Just go with whatever. Time travel, hate, fuck. Let's do it.
The hate fuck causes them to travel in time.
Okay.
That's
So-
I'm
the
ready
secret.
for the time travel,
We
hate,
start-
fuck.
I started this out by asking a couple questions about like what would be the worst thing you think they could do.
What, in episode 9?
What do you want to think that they're siblings to draw back to the original series?
I kind of think one of the worst things is what people have been suggesting, the whole Rey goes back in time to father, to parent.
To fart.
That's the only reason she goes back in time. No, she creates Anakin by going back in time.
Embarrassed. He has to go back in time.
So you think about what's the best way to ruin everything. You'd be like, first of all, have the first half of the film, the Emperor's back, the Death Star never actually got destroyed. He played a hologram for the rebels to make them think that it was destroyed, and it wasn't. Like I want to go really bad. Okay, I'm going really bad.
Oh god,
the
this
Ewoks,
is very bad. Yeah, I'm upset already.
The Ewoks got mutated by the hologram's destruction into new warriors, dogs that he sends after all of the aligned planets, and there's a huge war that they get to fight them. Rey realizes that everyone's going to lose, goes back in time, and Kylo jumps into the time portal just before she manages to close it. And then those two, when they're really far back in time, end up on Tatooine, fall in love, and she creates Anakin.
We're just watching the Terminator.
Well, Terminator Genesis is pretty much this bad. That's kind of what I'm using as my model right now. I'm like, how do we fuck everything up? Terminator Genesis did a pretty good job, so...
They undo the original trilogy.
We had this discussion on EFAP before, but like, what is worse? To counter what came before, or to actively delete it in your canon? To say, the OT never happened. Would that be worse than...
I will speak as a Trekkie,
Well, I think that if you deleted something from canon, then you've messed with the stakes. Where now you know that anything that can happen can be in a meta way erased.
What would be more offensive to a fan? I guess I'm saying.
Offensive? To continue with something bad would be more offensive.
No. I fucking speak Vulcan. That's my point. What's more offensive to me? I would rather that they create a whole new Star Trek series that starts over from scratch, from the exact same place that the original Star Trek happened, and erase it and pretend like none of it ever happened, than J.J. Abrams' weird mixed universe shit, which starts out with...
Did you just say mixed universe?
It is mixed, because it is
wow,
a
that's
mixed...
fucking racist.
I'm sorry. But it is like, it's like partially the original Star Trek universe, and then it's a combination. But I want to see Takasi and Takasi and Romulus get blown up. Right. That was upsetting to me via absolute bullshit retard science that made no sense. Which I hated and made me so furious. It's one of about 3 times I've almost wanted to walk out of a theater was watching the first Star Trek reboot movie.
So
I'm real mad about that.
The reason why I pose this question is because as much as Terminator Genesis pisses me off because it deletes Terminator 1 and 2, which are amazing movies, and I'm like, fuck you. However, is it worse to do that or to do what they did to Luke? To take the character, to accept the previous canon and to then just humiliate them. And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, I was siding with just deletion.
Yeah, because you can kind of ignore a deletion much easier.
It might depend on how egregious it actually is.
It's so, like, it's funny that we're discussing this, though. That's the Wilburys is happening all over the place, and it's just like...
Yeah.
Because the new Terminator, right, is like, haha, we're deleting Terminator 3, 4, and 5, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, like, are you going to be any better? And it's like, yep. And you're like,
Why should it actually be good?
Well, I want it to be good, but I also want...
Why should that be the biggest surprise of the century?
I also want that if it's bad, for Terminator 7 to be like, we're deleting Terminator 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'd be like, here we go again. Let's try it again, guys. And yeah, Predator kind of didn't do that. The new Predator was like, AVP still exist. They still happened. And I was like, wow, you still want them in canon? Okay, fine. I'm not sure what I would do personally as a writer. I'd probably advocate for the whole let me delete the terrible ones. The problem is that everyone has a different idea on what the terrible ones are. A lot of people say AVP 1 is good and AVP 2 is bad. A lot of people say both are bad. I think there's probably one guy in the world who says
I haven't seen AVP 2.
Oh, it's like you know how the first one is bad but really fun.
Yeah.
The second one is just bad.
The only thing I like about the second one is the gore. The gore's cool. That's it.
Wow.
Do you remember, Jay, do you remember how dark it is? It is such a dark film.
Yeah, you can't see what's going on.
It's the episode 3 of season 8 of Game of Thrones of AVP movies. There you go. That's how specific I'm getting.
It's just so fucking boring. like nothing. I just remember watching it. Like, is something gonna happen?
Yeah, it's just a giant set piece. It's like aliens and predators are in a suburban place. Everyone's gonna die. Go.
What if an alien fucked a predator?
Wow, that's
watch
the movie
that.
we really need.
Well, that's the premise of the film. That's what happens.
And then neither of their two
No,
cultures would
really?
allow their love
Is
to
it-
blossom. It'd be like Romeo and Juliet, but aliens.
So they,
It's an AVP porno.
no, it's like there's a predator alien that is
Red
birthed.
alien A. Wow.
Are you implying that the
I'm
alien
so happy
lore
to
isn't
live.
already fucked to shit
God.
anyway?
I'm so happy I'm out of this loop because this sounds awful.
Dude, this is okay, Jay. Honestly, because you've seen it, the scene where the pred alien latches onto a woman's face and starts pumping eggs through her throat, was that not pretty creepy as fuck?
I don't remember that, and that sounds like
Did you happen
something
to
I
look
should
Sounds
around?
hot.
remember,
That
so-
sounds really hot.
It's
Did you happen to
actually
take a look
Yeah.
around the theater to see if anybody was, pleasuring themselves?
Oh,
Oh,
I
well,
was
I mean-
I watched this at home, but
Yeah, I saw it at
assume
home.
that was happening.
But what I will say is the
I watched around looked around my living room to make sure.
the gore
What,
element,
you never know.
the fact that they were allowed to be R-rated was neat, and that one visual made me go like, oof, that's gross, and that's it. The rest of the film sucks.
But yeah, yeah, it's a horror movie. You want like gross stuff in it, I guess. Like the
I'm just saying.
but
Before we say it's
Yeah, it was
100% terrible, there is 0.368% that's.
Sure.
You gotta accept that. Anyway, sorry, Quentin. We're
Yeah, but what percentage of the population is horror?
oh, I've lost the watch together. I
Makes
just realized.
the
Jay, you're the worst.
Hang on, let me find it.
We were trying to fire this
It's
guy.
my
It turns out he's
Chrome
our
crash, and I closed it
manager.
and opened it, and I forgot that was in a watch together.
We wait and wait. People are gonna be commenting on how like,
Wait, where is the link? I can't find it.
oh my god.
Your mother is the link.
I guess I'll have to
Was it
repost
before
the
all the
link to
memes?
our manager. Just putting it out there.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I'm the manager, so this shouldn't be too hard for you, right? You know.
That makes no sense. You should be the one who's all knowing about these things.
Well, I just tell you what to do, and then you do it.
All right, I'm gonna draw him
So
back.
you remember when I was like, make EFAP?
very
and that
intuition
happened?
that Luke is rejected. And in doing so, she makes the exact same
Even
mistakes,
further than he was
pushing
before.
Kylo Ren
Ooh.
even further to the
Double dark side.
turning him
Morally ambiguous. Do you remember his first scene?
morally
What does he? 'Cause I'm sorry. What does Kylo do that's good?
Nothing.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
morally
Kill all
ambiguous,
of the
but it's like
innocent, literally
He doesn't kill Han Solo instantly. That could be considered
execute
nice.
all the innocent villagers.
Oh yeah, he sucks at killing Rey, so that makes him morally ambiguous.
He fell in love with Rey. That makes him altruistic.
yeah, he's not exactly chaotic,
idea.
like neutral or anything.
Well, I
He's
guess
pretty
someone,
much just straight up evil.
someone could argue he could be
He's just
more
straight
evil.
up evil, but that's okay. But that's okay
That's
because
actually
being straight up evil now is morally ambiguous.
in standard EFAP style. I now want to go on another tangent of conversation. The idea that Kylo is this person that we're constantly working to see a route for redemption when he's only ever been an evil asshole and he's got no history outside
Yeah,
of
what has he done that's good?
he was a student. That's not neutral or anything, right?
I guess that's neutral.
The-
Well, I
but-
guess that's true. His uncle did try to murder him.
Well, but okay, wait.
his-
That's
So
not that's not an
when we're
excuse.
told that Vader was this Jedi master who was like respected and he was a good person by Obi-Wan, it makes you think like, oh man, so he was 1 and now he's 0. Can he get back to 1? Kylo is just like he was this child who grew
he's
up
negative
seemed-
86.
Yeah, he grew up being this awkward, neutral student person who eventually chose to be evil, and you're like, can he be good? Murders more people. Can he be good? Fucking, like, the only person that should have this perspective is the one person who really doesn't, which is Luke. Like, for some reason, Rey has this perspective, which is the one person who shouldn't. It's like everything's backwards.
God, do you think they're gonna redeem him at the end?
I want to say yes, but the trailer showing him fighting Rey makes me wonder. Maybe that's like, do you reckon that's like a third through the movie or halfway through and that we've got so much more to reveal? Or do you reckon that's the
What if
finale?
that's how it begins?
I doubt it's how it begins.
What if it's like a cold open of like Death Star?
whole audience is just
that
like,
could be that could be the beginning, like the opening quest is them going to find Palpatine, and then like finding
opening
Palpatine
quest.
is the opening quest. Yeah, like them fighting Palpatine.
Welcome to our
starts
new
the
video
whole
game.
events
Your
of the
opening
whole
quest
film.
is to find
Well,
Palpatine.
all of the people who are so fucking adamant that consistency doesn't matter. I want to make films like that now. It just opens with Rey saying, "I knew I'd find you here," and then Kylo, they fight. She kills him in this epic super move. And then Han Solo says, "You killed my son," and starts shooting at her, and she blocks the blast, and then Luke takes a shot for her, and he says, "You've got to kill him." And so she kills Han, chops his head off. But then Chewie gets all mad and shoots her in the back with an explosive, and her parts fly everywhere, and one of them turns into a Death Star. I'm just like, how much of this has to make sense? Or has to not make sense
The most
before you'll
inconsistent
question
part
anything?
of that with the sequel trilogy is that Chewie did something.
Chewie wouldn't have done anything. That makes no sense. I'm sorry, I just, like, I always wonder what the limits are, you know, because we constantly talk about what doesn't make sense. And I'm just like, what for you doesn't make sense, Quentin? What does it take for a character, and I say Quentin, this is addressing a lot of the people we've covered on EFAP. What does it take for you to finally go, okay, that's weird? Like, that took me out, that was weird. And then complete silence. I think we're all absorbing the idea that
No,
the
yeah,
Flash
no, I
turned into
mean,
the Death Star.
It's tough. It's tough. We
Palpatine
live
is
in a
just
tough
a
world.
10-foot tall lizard that eats coconuts.
That's a better world than what we have.
Coconuts seem like a terrible food to have, you know, as your selection. If you could only eat one thing, coconuts would suck because they're like, they don't taste good, first off, but they're encased in this
taste
hard
good.
shell.
They taste fine, but you know, like
If
that
you've
thing.
evolved
You know when
with
you eat popcorn? You know when you eat popcorn and you get those little kernels stuck in your teeth?
Kernels.
I don't like
That's
popcorn.
exactly what you get. It's that same, like,
You don't
because of
like
the
popcorn?
graininess.
No.
No, but the graininess of coconut when you eat it, like from the pulp of it, it has this weird graininess. It also like gets stuck in your throat for like days after you eat it. So it'd be terrible to have nothing to eat but coconut for forever.
If you're an animal that evolved to eat coconut, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure you'd
I'm
be able to
saying
deal
as a
with it.
human who evolved to be a human, I can't change the way I perceive.
Why would you
coconut.
evolve to only eat coconuts?
You're a
I don't know,
coconato,
koalas
you live on the
exist.
island of Coconate.
Koalas?
Yeah, but
eat
they're all like
humans.
all the way up in the tree, and they're
Eucalyptus.
super difficult. I'm maybe there's something that could have happened, but man, someone got the short end of the stick on evolution. If the only food that
The
you
short
could
end of the
eat was
coconut, am
coconuts.
I right?
Hey, Rags, it's relative. Maybe we got the short end of the stick when you compare to, like, all the other things in the universe. Maybe they've got it easy compared to us.
Why? Because I could eat everything? Nah. fuck that
Everything
shit.
in
I like
our
being able to eat
environment... You
everything.
can't eat everything. Try to eat a glass
Well, not
bottle.
everything.
Try to eat a
Not
rock.
like battery acid
Try to eat some
You
battery
could-
acid.
I mean-
or
Some things you
acorns,
can
but
only eat once.
you know, I
Not
can eat
eating
a
battery
wide
acid
variety.
is just a matter of confidence. You could do it.
Battery acid is just a weird grape.
But it's just cocktail, battery acid and milk with some vodka.
Right
I
on
mean,
battery acid.
sounds like what would you call that? What would you call that cocktail? Battery acid, milk, and vodka. That's the
Battery acid. That'd be the Russian mechanic.
That's the Russian. It's gotta be like the Chernobyl something.
Chernobyl surprise.
Chernobyl surprise.
Chernobyl diarrhea.
Throw a Tide Pod in there.
Of course
For
you
flavor.
could.
At that point, you
No,
could just call it
what you
Chernobyl.
do? Oh my god! So like when you make cocktails, like if you're doing like a and you want to put a lemon on the side, you cut it down the middle. You take a Tide Pod and you cut it right down the center between the two sections, and you put that right on the rim of the glass.
What if you just release that drink and it's called Chernobyl, but they blast it with a set of radiation before giving it to you? And it's like, you're like, this actually has radiation. You're like, yep.
Get the hell out of your stucker.
You're allowed.
That's what's gonna happen.
You know, it'll affect you dramatically, but it's
To
consensual.
be fair, you could serve it in a bar, and the bar could be called the Geiger counter.
Hey, I like
Oh,
this.
there we go. You got the whole thing all worked out.
Like our patrons don't live long, but hey, they
It's a once in
enjoy.
a lifetime experience.
They enjoy the references. All right, sorry, Quentin. What were you saying about how wrong you are?
Turning him from a morally ambiguous pawn into the ruler of the strongest legion in the entire galaxy. Much like Poe on the other side of the movie, she comes to understand that her own foolhardy passion has only led to more potential death and
It's
destruction.
not even true. Thanks to her choices, they've knocked out Snoke, who was much more evil than Kylo. Kylo's confused at best, so Snoke was like sure that we have to destroy all of the good people in the world. That was like his goal. Kylo's like, we should... What does he say? He wants to like kill everyone?
The past?
His offer to Rey was to like get rid of the good and the evil. Or what's your interpretation, folks? What was Kylo's plan with Rey he was offering her? Because it wasn't to be evil.
Who has any goddamn idea?
Like,
because it makes no sense.
Let's run with a simulation. She says, yes. Takes her hand. Then they go up to, like, the control room. And he's like, okay. Like, honestly, what happens next? I'm confused. My simulation's already run out of material. Anyone?
I honestly don't know what was going on because I couldn't tell at first if it was did he want to join up with her or did he want to destroy her, viewing her as a rival. It's never been clear to this point exactly, or if it's some kind of...
He was anti-First Order and anti-Resistance. He said, like, let's make something new. And I'm like, okay, how does that look? What does that mean? What do you do?
Right, because there's nothing else. And I honestly, I don't think there's enough character given... okay, so Mary Sue has no fucking personality, and Kylo's personality is all over the board and completely inconsistent, so how can any of us be expected to understand what any of this is supposed to mean? Because it hasn't meant anything thus far, and it doesn't appear to mean anything going forward.
Imagine you said, like, we're gonna get on a transport, we're gonna leave, me and you, Rey, and we're gonna have all of the ships of the First Order just crash land into that base, everyone dies, and we're gonna move on. Like, what? Alright.
I mean, hang on, that is consistent with Rey's character. She's basically, up until now, just kind of gone along with anything else that's happened around her.
You just need someone to tell her what's good, and she'll do it. You'd be like, Rey, it would be good for you to kill these children. She's like, will it? And you're like, yes. And he's like, okay, //
Even younglings? Yes.
Especially younglings. They're gonna turn into Hitlers, all of them.
Oh, fuck.
Anyway.
But that's it. It's just none of it makes any sense. But hey, go along with it because this is the product you're supposed to consume.
This is what I mean about, like, it makes Kylo the most interesting character because people have no idea what he wants, what he's gonna do. Like, that's why he's so interesting. Everyone else is just a block of wood, but hey, at least he's unpredictable. Like, who knows what he'll do next? Even though he's like, he seems to be the leader of the First Order of the next one, so that's fun. That's the one place we did not expect him to go, you know?
Suddenly, his goal of killing his father seems too obvious. His hatred of Luke has been propelling him into becoming ultimately powerful.
I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. Just because you hate Luke, that doesn't mean you start killing people. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's moral. No, that's moral ambiguity.
Pretty generous.
Is it evil to massacre a village because your uncle tried to kill you that one time?
This has always been my problem.
I don't know. Was he white?
I don't see the problem.
Like, would it be emotionally damaging to have your uncle try and kill you while you were sleeping? Yes. Does it mean you should start killing innocent students in a building and then taking over the world?
Me when I was sleeping.
And you're like,
I don't know. Were they white? Were they white males?
I just don't see how it's a through line. It's like, of course he would kill a bunch of people after Luke tried to kill him. You're like, that doesn't... Someone tries to kill me, I don't immediately start trying to kill people. Actually kill people. He killed all the students. With his stupid Knights of Ren.
Most of them.
I mean, all of them, right? Did they say anything about any of them escaping? Isn't it?
Weren't the Knights of Ren some of them as well?
I don't know, were they?
Who are the Knights of Ren?
We're finding out in episode 9.
Actually, that's a good question. Who the fuck are the Knights of Ren?
As Ryan Johnson said, there was no time for the Knights of Ren in episode 8, even though there was time for Canto Bight.
Canto Bight.
What if the Knights of Ren were the antagonists? Like, you know, that could,
what if the Knights of Ren are Snoke? They're all parts. They're all
what
aspects
if the
Snoke.
Knights of Ren are morally ambiguous?
What if the Knights of Ren are
thing as
Leia?
moral ambiguity.
What if the Knights of Ren
Everything
were like, dude,
must be black and white.
Village?
You racist.
What if the Knights of Ren are Yoda, Leia, and Han?
What if the Knights of Ren
pretty
are
hot.
actually just like a time period?
What?
Oh, the
But just more of a
knights.
concept,
Oh,
really.
it's
Just a concept. What is that
They're the,
even mean?
it's like Halloween. It's like Halloween. Knights of Ren, and Ren is like a
have-
space Muslim holy
It's
monk. or
the
something.
Arabian Nights thing. It's you know how many nights of whatever.
Yeah.
You have
and there's the Knights of Ren.
101 Knights of Ren.
Hux is like,
101.
we found the rebels, we have to go destroy them. And Kylo's like, we'll send the Knights of Ren. He like grabs his shoulder. He's like, the Knights of Ren aren't real. They're just an idea, Kylo. And he's like, what? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure they're
Totally
real.
real. I was like, no, they can't
I'll
be
read
real.
you the I'll read you the Knights of Ren. All right.
Everything you attribute to the Knights of Ren was just you. You just invented them. We went along with it because you threatened to kill us.
The Shire herb has addled your mind, Kylo.
Oh, I want to bring that video out so
Kylo's
much.
mind's certainly been.
Oh my
addled,
God!
but
Please,
you know.
tomorrow.
I've got a weird
No,
order.
you don't.
I have.
Good.
We should just watch it live on one of the ends of the EFAPs. It's so good. I might get hit by copyrights though because this YouTube acts weird with online like live stuff versus uploaded stuff. It's the whole thing. Me and Rags will keep.
Yeah, for whatever reason, YouTube's fine with you doing all kinds of broken ass shit that you shouldn't be able to do when you do it live. I don't know why. No, well, to a degree. But they're much more okay with it.
Me and Rags and Wolf created a commentary of Fellowship of the Ring. It's gonna come out eventually. We'll keep bigging it up, and it won't disappoint. I swear.
I don't know which is better. The Fellowship one's really good. The Torchwood.
You're right, mate.
If you guys, you got to do it because I'll definitely check out.
Oh, we've done it.
Fellowship
It's ready to go. It's just that I'm gonna release. I've been releasing bonus EFAP content every Wednesday. Is the idea.
Okay, well then stop stalling. Well, because I could sure use that.
We gotta big him up. You know, we gotta hype it. We gotta hype it.
Okay, well I'll type it up. I will say this. You asked me. It's kind of funny. I have to ask two quick questions. One, I've been drinking a little bit, but I'll ask these. Did you know that Rags and I have known each other for like almost a year and been playing a Pathfinder game like every week?
I did not know that.
I think you mentioned that earlier.
Rags does not talk about you
mention
enough.
it.
Rags, I criticize you for that. You're a bad man.
No. That's not important. The other thing that I guess I would like to ask. Oh shoot.
No.
Uh-oh.
What is happening?
We can't talk now,
Really
Father.
us, I mean,
We're talking about Kyle Ben.
Go on. What were you saying? You were saying something.
oh, no, basically just like, what's been kind of your experience, I suppose, with a lot of the way that this YouTube shit has gone? And I'm gonna ask you this in two directions. One, in terms of doing really ass long fucking videos, and two, in terms of there just being a total negative disposition towards anyone asking questions about the stuff that we've been asking questions about here tonight. You know?
What's my experience with it all? It's frustrating. I thought that people would be much more open to it. When I started, I was like, the biggest problem people will have with my work is it's long. I know that for a fact. And then I have been learning throughout this. If you go back to the EFAP where I first say I'm shocked that people are calling me racist for my Black Panther review, I think it's either Rags or Wolf, where they're both like, "You're shocked at this?" And I was like, well, I didn't know that was what was gonna happen. It's like, you need to brush up on your YouTube.
Welcome to YouTube, mate.
I've had the whole, like, it went in ways I didn't expect. A lot of people have accused me of making long videos precisely because I want to avoid criticism. Like, they wouldn't be as long if not for the fact that I use it as a way to defend myself. Like, if I make my videos long, no one can criticize me.
I get the same. Well, I get the exact same. That's actually why I wanted to ask that question, because I have the exact same problem where people say, "Oh, Aydin makes hour-long videos because then nobody can criticize her." And no, the reality is that I make hour-long videos so that I'm extremely concise and precise about what I'm talking about. So I find that frustrating.
We should hang out more. Because people say I'm not concise, and I'm like, I don't think you know what that means.
Concise literally just means short.
Is different from being from truncating yourself.
Yes.
being concise doesn't necessarily mean being short.
Unironically, right? I'm not gonna. I've talked about this before. Fringy was in the conversation, so you can confirm it with him. We had a YouTuber who really didn't like me, and I invited him to a conversation that Fringy was in, and he said to me, one of his main issues with me is how long my videos are. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, so you're making this series on TFA. You've already spent nearly 5 hours, and you haven't even gotten to like a third of the film. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, why don't you just say Force Awakens is bad?
That's not
helpful, is it?
No,
I
but
didn't know
that's
those
the
people
point.
existed. They do.
It's
Those
just
people
not-
exist.
Because, as I said, I'll go back to the same thing. I'll go back to the same thing. People are very much cognitive misers. They want to have what happened, why, quick. Tell me what to think. It's very difficult to tell people that they have to think more in depth than that, because you're requiring them to put in more cognitive effort than they normally would or would normally expect. And for this reason, it's going to be difficult for people to understand not only why you should listen to those kinds of reviews, but why you should listen to multiple reviews. I often don't even watch movies before I make it. But I often will listen to like 3 or 4 30 to 40 to 50 plus hour long or minute long reviews of movies before I even decide to watch one. Just because if I want to get emotionally involved in a movie, it's more investment than it is just to listen to something while I'm working. Does that make sense?
Yeah. One of the things I talked about in my TFA part 1, right? So when people are like, if the movie is X long and you've talked about it for X times 2, then you've broken, like you fucked up, because they could just watch the movie. And then I reference how, like, you know, I Am Your Father, how meaningful that is as a statement, and how long you can talk about what it all means throughout the franchise. The second you spend more than fucking 4 seconds, you've gone over your time. Sorry, too long. You fucked up. It's just like, that doesn't seem like a fair rule. And then what you'll have as a concession, they'll be like, okay, no, wait. You talk about the most meaningful things in a movie. You don't talk about the stuff that doesn't matter. And I'm like, oh, okay, so
Why
for how
should there
long?
be stuff in a movie that doesn't matter?
Exactly.
Oh, right. Yeah, as if you can separate such things. That's ridiculous.
And I think that there's something, even the most crap and uninteresting things can always be a vehicle for interesting things. Like if we just saw a shot of a rat running across a street for a minute, we could then talk about what it means to have a meaningless shot, or what it means
to be a good rat.
That too. That goes on forever. There's always conversations to draw out, and so you get these video essays that are like The Last Jedi, what it means to fail and learn from that. The Last Jedi, a character study for Kylo Ren. The Last Jedi, the world building breaks. The Last Jedi, all these different topics. And what I like to think about my videos is I'm trying to cover most of those all in one, in a concise way. I work very hard on my scripts, and I still get accused of repeating myself and droning on. I'm always like, okay, I mean,
I get that too with my shit, so I understand. But I think you have to, though, be concise and consistent in order to make clear what your point is. And it's always going to be kind of conflictory, because some people will say, this is boring, we already learned this. But for other people, they will say equally, you're talking too fast, you're saying too much, and I have a hard time understanding or following. So you have to always balance the two things of making sure that people can understand and also making sure that people aren't bored. And that is a little bit of a conundrum, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
The accuracy of it, it's like giving someone directions to someplace.
Yes. And actually, it's very funny. We call it high-low media richness. We were talking about this a little bit earlier about transforming something that's music into something that's visual is a move towards a more high media richness environment. However, low media richness, which is just pure text, is really good at describing things in detail, but very bad at describing emotions. It's very bad at nuance. Whereas high media richness, face-to-face communication, plays, things like this, are very good at communicating nuance, but not good at communicating specific instructions. So these are the differences between when we read something, which gives us specific instructions and specific information, versus when we see something that's giving us more generalized ideas about things.
And it's the content I love on YouTube versus stuff that glosses over very quickly a lot of things. especially using terms that assume you have the same definition as the author. Like if I said, we had this before, but if someone describes a game's mechanics as tactile, or game feel as tactile, you're sitting there like, I think I know what you're talking about, but are you talking about the same thing that I'm thinking about? And
Yeah, because that literally makes no sense.
and it would,
So we have to try and fill it in however we can, and two people will do that in completely different ways.
yeah, and I don't know, I'm a big fan of
Define
clarity.
I mean, but that does make sense because you fill in the information for themselves.
And someone in chat said, in fairness, Molly, you do repeat yourself. I was going to say, when I can point out times I've repeated myself, but it's always with purpose. I've established this before, but when I get to my analysis point in my reviews, they're usually the judgment part, while the part before it was the evidence part. I do my best to be as entertaining as I can while explaining what happened. And later on, I'm like, by the way, remember that thing I said happened? This is bad because of this. And sometimes I'll have already explained it ahead of time as a sort of like seed, if you will, to have your mind follow along and then flower into the actual, like, this is really bad sort of thing. So,
Well, I would describe that precisely the way that we conduct a literature review and evidential reporting in academia, right? Is that we start out by saying, here's evidence here, 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 here. And so then once you provide the evidence, then you can conduct your own analysis. And then, based on the analysis, then you can come up with your own conclusions. That's how all scientific research works. But, excuse me, it requires having the prerequisite work, which means sometimes you're going to have to spend a long time going over stuff that seems obvious. Or, you know, you have to show that first.
And yeah, and there's definitely times where I could look at my old work and be like, man, I didn't really need to say that again, or something like that. There's always room for loads of improvement. There's no denial of that. Just that, I mean, I've repeated myself on EFAP. I usually preface a lot of what I repeat with, I know I've said this before, but it's usually because it's relevant again. I'm like, I want to say it again, because we've found another example of where it has become relevant. Thank you, Quinton, for providing us the vehicle in which to talk about critical analysis. You're a great YouTuber. That's our conclusion of this, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, see? I knew.
You're great at what you do.
We needed the end of it, actually. This is very exciting.
Into becoming ultimately powerful, and his love for figures like his father has been holding him back from what he sees as his own destiny. And his ability to feel compassion for...
Why is he showing this screenshot of what looks to be almost fan art instead of the clip from the film?
He does that a
He wants
lot.
to add to
and
the
I don't
point.
know
Was the film
why.
out on DVD when...
He's using clips from the film, though, isn't he? Is it all trailer footage?
Yeah, but maybe they were just... Maybe it was like clips that had been released.
Oh, you're right. You're right. If it's February, then the film wouldn't have been out yet. You're right. Thank you, my conscience. That wasn't Jay or anything.
I stopped you from being strawman, Quentin. Thank me.
No, we just asked.
Role
Well,
in
yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't
No.
I guess he didn't have to go with this. I don't have too much of a problem with going this visual, considering he's got no access to trailer footage or real footage. That's interesting.
Well, he didn't
Real,
have to
actual,
show them both in
genuine
an
footage.
elevator.
Genuine, legitimate, real, 100% scientific photographic footage.
Authentic.
That's an ooh. They don't use that one enough. Jay, you got to tell them about that one. Get all the video essays.
No, don't
on
give
that
them
one.
more words.
Give him a drink.
in his past, yet a potential one in his future. It is this that leads the two of them to work together to kill Snoke and his guards. Kylo so that he can secure his legacy, and Rey so that she can protect her friends.
Secure
hang on.
his
Let's
legacy.
look at that. Hang on, let's just look at that clip of them practicing a choreography where three guys all just like go for her block.
His past,
Like,
yet father seems
they've
too
all got-
obvious. His
They've all got weapons on her, and they're all just like, "I'm gonna hit her where she's lightsaber."
hatred
Hey,
of Luke has
you
been
say this as if
propelling
there
him
isn't
into
a
becoming
myriad of
ultimately
issues with
powerful,
that fight
and his
scene.
love for figures like
This is the
his
thing. Me
father.
and Rags were talking about how if you slow down John Wick in John Wick 2, certainly, and 3, there are things where you go, ooh, that's dumb. Ooh, that's dumb. TLJ, there isn't a frame where something stupid isn't happening in that fight, anyway. And yeah, I
Hyperbole.
agree with you, though. The three people going for the exact same kill spot is weird.
has been holding him back from what he sees
Let's
as
get
his
a good
own
pause for
destiny.
you.
And his ability to feel compassion for Rey comes only from her having no active role in his past, yet a potential one in his future. It is this that leads the two of them to work together to kill Snoke and his guards. Kylo so that he can secure his legacy, and Rey so that she can protect him.
There you
Look
go.
at that. She's already holding it up. She's already holding it
Yeah.
up, and they're all like, I'm going to hit that sword.
Looks really excited. Like, woohoo!
That's one way. She looks like bewildered.
Do you remember, Jay, I want to remind you more of this film. Do you remember when she's super happy that one blast from the Millennium Falcon kills 3 TIE fighters? Do you remember that?
I don't think anyone's ever referenced that scene since the film came out.
Jay, I hate that bit.
No,
Jay,
no.
that
Who
bit
could ever-
frustrates me. Do you understand me?
I
Jay,
don't care about that
Jay,
bit.
I need you
No,
to understand.
No,
Jay,
the
please.
reason that bit doesn't bother me is because that doesn't show her as immensely skilled. That shows her as immense. Because there's no matter how skilled you are, you cannot do that on purpose. Like you just have to get lucky for that to happen. So I don't
You
give a
had
shit that that
the TIE
happens.
fighter
Like,
people like, this Rey person, she's down on her luck. Let's do it, guys. Hit eject just before she fires. Let's light this up. Let's give her a good
They
day.
just like it's like a happy birthday thing, you know. Happy
But that's-
birthday!
That's the reason that it doesn't bother me. It's not saying she's amazingly, perfectly skilled. It's saying she got kind of lucky, I guess.
Is
Like,
it
really
oh,
lucky,
That's,
but-
that's
Yeah, I still
very,
don't like that
very
bit though.
lucky,
Jay,
yeah.
I hate
Just
it.
a little bit.
Yeah,
Just
it's
a
stupid,
tit-
but-
a
Jay, help.
tidbit, like tiny titty
Why do you
bit.
keep saying tit?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Jay, you see tits and everything.
I'm not. I don't understand what you're referring
That's
to.
my choice.
I mean, this sounds a little bit sexist to me right now. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
I have to say, I want to congratulate EFAP for hiring a female. That was very, progressive.
Thank
of-
you.
I'm
Thank
sorry
you,
to
I
say you're not
guess.
our first female. We had a female on before. People are
What if
asking
I'm
for an EFAP where we say you. So, do you know about Major Lee at all, Aiden?
About who?
Major Lee. He's someone we covered
Oh,
in
you're in for a
EFAP
treat.
10, I think. No, EFAP 14? I never remember.
I may have. I've listened to a whole bunch. Usually, no offense, guys, but the podcasts are usually like 5 to 6 to 7 hours long.
what do you
so I
mean?
usually put them on when I go to sleep.
What do you mean? We make the shortest podcasts. The most concise of podcasts.
Sometimes
I
when I
make
go on vacation,
I make hour-long documentaries every other week.
I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
not one to complain. My point, though, is that I often fall asleep about halfway through or a quarter of the way through.
I do not blame
I
anyone
see
for
the
that.
highest
What I will
order.
say is that Major Lee's counter-argument to the presence of Holdo was that you get to look at women. Now, I think
Get
that
to look at old
Now,
ass
that's a
Laura
bit
Dern.
sexist.
if we you're telling me if we get that Star Wars Guild a guest soon enough, which will happen, and then we have you get to look at women EFAP, we'll have you, Jay Longbone, and that Star Wars Guild all guests together. That would
And quite frankly, Mahler, I
would
applaud
love
you
to.
for having females on your podcast.
well,
Thank you for
The males.
allowing
Get to
the
look at
lower.
the
Thank you
males.
for allowing the lower sex, to
chance.
participate.
we're working on
I mean,
taking the vote away because, as you will agree,
You only get to hear
Our
women.
inherent failures as a species, but we try our best.
Unstable Knight said "Ladies' Night." We'll have to call it. You get to look at women. Like it's too good of a reference. Me and Rags
You
will have
don't
to.
get to look at
Pretty
women.
goddamn good.
You do. They get
That's
little
not official.
icons. Little icons. You can look at them. Like Jay, people
I-
look at you
again,
and assume it's a
very
woman.
Funny. It's actually quite funny to me because I have been for years now called upon as a woman to give my opinion on Star Wars shit. When again, I'm a Trekkie. It's
Damn.
like, why are you asking me?
You're even more nerdy than they realize because Star Trek is much more like of a what you could call philosophical sci-fi than Star Wars is.
Star Wars is just
I've studied Star Wars from a philosophy perspective in
Studied.
terms of the Joseph Campbell stuff, which is interesting. But I don't speak any Star Wars languages. I don't know if there are.
I don't know
any.
if there are any. Yeah.
You got it, Tanagra.
Kashyyyk. That is. I'm speaking Wookiee. There you go.
Oh wait. Did you say a Tanagra?
Did Rags? Did you do
Darmok
that?
and Jalad. Yeah, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Shaka when the walls fell.
Damo
No,
enchiladas.
Shaka, when the wall.
Is there a
Dharma
Google
and
Translate
gelatos.
for Klingon?
What do you
Sure,
want?
well, not a Google
What do you want to know how to
Translate,
say in Klingon?
No,
I can probably help.
let me find it, and then I'll say something to you.
Kapla. Kapla. Kapla.
Do you speak Vulcan and Klingon?
No, only Vulcan.
You speak Vulcan?
No.
Matral.
I don't know. You could be making that up.
Yes, friend.
And again, all words are made up, so.
They are made up, but isn't every language made up?
Well,
Ask yourself that
there's a
question.
different process to making up like a constructed language to a naturally forming language.
Vulcan's very interesting, right? Because in the first Star Trek movie, they had the characters or the actors speak their lines in English, and they dubbed them over in the fake Vulcan language. So, for example, I would like you to, if anyone knows how to spread their fingers to do the Vulcan salute,
What, you think we're retarded?
Can't everyone do that?
Hang on. No,
Some
not
people
everyone
don't do
can.
that.
Not everyone can. But okay, so here's a really fun thing. Look at the way
Even
that your
Stephen
mouth
Hawking.
moves. Hang on, I'm gonna tell you something really cool. Watch the way and feel the way that your mouth moves when you say these two things. Live long and prosper. That's the way that it is, obviously in English. The way that it was dubbed over is, so here's how you say live long and prosper in Vulcan. Diftor hes musma. Diftor hes
Close.
musma. Live long and prosper.
Ooh, that's cool.
Isn't it neat?
I like it. I approve. All right, let me try and read this out. And it's funny, if you try and translate English words into Klingon that don't exist, then they just come out as English words. So I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this. It's confusing language rules. Bipiva diversity hem kak mek lulgemech je kia sexist.
The Klingons don't have a word for sex.
That's what it came out as.
I can believe that.
Klingons don't have a word for sexist.
I can believe it, yeah.
I love the idea that you explain the concept, they'd be like, why?
Wait, this makes no sense. I do not understand.
Oh, that's not Klingon. You can't say that.
Okay, here's something. No, sukobiret. Here's a good one for that, which is that. Okay, so do you know how the Russians like to squat? Because that's the best way to
The
say
Slav squat, yeah.
the Slav squat. So here's how you know the difference between a true Eastern European and a Western spy, which is that it's heels high. So if you're squatting down and your heels are high, Western spy. Heels flat, sukabiet.
Heels flat, sukabliet.
Yes.
Heels flat, sukabliet.
Oh.
Heels flat.
We're in a very.
You learn well, yeah. If
Hang on, I'm gonna.
I'm sure that's applicable knowledge that I'll be able to put to good use.
How is it?
Squatting.
How tough was it to learn Klingon exactly?
It's true.
I wouldn't know. I don't know Klingon.
Oh, but you know some stuff, I guess, in it.
I was working on the Vulcan language project from the time.
Oh, sorry, I'm retarded.
Until around...
I meant Vulcan.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry. It's all stupid.
Wow, you just think all aliens are the same?
Oh, wow. Actually, can I get offended?
Do it.
Can I claim?
Well, no, because you're culturally appropriating the Vulcan language. So no, you can't.
Oh no, shoot. No, but basically, there were a bunch of us who were working on the Vulcan language project in the early to mid 2000s, and I was working on it along with them. It's just old school shit. Who cares anymore? The whole thing's been rewritten. When I was big into Star Trek, when I was big into Star Trek is when Star Trek was a dead franchise, essentially. So,
carry on. I just want to make people aware that we've had someone submit a drawing of the two grimaces. How wonderful is that? Somebody drew this as a result of Jay's search for Holdo looking better and not terrible.
The two grimaces. Oh my
No,
god,
that wasn't that search. That was the search for
Gook.
what gook meant.
I'm mixing them up, Jay. Let me be insane.
We threw
Which I still
gooks
don't
on
know what
stream.
I still don't know what that actually means. By the way,
Neither do I. I'm
have
just
no idea
happy
what
it
I
led
just
to this. They're adorable. Look at them. He's got like a potato or a rock. I don't know. I don't care.
That's a coconut. You fuck dad.
I've had a bit to drink. I will be honest.
It does
So
look
have
like a
I.
chocolate
I've
chip
had-
Who
cookie.
here
though.
hasn't? To
Beers,
be
but
honest,
not-
It's a potato
at this
coconut.
point, I don't know how you could survive after this point without a little bit of alcohol in the system.
Exactly. You know, I've
What do you
got.
guys all drink?
I'll share some memories with you.
Oh, beautiful.
Can't fire me. I quint.
I quint. Quint.
Quint.
I think this is me.
Quint sounds like a middle-aged swear word.
Romantically apocalyptic. What is this from?
But it's adorable. It's you haven't seen what's it called? Apocalyptic.
Gone with a blast wave.
Is that what it's called? Romantically apocalyptic.
It looks like a Doctor Who costume.
That comic.
Nah, it's too high production
That
value
comic
for that.
series. Yeah. The comic series, Romantically Apocalyptic. Never seen that?
I
No.
have not.
It's
No
great.
idea.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's a really witty web comic series that's been going on for like 15 years.
I like shad memes are like popular. They not go. That's the absorbal off. I know what that is. Do you know what? Do you know what, Jay?
That's a Doctor Who costume.
Do you know what? I'm gonna put it on screen for everybody. So, the people in chat who already know about this, I know about this because for some reason, do you guys ever have memories from when you were younger that you do not know why you remember them? Like you just do. And now I'm gonna go on to explain.
in a classroom when I was through like.
Well, hang on.
5, I don't know.
You can hang on. So like the one I'm gonna explain, I know this by memory for no reason. The Absorbal Off was a really awful episode of that season of Doctor Who that people don't like. It's a creature that like absorbs people into himself, and he looks really stupid. He was played by Peter Kay. He was a comedian. It was just a mess. And the Absorbal Off was created by like a fan. They sent like a drawing in of this creature that absorbs people and stuff. And I saw this on like a BBC After the Doctor Who episode thing. I don't know why I haven't forgotten it. It's just in my head. It won't go away.
I remember it as well. Everyone
Why?
fucking remembers that. Like,
but why?
I've never met a single person who knows the episode and like was watching all of that at the time who'd forgotten about that.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's just memorable. Hang on, let's see if we can find the contest.
It's not even like conceptually like a creature
was
that
on
can
Blue Peter,
absorb
wasn't it?
flesh and grow from it or something. It could be cool, but that episode. Do you remember how that episode ends? A boyfriend is like in a piece of concrete and she's just happy with him.
Yes.
It's so bad. Like Rags,
found the
Aydin.
drawing.
Wait, Aydin, you've seen? Did you say you're a fan of Doctor Who, or am I making that up?
Oh yeah, I love Doctor Who.
So you remember this episode, right?
Oh yes.
You remember the end, right?
Yep.
So one of you guys explain it to
let's say,
Rags.
like-
I want Rags to know about it.
Okay.
Okay,
Lay it on
so
me.
the whole plot of this episode centers around like a couple who are romantically interested in each other but not together, right? And towards the end of the episode, this alien creature feeds
This
off
one here?
the woman in the this one. Like eats the woman, and to eat someone he like touches them and like absorbs their essence into him. And
Okay.
actually in that picture, she is the one in the middle of his chest. That's with her glasses still on, right?
Makes sense.
She's been absorbed into his body.
Okay.
And she's still alive, she's still conscious there, but she's just now a face in his chest.
But there's a whole bunch of them that are all conscious or semi-conscious.
Yeah. One of
and
them's
just
on his
stuck
ass.
inside of his flesh. Yeah.
Yes.
So the Absorbaloff gets killed at the end of the episode. And like dissolves. That's how he dies, and he dissolves onto like.
I want to make you better mention the
pavement, a
detail that it's the sonic screwdriver pointed at the concrete that allows what happens to happen. He just does that.
I'd forgotten about that. He dies on like a slab of concrete, right? And he dissolves into it. And the guy who was like really sad because his girlfriend is just like dissolved with the Absorbaloff.
I would be upset
so
too if that happened to me.
The doctor is there, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry." So he takes out his screwdriver.
Sonic screwdriver. Sonic screwdriver. Gotta get it right.
Sonic screwdriver. He buzzes it at the area of the floor where the creature dies, and then he picks like a paving tile off the floor, and her face, like the girlfriend's face, appears in the paving tile. And then he hands like the paving tile to the guy, and he's like, here you go, here's your girlfriend, and she's conscious, and she's a paving tile now.
But she can talk. She's just a paving tile.
Hang on.
Get a picture of it for Rags. You gotta see it. He's happy. He's like, oh, this is great. I got my girlfriend back. She's just a tile of paving. It's so bad.
He's just a tile of paving.
Oh, jeez.
Here it is.
I apologize for reminding everybody of this.
Oh my god! It's actually.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's actually. I remember as a kid being like, "This is horrible. Imagine being her. You're stuck in a.
Imagine having an itchy nose.
Oh yeah. She has her glasses.
At least she was frozen with her glasses on, I guess.
Oh, hang on. That's Moaning Myrtle?
Yes, same actress. As the what did Harry Pooper.
I hope she likes oral, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, this whole episode was based on like a child's competition to design an enemy.
I like.
I think I found the drawing. What?
Actually, Jay and Aydin, this applies to all three of us. We know this, okay? We saw this ourselves. We're aware of it. Imagine all the people in chat right now have never seen this before. Try and empathize with never seeing this before.
This is.
Oh god.
So Doctor Who's good?
Yes.
Or is this just one of the bad? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this was.
Yes, Doctor Who is good, but you have to.
At least he's not fucking naked.
You have to filter it. You have to get like a watch list of good ones.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
because it's
unironically,
not all really good all the time.
A friend of mine watched a bit of it, didn't like it, and then I was like, okay, if you're not willing to watch all of it, let's just watch a couple of good episodes. I showed him Waters of Mars, and unironically, his end, once we finished the episode, he was like, why couldn't it all be like this? And I was like, because...
Isn't that the saddest thing?
Different writers for like everything.
It's a great...
Watch the
Why can't it all be good? Yeah, man.
So, yeah. That's basically... Doctor Who is something to be watched in... what do you want to watch of it?
Yeah.
I would say.
I think
I'm sure there's plenty of good ones.
If you're an obsessed, I mean, it's funny enough. I do the same with Buffy, right? I skip episodes because some of them are just too bad.
That's exactly how I watch Buffy.
But if you're a super fan, I can totally be like, oh, I'll watch the bad ones because there's like small nuggets of good in the bad ones. But yeah, Doctor Who is not.
I love Buffy and I love Doctor Who, but I have the exact same way of watching both of them, which is that
it's good that you
love
Buffy.
I'm gonna skip a couple here.
Not like I argue regularly that Buffy's great on this show. What? No, I don't do that.
Buffy's amazing. Buffy's really great.
We should watch Buffy.
You have to know. All right.
Wait, what? Let me test your nerd knowledge. What's your favorite episode?
Well, my favorite episode is without fucking goddamn question the musical episode.
I knew you were gonna say Once More with Feeling.
Once More.
It's a correct decision. I'm proud of you.
It is the correct episode because it's so amazing on every level.
It's
and also Tabula Rasa, which is like the next episode after it, is also a great episode.
Randy Giles, nothing funnier than that shit.
Yes. Oh my god, Randy Giles. Okay. Well, oh no. Don't get me into talking about Buffy because I'll get off on a rampage.
I feel like we can't because not only are Jay and Rags completely unaware of what we're talking about, but most of chat isn't as well. I'm sorry, okay? There's no one I get to talk about Buffy with. I actually recently finished it all with Wolf, and Wolf has now entered the world of no one cares about Buffy, and he's sad. He's like, why does no one know about Buffy?
But in the comic books, Xander becomes literally fucking Xander ends up becoming Nick Fury in the comics. You know that, right?
I've avoided the comics because of a lot of things.
That's good because they're terrible.
Yeah.
But oh my god, yes. Xander becomes amazing in the comics. The stuff that happens with Willow is sometimes really fucking cool. But I am a gigantic fan of Buffy.
Last thing before we move on, because I know people are going to get upset. Who's your favorite character from Buffy and Angel all put together?
Xander.
Wow, that's a fair choice.
I'll have a split choice. I'm gonna say it's a really split. Xander's my immediate choice, and then Cordelia.
Ooh, even with season 4 of Angel.
I ignore Angel.
Oh, you can't ignore Angel? You kidding me?
Okay, Cordy, Justin, Buffy. Okay, Cordy and Buffy, Xander and Buffy. If I had to pick a character overall outside of Cordy, then I would say Xander and then Willow.
Yeah, my favorite characters are Wesley and Willow, and then Wesley, Willow, and Spike. I can't get over how amazing. I should stop talking about this. Back to the awful Doctor Who episode that is the Absorber Laugh one.
Did you know that Doctor Who had dickhead monsters?
They're sort of penisy, yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't. Yeah, I can see it. Okay. For a second there, I was like,
I've stared down a few penises in my day, and they're pretty penisy.
I'm guessing that's old Doctor Who rather than new one.
Yes.
Did they know? Were they aware? Did they have penises back then?
I like to think they did have penises back then.
Well. Yeah, anyway, there was some more memes.
Well, there's lots of things we'd like to think about, but does it make it right to think about them?
Did we finish Quentin's video?
No, we're gonna come back to it. We just got a couple more memes, okay? Why did you make this guy cry? I like this meme. It's good shit. This one is the 3D guy again. I guess it's like a rendition of me having organized some form of a debate. And I just sit above it. I don't know. It's like a 3D meme.
Are they all spiders?
Oh, of course. It's the spider fight that Jay wanted me to set up that I refused. Yeah. They have hammers and swords. I'm pretty sure the sword people are going to win because those hammers, unless they're magical, they look like they got short range.
Looks pretty heavy as well.
If they're all Mjolnir, then the hammer people will win. But
well, no. But are they worthy?
Oh well, obviously if they're holding them.
Yeah.
I think we all need
to fly in space.
We all need to absorb this. It's important that we absorb this.
The tail fucking makes that. Just the same hair.
It's so gross. Oof.
Yeah, this meme is just reliant on the idea that Rey is gonna become. This is the Red Letter Media theory, right?
If Rey grew purple fur all over herself and became Grimace Super Saiyan, to be fair, I would be really pleased.
Like you did it, JJ. You won me back.
You won me back.
I honestly would argue that
I didn't think you could, but you did.
If they like own being stupid and ridiculous, I would enjoy it so much more.
Well, yeah.
I kind of think it'd be less funny.
What other options do they have at this point? Okay.
Try to make it good.
To be serious and shit.
Oh, they can't do that. It's already awful. What are they gonna do?
Oh, Jay, you and your thoughts.
No,
I'm saying that's what they're gonna try to do.
Well, whatever they do, that's the thing. No matter what it is, they'll think it's
gonna
good.
Be terrible. No matter, everyone's gonna hate it no matter what. So if I was them, here's what I would do. I would make it the most stupid thing I could possibly imagine. I would make it the craziest, dumbest, most nonsensical crap that I could possibly make up in my stupid brain. And I would get people to go and, I don't know, not encourage them to go take illicit drugs, but maybe come back to me with interesting ideas, and we could all put it in part of it. It would be Spaceballs, essentially, right? Just do it.
I hate Spaceballs. It's awful.
What?
It's terrible. No, it's terrible. There we go. Perfect.
Wait.
I mean, it's not.
You've
funny.
you've already ruined it.
Wait.
Why not just?
We have to address
Why
this.
not just go?
Wait, yeah, this is like saying, "Oh yeah, my PS3 runs Linux." Okay, so you don't think that Spaceballs is funny, really?
No,
I love
it's not
Spaceballs.
funny.
Develop that, Jay. Explain to us why you're a horrible human being.
Jesus
I
Christ!
watched it and I was like, "This isn't funny. I'm not laughing."
All right,
You didn't laugh at anything?
What do you think about Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
I
Oh
think
my
that's funny.
god!
Okay,
All right.
all
He
right,
passes
all right.
part of the test.
You can stick around for now, but I've got my eye on you.
Jay, how could you do this to us?
That's kind of.
You don't
Okay,
find
by the time I
Spaceballs
saw-
funny?
You don't.
Okay,
wait, but you.
By the time I saw
wait.
Spaceballs, all of the jokes in it I saw were like overplayed. All of those jokes have been done to death since.
Jay,
Maybe it was funny at the
Don't you
but-
realize?
all
That's the film's fault. That's your fault.
I was gonna
Funny
say,
is
They're
subjective.
combing the desert,
Everything I'm saying is
Jay.
true.
They're combing the desert. It's fucking gold.
do you really think he knows what that means, Rags?
He saw the film.
It's a pun.
How could you not laugh at that, Jay? Like, really? Combing the desert.
They
You know what
ain't
he's talking
found
about, right?
shit, Jay. They ain't
Yes.
found shit.
Combing the desert.
Come on, my dude.
You laughing at it is funnier than the actual joke. In...
They have a giant comb. It's hilarious.
My dude, come on.
We have the Chernobyl cocktail as well, by the way.
Chernobyl. Oh, the time.
There's a little battery in it. I like to believe it's radiated.
The
as
Chernobyl
well.
daiquiri. The Chernobyl cocktail. I don't even know.
Can you guys
What's that glass that
entertain
it
yourselves?
says?
I
What
need
kind
to
of
go to
glass
the
is
toilet
it?
for once in my life.
Oh, we'll find
that's a
a
lamp.
way.
All
Oh
right.
wow! Wait, Mahler's taking a urination break.
I've drank too
I
much
swear this is the first time
alcoholism.
this has ever happened.
I don't because I drink tea and water like a
Oh,
fish.
you only drink tea and water? You don't drink anything
I drink-
else?
I drink
assumed it.
booze and I drink every once in a while. If I've been a good, I'll give myself a sody pop. But for the
Oh,
most part, no.
I gotta tell you what. I don't understand people who drink soda. I haven't had soda
Same.
in like months until this last week, and I had some soda, and I felt terrible all week.
Yeah,
What's
I
wrong?
really cut it out of
How's
my
everyone drink this
my
shit?
life like an abusive ex.
It's awful. I don't know how anybody drinks this shit. Ugh.
Sir, I'm very particular about it though. It's only got to be certain kinds. Like when I do, it's almost always like at a restaurant. If I'm going out and I'll be like, yeah, I'll have a soda. But
It's good as a mixer.
like battery acid.
Yeah. Like I'll have I won't drink soda on its own, but rum and coke.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have a virgin rum and coke.
That's a coke, Rags.
Yeah, no.
Just a Coke.
Do you want some coke?
No.
I live in Scotland. I can find you some coke. Do you know
How
that
about-
Scotland is the only country in the world where Coca-Cola isn't the most popular soda?
What
I'm
is it?
Brew.
Canada
It's
Dry.
Iron Brew.
I'm Brew.
I've never even heard of that.
Oh me!
'cause
I'm
you're
gonna
not in
be
Scotland,
in the
it's like-
UK in 4 days. I'm there! Yay! I'm so fucking hyped.
Hype Squad.
I'm squad.
Scotland is better than the rest of the UK.
No, fuck Scotland. No, I'm
What?
never going to
Rags, that
Scotland.
joke is from Big Bang Theory.
What's wrong?
Really?
Hang on,
I-
I'm sorry.
I had
what's
no
wrong?
idea
What's,
because I
what
don't
have you got
watch that
against
show.
Scotland?
Only because I know a Scot. I know a Scot.
Well,
Rags
I'm
also
sure-
knows the Scot.
What?
All Scots are delightful.
Rags, is Nuka delightful?
He's a nice man.
But is he delightful?
Delightful. I'd say he's delightful.
I guess.
Rags,
So.
I know you know plenty of
I
Scots.
can't fucking believe it.
probably
This shit's
do.
fucking awesome. But yeah, I'm gonna be in the UK in literally. Oh my god, it's almost 3 days now. Oh shit. Fug.
What part of the UK are you going to?
Can I say
You don't have to.
one of the Channel Islands?
Oh, hang on. What? That's where I know people who live there. It's nice, but it's like really weird. Depending on which one you're going to, but some of them are really fun.
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be fun.
It's strange
Uh,
that Mauler was going to the bathroom
I've
for the
never
first time
left
in-
the
It
US.
is kind of
I've
weird.
never-
Like I
years if
feel
you've
a
had-
little
Wait.
lost. I didn't even think. So I guess it's in the lore
he-
that he does have to like urinate. He doesn't just compress it into a cube out of his
This
some
is
sort of
his
side
this
panel
is
or
his annual pee.
Hey, I peed
Oh,
between
yeah,
the
pee.
8-hour breaks of 50 episode 50.
It only took a year, but we got him to pee on stream, sort of.
I had too much to drink already. And someone mentioned
Just-
Buffy and
just pee
chill.
into a
I would
cup.
Buffy and chill with literally
Let's talk
everybody.
about Buffy.
I would Buffy and chill with Quentin
you-
reviews.
I'd
Oh, I
fucking
was
chill
gonna-
with
that's-
people.
that's
Wait,
what I
let's
was about
finish
to
this.
ask you.
I'm a little bit drunk, but I'm also drunk. But here's the thing: you gotta, if you want to talk about Buffy at any point, ask me because I know a lot about
Instant
Buffy.
lucidity.
Are you aware of
Oh,
Passion of the
it-
Nerds YouTube channel?
Yes,
Oh, you subscribe.
I think so.
You should be.
Unless they've
It's like that's the whole reason I found him was I was like, is anyone talking about this show?
No. I know the exact channel you're talking about. I should be well. I have like 3 different channels. Dang it, but yeah.
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 We're gonna go back to Quentin now, yeah. I heard
Yeah.
Jay say that Scottish people are okay. What the fuck's that about? Jay, what the fuck?
Is that? I've met some Scottish people who aren't terrible.
No.
I'm gonna tell Critical Drink you said this.
Well, obviously I meant him exempt, not you.
Oh.
He makes reviews on how bad The Predator is. He's automatically cool.
No, literally every Scottish person has done that.
Persian?
Persian.
Have you been drinking the drinks?
I've had a couple of lovely strawberry ciders.
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
I've got an image I've just
Strawberry.
been aware of.
You got.
You guys have to be seen aware of this.
Okay.
Aware of scene.
Whoops.
Nearly there. Don't worry, chat. I'm almost there. Do you know, managing memes, it can be tough. And you'd think the EFAP manager would do it, but nope. He's like, no, I'm not doing it.
No, I employ someone to do that, and that's you.
Yeah, but you could say that about managing. You're like, oh, I employ someone to manage. It's like, isn't that your job? But
No, I do manage.
explain
What do you
one element
manage?
of your management.
What do you manage other than? Well, what do you manage?
I created Raw.
You created Raw.
Whoa,
Why would you
that's
do
pretty
this?
Impressive, man.
I just thought the show should be more entertaining. So I was
Foreign
like,
Raw?
you know what?
Wow.
What?
I
How
feel
do you
like
think Ra's
we
gonna
need someone
react
mix
to
stuff up
finding out
occasionally.
you?
He's in the chat.
I'm curious to
Oh,
see what
that
Ra will
Ra.
think of this. Also, Ra, I've been made aware of by my mods. Apparently, Ra's unable to super chat anymore. I've not done that myself. If YouTube have stopped you, like, I don't know, maybe.
I can't imagine why they would do that.
How could you possibly stop the sun god?
Well, because he said
Imagine
some
that.
things. He said some things.
YouTube
Oh,
is
He
so
said some things.
Yeah.
Some
is
people
so against
did
these
some
things
things,
that
you
they've
might
stopped
say?
him from giving them money.
He suggested some
Man.
people fall off some roofs. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, okay.
And,
Well,
Several times, a lot of the time.
I don't know if YouTube has stopped him, but then it would be weird for YouTube to stop him super chatting but allow him to talk. You'd think they'd just full out ban, but I don't know. Anyway, this is a
Just
meme.
come at me seriously.
It's a good meme. Has anyone seen the ballad of My Brain's Farting?
I think everyone knows the meme, regardless of that. I haven't seen it, but I know the meme.
Am I lagging for anybody?
Just trying to-
We're in Singapore. I don't know what else to do. Let's try India.
Well,
What's to be right now?
Dude. Rags, Singapore was lagging and I went to India. What does this mean?
oh, it means we are going to have a bad time.
this?
So you can choose the
Hello?
region that the
Hello?
server is hosted for
Hello?
the Discord call. And
you taking us to?
Would you like a bag with that?
No, you can't do that accent. The people who have it aren't
Hello?
white, so it's racist.
that's
to
a
do it.
racism.
Oh,
Even
white
even
is racist
if
and
those
you
people
understand.
do a really bad British or American accent,
Is that right?
It's-
nearly not racist to me.
I'll do this. It's rude.
Seems
Also, translate this, Elvish speakers. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to make of this.
I speak Elvish.
Oh, I can read Elvish.
Typo
Hang on.
Anna Luke
Post
at
it.
Fierro.
Hang on, I can read Elvish.
Idiel. What is this? What does it mean? Tell us the truth. What does it mean?
It means thank you, come again.
No, you can't. Someone made a documentary of those racisms, Rags.
Yes, it means thank you, come again.
Oh, it does?
No.
Oh, okay.
You get to look at women.
Of course it doesn't.
Well, I mean, you know.
Wow, you Elvis.
You Elvis. I hate Elvis. What? A racist against Elvis?
The race of Elvis.
Oh, race of Elvises that live in the woods. Whenever you visit, they're like, thank you very much for not littering. We're trying to keep our forest beautiful.
I need you guys to be aware of this meme. It's glorious.
Kill your nephew.
Bruh. I need to see Yoda saying bruh.
Okay, here's a question. Bruh is used both as a way to introduce a sentence and as a way to end it. So, should he say bruh first or bruh at the end?
Yeah.
You should say both.
Bruh, kill your nephew. You mustn't.
I like it beginning that way because
I think it should be like a reflective sort of.
Yoda's so shocked. Like, bruh. You should be.
On EFAP, we're discussing how if
however,
if Yoda used urban speak, where he would insert the bruh.
I would note, however, that given that this is fan art, and we all know how terrible fan art is, that I expect it to be some mpreg shit.
Mpreg shit?
Someone make mpreg Yoda saying bruh.
What does mpreg mean?
Male
pregnant. Because he's touching his...
Oh my.
Oh.
Well,
I'm an innocent summer child for some things.
Oh my innocent summer child, let me explain.
Oh no.
It's like vor.
Oh.
No, it's not even as bad as vor. Wow. It's... Oh no. I don't want to do this. Can someone else do this?
It's men who are pregnant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, that's kind of... Alright.
That's not that... Why would you
say
saying that?
Because all of a sudden it sounded like no one else had any idea what I was talking about.
No, I did.
It was
I'm just as degenerate as you are.
I'm just as degenerate as you are.
This image, look at this image and tell me it doesn't have that weird vibe to
No,
it.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it's
it
got
totally
the weird
does.
vibe. It's got the weird vibe.
Sure.
It's like the vibe of a picture of like Shrek pregnant with Sonic's baby.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Actually, I bet that exists. Let me.
I'd
find
watch
it.
that movie.
Of
Would you
course
not?
It does. It 100% does.
I'm sorry. Would
Yeah, Fiona. It wasn't me and Fiona. We just we kind of it just wasn't working out.
Clearly.
I found this. Oh, hang on.
I'm concerned.
There we go.
Is this going to be a safe for work or a not safe for work?
I guess it's safe.
I think it depends where you work.
Why is it Batman?
Jesus, Sonic. Sonic truly is. Truly, you must be the son of God.
Why Batman? I don't know what it is, but Batman and Shrek being blissfully in love, like, I need to see the story that ends that way.
They deserve each other.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Hang on.
I had to fucking pause because I'm having a hard time.
What do you think would happen?
Here's the reason.
It's like the tug on that shirt.
This is so great.
There's a little bit of like, is this continuity? Like, did this happen years later? It just makes it even more fucked up.
I think there's continuity here.
Okay, here's the reason why it's super awesome, right? Is that it violates every single one of the fourth walls that could possibly exist. I'm really more. I mean, the other one is okay, but I'm really looking at this more beautiful piece of artwork up here with Batman and Shrek and Fetus Sonic. There's a reason why this is a real artwork. I feel like really this speaks to me on
It just
soul
it speaks to
kind
my
of level.
maternal tendency.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like, you know, this speaks to me in my core. And if anyone ever wanted to understand anything about Aydin Paladin, I would just say, you know what, this image, that really makes it make a lot of sense. Holy fuck.
Do you think if Quentin was told
wish
EFAP
I
has
could
responded
just like that.
directly to you, and he scans through the episode and clicks here, and he's like,
I want this to be the first clip of the EC.
Oh, I would love for him to, because at the end of my video after, I was like an hour of me just being like, citation, 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 research, 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 research. For him to, and I said, literally, Quentin, try to debunk or try to just understand any of the theories that I presented in this video, of which there were like 10.
All right,
can't
Quentin,
even understand
this
a
is what we
Star
call
Wars movie.
science.
Come on.
This is called science and research. And he's like, no, get it away from me.
It's like the sun to him. He's like,
Like the Boondocks meme where it's like, read, nigga, read.
Listen. Every goddamn week, I read about 5,000 to 10,000 pages of just pure research. And when I see people like this who are just absolute dipshits, I mean, it's very funny, but it's also sad.
wait, Quentin's sad? What do you mean?
I feel bad for him. Don't you feel bad?
Oh, totally. When I saw that ContraPoints video, I was like, aw.
I was like, this poor person
Especially
is
with the whole, like, this group bad, but this group good. I'm like, oh, Quentin. It's the same thing for you. Like, it's just another group.
He just doesn't understand how... Look, all of us, I think... Let's be honest, okay? I think everybody here can acknowledge that we have some social groups that we fall into more in line with than others. I consider myself to be conservative.
Chicken.
Well, I'm just saying, like, just the political... Yeah, okay. In terms of... Are we talking about, like, edible animals?
Wait.
All
When
animals are edible.
when I said dog, why did you go into edible animals?
Well, because dogs eat things.
I don't know.
Dogs
Do you
are
eat
edible.
dogs? Is like, do you just dogs are edible? I mean, technically, but it's just
Mullen,
weird.
Didn't you say chicken afterwards? What animal did you
Yes,
say?
I was the group of people who enjoy chicken is a label. So chicken lovers, I guess.
So okay, so let's be real. You know people eat dogs.
I don't think he
No,
knows anyone who eats
can't
dogs.
We don't
It
have
can't
to be
be.
clear about who it is who does it.
True.
But some do.
Well, I can't say that.
The point is
I bet Shrek and Batman eat dogs.
I bet Grimace eats dogs. He looks like the dog eating
Grimace. I bet it's the kind of thing where
damn
like,
it.
how did EFAP get to Grimace? It's like you have to watch it. I don't know.
No, again, I've lost my fucking point.
You're talking
No, I
about
can't
eating dogs.
You started talking about eating dogs. What did you think would happen? You know who you're talking to?
I don't think. Wait, are you saying that only a certain group eats certain types of animals?
Whoa.
No, I didn't
Rags,
even imply
step
that.
away, Rags. Step away.
I'm just making sure that
If we
you.
know
would
I
what
never
didn't
our
say that at all. You're the ones talking about how dogs are edible, and I'm like, oh, why would you go there?
Oh no! Well, I mean, they are in certain.
They are edible, Rags.
situations.
Yeah, you
I mean,
can
you
eat
I'm
could
not
eat
dogs.
saying
them.
there's any kind of culture that would do it more than any other. Are you?
I'd say that
furries,
some cultures are
furries.
clearly better than others.
Vor furries.
Are you talking about vor? Yeah, are you talking about
You're
Yeah.
saying that
vor
one
furries?
culture is better than others?
When
I'm
it comes to
really
vor,
sorry.
anything is edible.
Apparently,
wait,
yeah,
one
basically,
culture's more
yeah.
edible
Even
than
Ben
others.
Shapiro.
Oh, never
Some
mind.
cultures are more easily digestible. Yeah.
More
I would
one
would
culture is
vor
more
Ben Shapiro.
edible than others. That one makes complete sense. Never mind, 100% on board.
Like, yeah, it's like how it's like
One
how you
culture
can
is-
digest some languages better.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they
Definitely
mean,
more
right?
edible than others. Exactly. Okay, we're all on board with this now. I gotcha.
I think cultures that encourage things like violence or vor
Like the Western
aren't
culture.
great. Sure.
I was gonna say, as much as it pains me to say this, would you like to continue with the Quentin video?
Can we vor him?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah,
making sure
honestly,
Aiden doesn't
I
eye
think
me hungrily or anything.
What?
What?
Dog eater.
What?
Dog eater.
No. Whoa.
Dog
whoa,
eater.
whoa.
He's got a sign.
No.
Like,
Oh
fuck
God,
you,
no,
dog
please.
eater.
Leave me alone.
God hates dog eaters.
Sure. It is this that
How many
leads the two
dogs
of
get
them
eaten
to
in the
work together
Bible?
to
Fucking none.
kill Snoke and his guards, Kylo so that he can secure his legacy, and Rey so that she can protect her friends. Rey yearns for the past, to know the identity of her parents, and to
Okay, wanting to know your parents isn't
No.
exactly a yearning for the past. It's almost a yearning for the present in a way.
Yeah. Also, I thought we established that she got over that in the Force Awakens.
So Maz Cantina says that you don't need to care about the parents because you need to look
Maz
toward the
Cantina?
future. And she's like, okay, but then she still cares about it in this one. And from what I've heard, the rumors are that we're going to get confirmation on who her parents are in the next film, which isn't that the
That's why
perfect?
Clone of Dark Reign.
Isn't that the perfect trifecta of bullshit? Like we've been
Yes.
just waiting. We get the answer to that question. We're like, okay, now where are we going? And the credits roll, and you're like, wait, what? No, no, I want.
Oh, I think people were saying that you said her name is Maz Cantina, which it might as well be. However, it's we're talking Maz's Cantina, the one that looks like the Angkor Wat.
Oh fuck! Who
Yeah.
cares? She's barely. She was so forced into
Well, this is
TLJ.
Yeah, it's another character
was, yeah.
where she really didn't have
Diversity.
anything to
You
do
know
with
what?
any of this.
I remember.
And it was
legacy.
Oh,
Was
sorry.
it for diversity though, or was it just like for
I
toys or
think that's what
something?
they said.
No,
'Cause,
it
like,
was for
she-
it was for
if it
both.
was for-
It was
if
yes,
it was-
yes. The
If
answer
it
is
was for
yes.
diversity, then wouldn't it be a character that they actually like show on screen so that you can tell that they've got diversity?
No,
Normally
it
that
was
would be
for
a
the
fair
real
point.
actress.
That would
who
be a
does
fair
the
point,
voice.
Jay, if not for the fact that they're like, look, we've hired a Mexican African. I believe that is who.
Those aren't real.
Whoa!
Let me.
Those are
I will.
real.
Before I become some kind of ist, let me check. Lupita Nyong'o. I know her name. She's a Kenyan Mexican actress. Sorry, Kenyan
A
Mexican.
Kenyan Mexican.
Yep.
That's
I'm
interesting.
guessing
Hmm.
Kenyan
That
parent
sex
and
with her
Mexican
is
parent.
crazy.
So opens a
She's
vortex.
tiny and orange.
Yeah, you know, normally I don't make those arguments. It's just that when I saw that clip of JJ being like, if I
I
could
bet
make
she
it so
looks
that
like one of the minions from Despicable.
what minions from what?
What?
Ignore me.
No, I won't repeat what you said.
What
Rags, what did you say?
I didn't catch that. What did you say?
I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Oh,
Chat.
someone in
Chat, what
chat,
did you
tell
say?
us what he said. All I heard was minions. Are you talking about Willy Wonka?
I was
Those are
Despicable
Oompa
Me, bro.
Loompas.
I don't know. You could have fucked it up. What do I know?
I would never fuck with Oompa Loompa.
We're all waiting for the chat to answer the question.
You escape depression in Loompa Land.
Loompa Land?
That's where they're from.
Are they from Loompa Land?
Mahler.
Is that a thing? Is that canon? They're from Loompa Land?
It is.
Where the fuck is Loompa Land?
Yes, they used to eat nothing but crushed up caterpillars.
What are you talking about? When did
No,
you
I
say
remember
that?
that's in the Tim
That's
Burton
the
one,
lore
isn't it?
from. That's the lore.
Oompa
They used to
Loompa.
run from the big wild beasts of Loompa Land, and so Willy Wonka colonized Loompa Land and said,
I'm
"If
sorry,
you come
no,
back
wait,
and
sorry.
live in my factory
Where is
as
Loompa
slaves, I'll
Land
give
in
you
reference to
safety."
Earth? Where is Loompa Land?
The
Well, you
whole
know
place is
what?
Nothing but thick jungles, desolate wastes, and the most horrid beasts in the world. Hornsnozzlers, sorry, snozzwaggers,
Oh no!
wang doodles, beasts
They're the
that
worst.
unfortunately
Wang doodles
Are
are
those
the worst.
penises that have become self-efficient, like
Wang doodles.
Wang doodles?
It's like it's like if erectile dysfunction was renamed. It's just Wang doodle. Have you have a Doc? I think I have a
I never
problem with
Is that in the
Doodle.
movie? For some reason, I blocked that out. They're from Loompa Land. That sounds so.
Yeah,
that sounds like Rick and Morty
I
levels of
remember
nonsense.
One of the kids' moms, the TV kid, his mom is a
It's a wang
geographer.
doodle.
She's a geographer in school, and she says, "Well, I'm a geographer, and I've never heard of such a place." And Wonka just like blows her off because Wonka didn't take no shit from no female.
Wonka don't fucking deal with that. Yeah, that makes sense.
The island itself isn't documented either, not even on a map or computer system, and as a result, most people outside of Mr. Wonka's circles dismiss this as nonsense. Such as, for example, Miss Tavy, who was
Yeah.
a geography teacher, There we
Mhm.
go. The
Yeah.
Oompa Loompas used to live in
Oh,
tree
people-
houses
wait.
to escape the monsters.
People are saying it's from the Tim
What?
Burton version.
No.
Yeah, that's the one.
No,
I've
it's from
seen.
the book. It's from the fucking book.
Yeah.
It's not even from the movie.
It's a book.
Nobody
By
cares
Roald
that a
Dahl.
movie is a
Used
thing
to
that
live in
exists.
tree houses to escape the monsters, where they eat green caterpillars, which, according to Mr. Wonka, tasted revolting. Mr.
I
Wonka
know the
also
lore.
learned that the Oompa Loompas craved coca beans, which were difficult to find in Loopaland. So he invited them to work and live in his chocolate factory, where they could have all the coca beans they wanted. 40 comments.
Don't
40 comments.
know what to say. I never knew about Loompa Land, and I feel like I've been
The Loompa,
uninformed
listen,
this
the
whole time.
Loompa lore is extensive. You need to understand.
And you know what? I doubt it's as extensive as EFAP lore.
It's not.
It pales in comparison.
Listen, I might not know shit about Pink Floyd, but I know fucking everything about the Oompa Loompas. God damn it,
Loompa Land is your fucking speciality. Can you imagine being like, I learned Klingon? It's like, I learned Elvish. Like, I learned Loompa.
You keep calling it Cleon again.
Oh, Vulcan. It doesn't matter. The Klingon's real too. Klingon has a language.
Matter.
Klingon has a language. What are you talking about? Aiden, confirm. Does Klingon do or not have a language?
It does.
Do or
Klingon.
Does
Yeah,
Cleon
Klingon's a different language from Vulcan. They're all distinct languages.
Yeah, Rags, you racist.
What? They're all just what?
They
Alien
are distinct
languages.
languages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Klingon is different from Vulcan.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
different from Ferengi.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me copy and paste one of the
Different from
comments from this
Andorian.
article about Oompa Loompas into the chat. Here it comes. You
Careful
ready?
when you speak broadly about Oompa Loompas.
Here's one of the comments on that article.
What? Oh my goodness, I can't even show that.
I gotta scroll. Oh, I scrolled up.
I gotta scroll all the way up first before I can read it properly. Wait, that's an article comment? What? It's like, take the Oompa Loompa Land lore seriously.
You are reading this all for nothing. Go back. No. It is too late. They're here in the end. Nigga, you thought.
So,
Holy shit.
for chat, basically it's a series of A's, and it just has random messages in between bits of it. Hey,
Just to be
Rags,
clear-
you know what it said, they are here? I was just thinking of the fucking Fellowship of the Ring bit, where
I was
Gandalf's
thinking, yeah,
reading
they're
a book.
coming.
They are coming.
All of the A's are on a new line, and it takes like a significant amount of time to scroll from one end of the comment to the other.
Yes.
Holy shit! There's an entire giant empty comment.
I don't know what
Wow.
that means, Jay. Does that mean the end of the
there's
world?
I'm still scrolling. When I said that, I started scrolling, and I'm still scrolling down this comment, and it's literally got no text in it. Oh, I found some
Man.
text. It has a slash. There's a slash halfway down.
Who knew that Oompa Loompa forum discussions were where comment trolls would be found?
Why don't they
Someone
take this
after that just says,
seriously?
I'm gay.
Lost
You
Loompa.
thought you would just come here and learn the Loompa lore? No.
You know now as well, the EFAP lore is definitely more in depth than the Oompa Loompa lore. Because
Yeah,
now the
they were
Oompa Loompa
downright
lore is
lazy.
part of the EFAP lore.
Yeah, basically
no.
everything in
We
the
have
Oompa Loompa
we have
lore.
assimilated it.
We are the Absorbaloff of lore. That's how that works.
Absorbaloff.
The Absorbaloff.
Absorbaloff.
Absorber lore, as Jay said. That's perfect.
The Crinoid.
So, we played like a
video
second
was
of
good.
Quentin's video. When we said we'd go back to it, I feel bad. Let's really try this time, okay?
It is this that leads the two of them to work together to kill Snoke and his
Olympus.
guards. Kylo so that he can secure his legacy, and Rey so that she can protect her friends.
I'm sorry, her facial reaction when dealing with those three people attacking her at the same
Also, what
time.
friends?
He's like, ha ha ha, this is what people would do, right?
That's a good point, actually. Does she even have fucking friends?
Do you
really.
remember at the end of TLJ where she looks at Poe and they smile at each other and you have this moment of like, oh my god, they've never met before! They've never met! And then we were on to the third movie. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're fucked up. When you talk about passing the torch, you need Rey, Finn, and Poe to be this trio that assault problems together, all with different abilities and different flaws. Simple. Two of them hadn't even met until the end of the third film. Like, oh.
Poe was supposed to die at the beginning of Force Awakens, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then they awkwardly resurrect him, even though I don't know why they would want to kill him, because he was like the only interesting person in Force Awakens.
He was the only
Are you saying
attractive
that
one in
Gary
Force
feels
Awakens.
That is true. I would fuck the shit out of Poe.
He wasn't even a white
Exactly.
male. Wasn't even a white
I
male.
don't give a fuck. He's got
I'm
that
making an
big
exception
brown
just for him.
Yep.
cock.
Okay, right.
Milk in his guards. Kylo,
I was
so
like,
that
we'll
he
see
can
how good of a
secure his
pilot you really
legacy,
are.
And Rey so that she can protect her friends.
Look at the way she
Rey
does that.
yearns
Oh.
for the past, to know the identity of her parents, and to feel a legacy outside of her own command. And Kylo instructs her to let go of that attachment. It is only when she
Is that even what happens? He says let go of the past when she's like, you killed Han Solo and you're a fucking dick. He's like, yeah, if you just forget
Imagine
Han
if you
Solo.
were in court. It was like you killed
Forget the
someone. It's like, let go of the past. Let it die. Like a person I murdered, but don't remember that
When
part.
Captain Marvel is in court.
What you'll find, right, so this is something I actually wanted to mention. You know the whole forget the past thing? There were several people, not limited, I mentioned this, Boogie2988 said, it's a very good message, the idea of killing the past. And what I remember, you'd have to go back to his old TLJ review. So something along the lines of like, sometimes it's not enough to forget the past, sometimes you have to do something more aggressive, or something, you have to kill the past, you have to get it out of your memory, you have to move on from it aggressively. And today, people will argue that
What
kill
did
the
he say?
past was a mistake. Like, not him. So like people like, I don't know, Patrick
I
Williams or
bet
something.
Boogie wants to kill his past.
They'll say that Kylo was wrong, and the message was trying to say that killing the past is bad, and that the TLJ's message was killing the past is wrong, and you shouldn't do it, and Kylo's the villain, and that he didn't understand the correct pathway, which is much more agreeable than kill the past, because kill the past is one of the most bizarre like lessons ever. You're like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like?
Yeah, like if you could tell your kids any one lesson, would it be kill the past?
Because
Right, you get
the
a
past
serial
is
killer.
honestly the origin of basically all of our ability to operate in this world. We need the past.
Yeah.
It's super useful.
You're a new person if you take away their memories.
If you were never a baby, you wouldn't have to do anything.
Like I think
Live
Boogie
and
was
go through this
referencing stuff
fucking
like
Like
Rod.
literally, like process your eyesight. You have that's like what you learn. Like this,
You're
like,
already
the
in the
first months of
past.
your life doing. Your brain is learning what your fucking eyes do.
Kind of. Yeah, that is kind of true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brain plasticity. I learned for ages about this. It's really
To
interesting.
give some credit to Boogie, he was referring to like, say you have a hang up or like an event that fucks you up in life. Kill it.
Has Boogie had one of those?
I wouldn't know, Rags. It's not like he shares that ever. The idea that you may have had
Okay.
some awful
Alright.
past, but
That's fair enough.
say you had some abuse and it was preventing you from doing X, Y, and Z. He was like, you kill that and you can move on in your life. Sometimes you have to be more violent than just saying, hey, ignore it. And there's something to discuss there in some way, shape, or form. But my point is that a lot of people say that you've missed the point of TLJ if you think that the message is kill the past. If you're unaware, a lot of people's criticism of the latest stuff with Episode 9 showcasing the prequels and the OT, they'll say something along the lines of, hey, I thought you told us to kill the past, so why are you using the past to get us into wanting to see this movie? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, that'll only work as an argument for the people who believe kill the past was a legitimate point of TLJ. Where do you stand on that, folks? What do you think the film says in terms of Kylo's message?
I think it says.
He shrugs its shoulders like, ah.
I was going for more of a screech, but
Oh. What does the screech mean?
That's the TLJ.
Hanging
noise.
in the snogging.
Sounds sexual.
What's the noise you'd make when you've like just been kicked like really hard in the dick?
Oh.
I'd probably be fucking quiet as the grave while I process what's just happened.
In the dick, though? If it was in the
But
balls,
generally
I'd be
when I
on
get
the floor struggling to realize what's happened. But if it's in the dick, I'd probably be pissed. I'd be like, hey.
Yeah, generally if I get hurt really bad, I'm pretty silent. Unless I done hurt like a bitch, it fucking does. I just process it in silence.
and hope they go away while you process.
No, I'm just like that.
That's the noise of TLJ.
It's like taking a really big shit.
But if I was honestly trying to take this seriously, right? So kill the past I think there's some validity to the idea that the film says no to that, because Luke coming back is obviously a reference to his past in some way. The Rey saying, "No, I will not join you and obliterate the good side and the bad side at the same time, because I believe the good side of the good side." It's just like, oh, she's staying with the old, not with the new. So, like, I think I'd be more willing to say that the film fights Kylo's perspective on that. So that just means that I find it amusing for the people who took that seriously, I guess. Like Boogie2988.
Sure.
Anyone else got a perspective, or am I the
No,
only person
I
here?
think you're right. I think the film definitely owes to it more, especially when you talk about the Rey and Luke thing, and yeah.
I guess
Luke's also in the same way. He's more like a let the past die or change it or whatever.
I suppose you could say that the idea of learning from failures can conflict with that in some way. Like, Poe is like, I shouldn't use my old hotshot ways. I should move on to discovering better strategies.
I should do something that isn't productive, yeah.
Well, I was going to say, even though that's contradictive in the film, his strategy to destroy the laser is absolutely... There's nothing that can supersede that, because everything else dies. And yet, he's like, hey guys, we should give up because some of us are dying. It's like, isn't that the point, that we're going to die to do
but
this?
if we give up, then everyone dies guaranteed.
I'd love to have like a genuine conversation with someone who believes that that was the right thing from Poe. Like someone who's really open and honest about the ideas of that scenario. Because in terms of information, we're provided that that is absolutely the best thing to do. Like, did anybody here believe that Finn was about to destroy the laser?
Quentin.
I thought that he was going to die to destroy the laser. I was sure of it.
Yeah, I believe that.
And if he was like, how would he destroy the laser? It was going to obliterate and melt him. I'd be like, but it seemed like from what we knew that that would actually do it.
What we need to consider here is that the logical thing that should have happened definitely would have happened in TLJ.
I'm gonna hot take. TLJ is not very good.
Why do you hate women?
That's your first reaction. Like, what the hell? Okay, go on, Quentin, bring us home.
Chooses to save the rebellion, and by extension, Ben Solo's mother, that he decides that Rey is no ally, and their final squabble over the lightsaber comes directly from their association of the saber with different ideas. For Rey, this is the lightsaber of Luke Skywalker, a figure who represents the history of people like her. And for Kylo
I think
Ren,
that's
the
reading
saber is
really
owned
deep.
by
I think
Anakin
it's a
Skywalker.
weapon that they need to kill one another or something.
Yeah.
You know, giving maximum benefit of the doubt, I actually want to say to Quentin, like, your idea is better than what the film did.
Yeah, it's not a terrible idea, but I don't
definitely
think that they...
high praise. But
No,
yeah.
but the idea that Rey sees it as Luke's saber while Kylo sees it as Anakin's, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah. They didn't do that in the film, though. I don't think that's what they were going for.
It just happened to be that they were fighting over it. And
yeah.
I have to
really
tell you guys, like,
I really wish that was in the film now.
while they
That's
were
awesome.
pulling on it each way, I was like, I don't want to walk towards it. Just walk towards it. Like they were blown backwards. You're like, okay.
Skywalker, the figure that Kylo most associates with the person that he is to become. The lightsaber splitting at this point...
Which is also really dumb, Quentin, the idea that Kylo wants to become Darth Vader, and I just want that scene where he's worshipping the helmet, and then Anakin turns up and he's like, dude, this is not, like, this isn't me.
Super cringe, bro.
This is not me. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I kind of, did nobody tell you? Like, I killed the Emperor. He's like, what? Well, I threw him down a hole. And then Kylo's like, he's not dead, though. And Darth Vader's like, what?
Yeah.
He's not dead?
Wait. No, it's like the roles reversed. No, Vader's like, whoa. Stop right there. Excuse me.
And then Vader's like, you should be a good person. And Kylo's like, why? He's like, what? What do you mean, why? You worship me. Surely you just agree with whatever I said. He's like, no, you could be a trick. You're just like some kind of weird illusion sent by Luke. He's like, no. Show me your ID. It says like Darth Vader with Empire on it.
2 valid forms of identification to confirm you're really a Sith.
Do you have 2-factor authentication on your mobile phone? Vader's like, I do.
Do you have your Sith membership card? And Luke's like, oh, fuck. Vader's like, I got fuck. It's in my other pair of pants.
It's in my other cloak. It's too dumb to me that Vader hasn't turned up this whole time. And apparently, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Aydin Christensen is supposed to turn up in episode 9 at some point.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be so pissed when he turns up in a ghost and he's like, yo, and says anything. I'm like, where the fuck were you this whole time, you piece of shit?
Waiting on the call from Disney.
He was redeemed. He's probably going to be there as a villain.
I'll be honest with you guys, like, because, you know, some people might be like, oh, this sounds stupid, how do you write it well? It's like, yeah, maybe Force Ghosts were invented so that Alec Guinness could be in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. It's like, you get to have Alec Guinness back because he's dead. But it creates a bit of a problem, because do all good guys not get to come back, and so how much should they come back? What should they say to characters? It gets complicated. It's not impossible to make your stories with them, though. I kind of like the idea that maybe they turned up to Kylo, and he misinterpreted their messages, or he found them to be, like, I don't know, fucking annoying. Or you make
if the idea, well, before this, it was ambiguous as to whether or not these ghosts actually existed, or whether or not they were just only in the mind of the person who saw them. So
yeah,
if they hadn't done the whole fucking Yoda lightning thing, then it would have been very easy for Kylo's hatred
Let's just say
to lead him into thinking that this is what they would have wanted.
Can we just decide that lightning strike was a coincidence?
What?
That lightning strike was a complete coincidence and completely unrelated to Force Ghost Yoda. That's canon now.
What?
I mean, it would fix.
Decide that.
I agree, Jay. It would fixes a couple things.
It just is insane. It's like it's a different kind of insane. Because like, oh, just happened, just coincidentally, at the.
You'd think that a lightning strike would have hit that fucking thing a long time ago if it's been like X amount of years, but hey.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, God didn't send those she-bears. It was just a fucking coincidence.
But sure, Jay. Go on, Jay. What else are you gonna say? Well, come on. What does that lead into?
Yoda wasn't even there. Luke was just losing his fucking mind. In fact, there was no lightning strike. Luke was just losing his fucking mind. The alien titty milk was hallucinogenic.
Ray never even visited the planet.
Like when he was drinking that titty milk, he thought it was like a really attractive woman, and it wasn't milk. He was just like being handed.
No, he was right. It wasn't a very attractive woman.
He thought it was like he thought that creature was just a really attractive woman handing him a drink.
That's
why he
cute.
That's why that is cute.
Oh my god, I'm saving that right now.
Hang on though, you know what you look like.
Oh, there it is, Pikachu again.
I do appreciate this. It's great.
Oh my goodness, I love that. .png.
I like the idea that Rags turns up to this one event because he's like, you know what? You went too far. You
went too far.
You look like this. You're not gonna know what it is, but you look like it.
Oh no, that's a stupid universe thing. No one likes that.
You can see the resemblance.
I don't actually.
I'm sorry.
All right, Jay, I'll give it to you. I can see the resemblance.
I'm sorry that you do see resemblance.
I'm sorry, but the Rags one is way cuter, like 10,000 times.
Also, it's more.
The Rags one's adorable.
Also, I won't fucking try and kill you on the internet if you don't like me. So.
Also, people want me to. Aydin, are you alive? Did we kill you? We killed her.
Hey, Dad.
Aydin.
Aydin.
Good. Serves the dog eater right.
Once this came up, she went silent. I want to make you guys aware of this too. I don't know why this exists, but this exists as well.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Look, whether or not Aydin is here to help us through the Quinton video, we do have to finish it. I'm so sorry. So don't judge me, when you're like, oh my god, why do we have to blah blah blah? It's like, do it, okay? We're just talking about lightsabers, I think. Let's do it.
That Kylo most associates with the person that he is to become. The lightsaber splitting at this point could potentially be seen to represent the point where Kylo has gone too far, as the divide between
Wait,
his
so you don't even
past-
know?
Well, but that's the thing with TLJ. You just have to guess. You don't know what any of it means. Like,
Oh, your last idea was actually kind of good. Now we're
that's
okay.
that's actually,
Hang
you've
on, how
highlighted
is
the
that part
problem.
when Kylo goes too far.
He has. I
What?
guess.
Not the part where he's like murdering anyone. The part where he's just like, yeah, I kind of want to like keep doing what I've been doing for ages.
I guess I kind of
That's
agree
going
with
too
you.
far.
Like, yeah, like why would that be him going too far as opposed to killing? I'll be honest with you, man. Like back when I actually enjoyed TFA, which I guess I can kind of somehow enjoy some of it now still, but when I thought it was a really like strong movie compared to now, I used to think that him killing Han was like the definitive answer. Like, yep, he's gone. There's no saving Kylo Ren. But then this movie is like, no, there is, and then it goes, now he's gone. And it's like, oh, so he's gone now. Gone now? And I would love it if the next movie ends with his redemption. It's gonna be so funny.
The theory that Han pushed activated the lightsaber himself to protect Kylo.
Oh my god, no. Oh,
Jay, why
fuck,
would
that's
you say
terrible.
that?
I hope they do it.
They're gonna edit
That's
that
so
in now.
terrible. I hope they do it.
Jay, what's wrong with you?
So Han knew that Kylo was going to be in danger if he didn't kill him, so he pressed the button himself.
Wow.
Jay, they might do it. Don't.
I want you to articulate why you hate that.
Why I hate Han Solo killing himself?
Yes.
Let me get. Where do I start? Han Solo wouldn't kill himself. How's that for a beginning?
Oh, I
statement?
misunderstood you. I thought you meant that Force Ghost Han Solo turned the lightsaber that killed Snoke to save Kylo. Oh my goodness. I was thinking about something else that was retarded but different. Oh my goodness.
I was drinking,
Oh.
you piece of shit. I was just. I'm picturing Han Solo with a little cloak, like fiddling his fingers with the lightsaber. That would actually be the ultimate fucking decision for him to make. Like he's like, hey, I saw Yoda activate lightning. I can fucking press a button. Like I can press a button. Like what's stopping me from doing that? He just turns the lightsaber and fucking kills Snoke. That's amazing.
It was Han Solo who killed Snoke. Using his Force Ghost powers.
The dumb thing
There's
is
gonna be a flashback where Ghost Han Solo is talking to Kylo or something. It's like, but I saved you. Like,
dude, have you seen the Soul movies?
Last movie.
Have you seen the
Huh?
Soul movies? So like
Soul movies?
The Soul, as it's SAW.
No, I haven't.
So the thing that people made fun of them for was that for every movie they would keep inventing scenes from the past movies to re-inform events of the new one. So say for example, Guy A kills Guy B, and then we find out in movie 2, Guy C told Guy A to kill Guy B, and you're like, oh shit. Film 3, Guy D told Guy C to kill Guy B by telling Guy A to kill Guy B, and you're like, oh my god. And I'm just picturing this for Star Wars. It's like Yoda convinced Han Solo Ghost to turn the lightsaber and kill Snoke. Why though? Just like, I don't know, it just fucking happened.
The fucking crazy thing is that would be a better payoff than what we got.
Well, it make more sense. I don't
because
know.
Han actually has like established motivation to kill Snoke. Kylo doesn't.
This is the problem of establishing a Force Ghost can actually do things. Is that we're like, why isn't Han Solo, a guy who's very emotionally driven in a lot of scenes, just being like, fuck it, I'm gonna go kill Snoke. I'm gonna levitate a lightsaber over to his fucking skull and activate it. It's like, yeah,
I assume
do
that
it.
he doesn't have a Force Ghost because he wasn't like a Force.
Right, but let's just transpose that to literally any Jedi.
Yeah, I feel like at least a Jedi would probably have done something about Snoke by now.
Aydin, are you alive? We're gonna have to check on her every once in a while to make sure she's definitely dead.
All right.
I feel bad.
Her
Do you reckon
like,
she's asleep
a little-
at the desk? Sort of
A
thing?
little green ring just appeared on her icon.
That might be us reflecting.
Aydin!
It might be reflecting into it. I don't know. Yeah. See.
Everyone make loud noise to see if.
Wow, do you reckon it's not us then? Maybe it's like her breathing sometimes hits the microphone?
Maybe.
That confirms she's alive, chat. That confirms
she's...
Hang on. So she's just sitting there listening, breathing, while, like, we say...
You could be sleeping.
Aiden, you alright? She's just, like,
she could be
not
sleeping.
saying anything.
She could have fallen asleep.
Alright. It's fine. She'll wake up while we're doing super chats. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's hear more about how TLJ would be better if it's a different film, but Quentin for some reason believes it was the film that he got.
Point could potentially be seen to represent the point where Kylo has gone too far, as the divide between his past and his future has become too great. And the final battle on Crate is where all of the paths of these characters interject. It's where Finn tries to...
I like that he says all the paths interject on Crate when it's like super forced that everyone ends up on Crate. Do you remember, Rags, that you have Finn escaping with Rose on the stupid ship, and they end up being the only ship that breaks through the defenses of the rebellion in that thing, and they all shooting at them like, oh, fuck you, and it's like, oh, wait. They're good guys. It's like, really, the only ship that got through your entire fucking cave defense was the one fucking ship that had all the good people on it. Like, good job, I guess.
All right.
You know,
nailed it.
You know, Rags, all of their paths happened to intersect. It's like, oh.
It just so what a coinky dink. We all just ended up on Crate.
And Rey, of course.
The other day, we didn't even know this place fucking existed.
You just picture Rey. She's in this room. She's just in this big force activity. She's like, oof, out of breath, maybe a bit stressed. She's like, oh, Kylo's unconscious on the floor. I'm gonna take the pieces of the lightsaber, then I'm gonna look around the room, and I find this exit sign, and I run to that, and there's this room, and it says Snoke's personal ship. And she opens the door and jumps in, and then goes to Crate. And you're like, alright. There's a lot of things you could have done there, but yeah, alright, fair enough, you did that. And that happened to be something you could even do. The idea,
like, imagine she escaped from Kylo as Kylo was chasing her down and she got into the shuttle or whatever, or something frantic. I don't know. So much that could have been there instead of just, oh, great go, I guess.
It fucks me up that someone says this is all just like where the paths intercede. It's like, no, stop it. No. They are forced. They are shoved into these positions.
Extremely arbitrary.
Square peg, circle hole, shoved. That's all it is.
To sacrifice himself for a rebellion that he once didn't believe in, where Rose saves Finn out of love, and where Poe...
How can you just say that? Like it just... like we didn't get the seed that we got?
Cock.
You're right, Jay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You can't just join and say fuck.
I didn't say fuck, I said cock.
He said cock.
Isn't that the same thing?
I fuck cock,
and
my cock fucks.
Cock fucks.
There's like, they're definitely interrelated concepts.
Yeah, my cock fucks.
Is where all of the paths of these characters interject. It's where Finn tries to sacrifice himself for
interject.
A rebellion that he once didn't believe
does he mean intercept or?
Oh, good point. Let me quickly look up what interject means, because I've always used it to mean something slightly different.
Yeah, this isn't. Yeah,
It's like when
it's interject is not the correct word to use.
You could argue it. You could say that they interrupt each other, but I wouldn't say that matches what happens.
That is the biggest problem with this video.
Yes. Everything else he says is just tertiary. This is the thing. This is the one we finally got to, guys. Shouldn't have said interject. Fuck you, Quint.
It has the word enter in it.
It's where Finn tries to sacrifice himself for a rebellion.
I've done, in fairness, I recently learned, and the person will know, they made a subreddit post about this, and I felt bad because, I don't know if you guys can share an experience like this, but I'm gonna go ahead and do mine. So I've been using, and I know this, because I edited the Just Right debate recently to cut out the pauses. It's gonna be going up on Moolah soon enough. I use the word stative to mean stationary. That's not what it means. Stative actually means, let me check. I'm pretty sure it means like the opposite of what I was using it for. But
Emotion.
I can I can explain how I know
we're
it.
getting loads of F's. Is the stream down?
Oh no.
Just refresh. I gotta explain my thing.
You can't say that when the stream is down because they won't see it.
Is it down?
It's up for me.
What down? Stative?
No, the stream. It's stative down. Remember
I
when
don't know, I don't watch
EFAP
this
killed a
shit.
guest? We've killed guests before. We've killed
Yeah.
hosts before.
The way you said that was it. I've killed guests before.
Killed kids before. Like it's a reassuring quality of our stream. It's like, yeah, we've got a body count. What?
So when you're talking about verbs, astative and
Versatile verbs.
oh
Ooh,
god,
that's
that's
a good
a deep
reference.
meme too. Yeah. Astative and abstract, I think, are the two types of verbs. One means like, I'm going to be
Concrete?
corrected on this because this
Concrete?
explains my poor memory. I remember the meaning. One means when you're
it's
moving,
not.
and the other one means when you're doing an action that requires you to stand still, or something like that. But this we're going all the way back to like high school English education that I fucked up. So I looked at it as when abstract nouns or whatever mean that you're doing things that are sort of hard to imagine and moving around, and then stative ones are when you're staying still. I interpreted all of it to mean that stative means that you're staying still, and so I described the planet that Hux could have destroyed at the beginning of episode 9 as stative, episode 8, sorry, when what I mean to say is stationary or even static. I didn't actually know this, but static means to stay the same.
It does.
Well, now all of your criticisms are invalid for the rest of the.
Well, this is kind of what I want to encourage. I don't know how you guys will feel about this. I imagine you'll agree. But there are words I don't actually know the definition of. They exist. And I have to actually Google them and be like, oh shit, I've learned something today. And so now, I think I said it in this stream previously, but I used the word static to mean standing still when I almost said stative because of my history. But I'm trying to educate myself out of it, but I use it on just right. And luckily for me, I think everyone understands in the debate what I'm actually trying to say. But this is kind of highlighting why definitions are important. So if you told me, when you say stative, you mean, and then you explain something that I don't mean at all, and I go, oh no, that's not what I mean at all.
Oh, no.
And then you get to actually be clear on the debate. You get to be clear on definitions. And something that bothered me, I don't need to name the name of the podcast, but
EFAP. It's EFAP.
there was a podcast I was watching that said they hate it when they debate people who constantly start the debate by saying, can we please define our terms? They saw it as a waste of
fuck those
time.
people.
They saw it as a waste of time and a way to avoid the subject. And I was like, no.
How is that? How is that avoiding the subject?
Because
That's
if
the
I
most
say
direct to the point thing you could possibly do. Tell me exactly what you mean.
Their point of view
Before we
is
start, I need to take a shit. You're avoiding the subject.
their point of view was that if I say my position was that TLJ stars know people, and then you go, what? And I go, well, let's define people. Let's define people. And then I say people means anybody who has a hat on. And you're like, what? They would see that as you trying to walk around the obvious point that you're wrong. And I would always be like, no, let's hear what they actually think that means.
But by the way you've defined that term, you're correct.
Well, she wears a halo. Does that count as a hat?
Then you might have a debate about what the word people means, but you've agreed on something, or maybe not. But
And yeah, I guess
it's important to define your terms.
My overall point is that if ever, and you won't always know, but if ever you think you're using a word that some people might define differently, it totally helps in your video to take that extra 10 seconds to say, by this word, I mean this. That's
Yeah,
all you
it
gotta do.
can't hurt.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said, "Go poop, Jay." I'm all right, but thanks for your concern.
But from now on, if you ever catch me saying stative in chat, be like, hey, Morley, you piece of shit, you mean static. And then I'll be like, oh shit, yeah, sorry, I mean static. Because I get corrected on a couple of things, and I try and take it to mind, but sometimes, you're so ingrained in something that it takes a while to sort of change over. Yes. That was my point. What were we talking about before that? Was there anything? Can I continue with the video? I don't know.
What was your worst subject in school? I want to know now.
Worst subject?
Yeah.
What do you mean by worst?
As in, like, the one you performed worst in.
Welsh?
Really? You had to take Welsh?
I despised learning the Welsh language. I never understood why. I was like, why do I have to learn a second language that doesn't amount to anything? It's like, because it's your culture. And I was like, okay. How does that help me?
Yeah, but the Welsh haven't amounted to anything,
fucking
so
told what your culture is. Like,
well, I don't know how you guys will feel about this, but I would actually advocate for one universal language for the whole world. And
same.
And if someone said that'll fuck up Like, of course you do. You speak English. I'd be like, no. I'm okay with it being literally anything, like Vulcan even. I don't mind.
No, some languages are shit.
Well, I don't know enough about all languages to know which ones are flawed. I'm pretty sure people say English is flawed, right?
The non-English ones.
Well, my point is that I think we have enough trouble figuring out who's fucking up the English language than we need with extra languages existing for us to have to translate into English, whether or not we're even using English properly.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Let's compromise. We'll make a compromise. Everyone learns English. There you go.
I mean, we're pretty much there already, right?
Well, yeah, that's basically what the world is like already. Just go to any
Yeah,
country and like,
just if everyone learns English, boom.
Like, I've
there
been
you go.
told that
Why
it's
is it
like-
English? Because that's the reward for fucking ruling the world.
But I've been told that if I was to advocate for that, I kill culture, and I was like, but everyone will understand each other clearer, so I'm okay with it.
So bilinguality is a thing. Bilinguality, I guess. I assume that's a
mean,
word. And if
all
not,
of-
you know what I mean when I say it. That means it's a word. But
Some of my-
it's okay to have multiple languages.
Yeah, no.
People
Well,
learn
some of my
languages
closest
all the
friends
time.
being Swedish, German. I was about to say Australian. They all speak English, so you know, like the idea that people are learning English is Mandarin the most known language right now, or is it English?
I believe so. It's Mandarin, yeah.
I think so. The problem is that it's in
It's based
China.
on population rather than.
Yeah.
Someone
And
said
a lot of
Jay
those
go
people
shit milk.
go shit milk. My goodness.
Well, milk shitter means gay.
What? Why?
Oh,
Yeah,
because
that's like-
cum out your ass. Milk shitter. It's obvious. It's also makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a disgusting word.
Oh,
guess
Dr.
it's
Smash
two
said, what are you
words,
talking about, Morla? English is already the prime language. So what I'm advocating for is literally erasing every other language so everyone only speaks one language. And like I said, I didn't specify English. I don't have any attachment.
I do disagree, though.
Attachment to English more so than any other language. I'm advocating for a world where we all speak one so that it's much easier to communicate by and
But also,
large.
there's no way to enforce this.
Of course, it's a complete pipe dream. But
Would you advocate for a hive mind?
well, so yeah, to clarify, so if someone was like, "Wow, Morris, you want people to literally be told that they cannot learn other languages?" I'd be like, "No. I'm saying it's not possible in any peaceful way. I just think that it probably would have ended up being better if we all spoke one language."
It would be convenient.
Sure.
I mean, it would certainly be pragmatically convenient, sure, but I think that's a small gain for the erasure of that large of a cultural.
But would it be
you
an
know,
erasure of culture if
institution.
we all already spoke the same language?
I mean, in
but-
an alternate world
yeah.
where we already spoke the same language.
Yeah,
What if it
don't
was all, like,
confuse me here.
dialects
I'm
that
not
were different
asking for
enough
the
to-
erasure of actual culture. If we all moved to Mars and it was populated entirely by Americans, it probably would be, well, essentially English speaking, right?
Yeah, it'll probably. I mean, English will be the predominant language of Mars because
It would
I
still
mean,
be
in the
other-
scientific community. for
Other
the most
languages
part.
for
Yeah.
sure spoken there. Maybe even they invent one for Mars itself and call it Martian. I don't
So
know.
fucking
Are you
pointless.
advocating for
Why would
basically
they
like a
do that?
metric system of language?
I just think that a lot of our problems in the world come down to communication, as gay as that sounds.
Well, or what,
I
okay,
think so.
What if you had like
in a long, in many senses, sure.
the very basic core of each language was the same, but then all of the more complicated words, you know, the all of that was different. So you had basically you could have a basic understanding of anyone from anywhere, but when you want to talk,
If I was
more,
to
you know,
explain my prime motivation, it's that absolutely everyone gets to get what they want. I just wish everyone understood each other better. It's really, really altruistic.
so you're
at the
advocating
core.
for universal translators, which actually I
Oh,
kind
I'm
of
on,
think is more
totally. But the problem with those is surely they wouldn't be perfect.
Oh,
They
you would.
probably
Oh,
not.
you would.
wouldn't-
The
you'd
perfect
lose
world for you would be
connotations and
telepathy. You wouldn't even use. You wouldn't even use spoken language.
Well,
if you want
if
everyone to
we had
understand each other, you would
telepathy-
skip the language.
I don't know what would happen to our
Voluntary
culture if we had
telepathy.
telepathy. Holy shit!
if it was involuntary telepathy, that would fuck everything.
Oh
like,
yeah. Any
everything would
bad
shift
thought
so
you have
fast.
about any of your friends, they would immediately be like, "What the fuck, dude?" What
Well,
does
I mean,
that
I'm not saying just like like straight up mind reading, but the ability to focus and
speak with
basically
someone.
project your thoughts onto someone based on like
Do you need-
proximity. or
surely you'd
something.
need language for that because there would be like.
Yeah, you had to
it would be
like,
stuff
record
you're projecting
things
into their
and-
mind. You know, it wouldn't just be.
Well, no, it'd be just concepts.
I guess yeah, you could just communicate a concept that you could.
Yeah,
pick
the
at,
problem
like, a
would be
poster
the
in a
like how do
bath.
we record messages?
Oh, if I can
how do we
address as well,
distribute them? You know, stuff like that.
Two comments from chat. Too philosophical, not much practicality. Even real language isn't perfect for communication. I agree with both of those. This is why it's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. I just think
okay, define pipe dream. What is? Okay,
It's a dream in a pipe.
Oh, okay. A glowing yellow pipe.
Next question.
Artificial barriers of language.
Yeah, what I'm the hypocritical nature of what I'm defining is like, yeah, I wish we could all speak one language to make things easier, and it's like, yeah, there's so many problems in implementing that, and there's problems that come with it, that if we're going to get to the point of wishing for things that aren't even possible, then why don't we just wish that everybody's happy? And I'd be like, yeah, okay, I agree with you. The way I define pipe dream is like something that you want but can't happen. I don't think there's a possibility of this happening, that everybody speaks one. And you know what, I wouldn't want it to happen to a degree. Like if someone said, let's enforce that everyone only speaks one language, I'd be like, no, I don't like that.
That would be like crazy totalitarian shit.
I just think if we all spoke English from the get-go, that we'd probably be able to just... We'd be focusing on defining the way that we sort out the language faster than we are now, because right now we're also dealing with translating everything too. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, right? Like if everything from 10 billion years ago was all written in English too, we'd probably be a lot further along.
No, people are going to argue that there's less, that there would be because the way that the language that you speak actively influences the way you think. It influences your personal biases, your
Muller, have you not seen
language
Twitter?
is
People
more than
can
a way of
barely
just
speak
expressing
English to begin with.
concepts.
Like, yeah,
It does
you're
affect.
Do you guys so I did psychology for a while in school. It's like my best subject. It was really interesting. So are you guys aware of schema theory? I hate asking things like this because like when it's like a science thing that just doesn't come up normally. I hate asking if people know about it because it's like I'm worried that if either it'll be like so obvious. I'm worried that like if I don't ask and like I assume everyone knows what it is, people will think I'm arrogant guy assumes everyone knows what it is. And if I do ask, people are like, yeah, of course we fucking know.
What was even the question?
Schema theory. Are you aware of it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It is. There was a study. I want to say it was, Loftus and Palmer. It was. I could be wrong about that. It's been ages since I studied this shit. Shows that when you ask people questions, and you change the phrasing of the question, the way questions about events that have like physically happened, right? And you change the wording of the question, then memory of the event changes based on how you word the question. It's a really interesting study, and like based on like different languages existing are gonna alter people's perception of the world hugely. So for that reason, I think like having different languages is
Bigly
gonna
or
have
hugely?
more varied perceptions of the world, which I think is going to be good, because if everyone sees everything the same, then I mean, you're not going to have the advantages of different perspectives and different ideas.
I mean, what's the whole point of Newspeak in 1984? The book.
I'm aware of what that
Space
is.
Kitten said, everybody, I want to debate him. Bilingual minds have better grasps of social context and thoughts and gives you a bigger perspective of things. Yeah, but in my world, like I said, this is totally, like I said, I keep iterating it's a pipe dream. If there was only ever English, then that part is over. The part where you have to translate or at least understand what the language and the context is. We're all using the same one. Even though there would absolutely be, as there is now, different groups of people that are using the same language, but words mean different things. We're going through this right now. Like,
Fanny.
Dare I say, dreaded certain words that to Australians calling someone a cunt is almost like saying, hey buddy, while in Britain that's a little bit harsher, but still okay, and then in a lot of different places in the world, that's like the worst thing you can say to somebody. And
how is it that as soon as you said Australian, I knew you were going to say cunt?
Because it's like the perfect, clear example, and a lot of Australians are genuinely like, why do people have so much problem with cunt?
It's the same in Scotland as well.
I love cunts.
It's a term of endearment.
Well, and it is to a degree in Britain as well.
If someone called me a
Rags,
Catholic, what?
If you were walking around in the street and someone was like, "You're a fucking cunt," actually no, anywhere that sounds aggressive. Like if someone said, "Hey cunt," right?
Hello,
How
cunt.
would you
All right,
take
cunt.
that?
Yeah, like that sort of thing.
I'd be confused. I would assume that they were mistaken. Like because it's offensive. Because so I would assume that randomly off the bat they clearly made a mistake.
Well, see, Rags, when I send you a message like, "Hey, you ready for EFAP, you massive?" You could be like, or you could be like, "Yeah, man, I'm ready." Depending on where you're from in the world.
I forget even how like massive is supposed to be an insult. I even forgot because the meme is taken over, so my recollection of its original intention is just gone.
Yeah, I guess my idea was just that a degree of misunderstanding is removed. I'm not saying all misunderstandings removed by any degree.
A bus driver called me a cunt once, like as a term of endearment. It was great. It was like I was fairly new to Scotland at the time, and I was like, "Holy shit, this place is great." A bus driver just called me a cunt.
Well, I've told this story before, but let me ask it now just to see how it works. Rags, what if tomorrow, me, Jay, Aydin, and several other people, well, just to say everybody, every time you said the word toilet, we were all like silent, and then
why do you do that? Why do you always do that?
We finally figure out that it's offensive.
No. Whenever you have a list of people, how come you always start off with you first? Like me, and everyone else. No, it's everyone else, and then I at the end.
Because I'm really bad with English. I've been advocating for the fact that we all speak the same language so I can learn more about my own, you see?
It's not always just I at the end.
Is it not?
That context, it should have been I, but well, it's if you're the only person that you were fuck. If you're the only person in that so that like fucking like it just came out like the fucking bubbles came in my nose. I was like really stung for a second there.
That's the only thing that comes in your nose?
Yes, it is the only thing that comes in my nose, Rags. What are you fucking getting up?
What about snot? What about boogers?
Why does snot come in his nose?
Doesn't snot come in your nose?
Somebody comes snot into his nose.
Carry on, Jay.
I forgot what I was saying.
Something about... Chat keep asking me to play Ocean Man. What am I supposed to do?
Ocean Man.
I gotta keep talking to make sure that it doesn't get copyrighted, but I'm gonna play it in the background. So, funnily enough, with the whole me, blah 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 blah, and then the difference being person name, and I don't think I was aggressively taught that in my school, and that's why I've grown up to not do it.
Right. That's the thing. That's the thing I was saying. If you can't tell if it's supposed to be like me and this person, or this person, and I, just take the other people out of the sentence and figure out if you would say me or I. If you were just talking about yourself only without the other people there.
I don't even know if is that correct? I don't know.
Yeah, that is correct. So if like I'm going, so if it's like if you're saying okay, so me, Rags, and Molo are going to the store, that would be wrong. Because
that's what I'm talking about.
Because you'd say I'm going to the store, so it would be Molo, Rags, and I are going to the store.
What's an example of you saying me though?
You'd still be at the end, even if it was like, will come to the store with me?
It would be okay. So it would be
But even that wouldn't be a consecutive list of names.
So I would say, come to the store with me, Rags, and Molo, because without.
Well, obviously not at the end because you're not listing out yourself included in the group of other people.
Yes, you can list yourself in a group of people.
I didn't say you couldn't. That wouldn't be a scenario where you are including yourself in the group of people.
Why not? You can. We can.
If you're saying come to the store with me, comma, and then you address the other people, that's not the same as a long.
I was saying if come to the store with me, Rags, and Mola, like we three are going to the store already, and I'm talking to someone else.
Yeah, but that's Rags and Mahler that are part of the list, not you.
No, yes, if I'm also going
because
to the store,
because you're not telling yourself to come with you.
No, okay, right, Rags. I'm talking to a fourth person, right? And I say, stupid. Come to okay, you
even
are
I am bored of this.
Me, okay, fuck
go for it, Jay. I'm listening.
Okay, so so you, me, Mauler are going to the store, and I'm talking to a fourth person. saying, come to the store with me, Rags, and Mauler would be the correct way to phrase it. Not
Ooh, is it?
Rags, Mauler, and I, because if you were to take the other people out of the sentence, you would just say, come to the store with me, not come to the store with I, so that's how you can tell.
Yeah, I know in that
Or you know-
situation.
I
That's
didn't
not
know
the
that.
one that I was referring to.
This is the
that
thing.
kicked
I
this
didn't know
whole
that.
thing off.
I don't know a
aware
lot
of
of rules about English, honestly.
English was my best subject in school.
It was not mine. I was really good at maths. I really liked maths up until it got really complicated.
I found with maths that I could either pick
So,
something
like,
up
second
straight
grade?
away,
Yeah,
or
man,
I
I'm
would
with ya.
never
Fuck
get it,
that
no matter
shit.
how
Second
hard I
grade?
tried.
Fucking nerd. I lost it at, like, fucking kindergarten.
Here, once I thought that I was getting the grasp of math, boom, they start throwing letters in, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
And Shad felt right at home. He was like, here we go! But yeah, I think that if none of that already educated that, but like the thing is, the problem is, like, I know that that's a problem, and I still do it, and I'm working to try and stop doing it in terms of, like, correct English. And there's a whole bunch of things I've been learning as you go by, and it's frustrating. You know, it's just also the whole pronunciation argument, like different words that sometimes people will
You say
argue.
pronunciation like that? Really?
What do you pronounce it as?
Pronunciation.
Pronunciation? Yeah.
We say pronunciation. Isn't it?
This is
so
perfect.
I think that a lesser person would call that ironic. Well, is it ironic that the word pronunciation is pronounced different ways?
I could be wrong. I could actually be
I don't think that's
inventing that.
irony. I don't think that's
No, I think
irony.
I think they're both acceptable.
I think
Oh, no, I don't think that's irony.
I don't think so either.
Fucking, my brain is too exhausted to figure it out. But my point was going to be that it's funny that we're constantly trying to learn how to be more clear with each other and correct with how the rules work and stuff. And I don't know. I feel like we've nailed it. We've just explained while exhibiting such things. Would you not agree, my panel, my wonderful panel
No.
for the night?
If we don't
Mein
finish this fucking video
Panel.
yet,
Mein Punel. Yeah, I feel, you know, Quintus watching this right now. He's got his beer and he's like,
Is
what
he?
the fuck? Yeah, absolutely. He's totally watching. And
He
he's like,
doesn't drink. That's too.
these guys don't even
that's-
address the video. They're just talking about weird things that don't make any sense. We've had people in chat being like, get on with it. And I'm like, are you new?
He's compounding pronunciation and enunciation.
No, that's the thing. I could actually see how I
always
could
said
fuck.
pronunciation.
I might have fucked it up
That's the-
because you take pronounce and then add enunciation, and I'm like pronunciation, and it's like that's wrong, and I could be like, oh shit, that might be wrong.
Because I've never heard it pronunciation in my entire life. That's why it stood out to me.
Yeah, like I said, I
So
could be wrong. on
yeah,
that.
maybe everybody here gets it wrong. In which case, is it wrong at that point?
That's
I'm just
another
gonna
interesting thing
I'm just
about
gonna be back in a
language.
minute.
That's what I was trying to
Just
highlight with the
gonna
toilet.
back
I was
in a
like, if
minute.
everybody wakes up and tells you, Rags, that toilet is offensive / not a word, how long does it take before you stop using it? Not very long, right? Because it's useless. It doesn't help you translate anything to somebody. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still firm on literal. All
Right.
right,
Well,
and I will
what
never
I'm getting
budge
at
on literal.
is that if tomorrow everyone woke up and told you that murdering innocent people is right, you wouldn't then agree. You'd stop because it's like a principled thing. But when it comes to language, you'd be like, toilet doesn't mean anything to you guys? Like when I say I'm going to toilet and we all go, you're like, what the fuck are you guys like? Why are you reacting this way? And so you would change it because it's not working in terms of translation. That's kind of what I was getting at. And I know that would never happen, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, it would take. I mean, for language, my bar for accepting things based on, it's social,
Yeah.
I guess, prevalence would be far less for language than it would be for moral acts.
Absolutely. And so if one person says fish means car, you'd be like, you're insane. 10 people, still crazy. 100 people, you're like, that's weird. And then 100,000 people, you're like, how the hell did this happen? And then everyone, you'd be like, wow, I guess fish means car now. Okay. But I thought we had a whole system for that. You'd have to ask a whole bunch of questions, but you'd probably be willing to convert over to saying, that'd be so weird, wouldn't it? Having
If
to...
everyone, like, if I realized that I had been saying it wrong the entire time, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, this is how you're supposed to say it," then I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine."
Morley, your tangent has nothing to do with the video, and that's why people want you to move on, and that it's different. Again, are you new to EFAP? Quinton was just the vehicle. We have jumped several subjects. I feel like we've done that before. Rags, can you confirm? Or
Once or twice, we've had what one might consider to be tangents.
Mm-hmm. Like distant tangents, or however you would describe it to mean unrelated to the video. But don't worry, we will eventually finish the video, as we always do, except for the 2 times that we haven't.
And the final battle on Crate is where all of the paths of these characters interject. It's where Finn tries to sacrifice himself for a rebellion that he once didn't believe in, where Rose saves Finn out of love, and where Poe learns to lead the rebellion with strategy and intelligence instead of a steadfast attitude.
Strategy and
A
intelligence.
steadfast attitude.
Isn't steadfast like a good quality?
That's good.
Speaking of what we were talking
Yeah.
about, steadfast. Let's look at the definition for that. Resolutely, or dutifully firm and unwavering. I guess the negative connotation to that would be stubborn, rather than steadfast. Right? Steadfast is much more of a positive connotation, isn't it?
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
my steadfast companion, not quite the same as my
stubborn companion.
stubborn companion.
Maybe Quinton's trying to make that point. I doubt it, but maybe he's trying to say that, yeah, he made the right decision in his own way, but there was more information that he could have developed from, which is...
But he changes his mind when he hears the plan, so...
True. Which is something that a lot of people get stuck on. Like when I said to Just Right, it's like literally telling him the plan. He was like, oh, this could work. And it's like, oh, wow, look at that. He's reasonable. I say reasonable. You'd have to be insane not to agree with their plan. Their plan was great. We're going to go to a shrouded planet under cloaks for our transports, and we're going to have them destroy our ship and convince them that we're all dead. It's like, wow, that sounds great. I don't see how that could go wrong unless we have a mole. Which is why, if you simply
Unless they discover no bodies in space. I don't know why they check, but yeah, it's a possibility.
Actually, you do highlight... Surely life scanners would bring up a bit of an issue there. Like if they're running constant life
because those are established, so...
Yeah. That was actually a counter for why they didn't shoot the base. It's like, because there's no life on the base. Why would they shoot that when they haven't, you know? But... I don't know, man. You could have a throwaway line to be like, we've got life signals projecting from the ship. We've managed to cloak them, or signal life.
Yeah, we've set up decoys, or...
And if you have... Yeah, if you have that, plus the explanation... this film could have made a lot more sense, I guess, is where I'm going with that. Fortunately.
And out of love. And where Poe learns to lead the rebellion with strategy and intelligence instead of a steadfast attitude. But most importantly, it's here that Luke
instead of a steadfast attitude. That's such a weird dichotomy. As if a steadfast attitude can't apply to bad tactics as well.
Yeah.
Or to stupidity and ignorance as well. That's not really... Those things aren't dichotomous.
All I can imagine is that people would typically go with stubborn instead, because the people typically use stubborn when you're standing for something that shouldn't be stood for. But steadfast, yeah. Also, look at this shot. I like this shot. I'm curious. Jay said he didn't like the cinematography of TLJ. I want him to come back and comment on this one. We got the same one, right, Rags? You see the Luke walking through the thing?
Yeah, he's got the ships in the background, yeah.
I like it a lot. The walking through the fire, too.
It looks great.
Lib, you don't like the cinematography of TLJ. What's your comment on this? Is it too easy, maybe? I'm curious what someone who doesn't like it would say. I will keep an eye on chat for a moment to see what people say. Because, like, I've said this before, but like the shot with Luke dying, I think it's a great shot. Not earned. Important that we reach these places. That's kind of the point of all stories, is to, once you reach the end, you got there thanks to the other stuff. Also, Rags, did we lose Aydin and Jay? I don't know what to say.
It seems as if at the moment it is just you and I.
Well,
once again, at the end. Well, we're not even at the fucking end. We'll be going for another 10 hours. Who knows?
It's the big gay. It looks cool. Best shot of the film. It looks good. Forgettable. Meh. It's too dramatic. It's fine. It's fine. What else we got? It looks generic. Superficially, it looks great. Not a big fan of it. Looks good, but with context, it sucks. Weakness. That moment, him walking out, was the only perfect part of the film. What do you think, Rags? What would you be your paragraph statement on this shot?
Of this shot.
Yeah, it removed from any context.
I'd say that I don't know if I could put it into words right off the top of my head. I'd probably say something about the silhouette and how it contrasts against the light of the outside, and the foreground's dark, and you see the shapes of the enemy in the distance that he's walking towards, and something like that.
Hey,
I'd
like
say that's
for me,
very appealing.
The idea that it's like you have a black screen and then it's broken open by fire, and he's walking through that fire into this world with AT-ATs and ships and all this carnage. I think it works as a great little representation of trying to go beyond some form of depression, if I was to get really interpretive of it. And I'd be like, contexting this into a story that really matches that in some way could be great. The unfortunate thing is that I have to think about the film that actually reaches this moment, which is utter nonsense.
Yeah. It's the how did these things get here that I'm looking at, and you're like, oh.
Hey, Cucks.
Hey, Jay, what do you see right now on Watch Together?
Pile of shit.
What? No, seriously.
Pile of shit film.
No, seriously.
I see Luke, and there's some fire, and there's like a big V in the sky. And
Right. So you said you
doggos.
didn't like the cinematography of this film. What do you not like about this shot?
I didn't say I dislike every shot.
No, of course. I'm
The
asking. I'm just
shot's
asking.
cool. I think the shot is cool. I don't see. I really like the distinctive color scheme in this shot, and I feel like if the entire like sequence had this color scheme, it would look a lot better to me personally. Like if the ground and everything was like the same, but if it was all like black, yellow, and white, I think it'd be awesome.
So Glib said, it's obvious from a compositing perspective that the fire is not there. There is a green screen / blue screen about 10 feet in front of Luke. Composition-wise, it's supposed to be a reflection on that shot that he was doing when he said it's time for the Jedi to end, aka the Searcher's shot. Whether or not it's obvious that the fire is or is not there, like...
I don't think it looks that to me.
I don't think it looks that bad. This is kind of why I'm not convinced yet that the cinematography in TLJ is bad. I don't want to go that far.
I never said it was bad.
No, I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing like different people who've said that.
By the way, while I was gone, someone tweeted at me that apparently in Love and Monsters and with the Absorbaloff that we were talking about earlier,
yeah,
where with the woman who's a paving slab, apparently in the ending they acknowledge that they have oral sex.
Oh no, really?
That happened.
Really?
What do they say? What's the quote?
I don't know. Someone just tweet. I'll read you the tweet. Someone tweeted at me. The ending.
Can I tell you both? By the way, the spiders are both gone. I can't see where they are anymore.
Oh fuck! It's like this is your Goliath.
Yes. Well, I don't know. With the lore of EFAP, I'm not supposed to be concerned because they are truth tellers. They are warning me of something, so I can't be too afraid of them.
What if they know something bad is destined for you in your future?
That's still a good thing that they're
they're
trying to
getting
tell
the
me.
fuck out?
If they're trying to tell me, that's still good.
They're trying to prevent you from becoming like the next Hitler.
Unless they're the cause of it. Maybe they're the cause of it. That could be better.
So someone tweeted at me like the ending of the Absorbaloff is really bad. They literally acknowledge they do all. The episode is called Love and Monsters, by the way. That's all I have to go on.
So we don't know.
They've sent me a clip as well.
We'll just search for this. I'll do it. Someone must have written
They've
this.
sent me a clip with a timestamp.
Ripped Love and Monsters. Why did that episode happen? Doctor Who transcripts Love and Monsters. I'm just gonna scan right to the end. Alright, so the guy's name is Elton. He says, even then, after all...
he fucking married a slab.
Even then, after all, the doctor saved me one last time, and he picks up the paving slab from the desk. Here she is. And she says, could be worse. She says, at least I'll never age, and it's really quite peaceful, you'd be surprised. And Elton says, it's a relationship of sorts, but we manage. We've even got a bit of a love life. And she says, let's not go into that. Oh!
Oh god.
No, it's true. I forgot about
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Oh no, that's a kid's
It's
show.
peaceful.
I've got the clip here, by the way.
Of course they say that, Rags, because it's horrible. It's horrific.
That's hell on earth. I would be like, kill me.
Yeah.
How can you die? How she just says she doesn't age.
You gotta get the doctor
Does
to
she
do
have
it.
to eat?
He has to screwdriver her back into like melted form and then throw her into the sun.
He
That's
wouldn't
gotta
do
be
that.
it.
He doesn't kill.
Does he never kill? Is that true?
No, he does kill. Yeah,
All
he
right.
kills him. Like when the circumstances demand that he must kill, or worse things would happen, he kills. Which is why the new Doctor is
Well, there you go
fucking
then.
shit.
I was about to
right?
say, like, he would
Because
kill her if she said, worse things will happen if you don't kill me, right?
the new Doctor doesn't have like a rational pacifistic outlook on life. The new Doctor has an irrational phobia of guns. I'm saving this for the video.
Which, when do you predict that would be released?
I'm gonna try and guarantee that it's gonna come out before season 11, so that's gonna be within the next few months, I guess. It's gonna take a while.
Well,
I'm not done scripting it yet, and it's gonna be a
alright.
huge fucking thing
That's
to
fair
edit.
enough. Alright, that's fine. Alright, okay, let's watch the rest of this Quentin review, shall we?
Front his greatest mistake, and where Kylo Ren's obsession with destroying the past gives the rebellion the chance to escape. Now, while I'm still very confused on the unseen path between episodes 6 and 7, I think that The Last Jedi should be universally commended for having an astounding talent at illustrating basic concepts from the Star Wars universe,
What do
which
you mean?
otherwise might have seemed second nature. All of the scenes involving Luke training Rey blew me away.
Why?
Why is he introducing something that's new, that's good about it, like 2 minutes before the end?
This is what I mean,
This
man.
sounds
He
like
actually-
an
he
opening
hasn't-
statement. Shall I go?
What were you gonna say?
No, that's good. It's fine.
I'm stuck all the way back at, like, people say that my videos have no structure. I always felt like I signpost the structure. I'm like, here comes plot summary, here comes summary, here comes this section. Usually not overt, but I say, like, the world building is, and then I talk about the world building, and then I say the plot is, and then I do that. With this video, I don't even know. Like, why didn't you put this part about what's good about the movie, not right at the part where we're like, you finishing up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a strange move, Quintonian. He's a part of a race called Quintons. From Quintonian.
I like
They
to
sound
think
like
of
a
it
terrible,
as, like,
terrible
Quintors,
people.
Which like a centaur, but with Quentin.
Yeah.
Otherwise might have seemed second nature. All of the scenes involving Luke training Rey blew me away with how well they explored the Jedi Order without feeling too pandersome.
They explain the Jedi Order without feeling pandersome. They're completely one-sided. Luke Skywalker explains how bad they are. Like, that's part of my issue. I'd love someone to challenge him on it. And Rey does, to a very small degree, but we don't really hear him respond. That's kind of more of my issue with it. I would actually love a debate between two people about what the Jedi meant to the world and what they did. Instead, the one person that I thought we'd catch defending the Jedi was ripping on them, and the one person who's never heard of the Jedi is defending them. Not really a great scenario. What am I supposed to do with that? Explain to me.
You'd have to. I mean, like, you need just for a debate about what the Jedi meant for the world.
I like the Beowulf said.
As far as what is actually happening in The Last Jedi specifically,
people are questioning pandasum. We know what he means by it, but I don't think it's a word. No, probably right. Seriously doubt it's a word. Beowulf said we must Alderaan Quintonius. I'm not going to say
not
yes
worth
to
the
that,
energy.
but yeah.
But the scenes that really take the cake is the lightsaber battles. Out of
He knows a
all
lot
of the
about
fight
cake.
scenes that have been executed since the original Star Wars, most of the best ones come from episodes 7 and 8.
I'm sorry, hang on. I want to listen to that again.
He said the best lightsaber battles come from episodes 7 and 8, and this is the best one, Luke and Kylo.
No, the best one is Return of the Jedi.
This is the thing, I'm willing to argue, but my favorite is Darth Vader versus Luke, and then secondly is Darth Maul versus Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, but for very different reasons for both of those.
What about Anakin and Obi-Wan?
I'm sorry, but I'm in the crowd of, man, that fight goes on for a while. I think it's
It does, yeah.
like, I like it, but holy shit, it's a long fight. I prefer the Emperor Yoda one. Like, I think that's pretty cool. The way that like it matches environment, and the Obi-Wan Anakin one does too. It's just that it's a long one. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
Long fight, bad.
I still think it's a good fight. Like, I don't know what to say about that one where they spin for a good like 4 seconds and nobody hits each other.
That's hilarious.
It's a weird moment, and I don't know what to say about it. I want a choreographer
really
to tell me
wanna-
what he thinks about it.
I want George's commentary on why he decided that needed to be in there.
Oh, hey, Rags, should we do that sometime? Invite Shad on and just watch all of the Star Wars battles in a row. Have him say
Yeah, we could do that.
what he thinks about them. I don't know if that would be tedious or if that would be fun. I'm gonna go ahead
Well,
and see what chat thinks, and then they're gonna.
I
He's
don't
going to
know.
do that as a series on his own channel, though. Anyway.
Yeah, he does
Say
intend
that.
to do that, but well, at that point, then,
Yes.
if you didn't want to do it as a spoiler, that'd be fine. But if he did want to do it, we'd totally oblige.
Because I'm curious if because lightsabers aren't real and something that we could really compare to
You
reality.
understand how they would work.
Well, yeah, he's made
they have
videos
very
on that.
Clearly defined mechanics.
He's made videos on how it should work, and I think that there are elements to each of the fights that make sense, and some of them don't.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it
He's
depends
made a
on what
video
you
about
can
how
pull
the form
from
using
them.
lightsabers is completely wrong.
All
based
right,
on how
it's
they
a
would
universal
work.
yes from chat, which makes sense. I don't know why I thought that it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I'm fine
Probably
with it.
think
Well,
lightsabers
I
are
will.
lightsabers.
I will contact Shad about it. I think he wants to do it on his channel. If he's not interested in doing it as a spoiler for EFAP, then we won't. But maybe yes. Maybe yes. I like whenever Shad talks about anything like military, medieval military, or even modern military related, I just sit there and listen. I'm just like, And if you don't, you're a bad person. That's the morality I've gained. from EFAP.
Hey, we could do the same thing with the John Wick fights.
No, don't do that. People will be upset. I was actually thinking that people will be upset if you have Shad say the prequel fights don't make sense. Because people will be like, hey.
But they don't make sense. They just look good.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't think any... Watching Shad break down what one would do if dealing with a lightsaber, it reminds me of... And I know chat will know the answer to this. I won't. But I remember seeing the... I think it's a clip from like one of the Star Wars games where someone deactivates their lightsaber and activates it to get a quick shot into somebody, and it works. It's the kind of thing I think Shad said people would be doing more with lightsaber fights because it can...
Well, he said that people would be trying to stay as far away from their opponent as possible and like reaching their lightsaber out.
Oh, sure,
like
that too, but the
rapiers.
idea that you can essentially... Like, if you lock swords at any point, you can deactivate and activate and avoid their strike while getting an easy strike on them, sort of thing.
Yeah, it'd be fucking awesome to see.
This is the thing. I think it would be really cool to hire Shad first, and then get a whole bunch of realistic fights. Because of course, just because something has an easy way to kill somebody doesn't necessarily mean you can't get a long fight out of it. You just got to reimagine how the fight would go.
So when Luke activates his lightsaber in the scene, does he actually use the correct button? Since he actually, Mark will probably.
Oh right,
know
because the
if
button is supposed to be matching up with what we see right there, right?
Yeah, because he's got his thumb on the right place to activate it, hasn't he?
I don't know enough about the lightsabers to be able to say, but I'm gonna go in.
I used to have a toy of it. The button is a long square bit on the side, long rectangular bit even.
I've never owned like an officially licensed or accurate to movie rendition of a lightsaber, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume that there's probably things people could point out about poorly activated lightsabers. I'm waiting for chat to react. I don't want to push them in one way or
said
the
yes,
other.
he's correcting the right button.
He
That's
does.
interesting.
He's
So
got it right.
I guess it's not. I guess that means it's not J.J. Abrams who's to blame for the actors pressing the wrong button. I guess it's actually them. He just.
He's the director.
Yeah, I guess he should have told them where to press, but still. Because Mark, I guess, remembers.
Yeah, I doubt that it's JJ's fault if someone fucks up pressing the button on the lightsaber. It's probably down to some kind of team in some way, shape, or form. Some team that has a label.
You think you'd have like a lore checker?
We say this.
No,
We've talked about this before, and I've said that there's a clip from a video that I'm pretty sure I sent it to myself. I can probably find... You know what? Remind me at the end of us finishing this video. It's only another 1 minute and a half long. There's a clip of people talking about how Ryan asked them if the kamikaze hyperspace thing was possible, and they said yes. And they were like his team of people that he was supposed to contact whenever he thought something was breaking law, and they said yes. They're the people that are technically responsible if Ryan was always going to submit to them in terms of accuracy. So,
and that's insane that they would say, yeah, this is fine. It makes you wonder if they had like a pressure to just go along with whatever.
Like a team of yes men.
Basically, yeah.
Yes, Ryan. Yes, Ryan. That's brilliant, Ryan. Can I come in my nose, Ryan?
Why would you say that? All right, look, I want to show that clip now, so let's get through this.
Most of the best ones come from episodes 7 and 8. Lucas has always described an original vision that he had of the lightsabers being much heavier than they looked. And the sabers in the sequel trilogy finally feel like they show Lucas's original image. They just feel so much more powerful.
It seemed the opposite.
It depends on what fight
it's like
he's
they
referring
seem
to.
even more weightless.
This fight's really. I think I said in my review, this fight felt much more prequely than sequely. Like with Luke spinning around, I was like, I'm surprised that you would refer to this one as heavy-handed or anything. Heavy-handed gentleman.
Just showing footage of it because he has footage of it.
Maybe.
Powerful in these two movies.
Did you say heavy-footed gentleman?
No, but that sounds funny.
Or was it heavy-handed gentleman?
Hey, we have to do a check. Aydin,
are you alive?
Aydin.
I can't wait for the idea that she actually wakes up from a nap and she's like, "You guys are still going?" Like, yeah, we are.
Of the other ones, and they especially feel much more deadly. And while many might,
they feel much more deadly. They chop a man's hands off, a man's head off, 2 arms off, a leg off. No, 2 legs and an arm off. What else is there?
They don't feel more deadly at all in the new trilogy.
Yeah, I gotta side with Robot Head on this one. The sequel trilogy ones feel a lot less deadly.
The first time you see one used in the New Hope, well, the second time you see one used in New Hope, it cuts a guy's arm just clean off.
Quentin, you're
I
wrong.
guess used depends on whatever is like. Does like turning it on equal usage? But man.
I try to attack episode 8 for various issues pertaining to canon. I really can't help but think that this is the first movie to make all 8 episodes feel totally connected.
What?
No! It's the complete opposite. What do you mean it connects all the episodes? No!
No, please, let's hear him qualify this.
I really could spend hours talking about all of the little things that loved in episode 8. But I feel like I've kept you
He doesn't qualify that. He just leaves it hanging.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Rags, why did you say that? We need them to do this because we never know what their arguments are. They're like, I could make all of my arguments, but I won't. It's like, but...
fuck it.
But... Oh...
So to wrap this up, The Last Jedi did a phenomenal job in convincing me that there was any potential future for this franchise.
Really? I feel its future's
It's the
dead.
opposite. It's the opposite.
It's so crazy because looking at this now that we've had all of this time to gain perspective, it's doubly idiotic now. Like the Star Wars, the general Star Wars fan base has never been so demoralized.
We're all connected now, Rags. Don't you see it? You see it? I mean, I gotta be honest with you. If you told me what's the movie in the Star Wars franchise that feels the most like it does not give a shit that there were other movies, and I'd be like, it's The Last Jedi, obviously.
The Last Jedi, easily followed by The Force Awakens.
Yeah, it's a movie that is doing its own thing. It doesn't care about other things that happened before. It just moves the fuck on. You're like, right. No, he's saying that it's the least of those.
Before this, I really didn't think that there were any new words to be uttered about the universe. But this is absolutely everything that I wanted to see out of The Last Jedi. And if it wasn't for the brilliant execution by director Rian Johnson, I don't think I would be this excited to see where the story is going to go in the next chapter.
Is he still excited for episode 9? Is he honestly still excited? Like, in an unironic way, because me and you, well, all of us are excited for episode 9. We really are, but not in that way. I thought you already highlighted that it failed in like character, plot, and world stuff. And he's like,
It is. Yeah, but that's all fan stuff.
No,
Which is weird because you'd think that the stuff that had the most fan stuff would be the one that would make you the most excited.
The most a fan.
But I guess if fan shit just doesn't matter, then how can you say that fan stuff just doesn't matter essentially, and then give us opinions on whether you think the value of the Star Wars franchise is more or less beloved by fans?
Yeah, like all of his arguments for whether or not this film is great is based on developing what came before, and yet all of the issues, as he highlighted them, were all fan stuff, which naturally would include the stuff that came before. Seems like cognitive dissonance to me. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he's just a shitty reviewer.
I agree
He's
with
just
you.
a shitty reviewer.
I mean, guys, if we can conclude on anything, I think it's that Quentin reviews isn't very good. He's not very good. Hot take.
I'm just gonna say this now. His newer videos have shown improvement.
Compared to what?
Well, certainly this, but like, his Area 51 video, I didn't fact check it, but it was good. It was a good video, nice and informative.
All right. That might be fair.
Good information in it. I don't think the jokes didn't really land for me a lot of the time, but comedy is subjective, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. I think once you reach a certain low, that you should naturally improve.
I think you should always improve.
What I'm trying to say is that any improvement you might see might just be a result of the fact that you hit some form of a rock bottom. But I could agree that maybe this isn't. Maybe when he said
far from rock bottom with this. Like this, there were so many ways he could have made this much worse.
it's pretty bad though. Like I know that it looks okay, but like the weird racist, sexist portions, the complete misinterpretation of what even happened in the film, the structure being just awful. Like yeah, you could be tonal, but obviously he's not godlike, so he would never reach that level.
I was about to say yeah, but he's not a god, so.
You know what, Quentin? I hope you get better. Jay, do you understand that this is the nice calm before we reach episode 9 releasing, where we can just address the Last Jedi stuff? We spent over like a year and a half talking about Last Jedi takes, and we're still not done. We've got a whole bunch left. People are still pissed at EFAP for not covering the Jenny Nicholson one and the Sean one, and that's just 2 of the many that we still have to do. But we're about to reach episode 9, and that's gonna bring like 100 new takes.
Should be fun.
No.
I'm still just sad that the guy who did that response to me about the Last Jedi has taken his video down, because that's related to the Sean video as well.
Wait, your video got taken down?
No, not my video. A guy did a response to me. I did a response to Sean. A guy did a response to me, which was hilarious. You saw a quote from that, right? It showed you.
This isn't the awful one that we watched, right?
No.
No, we didn't watch it. It was Sheep in a Box is the guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I showed you the clip of it where I say that I respond to something Sean is saying where he's like, "Oh, you shouldn't be picking out plot holes. You know, that's not what films are about." And I respond to Sean by saying, "Well, yeah, it's fine to not care about plot holes, but the people who have their immersion broken by plot holes aren't wrong for caring and wrong for having that suspension of disbelief broken." And this guy's unironic response to me is, "Yes, they are. They are wrong for caring about that."
Be a difficult one to argue.
Yeah, I would have taken my fucking video down too if I'd said something so brain dead.
Do we know do you know why it's down? Is it down for copyright, or is it down because he took it down?
It says it's still. I checked the playlist he has of them. It's all of them are still up except that one, which is private. It might be copyright. I don't know.
That sounds like he made it private. That's unfortunate because we could have had a double bill of him criticizing you, and like he's gone after Robot Head, right? He's gone after Shadowversity as well too, right?
Yeah, he's gone after me, Robot Head, and Chad. Also,
see, we could have had like a
Sargon,
triple threat.
What did Shad do?
Shad said bad things about TLJ. He's gone after Sargon, Thor Skywalker, I believe the channel is called.
That's someone that people want us to get on as well. It'll happen, chat. It'll happen. You've been asking for Aydin for a long time, and as much as she may be sleeping, she's here.
Her icon's still here.
Yeah, that
so
counts.
Discord is picking up something.
Aydin, you there?
Aydin. Oh no.
Aydin, I summon you through the
You started
powers
out
of
so
EFAP.
strong.
EFAP, EFAP. Aydin. Didn't work. What do we do?
Kick me.
But yeah, if the Shadowversity and Robot Head ones exist, we could do a special episode where Jay, Shadowversity, and Robot Head, me and Rags respond to a response to a response to a film. How about that?
He's done 2 responses to Robot Head.
Oh, well, we'll pick the best one. We'll ask Robot Head to pick the best one. It'll work great.
2 responses to Robot Head. Does this guy just have a problem with every correct opinion that exists?
You can't say that, Rags. That's racist. Just because he's a sheep? Really? Look at that silence. The racism is silence.
Just
I don't
process,
think
like,
I would be.
Shad's wrong. Robot's Head wrong. Sargon's wrong. Thor's wrong. Everyone's wrong.
Dude, give it time. You'll have one for me, you, and EFAP in general.
This excited to
wait.
see where the story is going.
I'm
to
surprised
go
he hasn't done either of you.
Yeah, you'd think. You'd think he'd gone after me, after Wolf.
He had a tangent in the one about me where he talks about how bad EFAP is, but...
Oh, what did he say?
Yeah? What did he say?
He was like... I think he just called it right-wing and like dismissed it as a right-wing podcast.
Oh yeah, it's just right wing. It's just right wing, which means I don't have to talk about it because it's fucking right wing.
None of our points are... they don't work if you're left wing. They just don't work. All of it relies on being right wing. For example, we're responding to a video. It's only going to be accurate as a statement if you're right wing, because videos mean something else to the left wing. He's very right. He's on point.
I guess.
I like him.
Oh, he's responded to Stefan Molyneux as well.
Of course he has.
Okay.
Next chapter. And that is thanks not just to the quality of The Last Jedi, but also to the unpredictability of it all. I don't know what's going to happen in the next film.
No one knows what's going to happen
nobody
in the next film.
I like...
If you
Go ahead.
say, I like TLJ because it makes things unpredictable, I cannot disagree.
I like that Red Letter Media's evolution on TLJ, they keep commenting on how TLJ ends
Every
in a
video now.
It's just, there's nowhere to go. TLJ ended in a cave. There's nowhere to go but backwards. You gotta turn around because there's nothing going forward. It's just... Yes, I agree, Quentin. TLJ means...
Why is he showing Dubrovnik, Croatia?
This is where Canto Bight was filmed.
Oh, this poor
See,
place.
Congratulations,
Dubrovnik.
Jay. You've pointed out how a visual has no relevance to what he's talking about. Come to EFAP.
It can't be what happens in episode 6, that's for certain. And it's been an impossibly long time since I've been able to go into a Star Wars movie without being able to guess the plot. And for that,
man, I couldn't have guessed it either.
I can never celebrate a creator for giving me the feeling of having no fucking clue of what's going to happen. And you might be like, but you said...
You can celebrate for that.
No. There are going to be... Yeah, but
way.
what you're referring to probably means one of many circumstances. What I'm referring to is literally nothing to go on. I have no idea where the ninth film is going to go.
Comedy.
See,
Well, here's the thing, like in the real world, based on the real world rules, if something happens, we could be like, all right, so that means,
was
you know,
one of
these
many
things might happen as a result, and
yeah, like I don't know,
because things exist in reality, and reality has rules to it.
Like if someone said Rags and Mauler are going to debate I Hate Everything and Quentin Reviews, we'd be like, holy shit, what's going to happen? So many things could happen. But if someone said Rags and Mauler are going to go to Mars, I'd be like, what? Like, what? How does that happen? What in the... I have no idea what's going to happen. That's just... I got nothing. And someone's like, don't you prefer that latter version where you have... It's like, no, because I have no information. This just sounds like it's invented. And that's all that episode 9 is going to be. In order to generate a plot, they have to invent a shit ton to get the plot going, because they've got nothing. And I'll tell you what, the opening, like, 10 minutes or 15 minutes is going to have a bunch of throwaway lines like, oh man, it's good that we made an alliance with the Ubekwe system in order to get this many troops, and it's bad that Kylo Ren has suddenly been able to control all of the First Order and has now taken over the majority of the quadrant of blah 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 system. And then like a character's listening to that and is awkwardly like, I know all of this. And it's like, yeah, but the audience don't. We gotta explain it to them.
I genuinely, unironically hope that Jar Jar is in it.
People say
Yeah,
it's
man,
like
I'm in
a
the same
bad
boat.
thing. I would love Jar Jar to turn up. It would make me so
Yeah.
happy.
It would genuinely make me happy. Like, it's...
By the way, we
No
are
one's ever really
14 seconds away from finishing this video.
And like,
They
okay,
can't-
they cannot mistreat Jar Jar either. If like someone kills Jar Jar or he gets hurt, I will be mad.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That
if
fucking-
they
DLJ created Jar Jar Defenders.
if they brought Jar Jar into the narrative and had him die, I would be upset. Unironically,
Yeah, I would.
You just
also
brought him here to
unironically be
kill
upset.
him.
Jar Jar deserves.
He was just
better.
he was just sitting somewhere, sitting
I'm imagining
in
a scenario where like they get Rey to kill Jar Jar. Like, this is what the fans want, right?
an old Jar Jar living off his pension from the Senate, just relaxing in retirement, and then episode 9 knocks on his door and just fucking cuts him down. You piece of shit! We never forgot
Kylo
about
violently murder him as the representative of Naboo. We're like, fuck you, sequel films. He deserved better. I almost want it to happen just to talk about Jar Jar. Just to talk about what he meant to this universe.
Talk about like if his characterization was consistent with what we've got from him before.
Jar
Like, oh,
Jar's
he
like-
didn't actually say Misa.
He's very aggressive and he's curt and he just doesn't
you.
like
Jar Jar's
people's
learned
ideas.
the word "I" after all these
Misa came
years.
to this island to die.
And we're like, Jar Jar's inconsistent with who he is in Attack of the Clones. Oh. Like I said, man, we don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a ride. A wild
A
ride.
Star Wars movie without being able to guess the plot. And for that, I honestly
good?
can't love this movie enough.
You love it because
with
it was
that-
so crazy and bullshit and off the rails
It reminds
and
me of-
nonsensical that you couldn't guess the end.
It reminds me of the whole "it'll take a risk" thing, and we referenced the whole taking a poop off a cliff thing. And then people automatically
I
assume,
know
is it risky to take the poop? And it's like, no, it's risky. You might kill somebody with the terminal velocity poop.
Velocity.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Not necessarily terminal velocity.
How big
Depends
is
on
this
how
cliff?
far up.
This
High
this
velocity. What's
cliff is
terminal
the
velocity of
size of 17,000 suns.
What's the terminal velocity of the poop?
7 miles per
acceleration due to
hour.
gravity is like 9.8
It's
meters per second.
it's an absurdly
per second.
it's an absurdly solid and big poop. It doesn't separate.
It doesn't separate.
Stop
I don't
saying
know,
that
I don't
risky
know.
is good. Alongside whatever Quentin said.
I think you mean Quintor.
Quintonian. Quintalon.
Quim.
I like how this video doesn't really answer the question of is The Last Jedi that bad? It sort of just meanders around
He
a
says
couple of
it. He
things.
says it's good. He says it's good.
Yeah, he says it's good.
But he hasn't
He doesn't
answered-
actually. Yeah, you'd think that if your video is called "Is It That Bad," you would be explicitly going through all of the criticisms of it and
Yeah.
doing your best, God bless you, to try and convince us how it totally isn't bad, guys. It's actually
Or
super totes
Acknowledging
amazing.
that it is flawed in that way. Yes.
I don't know what you said, Jay, but I'm going to nod in agreement.
I honestly
Aiden's
can't love this
little
movie
icon just
enough.
went green again.
And with that,
Oh,
I've
yeah,
been
it
putting
flicks on for
reviews,
just a moment.
And that's all you
I
get.
guess.
Aiden.
That's the end of his video.
Why Luke Skywalker is the most powerful Jedi?
Why?
Probably the process of elimination.
That's kind of funny.
That was funny.
It's not his fault that it's kind of funny, though. He just took it from a thing.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yay.
That was a long time. I always feel like we beat our records every time we do this. So what is life like? What do we do next?
I guess memes, right?
Oh, you know what? We should probably get to super chats, but there is one meme I want to watch with you folks. And I know this is, people might be like, hey, stop picking favorites. I'm sorry, he knows who he is. And I just like his memes a lot. Sorry, I like the animations, okay? But you all should see this. You ready?
Oh!
Creativity has allowed
The passage of time.
the passage of time. It's like I'm reading out some ancient fucking tablet after I blow the dust away from it. Like, what does the inscription say? Hazim, it says creativity has allowed the passage of time. Someone's coming! Quick, hide! And then
It's a bunch of Nazis like, we have found the temple of Tonal Blockade.
found the temple. Ah, there is the monument and the obelisk. Quick, grab it and bring it to the truck. Also, I am Russian.
Like, you look upon it and then they melt.
More like
It was literally just turned into the plot of the first Assassin's Creed game.
I was gunning for fucking the Lost Ark or whatever.
the ancient inscription.
Okay, I got it. Okay, creativity has
Creativity has allowed the passage of time to bring new and interesting iterations on our gaming fundamentals.
So
That is what the ancient inscription of Al-Habam says. Al-Habam.
Like it's a bad translation of an old text. Like,
Oh yeah, and some people saying turn on subtitles. You can't do it in Watch Together. But
That was great.
I fucking love these. And how he takes the art style of someone like Weekend Warrior or Das Bullshit or whoever else, like Voxis. He'll convert them into ways that they can match this what you may call universe. Like they're there and they're exactly as you'd imagine them to be. It's just great shit. I love it. And
I fucking love Weekend Warrior's legs.
yeah. And Wolf's got his little cat. I don't.
A yarmulke?
No, the cat.
Yeah, no, but yeah, he's also got a yarmulke. Is that?
It's got a spider on it. I'm not sure what else. This is the. I'm too drunk to be able to go through the video and explain all of the details. There's going to be a lot of details. I recommend going to the channel and pointing them out in the comment section for Plagued Creations. Plagued Creations. That's the guy who makes
I've
these.
subscribed with notifications.
I am subscribed as well.
Awesome.
These things are good. There's other meme videos. We will view them. They've just reminded me. The thing I wanted to show, which I linked myself, as crazy as that sounds.
Ooh.
For because crazy story. So I was looking at notifications, and one night when I was going to sleep, and someone left a notification on my Star Wars The Last Jedi critique part. I want to say 2. It might have been 3. I don't know. But as you guys will know yourselves if you have a look, I say that I got HD clips of the kamikaze in from this video. And I forgot completely that I'd actually put that credit in there. And this video is called Star Wars The Last Jedi Secrets Explained.
like Chewie.
And this is where I got my explanation of, well, my footage from. Because obviously I try and find any place I can get HD footage from instead of showing you guys like pirated stuff, because it's just, the whole reason I have visuals is to fucking have evidence for my claims. So when I'm talking about the hyperspace kamikaze, what you'll want to see is the hyperspace kamikaze. And when watching this video, I've referenced it before, but I completely forgot the link to this episode. And this video is from January 10th, 2018. So this is before TLJ got absolutely lambasted. And so it's only partially hated. There's a link. It's called Star Wars The Last Jedi Secrets Explained. It was released, like I said, January 10th, 2018 by Star Wars The Channel. And if we go to, we're going to have to pause a lot because this is very much a copyrighted thing. They start talking about the hyperspace kamikaze, and they mention whether or not that Ryan came to them and asked them. So I'm going to do my best to show it. So 940 is apparently where I should be going to. 940. Like I said, we'll play a bit.
When you're on that island, that are kind of always reminding you that you're in a really natural.
Again, I'm gonna pause a lot. I gotta admit, when I played the memes from that other episode that got tagged with copyright, I love memes, but holy shit, is it annoying to have EFAP be stopped by copyright, because I have to check every day to make sure it's ready, and then I have to download it and edit it ready for if the claim gets concealed, like fully, like if Disney are like, nope, we're definitely stealing this, and it's like, oh, okay. So I'm gonna be careful with this.
Kind of wild place.
Wow, that's super cool.
Yeah, as a big Porg fan, every time there's an established...
When you say,
fuck off.
As a big Porg fan, you may as well stop. just give it
I'd
up.
like to think he's not a big fan of porgs. Like, he's a fan of big porgs. Like, he likes them big.
He likes them. He likes his porgs thick.
Yeah, he
porgs.
likes his porgs thick.
shot and you just hear this like porg call. I giggle.
We're getting there, I swear to God.
Has it been confirmed that porgs look different?
They're still talking about porgs. They're about to get into the hyperspace kamikaze. I'm going to pause and then just talk about a bunch of random bullshit.
Talking about porgs, period.
I'm sorry about this. Look, chat, I'm sorry, okay? What do you want from me? I'm sorry.
Based on their sex? The male porgs have the orange around
Yeah,
their eyes.
they're the more colorful.
Oh my God, there's a difference between male and female porgs. I didn't know this.
So
that makes
Chewie's
sense in the
little
lore.
sidekick porg.
Porg
Yeah.
Rule 34 can be way more accurate.
Does Chewie's porg have a name?
No, but that sounds like something you could get started.
Oh, they probably put more effort into that than anything else.
Or we showed a hashtag.
Yeah.
I feel like Chewie would have named it, and we.
What was that, Jay?
You feel like Chewie would have named it?
Chewie would have named it.
Wouldn't be able to pronounce it.
Oh, see, I
What if he
think
named it Han?
I think it looks like a...
We're nearly there, I swear to God.
Oh.
Did you catch that?
He would have named a porg Han?
Did you fucking catch that?
Yeah, that's definitely something that.
These are the people who are in charge of making sure the law is consistent, people. Named a porg Han.
He would definitely name a porg Han. Because, wow. This fucking porg he named Han must have been the most amazing porg that ever fucking porged.
I'm picturing a whole unit of people in a boardroom saying this, and Rags is just there, and he fucking slams the desk. He's like, "You fucking serious right now?"
Like, are you insane? Chewbacca wouldn't give a shit about porgs. He eats them. He grills them. He killed that porg.
You know what he does care about?
On the island.
You know what he does care about?
Skinned it.
Fucking
Defeathered
Han
it.
Solo. He cares about him.
No.
We're gonna name a fucking porg after him.
You know what he doesn't care about? Doing actions in the sequel trilogy.
Hey man, he was a chauffeur. What else do you need?
It would be an improvement if they just if they walked in on him having a wank or something. That
Yeah,
would be a step up.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's a step up. All right, let's kick on.
Moving on. Let's
go.
see what other details did we have to talk about.
There's a Hardware Wars call out when we get into.
Wait, I swear to. Okay, let me just confirm for you guys exactly where I saw the highlight. The image of the hyperspace kamikaze beginning is at 1140, and so I thought I would give us context by going from a little bit earlier. Let's
But we
jump.
still found stupid shit to talk about.
Oh shit, the Discord's not even on screen yet. Sorry. There we go. It's back now. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit to make sure we got the right context. All right, here we go.
It usually does, but it's BB-8's voice doing it.
I love that role.
That's
It's
great.
so funny.
There's some great sound effect work.
Hilarious. It's so funny.
There probably is some great
I
sound
laughed
effect work.
aloud at how amazing it was.
By the way, someone sent me apparently the guy who did a response to me has posted his reasons for why he took it down. And someone sent me that.
What are they?
There they are.
You want me to read that out?
Sure.
Can Rags read that out? Because I'm a little bit drunk.
Sure.
I will read it out because I am not drunk. Why is your video on JXC down? I thought it was a good video, and now I cannot show it to my friend who thinks that those two videos completely debunk Sean's video. Can you give?
Is that the reason?
No, this is the question.
Okay, go on.
Can you give me a spare copy or a link to it? And I guess Anon says a couple of reasons, or he says a couple of reasons. One, I wasn't happy with it for a number of reasons. Well, yeah, two.
as you've listed here. Most notably, that JXE is not a right winger. And my Star Wars series was intended to mock right wingers, but there are others as well. 2. In it, I took a swipe at The Word of Wolf, a fellow EFAP contributor, and after he had a breakdown and suicide attempt, I didn't feel comfortable keeping it up. I might change my mind in the future and put it back up, but right now it's probably staying down, I'm afraid.
Oh. Alright then.
They probably thought it took down Sean's video because Sean's video is fucking retarded.
Well, that's the thing. We'll cover it one day, even if it means literally 2 years from now. We'll cover it. And I believe, Jay, you want to be in that EFAP, right?
I would be happy to.
At this point, you're probably okay with not being in it, but we'll have you in it anyway, because it'll be fun to talk about this stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's not such a bad reason, in terms of his motivation. I just mean, you'd think he could clip it out? Because I'm assuming the part where he talks about EFAP at all is probably small compared to what he's responding to.
Well, yeah, you can just go back and...
The second reason is a good one. The first one, I didn't want to respond to him because he's not right-wing.
He's not a right-winger, and I can't have a non-right-wing look bad on the internet.
There is so much wrong with that. Like, first of all, who does he think is right-wing? And secondly, why is it that you can only respond to right-wingers?
So Robot Head, so is Robot Head like?
I don't know. I don't know Robot Head's politics. I don't care about your politics when you're arguing about media.
Is Shad openly right wing? Is that something that?
Again, I actually have no idea.
He's against social justice, which is enough to label you a right winger.
Right.
Did you know that by the way, we stupid on both sides, and you can be actively against the stupid people on
Jay,
both sides?
How could you say that?
No, you can't call out people in your tribe.
When, say for example, you know, like EFAP, me and Rags are hosts of EFAP. If Rags said something that I disagree with, I cannot let people know that. So if Rags said something like Last Jedi is good, I gotta shut up. I gotta shut up and be like, yeah, Rags, I agree.
No, because not liking the Last Jedi is part of your tribe.
Yeah.
So at that point, he would be removed from the tribe.
Rags, you've removed from the tribe. How could you do that to yourself?
No, I vote you off the island.
No, Rags is gonna change the tribe. He's saying that we are pro
I'll eat a
TLJ
cricket for $100. Fuck it.
Damn. As John Milestrup has highlighted, there is no such thing as moderation. So, according to a certain creator. So yeah, fuck it. Anyway, yeah, let's hope. I'm sure we're nearly there.
When BB rolls up with all the coins in him.
You could hear him jingle. Same thing when...
You know when BB-8 shot the coins? I was genuinely like,
What the fuck? He has a coin shooter built into him?
And the alien gremlin man, like, posted, like, fucking 50 coins into him. Okay, alright, fine, whatever. Okay.
He just kept feeding those coins in, and BB-8 never just rolled away.
Yeah. The coin shooter.
I guess it's free money. Hey, I guess BB-8, you know,
but
if
he
someone was
shoots
just
them
giving
at
me
people,
free
right?
money.
He shoots them. He doesn't use them to purchase things.
I guess that's right. I guess he was planning. He was planning on spending it on like hookers and blow, but he realized that not even prostitutes
I'm picturing
are
like
as good as your friends.
A fucking high BB-8, and they're like, BB-8, we gotta get out of here. And he's like, what do you mean get out of here, man?
He's fucking coked off his tits. He's like, fucking out of here? Yeah, fucking up. Fucking do that right now. Fucking yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Yeah, but you can choose one of two. You're like, is he hyperactive?
I need to listen to this tune. Hang on, listen to this. Listen to this song. Okay, right. What do you think of this? What do you think? Oh, this is just fucking amazing. Okay, right. Listen to this bit. This bit. Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
It's just like the most neutral, normal beat ever.
Do this more often.
We're nearly there, I swear.
Throws him out. Yeah, it's like you could hear that he's full of loose change.
Yeah, the sound design in this was just
hilarious,
spectacular. I mean,
I want Rags to be on this panel. They're like, the sound design was just terrible. Why did you say that?
He's like, yeah, you're like, you guys know it would be a fuck up if he didn't sound like that. You're not super clever for having it be the way it should.
Yeah, I'll admit, having several tens of coins inside BB-8 there, like narratively, and then having him move around and the sound of coins jangling being there is like, okay, that's normal. That should be there. Congratulations. But hey, if you're the entire team behind everything, you're gonna pat yourselves on the back for the job you did with TLJ.
We did a good job.
My favorite moment in the entire movie, and quite possibly one of my new favorite moments in Star Wars, is that moment of silence.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
When-
Now,
what moment of silence?
they're talking about the hyperspace kamikaze.
moment
What do you
of
guys
silence
think of
from
the fact that that moment itself?
The moment.
It's a well shot and made moment, and if it made sense in the canon, it would be fucking awesome.
That's my take. Congratulations.
It's
you took my
literally
take.
like Rey holding her lightsaber up and saying, "I am the power." And then she turns into She-Man. And
It's one of the couple of moments in the film where I was like, man, that was cool. And then your brain's almost trapped in a cage while your heart is like la 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 la, and your brain's like, hey.
I was glad because Holdo died in that scene, so that was fine.
No one's ever really gone.
Dude.
Oh god!
Imagine you saw the scene again, but entirely from her perspective, and she pulls the thing. She goes, phew, and then her body is slowly separated into a billion pieces, and she's like,
I think it'd probably be just instant.
No, I'm saying like from her perspective, for some reason it's slow motion.
Like I don't know if I want her to like suffer painfully.
No,
That's
what I mean. That's what I'm getting at. How fucking awkward it would be from seeing that alone, and you find out all the information later. But that's her experience, and we're like, oh my god, that's horrible. Jesus Christ. And yeah, they established that that's why nobody does it.
Are you saying that she should have been separated into 1.2 million?
I was listening. I listened to that clip earlier. I was on EFAP.me and that clip is there, and I just played it. I know, obviously none of you guys could hear it, but just when he went brilliant, I honestly couldn't contain my fucking laughter. I don't know if it's like in the background or not. You can just like a random part of this, you'll just hear me laughing to myself for no reason, and that's why.
It's one of those ones where you're like, how did that become a meme? And you're like, you don't question it.
It's such a good clip.
It's an amazing
so
meme.
good.
Anyway, we're almost there, I'm sure of it.
Hold on, hero.
Yeah. Is there any specific inspiration that went into that, or what?
I'm gonna pause it again because I'm pretty sure we're nearly there.
What was the process of creating that moment? Because it's
all I know.
Talk again. Just talk so that we can separate this, so that the YouTube bots don't come after us. La 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 la.
Well, my Google Chrome is.
I'm in love with a beautiful girl.
All right, now
is Ryan. He had it in his story pretty early on. Only
we
because
called it the Holdo the hero sequence.
Yeah, he was.
Holdo the hero scene.
Holdo the hero.
Holdo the hero scene. That's what that was.
She's the hero.
She did something
if you
that no
told
one
me
else
that
had
she was a
thought of.
planted First Order agent, I would have been like, yeah.
Have you heard that that's supposed to be what Hux is? He's supposed to be a planted resistance hero.
Sure.
Oh man,
sure,
he must be playing the. He must be playing the law.
This is why when I heard about this theory and people were like, Hux is going to be that, I was like, oh, I wish I'd voted for Hux. Rags, you voted.
Oh hey, look what I voted.
Everyone
you
is a
voted
double
for
agent
Hux.
for the other side. It would unironically make sense.
They just don't know it. They just don't know it, but everyone's a double agent. They're not allowed to
everyone's
tell
on
each other,
opposite
and they
sides.
can't report back to the superiors.
Like Rey reveals it to Poe, and Poe's like, no, I'm Agent 742. And she's like, you're Agent 742. I'm Agent 743. And he's like, oh fuck. And then Finn is like, oh, I'm Agent 741. They're like, oh Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
They just switch sides. Everyone does. Anyway,
It's like you know that meme of like these two women coming out to like their dad, I think, is gay, and he's like, for fuck's sake, does anyone like cock in this house? And the son walks past like, I do. It's like that, but like for the resistance. Like,
the
for fuck's
resistance
sake,
replace cock
is anyone
with
fighting
resistance.
for the Is anyone fighting for the resistance in this house? And like Hux walks past, I am.
I'm pretty sure this is the thing that I was talking about.
I was asking about the dynamics and the physics and the Star Wars physics of could a ship do this? What does it mean? Does this upset anything? And we're like, well, the fact that
I'm going to pause it again because this is a long clip. But did you hear that? He said that Ryan asked us about the physics, the Star Wars physics of whether or not this is possible.
He's got a fucking Porg shirt on.
Do you get this though? That this is important. This
I know if he's got a Porg shirt on.
This is the guy who was asked by Ryan Johnson if this is possible. Yes. Possible.
Which of those porgs do you think is Han?
Why does he have a shirt with 4 porgs that just says Star Wars?
It's like, imagine like you're a man, right? Like you're an adult male and you purchase that shirt. You specifically purchase a shirt that says Star Wars with 4 porgs on it. I just what a world.
I just have to imagine being an adult male. Well, maybe me.
No, it's not the imagining of the adult male part. It's the buying the shirt part.
People are saying Pablo Hidalgo. Is this Pablo Hidalgo?
That's a made-up name.
Pablo Hidalgo.
Are you guys aware of the Breaking Bad movie, by the way?
Oh shit, I think that is Pablo Hidalgo. I thought, but people have told me that wouldn't it... That is Pablo Hidalgo. People have told me that Pablo Hidalgo is the guy that should take over Star Wars.
Oh, no.
Unironically, people have told me that I should have advocated for him taking over Star Wars. He's the fucking guy behind the Holdo thing. Like, okay, I'll play the rest of this. Here we go.
The Resistance Cruiser and the Mega Destroyer are so close in size. I mean, obviously one's still much bigger. Is that kind of what allows you to have this Titanic explosion?
No! They aren't anywhere close.
They're not anywhere close in size.
They are not even... What?
What the fuck is wrong with this man?
No, did he... Am I mishearing him? Is he saying that they're close in size?
That is what he said.
Let's draw it back. Let's draw it back.
He's actually retarded.
Let's draw it back. We're doing it.
Let's double check, because that can't be true.
Are so close in size. I mean, obviously one's still much bigger.
He says they are so close in size, but obviously one is still bigger. Much bigger.
You're a little bit bigger.
They're not close in size. They're close in size in the same way that an orange and a planet are the close. Maybe I'm being extreme.
That is slightly hyperbolic, but I think people know what you're getting.
Oh, Dave Filoni, Pablo Hidalgo. Dave Filoni is the one that should take over, not Pablo. Sorry, I feel like... Agree. Well, this is the thing, I don't know enough about this. I think, is Filoni the one that does the Clone Wars?
Filoni the Cloney.
Dave Filoni, yes. Pablo, no. That's what chat is saying. Okay, chat, I am very sorry I may have combined them. I don't know who Pablo Hidalgo is. Like, is he just a terrible person that does Star Wars lore and just keeps fucking everything up? Alright, let's play the rest of this. Or at least as much as this is relevant.
I believe he's a terrible person who does Star Wars lore. Or he does Star Wars lore terribly.
That kind of what allows you to have this Titanic explosion that happens. Like, if you flew an X-Wing into a ship at high speed, you're not going to get that.
A Death Star?
He said if you fly an X-Wing into a high speed into a ship, you're not going to get that. Why?
Why not?
Why?
Yeah, like, actually, why isn't that true?
Too small.
Why?
They're not similar in size.
Okay, I can't remember if I said this in my video, but a penny going at light speed and not losing its integrity, like not burning up, going through anything will fucking puncture a hole.
Maybe,
there's just no way.
Maybe.
You know, you can calculate how fast a dragonfly has to hit an 18-wheeler in order for it to stop the 18-wheeler. Like, we have mathematical calculations we could do to find this out. Like, this isn't, like, pure science
Isn't it told that you can't drop a penny from towers because it can kill people?
No, yeah, that's not true. Is
that not true?
No. It reaches its terminal velocity before it's lethal.
What's the speed at which it falls at terminal velocity, though?
I don't know, but it's lower than
not enough
lethal.
To kill someone, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm wondering, maybe he said all this to Ryan before, like, the supremacy had been, like, drawn up and, like, he saw it. So Ryan was just saying, "Oh,
but this is clearly post-movie, so he's okay with it."
Yeah, but maybe he's just reciting what he said to Ryan. I'm doing devil's advocate here. Maybe he was just like, "Oh yeah, Snoke's Star Destroyer," so he was picturing like a normal-sized Star Destroyer, and like that would be similar in size to the Radders.
Also, for reference, because chat are going to bring it up. I'm trying to save you. Chat are referencing it. Going at terminal velocity isn't necessarily the same as being fired into hyperspace. Yes, that's true. Jay knows this too. So a penny at hyperspace is going to be different than a penny dropped off a tower.
In hyperspace, mate. A penny going faster than light may indeed kill you, yeah.
What do you mean, maybe?
Maybe. What if it hits you?
Problem is, if you went faster than light, you'd start going backwards in time, and you would arrive at your destination before you what?
Rags, that's confusing. True, right? But yeah, so I wanted to bring this... So, how many people have you heard talk about this? That this guy is the reason that it happened rather than Rian Johnson?
Well, I think Ryan is also kind of the reason.
No, I don't think so. If I ask Jay, if I'm making a Doctor Who episode and I've been hired on, I'm told to make it within a certain amount of time, so I can't watch the whole show, and I'm writing it, and I go, Jay, can Daleks fly? And you go, no, they can't fly. I'm like, they can't fly. And you go, nope, absolutely not.
Oh, okay, so Daleks can fly. Gotcha.
Well, no. I'm saying Daleks can fly as of the new Who, but I'm saying that if Jay told me that they can't, then I would be breaking law. If I said, this Dalek can't get up the stairs because Daleks obviously can't fly, so I have to invent something else. And then the viewers would be like, but they can fly. They fly in New Who, post-2005. And you'd be like, fuck. So you get what I mean, right?
They fly post-1989.
Oh,
or 88.
I thought it was invented in Doctor Who Season 1.
Nerd.
It
was
the New
invented
Who.
in a TV serial called Remembrance of the Daleks.
Well, but you get what I mean, right? Like if you...
An Imperial faction Dalek flies up the stairs.
If you...
And while they were filming that scene, the guys in the Dalek vomited because they were like actually pulling it up on like wood. It wasn't CGI.
Okay.
They had like a whole rig to pull the Dalek up the stairs.
But you get what I mean. If I'm asking you the question, then holding me responsible is a little bit unfair.
I suppose, yeah.
Like, Rags, if I told you, can a lightsaber go through paper, and you told me no, is it my fault that I have them get stuck on paper?
You're being an idiot.
Yeah, but...
At that point, yeah, ultimately it still is your fault. Because you are the director.
I mean, you can take responsibility. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's your responsibility.
But it sucks that this is the one that was informing Rian Johnson. Not to say that Rian Johnson isn't faultless, of course he is. But if you had this guy informing you on what the correct and incorrect versions of the lore are, of course you end up with something like The Last Jedi. You know what I mean? He's fucking telling him that, yeah, this makes totally sense. 100%.
I'm gonna get that if something as big as Holdo ship does what it does. But in terms of how it was staged,
that's just insane.
I think we were all caught by surprise at how.
In terms of how it was staged, I think we were all caught by surprise because it's not possible. That's why. It's
quiet brain.
I don't. What are we supposed to say? I don't know. Where is it to go from this? I still conclude that Ryan is responsible for TLJ. But oh yeah, sure. Jay, you're the Doctor Who nerd. I believe you that flying was invented before New Who. But I'm just saying as a reference, if someone asked me as the Star Wars lore expert, is it possible to force choke someone, and I say no, at that point you'd be questioning, have you even seen a Star Wars? That's the difference, I suppose. Couldn't Rian Johnson have just watched them?
Yeah.
There's not that many.
All he would have to do is watch them.
It's not that many, Ryan.
That's obvious. He's like, oh, you have to do the new Star Wars movies. Like, obviously watching all the Star Wars movies is on your to-do list before anything else. Watching the material?
So yeah, it is his fault. Because he should have known.
Because it was really beautiful.
Especially the sound. I didn't know that they were gonna.
And they're talking about how visually and audially it's beautiful. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, but it makes no sense. It breaks stuff.
What? But I feel like this is something that most people didn't seem to know about, because I was never told about it, that this guy admits here that Ryan asked about it, which is better than him just doing it randomly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
it is a step up.
Yeah, and it fucking sucks that there was somebody who could have stopped it, but he didn't. And according to chat, there's a lot of hate for this guy, so it's expected. A lot of people are saying check Mark Hamill's Twitter. I'm seeing that a lot. What is that about?
Has he tweeted something just now?
It says I'm having a look.
Is he live tweeting EFAP?
He's got. Okay, that's about Trump. That's probably not what they're looking for. That's about anything about Star Wars. He tweets a lot about Trump, actually.
He's some Hollywood guy with a gajillion $billion who, of course not.
Guys,
rich people don't give a
what
fuck
tweet
about
are you?
normal people.
Give me a keyword. What tweet are you looking for, chat? Tell me. Give me a keyword. A word that applies to the tweet that doesn't apply to any other tweet, typically. Very curious now because of the.
It could be this.
Mark's tweet is bad and shaming children. It's the Trump one.
Oh.
Presented a
then
girl
not
to
that.
get an abortion. Oh my. Is this relevant to EFAP or is this going to be some kind of political thing?
Is this tweet about Trump going to be a political thing?
Well, not all of his tweets are about Trump, at least. Trump, Star Wars Trump tweet. Did he delete it? Latest one. Latest Trump. Latest tweet, not this Trump.
Apparently something about Ivanka and her kids.
So Ivanka put out a tweet saying the Force is strong in my family, and it shows her kids playing with. There's one of her kids has a Stormtrooper outfit on, and he quote tweeted it and said, "You misspelled fraud."
Hashtag go fuck yourself.
Go Force.
Hashtag Mark Hamill. Wow.
Ooh.
Yes. Good job, Mark. Go after fucking Ivanka's kids because I don't like Trump. So just I guess fuck Ivanka's kids.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, guys. That's not. Why would you?
How
do that?
dare your father be somebody?
Damn. Yeah, and all of the top responses right now are, "You sure own those kids, Mark. Way to attack a child." Mum, why does Luke Skywalker hate us? Because we're terrible, son. We're terrible. Damn.
Because your father's the Orange Man.
Yeah, I gotta admit, like, you know, throwing hate at Trump, I see that constantly, so I'm just like, okay, but Trump's son? I'm assuming that's the case. Like, oof.
Good job, Mark.
Or her son's son. I don't know who it is exactly, but ooh. Not a great look. Damn.
I take back what I said about The Last Jedi. It seems Luke is the type to cut down kids over things their family.
Fucking hell. Yeah, but it would be like I didn't like Obama, but I wasn't like, yeah, his kid, his daughter, yeah, fuck her,
His
little
kid
shit.
dressing up in something related to Star Wars. Go fuck yourself. Like, okay, Jesus.
Go fuck yourself because your dad is someone I don't like. Like, very adult of you, Mark. That's good. That's a good role.
Yeah,
what
I feel
what
like-
was all that about being a good role?
I feel like Mark should regret that to a degree. That's not a great.
Yeah, I
thing.
definitely would. Jesus.
As awkward as this sounds. So, you guys ready for some memes? I just only got a couple, but
Yeah.
Sure.
That's it for Watch Together. We are through that. We got some memes ready, and then we're gonna go super chats. Even though this is probably the longest EFAP that's been content-wise outside of the Jack Saint
Holy
one.
fuck! This has been going for 9 hours.
Yep, we're at 9. I got 3 hours to read out super chats. I gotta be fast running on that one. Make sure I get them. But okay, so we got.
And also, as someone pointed out in the chat, I mean, the irony of the character Luke Skywalker being angry at a kid because of who the kid's father is.
Yeah, yep.
It's like, maybe that.
We have additional renditions of the grimace. And they even have a reference photo. Can I just say, this is why I love the EFAP community? Like, why would this exist?
great.
And yet it does.
Guys are in the right direction. This is great. And I love like the big Thanos chin he's got.
The pupils
this is
as
great.
well. They took some creative license with the pupils. Oh, it's so great.
No, they're blue. They're blue.
No, I mean the location of the pupils.
They're still in they're facing different directions, like they are in the reference material.
You're right. Rags, you'll love this, I believe.
Oh,
this was
boy.
when you got that your phone started thingying.
I can't FaceTime now. I'm watching Kyle
Dad, don't you understand?
By the way, I didn't pick it up and say that, just in case anyone in the chat is a little confused. Okay.
I'm retarded and drunk. So what is the context here? What am I missing?
I'm not sure.
This was referenced as an EFAP meme. I feel like chat. You're gonna have to explain this.
The bottom looks like there's a Steven Universe character that looks like the one at the bottom. There's a living pumpkin in Steven Universe. That might be what that is.
See.
It looks kind of like that.
There was a comment on EFAP 53. I think it was from George. I've talked to him before, but he said something like, now that EFAP 50 has happened, 24-hour EFAPs will become the norm. It's like, that's supposed to be a joke, damn it.
One a year. It's like, yes, a year from now, when we get to our 2-year anniversary, whenever that is, sure, it would be reasonable to expect another EFAP that goes 24 hours.
Yes. Steven Universe Pumpkin, is that Aydin? Pumpkins are alive. Is that Aydin? People are guessing that's Aydin. Might be.
Nah.
What are the?
It might.
Wait.
Two things.
Wait. Was that Aydin?
Wait, Aydin, did you say something?
Mommy's here.
Hello?
Hey, Aydin?
Aydin?
Yep.
Hello?
Did they come back?
I just came to hug you.
Hey, my mom apparently showed up, so.
Did you fall asleep?
Aydin's mom saved us.
I came here to hug you.
I may have fallen a little bit asleep.
That's okay.
We
Okay.
figured.
Okay.
Did you have pleasant dreams?
Wait, let them have their moment.
I just came here to hug you.
Did
My
you
mom
dream
is
about
just doing
Kyle
her
Ben?
thing, man. Jesus Christ.
Did you dream about Darth Vader?
That's an EFAP first.
Oh, what's wrong?
She lives.
She fell asleep. That's so adorable. She muted. No. I absolutely love the idea that she actually managed to fall asleep despite a headset or earbuds that had us in her ears the whole time.
Nah. It wasn't that bad.
Were
Also,
we
it's
not
mostly
loud? I feel like we'd shouted a couple times.
No. It's fine.
I just.
Okay.
Are you back, or do you? Because I was gonna say, if you
I think
want to leave,
because I think her mom's there. 'Cause I
Yeah.
think she's doing
oh, okay.
taking care of all that.
I was just gonna say, don't leave. Let me promote your channel before you leave. That's all. If you want to leave. Apparently, we're currently looking at an Aydin meme, so that's.
No, I'm all cool. I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah,
I can't
you managed to
can't
have a
do it.
nap in an EFAP and survive till the
That's
EFAP's
great.
not even over.
You know. But I had to have a little bit of a nap.
We did it.
God, it's so insufferable.
EFAP? Oh my goodness.
No.
Kyle Ben?
Kyle Ben.
Yeah. Well, a lot of things are insufferable, but fuck, man.
Wait, do you feel recognition with this new meme that I've just posted in the chat? What do you think? People are saying this is you. Apparently, I'm trying to find the references. I'm guessing
The chat is just full of people saying ENAP. I'm sorry.
ENAP.
We did it.
I had way too much to drink.
You think? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the problem. I don't know how you guys can stay up so late.
I'm gonna level with you. I can't believe we're at 9 hours. If you had told me how much we'd gone to, I'd been like, oh, like 4. Probably 4, maybe 5.
This is actually longer than average.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. This I have to say, in my defense, I got really sleepy.
That is the reason people normally fall asleep.
Have we
That is
broken
true,
records with how long our FAPs are? Our FAPs are. I mean, who streams this long? This is kind of weird, but also natural.
We're not normal people.
No.
And as I believe I said, well, probably Rags knows this too, but I'm on complete British time, which makes it right now almost 5 a.m.
Yes.
4:30.
Yeah.
Oh gods, man, that's why
Almost
I can't do
time
this
to
shit.
start the new day.
Ironically,
I usually go to sleep at 7.
we've got 3 memes to
7
get through,
PST.
and then I gotta start rushing the super chats. I can't believe I'm saying this. We only have 3 hours to get through super chats, okay? So we've got to make sure we actually look at these things to make sure we reply in time. We got EFAP wake up now, wake up Aydin. I think that's pretty cute.
To be fair, I did get too tired.
Oh shit. There we go. The screen's getting a bit blurry for me. I really gotta stay sane. Aydin suffers heart attack, dies at work. EFAP gather for the group selfie thinking she'd fallen asleep.
Oh no, that's sad that it actually happened. It was a dead person. I'm just thinking about the real world thing this meme came from.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
I don't need to contextualize this. This is just funny. This is the whole, like, everything is political.
I'm with her.
Alright. No more memes.
No more memes.
I'm gonna talk about
No more
super chats
memes.
now. All future memes will be addressed in future EFAPs. How's that for
But what if they're about me?
One more meme.
What if they're specific to this podcast?
Yeah, what
one
if,
more
yeah.
meme? What if there's 3 more memes? What about that?
Well, then 3 more memes.
And we're fucking looking at 3 more memes, aren't we?
3 more memes? Are you
3
racist?
more memes.
That's not relevant.
Hey, teacher,
Leave those kids alone.
that kid alone.
Leave those memes alone.
Dun. I'm referencing Quentin Reviews' review of TLJ. It doesn't make any sense at all. You know what, Aydin? You may have had a nap, but you're probably more coherent than any of us are as a result.
Nope.
Probably at
I'm
this
good.
point, but this is only because I had the power to rejuvenate after watching a little bit of Quentin Reviews, which is...
Yeah, he draws a lot of your power out of you. That's part of his sort of
life cycle.
You can't
Yeah.
let him
Movie
do that.
Bob
You
does
have to
that to
maintain just a
people.
little bit of energy, psychic energy, to be able to fight back against the power of God, whatever the hell that is.
Fine, 3 memes.
3 memes.
3 memes. This is the first one.
Memes.
Nudrotic bashed the
Mom.
wall. Wanna fap that, Mola? I mean, I feel like me and Rags bashed the wall, so... You know, maybe
Bashed the
Nudrotic is
wall?
in good company. Maybe. I don't know. I talked to him.
Oh, okay, bash the wall.
Nudrotic is my Buffy fan, so I'm totally on board with discussing things with him. It's all good.
I took that literally as bash the wall.
Bash the fash. This is stupid.
As Chap pointed out, Aydin constantly reads psychology studies, and EFAP is what put her to sleep. Oh no!
Infinite.
No, no,
okay,
no,
wait.
no,
Let me
no,
ask,
it's-
Aydin. How many 9-hour podcasts have you been a part of?
None.
1.
I did tell you, it's pretty funny that you messaged me and you were like, I don't know if you've ever watched EFAP before. And I think my response was like, oh yeah. Like, I listen a lot of times, but man, I can't stay up. And I think my exact response to you, Muller, was, I might go to sleep at some point because I'll be tired. But again, okay, let me be clear. In my perspective, right now, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 5
Same for
o'clock
me.
in the morning.
Same
Yeah,
for me.
We're all
I
on the same
know,
time except for Rags.
Rags is the only one who's in...
10:33 p.m.
Yeah,
and
Rags is like, oh man, I
good.
might be heading toward a decent time to sleep soon.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah,
in my
same for me
head.
and poor little Jay.
I know. I'm just saying.
Muller,
that
I know you got up just before the
I'm-
stream started. So
No, I
don't
got up
give
at
me any of
5. That was
I'm
2.5
just
hours before we
mentally-
started.
Look, I live entirely on GMT time,
Mhm.
so like basically, yep, it's
Look, this is
5 a.m.
I gotta be honest with you. When people watch the re-uploads, I honestly feel like when they get to the points like this, they're in their job or they're walking across, like they're walking to someone and it's like, I can't empathize with this. I've been listening to this in my day to day, and they're all talking about being tired and stuff. I'm like, sir/ma'am, we've been running now for 9
Ma'am.
hours. You're listening to a podcast that's been running for 9 hours, and we're not even into the last section yet that I have to finish. Otherwise,
I'll
it'll
be
fuck up
here.
future podcasts.
Kind of just smack me a little bit, and
Yep.
I'll be up. Ah, there we go.
You know, we did the 24-hour one, you know, so this is playtime compared to that. Final meme for the night, possibly.
Final meme.
Here we go. It's the 3D man again.
Oh no!
Guest hit list Aydin. Apparently, I plunged a sword into your back.
Oh my goodness! She got the little martini.
I was unsuccessful
really
with your
tired,
death,
like-
apparently.
Because I was thinking like hit list. Is that like a Stalinist but for Hitler?
That's how lost we are, people. That's how fucked up everything in the brain is at this point. All right. So am I allowed to start talking about Super Chats now? Well,
you said 3 more memes, right?
that was 3.
Oh,
No, 3 more.
We had the meme of the exterminate all subjectivity, Quinton connecting everything, and me stabbing Aydin, which I do not approve of. That was
you know, you probably should, because I got really tired,
Mhm.
and you know, sometimes you gotta stab somebody to wake them up.
I'll be honest with you. The best time for you to wake back up would be when we do super chats, because there's going to be a bunch of things in relation to you now. They'll be like, "Oh, hey, you had Aydin as a guest," you know.
Yeah, there might be questions. So here now, I am here now.
Let me just load all of the pages that are relevant, because oh no, there's more than 3 pages. Okay. Still,
the best part of waking up is super chats from your pub.
And also, Jesus Christ.
okay, all right.
I have to be very honest. I don't stay up this late at all, ever.
That's okay.
So if anyone ever says EFAP doesn't change lives, well, there you have it.
We've changed the life. My night.
We also changed schedules.
Since you've already slept,
Again, but the thing is, like, I did actually make it kind of clear, which was that I said, like, oh yeah, I'm cool to come on at 7 p.m. But I don't know if it was made completely clear that I usually go to bed at like midnight.
We only ever
And
invite EFAP guests that don't sleep. Do you sleep? Is that a thing?
No, to be fair, not frequently.
Happy to help.
Glad I could help.
Yay.
So I want to address.
But I don't know how you guys are up this late. Because I completely work on.
I'm kind of tired. I could still
got
go.
a year of practice.
Like, again,
Yeah.
it's like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I'm like, oh man.
I woke up at 1 this afternoon, and Mola woke up at 5 this afternoon.
Look, I don't want any memes about how, like, the typical meme joke is 9 hours. Pfft, that's really short. It should be blah, blah. I want memes about, okay, Mola, this is too long. Too long a meme. Enough of that. You know, let's finally hear that.
Long Man is bad, to be honest.
They were
We already-
the 24-hour one.
We established the long man was wrong at like 4 hours, 2 hours even.
Wrong man.
9 hours.
I'm just basing that off of a completely accurate academic research.
Yes, several polls were run. I ran into the center of Cardiff. I said, "Everybody, is the long man long?" And some guy was like, "The fuck you talking about?" And I was like, "That's a yes. I'm gonna put that down as a yes."
Long Man's bad.
Rags, that's not the
Wait,
only
no.
accent from Wales. Talk as a posh British man. Do it.
You what?
Better. That's better. I'll give you that. That's better.
That's like the butler voice.
Well,
Unacceptable.
in fairness to Rags, we have the same thing
That's
where we
lemon
go,
crab.
"Hey, how you
What
doing
about
over there?
nothing
My
much?"
name is Rags, and I like chicken." You know,
I
like
have a
it's
lot of
just
questions.
not.
I have a lot of.
Well,
I'm-
she.
Well,
some
god damn it! It looks like
Why-
we're over in Texas. You know, that's
Why
what.
does the slave have to be from Wales? I'm extremely offended.
Because I'm from Wales.
Okay,
Did you
that's
not
what
know
I mean.
that? Did you? Why is that offensive?
But I mean the slave. I'm very upset by this.
But the time zone is the same as England.
You're very upset that he's Welsh.
Oh no.
No, I'm very upset. I'm very upset.
no.
I'm very upset that there's discrimination against the Welsh.
But I
it is
said
the-
Cardiff. That's in Wales.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
I don't. Why is there such discrimination against the Welsh? That's what I always want to know.
I'll tell you
That is
why.
the true
It goes all the way back to Hitler. When he tried to take over places, they were like, you know what? He shouldn't take over America. He shouldn't take over Britain, except Wales. He shouldn't take over. And they'd be like, whoa, what did you just say?
No. I'm saying.
Also, they fuck sheep.
You can't say that. That's racist.
This racism continues as long as it is directed against the Welsh, and Cymru will rise again.
Well, if they just stopped fucking sheep,
I appreciate that.
Problem.
Yeah, the one thing that
I'm so offended.
That Aiden, Jay, and Rags, you will all agree on. Welsh have the best flag in the world. We fuck over everybody on that front.
Let's get.
No, it's. There is a second flag with a dragon on it.
Well, what is it?
Who? Sri Lanka?
I'm not sure. Let me find out.
It's Sri Lanka and Bangor.
If they did, they copied us and they did it badly.
Flag of Bhutan. I don't know where that is.
Bhutan.
Flag. How do you spell that?
Bhutan.
Bhutan.
Yep.
Yeah, still not as cool as ours. This is like a dragon. Yeah, that's cool, but it's on like a weird background.
Exactly. Fucking Anglos, fuck off. Cymru will rise again.
Just on a
flag.
weird background.
Look at that. It's like, yeah, it's cool enough, but Wales is way better. We're on like a grassy field with a nice clear sky. Wales wins. Look at that dragon.
Exactly. These motherfuckers are mad that they don't actually get King Arthur as theirs.
Unironically, whenever people talk about Wales, I'm like, yeah, well, we win the dragon flag fight, so fuck you.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
When they were designing this flag, you must have been like, damn, you guys, you knew what you were doing.
He was like, wow, you must be fucking badass of a country. And they're like, well,
Wales is not even literally a country.
Hey, Rags, EFAP originates technically in Wales. So how badass is that?
Hang on. Why the fuck is there on that Google search a version of the Welsh flag but with a lobster?
Because clean your room, bucko.
I don't know what that means, but it's wrong.
Look at the Google search you've got up. There's a lobster one in the bottom right of the stream right now.
Because we must organize our society.
Is this the lobster one? Where's the lobster one?
Like you said again, this would be the
Guernsey
version of it.
Why is there a lobster? What does the lobster mean?
It means we have a Red Lobster here, and it's open till 10 on.
You know what? Lobsters are kind of cool. They snap.
Yeah, they're armored. They have weapons on each hand.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
That's pretty cool, right?
I'll admit,
great.
Dragons are cooler, right? But lobsters are okay.
Well,
I don't know.
Thought experiment. What if the lobster was the size of a dragon?
I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, and it could fly. Or if it could fly as well.
Well, even if it couldn't fly, right? If it was just like a fully armored, double-clawed, mandibled, big, brownish sea monster.
What is this?
I think Jordan Peterson is important here.
What? Lobster
it looks like Mr. Krabs.
Why is that man Ryan? Why does he have a lobster flag? What is happening? Why is
Oh, it's me lucky dollar.
Stop it. I've been there. I know that place. Stop it. Stop flying the non-cool dragon flag. The dragon flag is badass.
The dragon flag is badass as shit.
Well.
This is all I'll tell you what's going on. Anglos are always mad that their flag's not as cool as ours. So they get angry that they don't have a dragon.
So let me tell you a bit of weird, vague Welsh history that I was told. And this is totally biased because Welsh people would of course tell Welsh people that this is a thing.
You have to, because I'm moving to the UK in 4 days, and I get to finally research my family's history. So hell yeah!
I was told this in year 4, which means I was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, I think. So my memory is spotty. But this image is the best I can find of it actually sort of depicting it. But there was like a Welshman and an Englishman talking about how they were going to kill each other, I think. This is really bad. Anybody who's like, Molly, you're wrong, I'll be like, absolutely I'm wrong, because I don't remember this very well. English and Welshmen want to kill each other. They found a box, and they opened the box, and there was a red dragon and a white dragon, and they were like, okay, pick a dragon, we'll make them fight, and whoever wins means that the country's better. I guess.
Well, that general idea goes back to the ancient texts.
Again,
So,
I'm
2,000 years ago.
I'm not aware of.
Frags, what the fuck?
So like the
Somebody
Welsh
send it
chose
to
the red dragon and the English chose the white dragon, and the
Yes.
red dragon kicked the white dragon's ass, and the Welsh were like, well, fuck you, we're awesome, we're gonna put it on his flag, and the English were like, fine, go away. That's my story.
This really happened.
It's not completely incorrect, but it's basically because the red dragon would have been the dragon of Arthur of Uther. That's the Welsh dragon.
Uther
where it comes
Pendragon.
from.
I don't claim many victories for Wales, like I literally claim none. But the dragon flag, like there is no better flag. Such a fucking cool flag.
I will
claim that,
definitely fight for the flag. It's the best flag. Of
I want to see this
let's
creature
go.
in some kind of movie
fucking
that's high
dragon on it.
production, animated,
One
full
thing you
CGI.
can absolutely claim victory on for Wales is that Torchwood episode.
No, Torch was
No.
all set in
goodness.
Wales. That's
No.
not
Let's
even
get-
fair.
Let's have so
No,
many
the good
problems
season
about
is
why
set in
Wales
London.
is so bad. or
Well,
why
all of the
Wales
seasons
is
are set in
poorly
London, are they?
represented
No,
by
most of it's set in
Torchwood.
Cardiff.
Oh.
Torchwood
Well,
season
but
1,
the
2,
good
and
season being
4.
set in England doesn't help us, Jay.
No,
Yeah,
all
but,
of
but you
Torchwood
get
is
the
set in
alien that
Cardiff.
fucks people to death.
No.
Children of Earth is set in London mostly, isn't it? Isn't
Well,
it?
absolutely, but that's not a good thing. Why would you bring that up?
No,
That doesn't help
but
me.
all of Torchwood is set in Cardiff.
No, Children of Earth is in fucking London. That's where the season
Is it?
happens. Like most of it.
Most of it.
Like,
So
there are
some of it
parts
is in
of it in
Wales, is
Cardiff.
what you're saying.
Is it
There are
season
parts of it
3?
in Cardiff, yeah.
Most
It's
of
been a
that's-
while since I've watched
okay.
that, to be fair.
I know, I haven't watched it in years. I would, however, say Gwen needs to just move her teeth together.
Yes.
Sure.
That's my
Hey,
only
Aiden, what do you think
criticism.
about the fact that in her second episode on the series, she tries to fuck the prisoner?
How about she's constantly trying to fuck her boss until
He's
she
pretty
gets
hot, though.
married and then
You know,
seems upset
Jack-
about it?
Jack's pretty
Only because
attractive.
she can't-
Can we be honest?
Oh.
Jack's pretty
Well,
attractive.
yes, Jack is attractive to all genders and to all manner of people. Find Jack Harkness attractive. But she's annoying to many groups outside of her bisexual status. Which probably would be not acceptable today for some reason or another, you know.
Oh,
just
no,
not
yeah, of
being
course.
gay enough.
I want to highlight, someone in the Discord said, in reference to my story, Welshman, we use dragon fight, see which land people better. Englishman, such a proper deal indeed. I pick the white one, you Welsh chap. Red dragon wins. Welshman, Shrek noises. Englishman, what a fine duel. I bid you adieu. Welshman, staples red dragon to flag and salutes furiously while playing bagpipes.
Get the fuck off my goddamn fucking islands. Get the fuck off
What?
my island. I'm coming back. I'm coming back, and now there's no stopping me. I'm taking this island back.
Look, it's
Come
okay.
get out.
We've got the
Come
flag.
rise
That's all we
again.
needed. The flag was it. I don't claim anything else. We just have the best
To be
flag.
fair, I'm really
It means
lazy.
nothing, but ultimately it means everything because everyone has a
To-
flag.
To be fair, I'm really lazy, but as long as I can claim that Wales is cool because we have an awesome flag, then
Yes.
yeah, that's about.
People
all I
are like,
need to
oh,
do.
don't you care about the substance of Wales politics or people? You're like, no, we have a cool flag. And that's
I
all
think
that
Isle
matters.
of Man has the best
Funny
flag.
accents.
Isle of Man. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
That's like a
Islay
Lex Luthor,
of
isn't it?
Man. Islay of Man flag. Look. Why would you say that?
It's a leg swastika.
Who has 3 legs? What does it mean, Rax?
I'm sorry, did you just say Islay of Man?
What does it mean?
Put it on the screen.
It's in the Discord.
I know, but the stream needs to see it.
Oh no, Molly, keep it together. You can't lose to the Isle of Man flag, not after all we've gone through.
What happened involving the Isle of Man?
You cut off the part, everything above the waist, and you replace it with a foot. You call it a flag? It's 3 legs. Why would you do
just 3 legs in like a shuriken shape? Guaranteed to kick anything it hits.
I want to see this creature rolling along the.
How do you do, fellow citizen?
Have you ever seen the flag of the Isle of Man before?
I've seen it before, but it's just the funniest
picture. If all of the flags were personified into creatures and made to fight each other, the Welsh flag just looks at this 3-legged creature.
I would watch the fuck out for the Isle of Man because it's got no face.
The Welsh flag would just be confused. Like, why do I have to fight this? Like, what?
I mean, it's a dragon. It's probably
It's wearing armor. It's wearing armor.
It's an armored leg. That's true, with stirrups.
So it's ready to ride some kind of.
Well, not stirrups. What are they called?
They're all right legs.
It doesn't even make sense. Man has 2 legs, not 3.
Right? Oh my.
I just want to point out the super chat's relevant. It's just a cheap swastika. Spurs.
The problem is, you know, they're one of those kids. They're trying out to do their swastika pose for Instagram, and they just couldn't get it quite right.
And then they grew a 3rd leg.
I feel like I haven't seen that before. That's amazing. I come from a culture that is very proud of its flag. I can't imagine conversations where flags come up. You're like, oh, I don't. What is a flag really?
Have you guys really not had a lot of experience with the Isle of Man flag before?
Apparently not, because I didn't know that there was such a flag that has 3 legs as a flag.
My goodness.
They never taught us about this. I come from a place that flags are cool, okay? Not gay. Weird. Like, why would you have a flag like this?
But you guys have both lived or existed around the UK. You didn't know this is one of the major Celtic flags?
We didn't get taught all of the flags, I'll be honest with you. We got taught all the cool flags.
This is the coolest flag! Besides Company?
You think that's a cool flag?
Banging. Oh yeah, that's okay. How does it get cooler than?
Do you think that thing? Like,
you can't even finish the sentence. You're full of shit. You can't say that's a cool flag.
How does it get cooler than this?
You know what, Rags? That's a cooler flag. I'll give it to you. It's a person's face. That's a cooler flag than 3 legs attached to each other in some kind of weird.
3 legs and a thong. Come on, it's really cool.
That is kind of a thong.
Why is? Wait, what? A thong? Why? How is that a thong?
Can someone draw a lewd?
What else would you call what they're wearing? What else would you call the 3 legs wearing in terms of their?
Oh no, I was referring to the Rags posts. I didn't realize that we were dealing with more things. We're supposed to be on Super Chats. We haven't even started. What is this now? Communist Spider-Man? Why am I looking at this?
Spider-Man?
It's never been so hard to run an EFAP.
A solid 4 minutes laughing at the Isle of Man flag.
Have you? You say that as if we've stopped. Look at this. What is this?
What? Whoa, why is that so well done?
There's an actual creature that attacks you in Dark Souls. Apparently, I haven't played this one.
That's beautiful.
There's like several thousand people who live on the island now. And that's not cool.
What happens if you push it over? What does it do?
That's its secret weakness.
Oh my.
The night makes it so much better. It's like how the dark legs.
I like that he hasn't even raised his sword. He's just like, what is this?
He's like, what the fuck?
Is this on my side or not? I don't even know.
Satan, what have you sent me to fight?
It has to be fantasy. This
Bring out your greatest champion.
Achilles, head to the battlefield. You see, Rags, his weakness was his heel, but which one? That was the thing that people didn't get.
Well, I guess you could call him a heel.
He's more heel than man. I need to read out super chats, okay? We've only got 2.5 hours.
The entire chat for a while was saying the Sicily flag. So I want to know why.
I'm awake now. Give me pain and suffering. I'm up.
Oh no!
I need to remember normal life.
I would really like to have
EFAP
a
has
cigarette,
changed
but-
me.
What the? Hang on, no, this is the Sicily flag.
Yep.
Hang on, yeah.
Is it better or worse that there's a face?
I mean, someone is
naked
someone's
with a
very
face.
excited about all those naked women feet. Really
I might
excited
die.
about.
I'm very concerned.
Well, on this one, there's like a fuck. On this one, there's
my
a
God.
bush sticking out between the legs.
Is that her penis? I don't know.
It's like a weed.
That's definitely her penis.
Doctors.
You gotta. So we have to assume there's rational people behind the design of the flag, and they're like, okay,
No,
so
why
3
do we have
legs.
to assume that? They're probably
I don't know if
fucking
we can make that
shrooms.
Like, I can't live in nuts.
And when we assume that they're like 3 legs, you're like, okay, fine, yeah, fine. Derek, fine, we'll have 3 legs. Fine, Derek. He's like, can we have corn coming from each of the the connections of the legs? You're like, why must you? Why? I don't know about that, Derek. And he's like, I need it. I
want to
need
munch
it.
on that corn.
It's and how the face doesn't seem well. Okay, so in the second picture, the face seems to be asleep, but the first one seems happy. What does that mean? Explain. Translate.
Would you be happy if you were a fucking face connected like?
I mean, you could probably run
Yeah,
pretty fast.
I
You
mean,
could-
if
I mean,
you-
it's
and
be-
you-
it's
and you
better than
have-
being a. It's better than being a damn sidewalk tile.
Oh, yeah, I was,
But
you know what?
you
Good
also
reference.
have long
Good
stalks of
reference.
corn growing from every break between your limbs. So
Like your armpits.
your orifices.
In fairness, that
Horrifying.
Star Wars Guild said that is wheat, not corn. I wouldn't know this because I'm
That's what
uncultured.
I said wheat
Face
first.
it is wheat.
Rags didn't say this because he's also uncultured. He
Yes,
did
I
not-
did.
he
I did
didn't-
say
He
wheat.
did not know the answer to this. Rags,
I
how does it
absolutely said
feel
wheat
to
stock.
be educated?
How does it feel to be educated? It feels great
Excellent. So
because I'm an educated guy.
we we super chats.
Super chats.
That's
what we were gonna do before any more distractions pop up. Before we get any more flags.
I'm gonna go a few before the new episode to make sure we caught all the ones that came in after we had hit offline mode. Can Zero says both you dumbos need to watch Hardcore Henry.
Oh my god. Holy shit, it's so good.
That's in reference to me and Rags. I have not seen it myself.
I haven't
All
seen
right.
it yet myself.
I gotta tell you, dude, Bill and I watched together. Man, it's fucking great.
Is it better than The Dark Knight?
No, it's a really, really.
Is it better
fun,
than
stupid
Citizen
action.
Kane?
I mean, I had more fun probably watching it than I normally do watching Citizen Kane, but that doesn't make it a better movie.
Is it
the idea?
Is it better than The Last Jedi?
Oh, That's not hard.
Is it better than Quentin reviews videos?
That's also not hard. It's just a fun, stupid action film. It's
tr-
and I don't mean that in terms of like a pass for things being stupid. It actually is. If you like John Wick or that kind of stuff,
Oh.
then watch Hardcore Henry. Only in that it's great action choreography.
Okay.
And it's just a very simple, very quick, well done story told from a interesting perspective visually. Really a well done film. Is it art? Is it kino? I don't know. Not really, but it's a good movie.
What is your
Kino is
favorite
German for
kino of
cinema.
all time?
The greatest kino of all time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Christ. Oh my god. That's really okay. I have to go by the things that I know, I suppose, which is that I mostly watch horror films. So true kino in terms of horror is how I'm going to describe it. True kino in horror is Shiraishi Koji. Noroi the Cult, Noroi the Curse, Occult, Karuto. Those are apex horror films, and that's kino to me. Which is cinema verite, Asian horror.
And what would be the top 3
I didn't know you could speak sushi.
You would reference for top Asian horror?
Shiraishi Koji. So Shiraishi Koji did Noroi the Curse. He also did Kuchikaze Onna, which is Slipmouth Woman. Don't recommend that so much. But he has a bunch of cinema verite films. So again, Noroi the Curse, Occult, and Cult. They're spelled differently. Occult is spelled differently in the Romaji as Karuto, which is spelled differently in the Romaji. But I mean, like, if horror films I love are things like Well, The Void was fantastic. I think one of the best horror films made.
You say
in
Enter the
many
Void?
years. Just The Void, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great one. Over the top in ways, but a good film overall.
Mhm.
Other things I would really recommend. I can't even decide to this day if I liked Hereditary or not, or if I hated it.
I'm
I
with
can't
Red Letter
figure
Media on
it
that
out.
movie. I just appreciated the lack of jump scares.
Oh well, then what's it called? Turnco's Daughter. Is the name of that film?
Chunko Soda?
No, Blackcoat's Daughter. Is that it?
I've seen that. Unfortunately, I watched it because they recommended it with Smiler Al of EFAP fame and Metal Commander of EFAP fame. We called it way too early, and it kind of made it too obvious in a weird way. We felt that it was like meh, because we were like, oh, of course, because
Did you see the Witch?
Yes.
Fantastic. One of my favorite movies of the last couple of years.
Well, yes,
Great
I would
film.
never deny that the technical of everything, even including the writing, everything's great on that one. It's funny you say that you're into horror, right? You would say that, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very into horror. We should hang out more. It's clearly a fuck up that we've only just met properly because. Have you ever seen Darkness Falls? Out of curiosity.
Is it a film in particular? It's my
Yep,
favorite
it's
episode of The X-Files.
Oh,
So-
well, it's a movie. I mentioned this in my Soma set of reviews, but I actually call it's essentially the movie that scared me the most when I was younger. Number 2 on that list is The Ring, the American version, and it's not necessarily they're particularly well made. It's literally just the fact that I was of the perfect age to be scared by them. But I can't wait to talk about why the Darkness Falls scared me so much. We should watch it sometime, 100%.
I haven't seen it, but it's one of, if not the best scary episode of the X-Files in its first season. Is called Darkness Falls, which is about there's 2 episodes in the first season of the X-Files that are almost exact ripoffs of The Thing, and one of them is about being stuck literally in an Arctic environment, and one of them is about being stuck in a woodland environment that's being surrounded by these ancient pests in terms of the like
what is
mice.
the danger element?
In terms of Darkness Falls, is that they are drawn to the lack of light, and whenever there's no light, these creatures swarm and they kill people. And they're these tiny glow-in-the-dark mites, and they're terrifying. So it's a really, really good episode of the X-Files.
Sounds kind of like the library monsters in Doctor Who.
Yes, a little bit. Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
Doctor Who, I'm back.
Well, to give you a quick thing with Darkness Falls, I need to watch it again, honestly, but the idea is that back in the X-hundreds, old-timies, there was a town, there was a forest, and then there was an old woman who lived alone because she was wounded in this thing that disfigured her face, okay? But
what are we talking about? I had to step out.
I'm just setting up the idea. I want to watch this movie with you, Rags. See what you think of it.
What movie?
Darkness Falls. So the idea, like I said, back in the day, really old-timey times, something hundreds.
Back in the 80s?
Yeah, older than 80-hundreds.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the future, but you know what I mean. So oldie-timies. There's a town. There's a town. All right, I'm gonna spook you. There's a town. Actually, wait. Let me put on spooky music for the chat while I explain this. Spooky.
Put on the spooky music, but also put on your sexy shoes.
Why can't I put on sexy shoes?
I always have.
All right, I'm
That's
putting on
a
spooky
reference.
music. Okay,
That's a reference, Mahler.
It's a great. No, I know the reference. It's the fucking nibbled off penis.
I couldn't tell because you've been drinking. I want to make sure that you understand the reference.
All right, I put on spooky music.
I actually just opened another beer.
I put on spooky music. Okay? So there's the town in the 18 whatevers.
I can't hear the music.
I know. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna send you the link.
Is it
to
on
the
the stream?
Yes,
music?
I'm gonna put it on the link to you guys so you can experience the spooky music.
Put it in a watch together so we can all
Spooky
hear
music
it.
and
Oh,
magical
you know what?
music.
That's true.
Alright.
I should put it in the watch together. You're right. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the watch. Shit, where's the watch together?
Oh, I liked it. It started out good. I like it.
Let's watch together.
Everybody, look for the watch together link. It's really high up in the chat. Scrolling. I have to scroll past the gigantic comment that Jay left on that weird article. Scrolling.
What gigantic? Oh, that comment.
If anyone has the link, if you could repost it, that would be
I
fucking
just
good.
Put it at the bottom. I've just fucking done that.
Good. I'm using it. All right.
Mahler, what if the spooky music's copyright?
Well, if talking over it means that it won't get copyrighted. As long as there's never a time where someone isn't talking, we will be fine. As long as someone's talking, okay? So the second I stop talking to go and do a thing, you guys have got to take over for me, okay? So I'm playing it again.
We'll go
right?
like, ooh.
All right, here's the spooky music. Okay, so in this town, in the 18 thingies, old tisms, there's a town who love their townness. They're like, oh, we're such a good town. Town is great. And then there's this woman who got injured by a thing. I can't remember what it was, but she wears a porcelain mask over all of her face, because her face is all fucked up from being injured. But because she's so sad about being like, oh no one likes me anymore, she says, hey, because this is old-timey town and no one's ever heard of a tooth fairy, she's like, hey kids, if ever you leave a child tooth, because losing an adult tooth is embarrassing. Losing a child tooth, though, that's normal. So if you lose a child tooth, you come to me, and I give you a little coin. And it's a cool little thing. She gets to interact with the kids, and she gives them some money, and she, it's all great. So picture town, forest, house, and that's where she is.
Okay.
And so one day, these two little kids,
The house is like out of town?
Yeah, because she's ugly, or she's disfigured. She doesn't want people to see her.
No one wants to live next to the disfigured, ugly tooth lady.
Yes, exactly. So she's sitting over there, and she's like,
What do you want to do to her? You want to try to?
yes, all of the things you just said. Yes. So she's sitting in her house like la la la, and then one day these parents.
Is this? Wait a second. Is this the plot of the film you want me to see?
No, this is the history, the lore, if you will, of the film. It doesn't spoil the film whatsoever. This informs the rest of the film, which I will.
Okay.
I'm going to do it for EFAP movies just to see what you guys think.
I'm very
let's do it.
To deport this
Let's do it now.
We'll do it after the stream, 100%.
Right now.
Okay.
I'm not going to
we'll
fall
do it.
asleep
Let's do it.
whatsoever.
Let's do it.
So
Now I'm wide awake.
So
this is how you wake me up.
So one day
Deporting old people.
she's chilling, she's knitting, whatever you do, and she hears a knock at the door. She's like, "Oh my goodness!" And she opens the door, and there's these angry parents and some townspeople like, "Hey, motherfucker, what did you do with our kids?" And she's like, "Wait, what?" And it turns out 2 kids, a Hansel and Gretel, if you will, went to see her with the intention of trading their children teeth that fell out during the night for coins. They've disappeared. They've disappeared! She killed them, obviously. What else could have happened? They've disappeared. And so they put her on a stake. They're like, this is 100%, she's killed them, 100%, there's nothing else that could have happened. Put her on a stake. They rip off her porcelain mask. By the way, her skin, very sensitive to the sunlight, and she's in pain. She's like, oh my goodness, I wear this because it protects my fragile skin from the sun. And as they set her alight, they put her to flame. They're like, hey, motherfucker, you deserve this. And she's like, you know what, town? You know what, gay town? You deserve all of the curses, every one of them. In fact, every time a child loses their last tooth in this town, I will come to collect it. And if they look at me, if they look upon my disfigured face, I will fucking kill them. You understand? Alright, good.
Jesus
okay, I'm
Christ,
done.
that's very specific in the moment while you're being consumed by flames.
I can't remember if that's actually what she says, but it's spooky nonetheless. And so she dies, and she's burned, and she's dead, and she's all kinds of the. Yes, it's horrible. She's ashes, all of the ashes, and the townspeople, they're horrified. They learn that the children got lost in the forest. They're not dead. They're just like, oh hey, we're here. Hi, sorry, we took a wrong turn. The path was there, and you know, fuck it,
You guys didn't do anything stupid while we were gone, right?
No, and they were like, oh my goodness, fuck it. We saw a bread trail, it led us to a candy house, and we ate the candy house, and you guys, no, we just didn't go the right way. And so the townspeople are like, oh my goodness, we killed a woman for no reason, damn. And then fast forward to the opening set of scenes of the movie, and there's a child, a young boy, who's lost his last child's tooth. And he puts it under his pillow, because that's what we all do when we're younger, and we're like, hey, mum, dad, give me some money so I can buy some stuff and for the money. And creepy things happen, and that's, I've led you into literally the opening 5 minutes of the movie. So that's
ooh.
But this is the thing, if I ever show you this movie, which I kind of want to now, I don't imagine you'll be that creeped out by it. It fucking terrified me when I was 9 years old, and I can't wait to make a video exactly as to why. Because the psychological element of creepiness is much more effective than fucking.
Well, as a
gore.
kid sleeping, like the idea of something creeping up to you at night while you're sleeping is like, oh man, shit, that could be
The
me.
whole thing is, if you look at me, you die. So she can do whatever she wants as long as you keep your eyes closed, and you'll be fine. How creepy is that?
Yeah, that's so creepy.
You can do whatever she wants, and this is the thing. The children of the town are very aware of this. It's like a legend, but none of them take it that seriously. And so when it happens to this guy, like I said, maybe, who knows? I don't know. I kind of want to go into it. So yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it.
Background for stuff.
No, put the creepy music back on.
No, creepy music dead.
No, I'm vibing out to it, mate.
If you put creepy music on, we gotta constantly talk. How we can't do that. See that silence right there? That would have been copyrighted.
We could
Jay.
do it. We could make it work.
I gotta respond to the copy super chats. Rate.
And you can say them with this spooky music. So Rex, what were you saying? What were you saying there?
I was gonna do the music thing, but my thing isn't working. I can't press the play button and have it play, so never mind.
Wait, Jacobite said Mola hasn't seen Darkness Falls. I might have embellished some details, but I'm pretty sure that's what Darkness Falls is. I could be wrong. I haven't seen Darkness Falls, the episode of whatever Aydin was talking about. That would be.
Is this the horror movie you got me to Google?
But I have no idea, because if it's any movie about it, I have not seen. So that's my bad.
There is a movie. Well, for all I know, it might be cool. Wait, post it, Jay. Post it.
What do you mean post it?
Into the chat. What, I don't know what you're seeing.
What do you want me to post into the? No, you've got me to Google this movie before.
I have.
I'm fairly sure.
I feel like I probably might have mentioned it before. Yes.
I think we were talking about movies, and yeah,
I mentioned it in my Soma review as a movie that scared me more than anything. It's totally tied to my age, by the way. It's not necessarily the content itself. It's just that this is why I technically kind of don't want to watch it again, because I know that it'll be worse than I remember it. However, I'll totally watch it again.
Hey, how many super chats did we get through?
You know, like the word 10,000 removed from the letter 1. That's where we're at. So, all right, yeah, Darkness Falls. For those who want to check out a movie that's not probably that good that I found creepy when I was younger. There you go. All right, time to respond to super chats. Is everyone ready?
Hell yeah.
Great.
Let's take 5 more minutes.
The next 24-hour EFAP will be an accident.
It might actually.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll make it. I'm doing my part. Are you? I'm getting married today. Hi, Rags.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
I think we may have read that one out.
Oh, that's not. Oh.
Well, in fairness, the last person who told us they were getting married while watching EFAP ended up getting divorced, so we don't have good precedent.
Oh no, really? That happened?
They were watching EFAP at their wedding, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did they get engaged while listening?
Probably not. I'm gonna guess not.
So see, like, you can't blame yourselves.
All right.
Hang on. I'm gonna ask you to marry me, but first I have to.
Jay, you're delaying the EFAP super chats. How could you do this?
I have to get mad about movie on internet.
We don't always talk about movies. We talk about, you know, horror movies and how they affected us.
Like Darkness Falls.
Yeah, that one.
Just mad about, no, I just said just mad about movie. It wasn't any kind of particular movie. Just mad about movie on internet.
And ironically, I'm staring at the fact that we're at 9:47 out of 12. 12 is our cap, and I'm like, oh god, we need to speed up. How bad is that?
Let's go. Stream.
Okay, so bye frags. Yes, this is a meme.
Goodbye.
Now. And that leads us into episode 54. Wow, what progress we've made.
Yay.
Oh, we've just now reached the super chats for this stream?
Yes, so we've found the first super chat from 9 hours and 48 minutes and 15 seconds ago.
Oh my god.
Stealth chat. Alright. Supermassive stealth chat. Okay. Hello, all my N-words. Wolf would approve. At Rags, that's called being an 18-year-old, dude. Lol. Rags, do you remember what you said 10 hours ago?
No.
I don't either. I'm so sorry, EFAP super chat.
Sure it was great. I'm sure it was great.
First live EFAP, only sticking because I love Aydin. Watch her for years.
Oh.
She's back.
Fuck us, I guess.
Hey,
I only was asleep for like 45 an hour.
It's nothing, really. You didn't miss much. Will episode 9 finally resolve this dispute over the taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems? Could you imagine it opens with that? They're debating it. We were like, wow, they actually want to address this. I'm impressed. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, yeah.
UMass has finally got Aydin on. Praise the dawn. Yes, and Aydin, it's totally up to you, but you'll be welcome to return if you wish. You casually have a free 9 hours typically, your day to day, right?
I mean, I mostly spend every waking second reading research. So yes.
Apparently, Quentin has released his sex doll video.
What?
Did he?
At least he finally found a girl that would hang out with him.
Look, we just covered him. Can you guys really expect us to cover him?
Oh my god,
again?
that's not a joke. He did.
But
wait, did he really get himself a sex doll?
Yeah.
What other choice does he have?
It's funny. Ha 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 ha.
No, I'm not laughing at that. No.
You just hate women, even if they're sex
all your friends
it's
over
a male
for a party,
sex doll.
but barely anyone's shown. It's killing the vibe for real, and you just don't know what to do. Well, all that can be fixed in an instant with the revolutionary sex doll.
He still hasn't fixed his fucking audio. He still sounds like an echoey twat. Quentin, it's not hard. You've had like 4 videos where you sound like a retard. Can you please fix it? He's got this whole part in his recording because he hasn't fixed it. People keep talking about it in the comments section and he doesn't fix it. Quentin, please. Also, I'm not
Audio
watching
should be like the easy one that just makes your video better.
I'm not talking about it
Quintus.
now, okay? If ever we talk about his sex doll, it's gonna be in a different EFAP. We just addressed his TLJ take, which was horrible. You really expect us to have 2 bad takes in a row? I don't think so. Anyway, you massive. Oh wait, I think I read that. Have you seen Nostalgia Critic's review of The Wall? See, that came up before we even talked about it. I told you people would want us to hear.
Yeah, it was bad and good. Moving on.
Look, people who want to hear that, who've just joined, just scroll back to the beginning of this stream. That's all you got to do. Easy.
Scroll back like 8 hours.
10 hours, actually.
That was a quick hour.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Bring Jay Lambigo and Anna to cover Jenny's TLJ video. Well, I'm on board with covering Jenny's video. It's just gonna be some time. You know, give us some time. It took us this long to cover Quinton's TLJ video, so you know, just give us.
Yeah, we'll add it to the list.
Hello, guys.
And then one day, when the time is right, we'll
opinion on Jeremy Johns' Star Wars video. Have you seen this? Any of my panel? Have you seen this video?
No. What Star Wars video?
So Jeremy Johns reveals to the world something that I was made aware of thanks to Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers. Apparently, in Bob Iger's autobiography, he talks about how George Lucas felt betrayed by Disney.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, I guess they want us to comment on it. And yeah, it's funny that we had all of the pieces of information that would imply such a thing, and we never had confirmation. But that's people who agree with George have been saying, dude, why would you put this in an autobiography? Like, this is awkward. You're telling the world that George Lucas felt betrayed by Disney. You might want to not say that.
It doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that you wrote that in your book, not that it's true.
He gave them the treatment that they threw out. Of course, he feels kind of betrayed by that.
You just see that.
Now I got fucking dark piano music in my recommended smaller.
He gave them a treatment that they threw out in favor of making The Last Jedi. How fucking pissed off would you be?
Well, but that's the thing, Jay. You're supposed to be like, you have two of these corporate people who are like, they put on a smile and they shake hands, and then some interviewer goes, "Are you both happy?" And then they both go, "Yes, I am happy. Yes, I am happy."
George Lucas is under no obligation to market these films. Surely he's just
maybe
sold the
he has a
rights.
contractual thing.
Lucas still has a vested interest in the longevity of the characters in the world that he ostensibly created. From what I understand, Bob Iger probably could have done this just as a lark, just to get more attention for himself. I don't know. But in terms of Lucas as a creator, you can understand why he would be mad if he thinks that his intellectual property is being mishandled.
It blows my mind that Bob Iger would have said it. If he just wants to fuck around, fair enough. But he's not even left Disney yet. I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, no, he's still there.
Like, wow. That Star Wars girl said she's been reading that. I've not read it, of course. I've just been going off what people have told me. I find it unbelievable. But good, in a way. I like the idea that people are more honest about things. It's cool. Here is my chat donations, you massives. I'll go run a 5K, solve climate change, get my testicles waxed, and come back to hear it read. I hope that is the case. Could you get all of that done in 10 hours? I hope you can. Rags, have you seen the new DLC for Destiny 2?
No, I have not seen the new Destiny 2 DLC. What is it about? Mahler, tell me.
I have no fucking clue. This person has asked if you've seen it.
Destiny 2 DLC. Fuck, it's hard to type. Destiny
I know it's
2
hard
DLC.
to type. You don't tell the audience that. They'll think we're less than gods, Rags. How
New
could
light?
you... Blah, blah, blah.
So I guess it's new. It's called New Light.
Is it good? Type is it good?
I don't know. It says
type, is it
3
good?
campaigns, year 1 raids. There is an annual pass activity, and more. However, I'm not reading more because I'm not going to pay 99 cents for 1 week of ad-free browsing on Games Radar.
You can't read it without ads?
No.
Geez,
Where, like, look,
really?
I'm right here on it, man. I
You
mean,
said
we're
paying for it means it's ad free. Can't you just look at it with ads?
No, you can't. You have to either allow well, you have to allow ads, but fuck that
What
shit.
a
I'm not allowing
Ugh.
ads.
Well, I'm sorry that we're in that
Because it's going to
world.
be some bullshit. It'll be, oh, local Bilbo Baggins in your area want to steal your iPhone from you and shit like that.
I tell you, man, those
Oh,
Bilbo
God,
Baggins is
what-
oof. Giant oofs.
You know what? You know what, guys? That's why you need to get
Jay's muted.
NordVPN.
Kick
which
Jay,
if
he's
you,
muted.
Jay,
go
you're
to the
muted.
link
I'm gonna
in the
kick you.
description, you can get.
Ow! I dropped the thing.
What just happened?
It sounded like bottles.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get more alcohol.
Ow. I'm trying to run a stream here, guys.
Oh no, this is the kind of
I'm
thing where
just
you open
saying
it and it just
that,
fizzes.
If you go to one of my recent videos,
Soda?
you go to the link in the descriptions of them, you can get 75% off a 3-year plan on NordVPN, so you can avoid problems like this.
They've contacted me and I've been like,
Wait,
it must be great
NordVPN
because
is a-
everybody
No,
uses
that's-
it.
That's a VPN. It's not going to block ads.
It can.
It can.
It can help you get
What
access
can?
to things. Because
NordVPN blocks ads like AdBlock does that I already have.
Oh man, I've made my fizzy drink fizzy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
No, not when I accidentally drop it. That's against the rules.
You've made it shooty splooshy.
No. Jay, fix it.
Oh,
We
okay.
never
I'll
look.
give you a sec. I'm
We're
just
at
gonna
10
pop around.
hours. I'm never gonna be able to finish this stream in time. We gotta focus.
Focus.
The next one says, "My first super chat. Just want to say thanks for helping me through some real tough times, you massives. Send my love to Wolf. Will do. Thank you for the kind super chat, sir. I hope you're having a fun time.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Busy tonight, so I'm looking forward to the Moolah upload. Hi, Rags. Kick Jay. Damn.
Hello. I agree. Jay will be kicked.
Jay, what do you think about
I
that?
can mute him. I can't actually kick him. I can remove friend. Oh, he's my friend. Fuck that. I can block.
Remove friend. It doesn't help anything, but you mentioned it.
I can invite to servers, add notes, message profile. I could put his user volume at 0 for myself, but I need to keep tabs on him so he don't say nothing stupid.
Jay, don't say nothing stupid, alright?
Don't say nothing stupid.
Nothing stupid.
I can only gasp loudly so many times.
Spaceballs isn't funny.
No, stop it.
Oh.
Alright, the next super
why?
chat literally
Virtual
just says
hashtag
kick
gameplay.
Jay. So, what do we do, Rags?
Seriously,
do we
though, kick Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually kick Jay.
And the one after that says poop. That is all. Hi, Rags.
Poop spelled backwards is poop.
Can you prove that scientifically?
it's a palindrome.
You know that poop upside down is boob as well.
Oh no, boobs are poop.
No.
Oh, no.
Rags, this one super chat. All it says is hi, Rags.
Hello.
It also says, Mauler, have you heard of Rainbot? Potentially, maybe do something spooky for October. The only plans I have for October is playing Man of Medea with Metal because he's coming over at that point. So,
Men of Medea?
yes. I don't know what Man of Medan, I think it actually is, but we're gonna call it Man of Medea.
Oh, I've heard of that. I've heard of that.
Apparently, it's
Steam game.
terrible, which is perfect. It's gonna be spooky and terrible, which is Halloween.
Oh, is it only
Yeah.
2 players?
No, it's like loads of players. Unfortunately, me and him will be playing it locally, and I think you're away on that day, aren't you? I did ask you if you're free for Halloween.
Oh yeah, I won't be around Halloween.
It's okay. We'll entertain the EFAP crowd to some degree.
I'm dressing as Wonder Woman.
I
for
only
Halloween.
just poured my drink because how fizzy the stupid bottle got. Just because I drop you doesn't give you the right to be fizzy. Can we make a law?
You know what? That's true. You should teach that drink its place.
Yeah. Aydin
Punish
person
it.
knows what's up. Okay.
Put it where it belongs.
Nice to see Aydin Paladin here. She's an excellent sleep aid. It's okay because they say that about me. So, and besides, you fell
No, but
asleep
that's-
during this EFAP, so clearly we're a good sleep aid.
Exactly. See, it all comes full circle. It's
Hey, that Star Wars Guild said
Cosmic.
October is when my birthday is. Same for me. I'll be doing a stream in approximately 6 days for my B-Day. Rags, you gonna get me a nice birthday card that says happy birthday? Is that what you're gonna do?
I will wait. When's your birthday?
6 days from my days. Which
From
in an
2 days?
hour will be your days as well.
Oh, okay. So in 6 days.
Why is everybody I know have a birthday like all around the same time? Dang.
You're telling me my whole family have there's 6 birthdays in the September to October months for my family. And that's only half of the birthdays I got to keep track of for family.
Today is my dad's birthday.
Tell him he's cool.
Bill's birthday was 2 days ago. Rex. and so I was like, oh man. And then Naka's birthday's in just a few days, actually. Shoot. God, everybody's birthday's right around now.
Yep. It's the cool. October's the best month to be born. Halloween is literally the coolest time of year.
Halloween's pretty sweet.
Halloween's so cool.
Halloween is coolio.
That ended with them saying that it's a compliment, I swear. I agree. Being born in October is cool.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And so being asleep 8 in October, cool. J.J. Abrams is in the chat. I don't agree with that. I don't think he would be. Can you imagine? Because it's possible, theoretically, that J.J. Abrams, between his jobs, doing whatever else, he sits at home and he's looking on YouTube and he's like, this is a stream about some kind of weird The Last Jedi thing. I'm gonna watch it. Can you imagine if he was listening to us and he's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, his movie was Garbo.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised because we've seen now a lot of evidence that these people do watch YouTube reviews. They do watch that stuff. So it is a real possibility.
I think it's not unreasonable. Well, because Nerdrotic talked to Seth MacFarlane. Because he promoted parts of, or all of the Orville. And if Seth MacFarlane watches YouTube to some degree, then surely most people do. Like, even if it's only once per month. Like, they just casually catch some. And then some people are actually watching it a lot. I don't know. What were we going to say, Jay? Go ahead.
I can't remember.
All right.
The moment is gone. You've ruined it.
So
Apologize to me.
I'm going to read all of the Streamlabs ones in a row because there's 6. It says, this one says, hi there everyone, especially Jay. If you could give a read to this short guide I wrote, I think it would be something you're into. So this is the link I was provided. I shall provide it to you folk as well. Not sure what I'm looking at. It says, objective subjective spectrum of art analysis. Sorry, I've got a bit of...
I read this on my stream yesterday.
Well, okay, fair enough. This is a short guideline I came up with to help differentiate the types of art criticism, particularly fiction. The following goes for most objective and to most subjective analysis. Purely objective analysis looks at the text as is and judges it based on its own merit outside of anything else, looking for flaws in the text itself, such as plot holes and inconsistencies. Story analysis looks at the way the story is structured and how it's written, judges the story based on existing standards of storytelling and the story's potential. Are the characters well-rounded and three-dimensional? Is the story well-paced? Are there proper setups and payoffs? Is there padding and or filler contrivances? Third, themes and interpretation. Looking beyond the text into possible meanings that can be derived from it. Like the previous two, it uses support and references from the text itself, but it analyzes them through a subjective lens, like an existing artistic theory or a more personal viewpoint. The final, personal opinion. Purely subjective experience of the text. What it meant to the individual, and how much they liked or disliked it for any number of personal reasons or preferences. I like it, I do. Though, I think that there is a way to be objective about themes, as in, someone says, Last Jedi has a theme of learning through failure, and then you go, learning through failure, agreed. What are your references? And then you cite Poe, and I'm like, but he didn't fail. And so if they've drawn the film to mean that to them, I'd be like, that's fine. However, your references are flawed. That's kind of where I go with that. How does that translate to you folks?
I gotcha. I'm following what you're putting. I'm buying what you're selling.
Down.
I'll be honest. As you were saying all that, I was just watching this.
Watching what?
What are you doing? What's this?
Minecraft memes? No, we gotta get through super chats. Don't.
Jay, how could you do this to us? What are you thinking? What is happening? It's a man with a red nose. He's being dropped. Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh. I feel bad because I haven't got the people can't see it as far as I'm aware. No, they can't. It's not. It's an EFAP. It's a Minecraft meme that you won't get because Jay doesn't understand. There's context to everything. Okay. But okay, I'm sorry we can't talk more about it, but like I said, we're up to 10 hours already. We've really got to push on with this to make sure we make it in time. For Mauler, Rags, and Wolf, thanks a ton for all of the hours of Tism. The only thing that can get me through...
I'm glad you enjoy our Tism.
Absolutely. The only thing that can get me through my 10-hour commutes. Cheers, mates. Also, any of you actually play Borderlands 3? Can't find a definitive answer if actually good or not for PS4.
I haven't played it because it's on the Epic Game Store.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna buy it.
I'm not buying it. Fuck that. So, we're not the people you can find an answer for. Maybe a year from now, someone might say something. But thank you.
But also just don't buy it. It's on the Epic Store.
Yes, but that's part of why we don't want to see it. Pearson, which one are you again? You're Jay, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Make a note.
He's Jay. Don't listen to his lies. Don't listen to his lies. He's always Jay.
Wait, who out of you three have seen Memento?
I've seen Memento.
No.
Thank goodness, Aydin. You saved me from mediocrity. So I'm gonna take a Polaroid of Jay and say, "Don't trust this man's lies." He's gonna be all sad about it when he finds out. Anyway, JJ. Oh yeah.
As soon as I get this reference, you're in trouble.
Where are we? Boop, 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 boop. Dan Harmon was the retard, literally screeching on a stage about Trump, right? I think he said something. Something's disparaging of Trump. Yes, I'd have to.
And he also said he also said that everyone who voted for Trump was a Nazi, that kind of stuff.
Naturally,
just embarrassing.
Hey, Rags, I've never met a Nazi before. What's the deal? Why Nazis? Why?
I believe that in order to further propagate the success of the white race, the one true race, and the one race that is greater than all other races combined, multiplied by 2.
Right.
Math.
We gotta have Trump.
There's too many numbers in here. I mean, that's
we gotta make Trump the president for reasons. I don't know why, but it's gotta be Trump.
That's the
Trump.
key. That's the key. What else would be the key to the white victory?
That's gotta be Trump.
Yep.
It's gotta be orange.
Orange victory.
You see, we love white people so much we elected an orangeman.
Orangeman.
Orangeman. The racial issue in regards of film casting to me is... Oh god, where did it go? Is different. In the terrible Star Wars sequel, all good guys are women and non-whites, while all white men are evil, Kylo Ren, Hux, or from good movies and killed off and humiliated. There's probably white men in the rebellion. You'd have to just take some screenshots, but I guess you mean all the main characters. He's obviously no. Ben, no.
I'm pretty sure Poe's not white.
He's not. Yeah.
I confused Finn and Poe for a second there.
Rose is obviously not a white man. Ray is a white man. She's just not a white man.
Luke is a white man.
Luke is a white man, but he's a bad man until the end man. So he's but there's still some white men on the team.
Isn't he a bad man because he's white man?
Batman.
Possibly. Can't confirm. Regarding Holdo equals feminist propaganda. I think the argument is that Holdo was supposed to be, but failed, the smart and calm and authoritative one compared to the supposedly tantrum-throwing and hot-headed man. Was there one woman in Poe's mutiny? I didn't ask how they identified. I'm not that judgmental.
You know
I
what?
think there was.
You had an alien, right?
And that's very considerate.
Oh yeah, Billy Lord. Billy Lord was in the rebellion, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there was one woman in. Like I said,
well, do we know?
She's a woman. Yeah, that's right. We don't know what she identifies as.
Let me type in Poe's mutiny. If we're going strictly from appearances, Yeah, Billy Lord is there.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna send you guys this image. Okay, this is apparently.
I believe you. I'm the one who said.
No, I know, but you're not all of the people here. You're just the one.
Oh, well, I'm the most important.
Oh wait, there's another Whammons. See that on the edge?
Oh, that's like half Whammons.
No, this
you know that creature could
is-
be a Whammons.
Jeez, Poe was really progressive.
Yeah, Poe's hiring diversity
His
in his
insurrection
mutiny.
was have women.
So yeah,
Good on you, Poe. Good on you.
There are some Whammons there. Just
The
started
Whammons are
reading.
just there for Poe, though.
Just started reading The Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, and Tolkien legit describes an impenetrable wall of dark evergreen trees in the Treebeard chapter. I demand that you apologize to Jay. Look, when you're Ents, it's a little bit different. You can actually kick people and they'll fly miles and miles. When you're just a tree, can't really be impenetrable unless you're grown in such a way that all of them connect directly. All right, Jay? I'm sorry.
Hey,
Maybe
what's
it
the
was-
difference?
Maybe treants around Wakanda.
What is the difference between a bunch of vitamin pills and Treebeard's new friends that he just met?
Yeah. Explain that,
They're
Jay.
both nutrients. They're both nutrients.
Rags,
That's
I'm
really
unhappy
good.
now.
Did you make that yourself? Nutrients.
I did. I just made that up right on the spot.
I love
just
it.
made that up
That's
right on the
pretty
spot.
good.
I'm
for
gonna give
on
you.
the spot show.
I'm gonna give you 7 points. You can keep them.
Yay!
You should say like Treebeard's sapling is a nutrient.
Oh man!
And the last one,
Oh, the
it's
hits
getting
just keep coming.
the last one.
Treebeard
It's
is a
getting
shit
longer
name
and
for a
longer.
character, by
Thanks
the
for the entertainment and detailed discussion. Keep it up and well. Gut Nacht in Ihnen paar Stunden.
I agree.
And
Toast
Welsh.
too, my friend.
That's a German if I've ever read it. I'm gonna put that into.
Wait, hang on, wait. Let me see that.
Let you see it.
Yeah.
Is it not? Do German people not count unless they're seen? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
There's a lot of erasure going on here.
I'm upset with you, Jay. Explain yourself. Don't worry. I'm gonna put it into Google Translate myself once I figure out with my drunken hands how to do it.
Translism.
Translate.
You say drunken. I'm
Not
just gonna go grab a-
translism. Oh, it says good night in a few hours. Ha! Underestimate, sir.
You see, if you
And
read
more like
that,
it says
if you
good
showed
night
me
a
that,
few
I could've
hours
told you
ago.
That's what it said. I understand that much German.
What am I supposed to do, Rags? I type it into Google and it says German detected. I don't know. It knows that all of the
German
answers.
detected. Oh no!
German detective.
German detected. Run! Run! Shut it down!
Okay. Here we go. So next one is Aiden's a girl. Ew, how gay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
To be honest,
Pretty gay.
We're
I am pretty
exploring the
gay.
big gay. Next one
It's
says
like,
anime
most
cat
most
girls.
like dudes are gay, and the ones who don't are gay, which is also gay.
Next one says anime
I
cat
can
girls are
only
objectively
confirm.
better than traps.
Oh, I don't know.
What
I
about
don't
a-
know.
How about a trap cat girl?
Oh,
Oh
shit.
yeah, I mean that's obviously
Oh.
peak.
You
but-
fucked up everything, Aiden. How could you do this? You've
I
turned
think
the
you made
scale on
everything
its head. Okay. Konnichiwa, Ragu Senpai.
Konnichiwa! Banzai!
And they
Sushi,
follow up
sashimi.
with saying, "Have you tried to loader in Risk of Rain 2 yet?"
I have.
All right. What do you think?
I'm actually. It's funny you say that. I'm actually doing that right now. I'm doing that right now. He's pretty. It's all right. I'm still giving him a shot. But so far, I like it. I like him. Kind of shitty at certain bosses though. If you get the wandering vagrants and greater wisps as bosses, then you can run into some real trouble. But other than that, I really like him. I like his super aggressive style. He's nice and quick.
Greetings, Mauler. Hello. Awesome channel. I love your work. Got introduced to your channel by Dark Souls 2 series. It's weird how many people found me through that. I always thought it would be TLJ, but yeah, I put a lot of work into that one. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you. Can you guys wish my mother, Dreamer, a happy birthday?
Adrena?
Her name is Dreamer, as in dream with an A on the end.
Oh, Dreama. And it's her birthday?
Apparently.
No, we don't like women on this show.
No.
That's
Yeah,
not
happy
very nice.
birthday, Dreama.
Happy birthday,
Hooray!
Dreama.
I
Happy
did it!
birthday,
Another
Dreamer.
year down.
How'd you do? I hope you have a good birthday. Yes.
Hello,
happy birthday.
Dreama.
E-Man Gameplay says, hello all my M words. like it. When women give birth to men, they're not sending their best. They hate Star Wars, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. This is from Dale Wentland. I don't, I think that's a parody of another statement. That would be my assumption.
I think so.
Hi, Rags.
Hello!
Or actually, this is Raw Hags, so...
Raw hags. Hey, like that chick from your story, I'd want to raw that hag.
No. It says, I poop with my door open, and I think of you when I do it, and that's how much I hate you. How much I hate you. How much you hate it. Sorry, I read that all wrong. How much they.
Well, you know, that's probably. Yeah.
Yes, I was gonna say it's a good thing. They poop with the door open, and they think of how much you hate it. That's a good thing.
Yeah, well, that's sweet of you to say. Thank you very much for thinking of me when you poop with the door open.
I would say
I appreciate that.
It's a bit of a difference based on where the hate is directed. I'm pooping because I hate you.
Aydin, do you poop with the door open when you're alone?
It makes you wonder what they do when they don't hate somebody.
No, that's gross.
I know, exactly.
What's happening?
We're talking about pooping.
Oh, I love pooping.
Yeah, me too. Well, I mean, you know, it gets you through.
Like, having it poop to make someone else angry.
Pooping to me. Taking a shit to own the libs.
You poop to make someone angry, and then as a result, someone poops because that person is angry on a podcast. It's the circle of life.
These are different levels of commitment.
Yes.
Welcome to EFAP, Aydin Paladin.
All right.
We poop to make each other angry.
We've got like a million years of EFAP super chats to get through. I'm not even kidding. So the next one is can't wait for the Last of Us new mod. I mean sequel. Oh, that's commenting on how the new one isn't that much different from the old one.
Oh no.
Oh.
We will see. We will see. If we got Jay Longbone and that Star Wars Guild on, we would have the ultimate looking at women party. It's better party than Brown Table's birthday party. Oh, that's true in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who knows?
Or Brown Table.
One day, Brown Table we'll have him on for that EFAP. We'll try. We'll invite him and we'll see what happens. Dear EFAP,
you do not hold grudges too bad. Brown, like I don't hold a grudge against Brown Table. I think he's hilarious.
Absolutely not. He's fantastic. Dear EFAP, would you rather be forced to eat pineapple pizza once per day, or wet bread once per day? Sincerely,
Pineapple
Mr. Massive.
pizza.
How much pineapple pizza? If I can
Jay once again is wrong.
Yeah, Jay
all
fucked
the
up
pineapple pizza.
again.
That's the only reason
would
he's
want
here is to
any
just
for
be
it.
wrong.
It's
That's
fine
what he
because they
does.
often put cocaine in pineapples.
I was about to say
I have a
I will
really-
peel the
Well-
pineapple off and then eat the pizza. It's
Well,
fine.
no,
That
that
doesn't
goes
make
against
the rules.
the spirit. That goes against the spirit of the question.
Wait, I have a better part of this. My part of the question. If I choose to have like unlimited pineapple pizza, will I gain weight? Because in which case, I will eat all the pineapple pizza because it's my favorite.
What's wrong with you? Two of you. Two of you.
I'm so sorry this happened.
Two of you now.
I'm so sorry that your genetics
We need a
were fucked
mutiny
up.
of our own.
Me and Rags will stay
Hawaiian
on
pizza
our
is
island of no pineapple
fantastic.
mixing with pizza.
You're fucking exclusionary.
I just want to.
Yeah.
In fairness,
No,
I don't
I
really
need
like
to put-
pineapple in general, so whether or not it's on pizza doesn't really matter.
A girl stole a pineapple from me once.
But to be fair, we have not discussed the merits of wet bread.
True.
No, that's what
It
bread.
To be
slides
fair,
down the
to be
throat.
fair,
There are no merits
ducks
of
love
bread.
wet bread.
True.
Ducks
This is
are
something we
wet
cannot
anyway.
ignore.
Ducks are aquaphobic.
No, ducks aren't wet. They're waterproof.
How the fuck
Give
would
fuck.
ducks be
aquaphobic.
aquaphobic? They hang out in the
they're
water.
Literally, Mola, ducks are literally aquaphobic. Google what that word means.
Fear of water? That's what I assume.
No, it's not what that word means.
Well,
It
then
means
somebody
that they
fucked up naming it. What does it mean?
repel water.
That's true.
Hang on.
Someone did fuck up naming it. Someone really fucked up naming it.
Aquaphobic. Let's have a look.
It'd be like,
Oh, no,
is
it is-
hydrophobia the fear of water?
No, apparently, according to this, it is the fear of water. What the
Well,
fuck?
then you fucking
you get
see,
fucked, Jay.
full of
Get fucked,
shit.
Jay. What's it like being the worst person on EFAP again? Oh
It's
man.
They're
Wow.
hydrophobic. Ducks are hydrophobic.
Well, then they're not aquaphobic, are they?
Jay. Ah. Kick Jay.
Hi, Rags.
Hi.
What hydrophobic means tending to fail to mix with water.
So if you put water
You can
on a
argue
duck-
that for anything to a degree.
you know what? Actually, you know what? You could say that ducks are hydrophobic in that way that their feathers.
Yeah, but that's
they're
yeah. We don't
water
disagree with hydrophobic.
Do you
We
guys
disagree
know
with
the old
aquaphobic.
saying, like water off a duck's back?
Yeah, we like I said, like me and Rags were having an issue with aquaphobic, not hydrophobic. Okay, that's a totally
and
different
also
thing.
I'd like to point out that in one of my jobs before I worked on the internet, I literally worked with ducks.
There you go.
So
Nailed it.
I think I know a thing or two about
what the
About
fuck?
penis?
About penis.
Mm-hmm.
I love penis. I don't see how it's relevant, but it's good to be reminded. I guess
Duck penises are then. If you worked with them.
they're. I didn't.
Are they
see a duck
creepy?
penis.
Like a stick with loads of bobs on it or something? Is that I always
Duck
find that out.
penises.
No, it's
Duck
so much
penises
worse.
are like corkscrews.
They're like a gun
Yes.
that shoots bullets. Is that what's going
Is it
on?
like a
here?
gun that
like a
shoots
gun.
bullets?
One bullet.
Good.
Oh, it's so scary.
We've got an hour and a
Someone
half
draw
before
that.
we run out of our time. This is not going to happen.
You can just start a part two.
To be
of the
fair, we've
stream
done
on
like
it.
4 super chats.
Unironically, we're going to get as far
an
as we
hour and a half
can.
ago. We said, "Oh no, we got to do super chats."
We will get as far as we can, and I will fucking start another episode. I will. I'll do it, and we will just. It'll just be super chats.
fucking will.
I'm so sorry. It'll go into the lore as the super chat episode. All right, here we go. 2 questions. Rags, why do you have a second channel?
I have a second channel so that I can do quick stuff that I want to just comment on without having to make like big channel videos on it that take a long time to make.
You realize I can't say that about my second channel, right? I make
That's
it for
true.
quick stuff. Like, what do you mean?
Well, you know, just get some quick stuff out of the way.
What is quick stuff?
The second question
Whichever,
is...
and if anyone didn't know, it's Dog Bites.
Yes.
Dog Bites is my second channel with a Y.
Bites with a Google
Y.
YouTube search Dog Bites with a Y, and you will find Rags ranting about things that deserve to be ranted
Not
about.
the actual phrase Dog Bites with a Y. It's like spell it with dog DOGBYTES.
There. That is the answer to the question.
I like beans.
Second question. Can a grandparent love adopted orphans?
Yes, but it only counts as half love.
No.
It's 50% love.
It's terrible.
And it ends with also hi Rags.
Hello!
Alright, next question. Massives. Invite Jeremy Johns. His recent video indicates he regrets being a TFA apologist. It's honestly heartbreaking. I will try. I'm going to put a note in there. I'm going to say invite Jeremy Johns. There's no way it'll happen,
Jeremy Johns,
but I will try.
The Toxic Brood.
Jeremy...
Officially, Jeremy Johns is part of the
Conson. That's good enough. I'll remember what that means.
Jimmy Johns.
The next one
Star
says...
Wars?
Only lifetime net taxpayers should vote. Hi, Rags.
Hello!
Alright.
And I don't agree.
That was
Lifetime. I mean, the idea of who deserves to vote is probably a very complicated topic for everybody.
Legal
right?
citizens.
Men, only
Well,
men.
Well,
Well, I think
I could
only
have-
people who've
I could have a
played
discussion on
Soma
this,
are
but-
allowed to vote.
I understand why people think that, but I don't believe that you should have so much money, or only those who make enough money to vote should get to.
basically, if you're looking at kind of a, well, a lot of people have a sort of a Starship Troopers mentality to this. So that, like, well, you know, service guarantees citizenship, but then also you can have ways to buy into it as well. Is, I think, what a lot of people talk about when they talk about
I
selective
think only
citizenship.
billionaires should vote.
Obviously, 'cause they're billionaires, so they like
I
must
think-
be, I don't know, man, like smarter or something.
I think only
Bruh.
Martians should vote.
In
They're on
the
the
Christian the Martian Christian theocracy.
Next one says, I'm totally here for the whole thing, more less stressed. That's James Moore. James Moore, are you still in the chat? Did you make it to 10.5 hours? We'll see. We'll see if he made it. I don't think so. I think that this is a little bit ridiculous, and that some people, I'm not going to name names, but some people fell asleep during this.
I'm sorry.
Why are you saying sorry? I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just naming.
Why would you think that we were talking about you?
Yeah,
Aydin?
what is this?
I don't understand why that would be the case. That thing that you think.
James Moore is still here.
It's a natural just response sometimes.
James Moore, high five.
At this point,
I'm still here. I'm still here, and you haven't said you didn't give me a high five.
Oh, sorry. Jay, high five.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. Sorted.
Actual piece of shit.
Finally, I've made it to a live one on time. Have seen Filmento's The Thanos Rat Problem. He gives all of the wrong reasons for why Endgame is bad. I'm writing a video deconstructing it. Put motivation is a bitch. And high rags.
Hello. Yeah, motivation can be a bit of an issue, but you got to keep your eyes on the finished product. Keep thinking about what it's going to be when you're done and how great you'll feel once all of your stuff is presented and laid out and finalized.
That's true.
Filmento makes a lot of weird videos. You know what he said about, he was comparing Captain Marvel, saying...
Do you know what he said about what?
He was comparing Captain Marvel to Wonder Woman, saying Wonder Woman worked and Captain Marvel didn't, which, like, I mean...
Neither of them worked.
Yeah.
But go on.
But he said Captain Marvel wasn't memorable.
Okay.
But why was this? It's not like it had any big problems. It achieved everything it was trying to.
What?
Oh, no.
What was it? Oh, okay.
That's what he said about that film.
Okay, well, I guess it depends on what were you trying to do. What
To
does
make
he
a shit film.
Then great job, you did what you were trying to do. He's not wrong there.
Yeah, Jay, what the fuck?
And that's the thing, he doesn't qualify it either. He's just like, no, Captain Marvel doesn't have problems. It's fine. It's just not memorable. That's the only problem it has.
Okay, well, all right.
I might be misquoting him there, but like that's how I remember it.
Well, people have said to cover Filmento. Maybe one day. We need a particularly tismy take. It was the same as The Closer Look, and the same as...
You've covered Filmento.
No, we haven't.
Surely. Oh. Didn't you do the why Avengers Age of Ultron works?
No, that's in our backlog. We've not covered that yet.
No, we haven't done that yet.
See,
and I will need to watch Age of Ultron again because it's been so long.
I was going to say, Jay, you have to understand. It took us 10.5 hours to cover one Quentin Reviews video, okay?
And we're still on Super Chat.
Yeah, so can you please, can you lay off the gas?
Manage your expectations.
Yeah, once upon a time, unironically, the first episode, we covered more than one video. It's not possible anymore.
That used to be a thing.
That's something we could do. It's not something we could do anymore.
EFAP has grown in life.
We're literally going to cap out. There's no way I'm reading all of these Super Chats before we hit 12 hours. It's not going to happen. Do you understand? Do you understand, Jay?
My parents are going to wake up before the stream ends.
Yes. And that's
good, then they'll think you're being productive for once.
But
I'm always productive. Right?
As for Filmento, we will cover him one day, perhaps. I know a lot of people might be like, why did you cover Quentin? We all know he's Tism. It's like, we never covered this video. This video is really bad.
Because it's funny.
Quentin's a mascot, okay? He's a mascot of EFAP. We love Quentin. We can't wait for him to guest. He never will. But it was important that we covered him, okay? I'm gonna drink more alcohol now.
Since Brown Table made that FAP reference, do you think he'll come on?
Did he make a FAP reference?
Okay.
Have you not seen his reference?
Everybody, wait, not everybody.
No.
7 people in chat, no more than 7, ask in a friendly manner on Twitter. Brown Table.
Organize amongst yourselves which 7 it should be.
Only 7.
Delegate amongst yourselves.
7 is the magic number.
7 or less.
Yeah, Brown Table is to say, hey Brown Table, would you like to guest on EFAP? They'd like to discuss with you the merits of art criticism, and we'll see if we can get him. I can't believe.
Tell him we'll even get drunk so that we're friendly and giggle.
We're friendly anyway, Rex.
Yeah, I would love to do a drunk stream with Brown Table.
Let's do a drunk stream with Brown Table. I will tie with one half of my brain tied behind my back. I will argue with one brain behind my
brain.
You probably should not even shouldn't even like frame it or phrase it as a debate of just a friendly conversation.
Yeah,
it's not,
we have those all the time. We totally have them all the time.
No, I know, but you gotta phrase it that way because otherwise you'll scare them away.
All right, everybody, phrase it so. Brown
like
Table,
rabbits.
would you like to come on a friendly conversation? Pause the podcast. to talk to Rags and Fringy Mauler about how friendly conversations are important.
I enjoy friendly conversations with Mauler.
We want to debate about friendly conversations being the best thing ever.
Friendly conversations are really nice, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Anyway, what do you guys think of using mathematical order of operations as an example of objectivity through an agreed-upon standard?
Are you referring to PEMDAS?
Oh shit! We learned it as BIDMAS.
BIDMAS.
So wait, calm down. BIDMAS stands for
BIDMAS sounds funny.
Brackets, indices, divide, multiply, add, subtract. That's what that stands for. BIDMAS.
I never learned that.
I would say anytime that you can take anything that you find in media and reduce it down to basic mathematical formulae, in order to understand things at a statistical level, that's always useful. So yes, things like PEMDAS can be useful as well.
You say PEMDAS like I do.
Yeah.
What does it stand for? Just to clarify.
Parentheses.
Wait, parentheses. Can you type out what a parentheses is? Just because I'm so drunk right
now. So you don't know what a parentheses is?
Parentheses is brackets.
What the fuck, Mauler?
Because
you actually don't know what parentheses are?
I mean, you talking about these,
Mauler,
right?
You fucking pished.
Pished. What's pished? What's pished?
Okay, parentheses.
Drunk.
You call them parentheses. We call them brackets.
Well, no, because they're different things. Brackets and parentheses are different things.
So what's type of parentheses? So I know what you're talking about.
No, they're the same thing.
No, they're not. Because
Rags,
these
type what a parentheses is.
I'm doing a fucking job pressing the button.
Type the button.
Find the buttons. There's a lot of buttons.
Funny.
All right, so these. Okay, so first you have parentheses. First you have parentheses.
That's a
and
quotation
then
mark.
That's a quotation mark.
I don't know what Americans call things. They're autism-y, Jay. You know this. Okay, wait.
These are the brackets.
So so what's the difference between those and those? You call them both? Oh fuck! I typed the other thing. Wait, what's the difference between the straight parentheses and the curved parentheses?
No, there's brackets, there's square, there's parentheses, which are like rounded brackets, but you have square brackets and you have curly brackets that are also called, I think they're called braces.
Dude,
like different kinds
this is why we need to talk more. Because in my school,
brackets,
we were never taught parentheses.
Are squiggly brackets. These are braces. But I think some people call them chevrons.
Really? Okay, so the reference.
These are all just different types of bracket.
But see, I wasn't even told that.
Bracket.
I was told
a brace is
those
like
two,
a weird parenthesis.
Those two that I'm talking about, we were never taught them. We were only ever taught these, and they meant brackets. Brackets. That's it. They just mean brackets.
Well, they're wrong.
Well, I don't fucking know, do I? I was taught this, Frags. I'm an innocent child.
Brackets are squarey, right? Well, there's a bunch of brackets, but we call brackets the squarey. We call brackets the squarey one.
That's why you
the
call them
rounded
square
brackets we called parentheses, and then you have the curly brackets with the squiggles called braces.
Unironically, brags.
Straighten your teeth or hold up your trousers.
Are we still going through PEMDAS?
Brags.
Oh yeah, PEMDAS.
Brags.
Oh god, I forgot PEMDAS.
Yeah, no, we'll get there. This is why we're definitely going into another episode. There's no way we're making it.
Okay.
Brags.
Yeah.
Brags. I'm calling you that. You need to be called Brags now.
Brags.
Brags.
So whenever you said parentheses, unironically, I have just gone with the flow. I've never known what you meant by parentheses.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Nope. Never known what you've meant by parentheses.
I thought everyone knew what parentheses was.
And if you told me to guess, I would have posted
this a Welsh
that.
Thing?
I would have posted fucking highlights, fucking quotations. I never would have posted what you posted.
That's insane.
I know.
First off, it's funny that you put quotation marks as brackets.
Yeah, but no, because it's not brackets, it's parentheses, which I was never taught. I was never told the word parentheses.
Those are apostrophes that are together.
No.
No, listen, you interrupted me. You interrupted me before I finished. I said there are apostrophes that are smushed together to make quotation marks.
They're also called inverted
air
commas.
No, they're air commas because they float in the air.
Inverted commas.
Have we not highlighted how fucked the English language is by having different people told different things at the same time?
Are these even English things? These are
Trump
simple.
call Did you see Trump call an apostrophe a hyphen?
This is
Okay,
This is
some
a disaster.
Well, I didn't vote for the man because of his grammar skills. I voted him to keep America great.
And you know what? Grammar doesn't come into it.
You know what he fucking is.
I don't think any man who has bad grammar can truly keep America great.
Look,
I
genuinely,
think that America is great regardless if it's brackets or
look,
hyphens.
This is why
America's like a 5 out of 10.
This is why
I think that you're a piece of shit.
This
How
is-
about that?
This is why.
You and
When-
your
I think
bracket
America's a 7 out of
chevrons.
3.
All right, let me ask Jay.
Yes, it is.
Jay,
I agree. America
Jay.
is a 7 out of 3.
This is going to lead
Glad
to a
we're on the
point.
same
This will lead to a point. I swear to God.
agree.
This will lead to a point. I swear to God. Jay, what sounds cooler to you? All right, I've got a fictional creature. It's going blah blah, blah, and I'm like that. Just this is going somewhere. I swear to God, it's going blah.
Right.
It's got a big tongue. It's flapping around, and I say, "Hey, Jay,
Nice.
we're designing this creature, and we're going to call it the Dunedain or the Dunedane."
Oh, you're
Wait. Which one of those two crazy words would you go with?
Dunedane or Dunedine?
You go with
Dunedain.
Dunedine?
Yeah.
All right. I feel like I've been defeated once Jay has said that.
No, Mahler. Because I think the Dunedane sounds better.
Well, you heard my reasoning because you've seen the video. I said that
I
Dane
actually-
reminds me
I
of
heard it,
Great
but I don't
Dane.
remember it.
I
I
said
just think
that
that
Dane
Dunedane
reminds me of
sounds
Great
better.
Dane and Dine reminds me of dinner.
What the fuck is
Eating?
that?
Great dinner. To be fair, if you had a monster named Great Dinner, I'd be pretty fucking freaked out.
I want to highlight.
What the fuck is any of
This is all come upon from some guy asking about the mathematical order of operations.
Okay, PEMDAS, everybody.
Well,
we're gonna talk about PEMDAS.
So yeah, well, I want to. Okay, so
where do we get through? We get
Bidmass and what did you say? PEMDAS. How did that happen? How did we get to
division addition
So British people came up with Bidmass and American people came up with PEMDAS. How the fuck did that happen?
PEMT, because America's better. We have to improve
Pem-
everything that you got.
Is that it? PEMDAS?
Exponents,
Yes.
parentheses,
Okay.
exponents,
That's
multiplication,
I mean that.
division, addition,
All right.
subtraction,
But wait,
PEMDAS.
wait. So we've agreed that brackets and parentheses are essentially the same thing, right?
I would have to.
I mean,
look
in
more at
shape
your
they're
math.
similar.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
let's just move on.
Real-
So
real
Bidmass,
brackets
the
have
next
curves.
one is indices. What does E stand for?
Exponents.
What does that mean?
Exponents, yeah. Like the little floaty thing.
The little floaty thing.
The little float-
yes.
You mean
The little
apostrophe?
floaty thing.
No.
No, the
Not
little
those.
floaty
No, you mean
thing.
powers. You mean to the power.
To the power.
Yes.
That's what we're referring to. The thing that
Yeah,
comes
to the
above
power.
the thing.
Yes, exponents.
I can
Yeah,
s- I can
to the
agree
power,
with
yeah, the
the
little
idea that
floaty
it means
numbers.
the floaty thing as long as it doesn't
Yeah, the
reference
little
anything
floaty
else.
number thing. The
Yeah.
little floaty number thing.
To the power.
Like the
Okay,
thing
we
that-
both agree on that. So
Yes,
D
it's
for us
power,
means
it's
divide. What does N mean?
Can't say that on stream.
Can't say that.
N. Oh, there's no N. There's an M. But if you want to, if you have a particular N word that you would like to say, go ahead and be my guest.
No, Aiden, don't say the N
How did this happen?
My stomach hurts.
What is math?
What if you had like a son growing up and you taught him that was the N? That was the N word.
We never speak of the N in PEMDAS. It's not even an N. I forgot that there's an M. Okay. What does the M stand for in PEMDAS?
The M stands for
Multiplication.
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 So you guys multiply before divide?
Yes.
How? Okay,
insane.
genuinely, as a student
Because-
of math at once upon a time, how the fuck do you teachers agree on this if you're from different places in the world?
Well,
Hang on,
because
doesn't-
how often
No,
do
no,
you
no.
think that teachers from our countries just
Here's-
get together
here's
and
how I
chat?
Regularly,
deal with it.
regularly, Rags,
Let me
regularly.
tell you. Let me tell you how I deal with it. I don't teach anybody below graduate level statistics. That's how I get away with it.
Wait,
Well,
do
how
you-
often
do you-
does
hang
the
on, do you
problem
teach?
really pop up?
Is that? Did you just say you teach? You teach here?
I was a professor, yes.
Dude, nice. All right.
Wow,
high five.
breaking the glass ceiling.
You realize all of us we were just dudes.
I just fucking
Yeah.
hated math.
I liked math. I just didn't like it when it
I
got
was
so
good at
complicated.
it. I was really good at math. I just hate it so much.
I could either pick stuff up instantly or never, no matter how hard I.
All right.
I will say this though. Math was bad, but chemistry I despised.
Oh, I liked chemistry. Oh.
I fucking hated chemistry.
I liked all
Physics
of
was
the
alright.
different reactions and stuff. I was like, cool, I can blow people up.
Okay,
I mean, I can blow stuff
that
up.
part of it, like that part of chemistry. Let me
That's not much better.
elaborate, just so that there's no confusion. I really like the adding this to that to make a thing happen. I think that's interesting. But when you get into the bonds and ionic and covalent, and you have to map them out, and you have to do this stuff, I hate that. Yeah, I like fun chemistry. I don't like shit real chemistry.
That's racist.
Chemistry was notoriously the hardest course in my school.
Okay,
it was
wait.
the only.
Can I
It was
ask,
the only
what did
thing
you
I
guys-
failed in high school and
what
had
did
to
you
do
guys-
summer school.
What do you guys think of biology?
I love biology.
I was going to say my
you mean
favorite
just-
out of
you
the
mean
three
sex?
sciences was biology.
It's like
I
it's
loved
living
biology.
shit, and
Ooh, can I tell a
think
story?
it's super interesting.
Can I tell a story?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Of course.
Dude, we're
We
never
don't
going to
have
get through
anything
these
we're
super
trying to do,
chats
it's
in the
alright.
time limit anyway, so who cares? So I've told this before.
was
I don't know if
thinking
I've
about
It's gonna defeat us.
What are you? I'm looking at the amount. There's like a billion of them.
Tell
It's
your biology chemistry
Okay.
story.
So
People keep
Mr.
sending them as well.
Kearns, his name was
Oh, no,
Mr.
see, we'll never
Kearns.
leave.
Not a great name, I will submit. However, when he came in to teach us, we loved him. He was great. He was very down to earth. He was teaching us the facts of life in biology, while also having a bit of a laugh with us. He was great. Now, I've mentioned this on different streams in different ways, but we had the first religious education teacher we had. It was pretty cool. And when I say pretty cool, you would ask her questions and she would just break. You'd be like, wait, Noah had sex with all of his family? And she'd be like, no. And it would be funny as fuck. But the second teacher we had, and this is something I've told before, this is a small story in the larger story, but still it's something I'll never forget. I was the only and there's only one other person that could attest to this right now. But basically she said, as an intro to religious education in I want to say the year before sixth form, she said,
fifth form?
No, sixth form. Sixth form.
10th grade.
Yeah, that. She said, is there anything you've learned in science that can contradict religion? And I was very peppy.
What?
I was very peppy that age. And I put up my hand. I was the only person there. And she said...
you were the only person in the room?
No, I was the only person who put up the hand. She was
Oh,
like,
okay.
what do
You
you...
said you were the only person who-
she was like, of course,
theory
Tismi,
of
future
evolution.
YouTuber. What do you think? And I was like, all of it? And obviously, I was very naive. I shouldn't have phrased it that way. But she was like, oh, is that right? And she ripped into me for a good 10 minutes. She just walked around the classroom.
Tolerant of her.
Explaining how... Oh, she was a bad teacher. She explained how retarded I was and how brainwashed I was and how I shouldn't have come to that conclusion and how everybody...
that's ironic.
Imagine a religious person saying that you're brainwashed.
Yeah, that is a proper use of irony.
Well, she fucked me up. I remember that day being very humiliating, but you
was-
could
if it
argue
was
it's
true,
part
it
of what
wouldn't be
makes
called
me so
religion.
obsessed with getting the details right. I was just like, wow. I was because once she'd finished, I had nothing to say. But in fairness, I was really young, so I'm not a huge fan of her in terms of memory.
Moment and she fucked it up.
However, a part of her big speech was that Darwin, upon his deathbed, shared with the world that he was wrong. He had told the world that the evolutionary bullshit was all wrong. He said, I was stupid. I had shut up. I'm telling the story. This reminded me of
when
like
people say this lie, yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Do you remember that bit where he says, I'm telling the story? That's me right now. So she said he fucked up, he was lying / didn't know the truth, and he told everybody on his deathbed, fuck it, I was full of shit, you were all right, God real, lol lol, I'm dead. And she told us that.
Real, lol, I'm dead.
She told us that during falling apart in this whole lesson. And now Mr. Kearns already existed. So we were like, wow, is this true? Who better to ask than our biology teacher? And so we had a lesson with him literally the next session. And so we were like, I'm pretty sure it was me. It could have been someone else. We were like, Mr. Kearns, is it true that Charles Darwin said on his deathbed that all of his theories were wrong? And that he was full of shit when it comes to evolutionary theory, and that our religion education teacher was right, that we shouldn't have taken it seriously whatsoever. And he looked at us, I still remember the face, he was just like, where the fuck did you get this from? And we were staring at him like, what, isn't this true?
Oh,
go ahead.
No, holy fuck, I had almost an identical experience.
Well, like I said, I'm almost to the end, so... He got like a little bit pissed, and he was like, no, that is not what happened. Charles Darwin was upset at the fact that it caused so much grief, that everybody was so upset and debating and causing so much debate, and everybody was arguing, and that he felt, perhaps, on his deathbed, that maybe if he hadn't brought this up in the first place, that everybody may have been happier. And that was apparently his take. I don't know more detail about all of it, but I remember being like, wow, that's way more interesting than the idea that he just said, nah, it's all bullshit, lol, dead.
Well, yeah, people, they'd like to spin the lie that he had he totes had a deathbed conversion and stuff like that. It's a bunch of fucking...
I have a biology teacher story as well.
Go for it.
So, my biology teacher, it's similar to that, but not quite.
Oh, no.
My biology teacher, when I was 14, was fired from the school because during a class he was
fucked a student.
Not quite.
Oh, okay.
It's quite close to that. Worse, like for him as well.
Worse than fucking murdering a student.
But worse for him. He
didn't just fucking slip their
he was on Facebook during class, but he didn't realize that like his computer was still connected to the interactive whiteboard, so it was projecting on like the projector and like fucking huge everything he was doing on his computer to an entire class of 14-year-olds as he typed to a girl, "My cock is dripping with pre-cum."
Oh no!
Oh.
That happened in my school.
Well, Jay, did you confirm that his cock was dripping with pre-cum?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I was like, let's spot.
It was great to see him go. He fucking.
Oh, the gym teacher's always the hottest. Fuck.
No, not the gym teacher. It's a shit teacher. I said.
The shit teacher. What fucking class was that? Jesus Christ!
He taught us shit.
He just taught us shit. He always taught us to shit with the door closed. He told us about the kinds of poop and what food would do to your poop. And just anal health in general, really.
He was a fucking weird guy.
It must be if he wanted to teach poop.
He also, before that, he stood in front of a class of again like 13 and 14-year-old students and told and said in front of the class that girls should all shave their pubic hair.
They should. They should though.
Wait, was that in the context of like?
No, it was not justified by the context.
Aydin, as the only woman here except Jay, should you shave your pubic hair?
Absolutely. It's just hygienic.
You should keep like
It didn't look better.
You should keep it like at least groomed, right?
Rags is arguing it looks better, not hygienic.
It does look better.
It does look better. I agree.
It does. That's the most important thing.
But the guy fucking like it was a biology class about like puberty, and he was talking about pubic hair, and he said to all the guys, "Oh guys, you're gonna grow pubic hair. Girls, you're gonna grow pubic hair. Shave that, by the way. You should definitely shave that." To a room of like fucking underage girls.
That makes that's the appropriate time to tell them when it's fucking puberty class.
I have to agree with Jay. There is a context. You don't just announce that. There's gotta be a context.
Well, I mean, if it's just random.
It was just random. It was like
Okay, well, if it's just randomly, all right, all you get that coochie nice and smooth for me, okay? You don't want to just bring it up.
That's really
that's how
gross.
it came across. That's how it came
Oh,
across.
What it came across,
no.
huh?
I wasn't in the room for the other one. I was in the room for that one, and it was
Miss me
My
on that kind
story
of
was
shit.
about.
I remember the time I came
It went
across
through
a
the room.
shaved pussy.
What the-
Yeah, real hard pass on that one. But I think in general, kind of being like, hey, you know, together isn't a bad idea.
I'm sorry, Hayden. It's just you posted picture flags.
Hey, do you seeing this shit?
Oh, bug.
The dragon is so confused.
Oh, this is a stream that kills me.
We're nearly at the cap for YouTube streaming.
To be fair, we made it to like 5 super chats.
It's memes like this that immediately send my brain to a universe where all flags are personified, and the dragon is just like, why though?
Most flags can't
Even though
be
the three-legged
personified.
flag is trying to attack him, he's like, but why? Why is it a three-legged flag? Why would it attack me? Why? And he's sweating thinking about it.
It's so fucking creepy too. It's like some crazy Silent Hill monster. It's just 3 legs in a fucking triangle that's just rolling its way towards you. And
Do
you're
you
like,
think
I don't know
that-
what the fuck this thing's capable of.
Do you think that thanks to this stream they will reinvent the flag? They'll be like, okay, yeah, guys,
I
we
hope
fucked,
so.
we fucked up.
I really
It would be nice to die knowing I did something.
Oh man, it's like cool as shit.
Is anyone watching from the Isle of Man, please?
Anyone
Explain
in
your
chat from
flag.
the Isle of Man? Apparently my audience is majority American, so we can assume that at least one person, maybe, one person. But yeah, person who is listening right now in the Isle of Man, like, oh, they probably wouldn't care if I said me. Say me.
Everyone's just gonna say it now.
Yeah,
You
I
realise
know,
that.
but if everyone says it, it's probably one that's right.
Say
That's
me
not
and then
how it works.
explain your coat of arms.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is something.
You have to explain that.
Do you think the leg creature has genitalia of any
The
kind?
leg creature.
6.
Just it's got like dicks that stick out like pinwheels on either.
They
What do
they
you think
try
those
and
legs are
hide
made of?
themselves as
Look,
brushes
they-
of fruit.
They're covered in armor. What do you think those limbs really are underneath of it?
Are you suggesting that it's a dick monster?
Yes.
It's just 3 dicks. That's a better
Joseph
flag, to be fair.
Ippolito suggests that he is of a Sicilian ancestry, so yes. We've got a me too, not me, yeah. There's a couple of people we can...
Bullshit. All of a sudden, all the Isle of Manians.
Look, it's probably like one.
Yeah.
There's gotta be one. There's gonna be one guy.
No, the Isle of Man has this population of like 3.
Unironically, there is a
They're
guy.
not all. They can't. Surely can't be all here.
There's
I know
one
they're
guy.
not like working,
One guy.
but they can be.
Who has
we've got
grown up his whole
2,500
life looking at that flag and thinking this is nonsense, and he finally found this podcast and he was like, fucking, they acknowledge it. Finally acknowledge.
It's a fucking great stream.
We've got 1 hour to get through 1 billion hours of super chats. You guys ready
It's
for this?
not gonna happen. The super chats, Mola. Okay, the super chats are coming in faster than we've been responding to them.
That means people obviously agree with what we're saying.
You see that, Rags?
Oh my god.
Is this a real
They're
thing?
coming for you,
Is this an
J-Rob!
enemy in some game that there's 3 legs?
Oh my god! If anyone in the chat is a dev, please make this happen.
The EFAP enemy.
Dark Souls style. I can guarantee it will get on EFAP Gaming.
So, in reference to the whole Welsh language thing, that is the longest like word in Wales, and then that's how to pronounce it below it. I want you, one of you three. I think Rags would be the best choice because it'd be funny.
Oh wait. Oh fuck.
Let's do once. Let's alternate syllables. Okay, LAN.
No, you fucked it up already.
That's
wait, I want to test. Wait, stop. So wait, stop. So Jay fucked up. Jay fucked up. How do you pronounce that first word? Jay fucked up. Rags, go.
LAN.
Wrong. Aydin, go.
That says LAN.
I know, but keep going. Aydin, go. No. So
fall asleep.
This word LAN, spell LLAN, in the Welsh language, when you put two L's together, it makes this sound.
LAN. So it's Lanan.
It's like Llanfair Pwlgwyn Gilgogr Uquin Drobul Ladesilio.
Are you drunk?
Yeah, it sounds. How many times have I told you this? The Welsh language is embarrassing.
Motherfucker, you gotta teach me this shit. Because
But this is the problem. You'd be like, Mola, translate to Rags how to pronounce LLAN in Welsh. I'd be like, Llan. You'd be like, write that. I'd be like,
Llan.
Llan? Llan? I don't know how to do that. It's a stupid invented Welsh thing.
Clendidnu. Right.
Draw a picture.
Llanfair Pwlgwyn Gilgogr Queen Grobul Ladesiligogogor.
You're just making shit up.
I know, because the Welsh language sounds fucking stupid. It does. You sound like you're saying a bunch of words that don't even sound fucking fit together. It's so fucking bunch of nonsense is what it is.
Hang on, where's the clip of the weatherman saying this word?
Is there one?
Yeah, there is.
Well, there's got to be a weather report. How
can you be sure of this, Rags? How do you know they have weather back there?
I'll put it in the watch together.
Even weather is too embarrassed to go to the Welshlands. It's just like sunny all day.
Okay, fine. Let's.
There's like there's gonna be weather everywhere all day except for the Welsh place.
Okay, let's listen to it. You ready?
Has become a social media star following a report he gave this week. Check out this tongue twister.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwlgwyn the temperature got to...
I can't even take it seriously as a Welshman. It's so stupid. I have to pronounce like a bazillion fucking
hang on. There is a quadruple L in that name. There were just 4 consecutive L's. Why the fuck do you ever need that?
4 consecutive L's. All right, I'm gonna play this again.
Okay.
21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? A sentence, not a word, right? Well, that was
You
Channel
racist.
4's Liam Dutton.
This is so significant. CNN did a report on it.
Because it's funny. It's too
correctly. National
fucking funny.
news.
That's why.
The pronunciation.
International news.
But the name is a sentence, essentially.
Is it? Is it not just a name?
To be a sentence.
No. It is.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwlgwyn the temperature got to...
Okay, I want to... Rags. Fuck. I really hope this exists before I show you it. Give me 1 second, okay? Just carry on amongst yourselves.
How are you showing him something?
I was about to say, how can you show it to me if it doesn't exist?
It does exist. What I mean is that someone put it on YouTube. That's my actual exists criteria. It's the funniest fucking thing. I'm assuming none of... Do any of you know who Dawn French is?
No.
So she's a comedian, and she's one of the funniest fucking female comedians that ever existed. And, she made a parody of Lord of the Rings. It's going to be so hard to find this. But I don't want to spoil the joke, but I feel like I have to because it probably isn't findable. Basically, she's got a little sketch comedy where she makes fun of Lord of the Rings in different portions. She's with Gandalf, and she picks up the ring after it's gotten fire on it to reveal the writing around the ring, and she reads it, and it comes out as that fucking location. And it's just hilarious. Okay, I can't make up how it's not funny. As a Welsh person, it's perfect.
I can understand how that is very funny.
Yes. And see, most people wouldn't they just choose to not believe it's even real, and I wouldn't necessarily blame them for that, because...
Look at how it looks so dumb written. It looks dumber written than it sounds.
My assumption is they did it just to break a record. There can't be
They
any
did
other
it so that
reason.
no one would invade the place, because who wants to live in a place?
The one
Go,
that's
go, go.
really long.
Go, go,
That's
go.
what they call it. The one that's really long.
Long place bad.
Long place is bad.
Alright, so we did it, okay? We covered that. That's done.
On to the 6th super chat.
Yeah, because that's where we're at. Alright, here we are.
Hang on, is this still from the super
No,
chat
this is this episode. We're
order
still in
of
this episode.
operations? No, but this is all from the super chat about order of operations, right?
This is the one...
PEMDAS.
Yes, this is the order... Oh, shit, we haven't finished that yet. I think we agree on the rest of
Fucking
it.
hell. We haven't finished the super
So we got
chat.
to... Divide... What was the M?
Division.
We got past the end.
Divide, multiply.
PEMDAS was
So we say add. What do you say for O?
for okay. So parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction.
I thought you said PEMDAS, not PEMDAS.
PEMDAS.
Okay, fine. We agree.
PEMDAS.
We agree.
PEMDAS. Yeah, PEMDAS is
We
good.
agree on most of it, and that's all that matters. I do not mean to derail us, but I want to address, there's another person on this universe who felt like an alien when this happened. In my maths class, when we were first, and I say maths, because in Britain we say maths instead of math.
No.
In my maths class, wait, what do you mean no?
Don't know how I feel about that.
I said math.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You didn't call
I
it
think it's
maths in...
I grew up in Germany.
Oh.
Oh,
well, they
then now I know
invaded
it's
a bunch of places, so we can't trust them. It doesn't matter. The point is that me and this person were just having a good day. We're having a good day, chilling, talking about things. Everything was going great. And the lesson for the day was whatever you want to invent. It doesn't matter. It's not the point. And someone in our class called Tom, I still remember the person. I'll just say their first name, Tom.
Old Tom.
He was like, don't you guys think it's strange the Simpsons, the Simpsons, isn't it strange that we all don't pronounce the P? We all say Simpsons. We don't say Simpsons. And we were all sitting there like, what? And then the teacher was like, oh yes, how odd. We only pronounce the Simpsons. We don't really count the P. Simpsons. And we were sitting there like, but you do. Simpsons. We'd be saying Simpsons if you didn't pronounce the P. And they were like, nope, we don't pronounce the P. Simpsons. How strange is that? And me and this friend, who is still alive, still applicable to today, so still assaultable. I don't know why that was important. But he's still findable and talk toable today. We referenced it like several years from now. We never understood it. We were the only two people in this class of 30 people who understood that the P in Simpsons was pronounced. Everyone else was like, oh my god, how strange. The P in Simpsons isn't pronounced. The P is silent. It's like, you don't say Simpsons, though. You say Simpsons. And they were like, wow, you guys really don't get it, do you? And we were like,
no, because it's not silent if I can hear it.
And people are saying that I need to sleep, that I'm drunk. No, this actually happened. I'm referencing it because it was in the maths class that we had. We were blown away. We felt like aliens. We were like, I don't understand. It's a P. You say simp. You don't say sim. I don't... These things happen.
Maybe the teacher was fucking with you.
The whole class were fucking with. They agreed beforehand.
You're all in on it too.
Have any of you three ever had a moment like that where you felt like an alien?
My psych class did that on purpose once. They did. They wait.
Your psych?
Who
needs help with that? Oh,
people are saying I'm drunk. They said it. I would give you a guided. You know, if this was Harry Potter world, I would cry and give you my tear to look into a fountain of things. I don't know how it works.
Like, this is my tear. Now share in my misery that you have created. This is your penance.
Yes.
What was I just about to say? I feel like I was about to tell.
You were going to criticize me, even though my memory is genuine.
No, that wasn't what I was going to do. I would never criticize you. That's never happened.
People are saying I'm drunk. It's not. I'm not.
You are drunk.
I am
though.
drunk, but that doesn't change the truth. It's not Simpsons. It's Simpsons. God fucking damn it! It's
Wait,
Simpsons.
I just said it without the P, without trying to. I said Simpsons.
That's with the P.
Simpsons.
You just said Simpsons.
I say it with. I don't pronounce the P. I just say Simpsons.
No.
Simpsons.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That
We
one
say-
was
we
without
say
the P. I agree with that one.
Simpsons.
The difference is Simpsons and Simpsons.
Simpsons. No, it's there, but it's quiet.
It's a
Simpsons.
new
Fucking
channel
well,
called
I don't care if it's
Simpsons.
quiet. It's still there.
Singsons.
Singsons. Okay, you've taken it a bit further than I wanted.
We are the Simpsons.
Thank you. Come again. That's racist, by the way. You can't say thank you. Come again anymore. That's racist.
No, you
To
can't
what
do
race?
the accent of someone who's not.
Thank you.
white.
Come again.
They are white. They were raised in the
It was
streets
so
of New
fucked
Delhi. Now what, fucker?
Before I even got to counter-argue that, whoever made, I think it was Jay Longbone and several others have made videos on it. Apu was one of the most like respectable and intelligent members of the Springfield like community.
Oh yeah.
And it was like
100%.
it's racist that it's like yeah, but he was like the fucking.
It's racist that he has an accent because it's where he's from.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But like, what if a person from India was to say, "Hey, I love my beer and I love my gurn. I'ma sit on my sofa.
No one
and
would give a shit.
I'm collect unemployment." Is that racist or is that not? Rags, tell me.
No.
No, because they're white. It's not racist.
Damn.
No, it's crazy what the rules are, whatever they are.
Someone in chat said he has a hot wife.
He does have. She's very attractive for Simpsons standards.
For a 2D person.
For a brown person, is that what you're?
No, I said for Simpsons standards. That could mean a lot
Oh,
of
that's
things.
fair enough. Yeah.
2D
be 3D.
Brown
I'd
is
say.
better than like
Tutti Pooty
vivid,
Papooty.
like literal yellow.
Brown is the new black.
That hits too close to the chest, Mauler. Screw you. What are you,
know,
referencing? What's that?
You know that was a joke about a show because there's a show going on right now called Orange is the New Black.
No, it's not.
Is that trying to say that
Yeah.
Trump is discriminated upon like black people were?
No. Orange is the new
Can you
black.
imagine that's the point of the show?
Is the new black.
Leave Trump alone. Orange is the new black.
That would be fucking amazing.
Well,
I kind of want to.
There might be a show on TV called Orange is the New Black, but in my apartment, Kevin's the new black.
Kevin Hart? He's black. How could you say that?
Yeah.
You're referencing Kevin from Home Alone? Kevin from...
You know what? Just
Have you
never mind.
seen the-
Forget it. Just
have
never
you
mind.
Have you seen The Upside?
I don't know what are you trying to say, Jay? The upside to
a film.
life is not
Have you
black?
seen it?
What the fuck?
Have you seen? It's a film with Kevin Hart in it. Have you seen it?
No, I've not seen it.
It's a good film. You should watch it.
I was gonna say, since we're at 11 hours and 10 minutes and there's no fucking way we'll make it through the next set of EFAP super chats by then, we'll take the break here so to make sure that it's a nice and chunky next episode, okay? So I'm gonna end stream now, and then I'm gonna start a new one immediately to read out the rest of these super chats. Is that alright?
Sounds pretty gay.
Is that alright? I'm not hearing
Sounds
any disparaging comments in relation to it.
I mean,
That was disparaging, but I'm gonna ignore it.
Jay
Aiden,
Longo's in the
Rags,
chat.
you disagree?
What?
See, that's not a disagreement. That's just a question of what I even
No,
said.
what did you just said?
I said I'm gonna end the stream now and start a
What
new
did you
one
just
so that we
just
have
said?
plenty of time to answer these super chats instead of restricting ourselves to 50 seconds, minutes.
We're never gonna leave, Mahler.
We'll come back.
This is where we die.
That's fine.
Here in this chair.
Episode 54.5 is the super chats episode. That's all it is. I'm
The
curious.
super chats episode. Imagine you're Dusty Smith scrolling through YouTube and you see that EFAP has a multiple hour stream devoted just to answering.
You can't. That's rude. You can't. That poor man. How could you say that, Raggers? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm ending it.
Poor man.
Everyone say goodbye. Okay, so everyone go. Rags
Goodbye.
first.
Okay.
Goodbye.
All right, goodbye. And wait, I want to, in case Aiden is unavailable for the next
Rough
one.
line now, right?
Aiden,
We
would
can
you
say all
like
the bad
to
words.
promote your channel at the end of this insane stream?
Yeah, sure.
Go for it. I'm gonna post it in chat while you talk about it.
For those who made it this far, you have now earned the
for
right
some
to
reason-
promote yourself.
Yeah, after all, I took a nap. Even I couldn't sit through it. So
It's okay.
if you were more capable of staying awake than I was,
Promote yourself.
My channel is mostly a intersection of politics and current news stuff, and how it intersects with current research in social psychology and the social sciences. It's a lot of statistics, a lot of like heavy research, but also I try to make it fun and do meme shit.
Mm.
Basically, just trying to like provide a very analytical, scientific explanation to complicated social topics. That's about what I do. The end.
Look, the easy way to argue it is she's done a video all about how Quentin has issues of a certain kind. I'm not saying all of the issues, just a certain kind of them. And that if you look at that one first, just search Aydin Paladin and Quentin, you jump to that video, you watch it, and then you're like, okay, now I want to watch more from Aydin Paladin. That's the easy intro. Just jump to that one first, you'll find it fun, you'll learn some stuff. Then you'll be like, why the hell did she come on this podcast? And that's going to be the eternal question that never gets answered. Jay, would you like to promote your channel? Jay, stop talking! Rags, would you like to promote your channel?
I would love to promote my channel. My channel is Rags.
You should probably promote Dog Bites in case anyone's never heard of it.
And also, if you didn't get enough there, which is possible, though unlikely, if you could manage to make it through all that, I also have a second channel just for off-the-cuff stuff, just a smaller one called Dog Bites, DOGBYTES. But Rags is obviously my real name. I mean, my real channel name, even though both are true, because I got to keep with the lore.
Is that it? Are we done? There's nothing else to say, right? There's no J here, right? Jay, promote your second channel, J2.
I have a stream archive channel which has got it's got you on it quite a lot actually.
That's a lie.
No, it's not.
Is it called JXE Lord of JXE? Is that what it is?
It's called JXE Lord of Milk, which is an EFAP meme.
Is it really?
I like it when your videos go out and I check the top comments and so many of them are J EFAP memes. That makes me happy. I'm like,
it's one of Lord of Milk was one of the more difficult Dark Souls bosses.
Yes.
He'll catch you off guard.
Every time you get him to 1% health, he turns into milk and he goes down your throat and it's this whole thing.
he just becomes a strong skeleton boner.
Skeleton boner. But the penis is meat. It needs blood to become hard, Rags. How does that work if you're a skeleton?
It's just a bone.
Alright, I'm gonna end it there, and we'll be back in...
Did you just say the penis needs blood?
Yes, it does. Don't lie to me.
It does. It does.
Imagine you entered into a temple, an ancient temple, and across the top of
it says the penis needs blood. I can't... Okay, I'm ending it. We'll be back in between 5 and 10 minutes. Thank you for watching EFAP 2054. We'll be back.